3 seconds to go in the third, and that is it. Opening night belongs to the Golden Knights. Final score from Vegas. Golden Knights 8 and the Avalanche 4. Marchenko will skate it into a wide open net. No, he hands it off to Sean Monahan. 6-4 Columbus with 11 seconds to go in the third period. That is it. For the first time since 2008-2009, the Avalanche start a season 0-3. The latest loss is to the New York Islanders by a final score of 6-2.
Oh no! We suck again!
Just looking for a dub, man. Just looking for one. And each game has been at least a little bit different. Different ways in which you lose. Like last night, I don't think that you could point to, hey, the answer's simple. You know why you lost? It was bad goaltending. I don't think that Georgiev was terrible last night. I thought he was hung out to dry multiple times. And there's just like these gigantic mistakes that you're making that is leading to prime opportunities going the other direction. You know, when it comes to Georgiev's performance, I actually thought he was mostly solid. And the exception in all of this being that, look, man, on a couple of different instances, I know that the Manson one's tough because you're just trying to dump it in the offensive zone. It gets snatched down. It leads to a breakaway, and then it's 2-1 Islanders. You know, you kick off the game with that really cool goal by Cal Ritchie. The place is on fire. This guy scores his first goal ever in NHL in his NHL career, and you feel like you capture momentum again, as they did in their previous game, where you score first, everything looks good, and then just pretty quickly you give it right back. You know, first minute of the game, you get out and you get that type of momentum. But then they come back, Islanders score, tie it up. Manson's dump gets snatched out of midair, leads to a breakaway, then it's 2-1. You could tell that the Avs were pissed about this. I mean, towards the end of that first period, that's when McKinnon blew that guy up near the benches. So you go into the second period, you kind of reset, think to yourself, okay, not ideal to be down 2-1 at this time, but let's go out there and make something happen in the second period. Islanders score again. And then the killer. I mean, the one that just shifted everything in the wrong direction. I don't know what's going on with Cale on the defensive side this year. Like, Cale has not looked right on the defensive side, I think, really over the last year. Still good, but there's just been some moments where it's like a really sort of lazy turnover leads to a prime scoring chance. I mean, you're on the power play. And Cale just turns it over, gives a gift, and it's a breakaway right in front of Georgie, and now it's 4-1. You know, it's nothing looks right now with the Avs. And I know that they're dealing with a mixed-up lineup. I'm not in panic mode, okay? I think they're going to be fine. They'll figure this out. They're too talented not to. But you're kind of in this transitional period of waiting until guys like Lehkonen and Lehkonen, Nichushkin, and Landeskog get back into the lineup. But I expected it to look a little bit better than this. You know, I said from the very beginning that I'm not going to be too harsh in the judgments of this team, especially early as they try and wade their way through some of this nonsense of the amount of guys missing from the lineup. At the same time, it's got to look a little bit better than this. Like, you still have some sort of expectation because this team is still amazingly talented. And you look at the board last night, it's like McKinnon, Rantanen, and McCarr are all -3s. I have no idea if that's ever going to happen again for this team with those three guys with that kind of plus-minus. But they are stumbling out of the gates, is to put things mildly. Jared Bednar, by the way, a very short press conference after the game yesterday. He was seething. Let's just take it from the top, Nelly. I just want to hear this first one. Go ahead.
No, there's no excuses. I didn't like her game tonight, top to bottom. It's terrible.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you can point to one redeeming quality of something they did well yesterday. And again, this is kind of like you have this team that they have a sense of pride about them. They do. It's hard to find times in which they've lost 3 consecutive games over the last few years. It's happened before, but it's few and far between. There really wasn't a good thing that they did yesterday. Power play did not look remotely good. They had a really tough time just trying to get in front of shots from the Islanders. They didn't do a very good job of taking the puck away from New York yesterday. They had scoring chances that they couldn't finish on. Like, it was just a mess. But curious, let's go to cut 3 here, Nelly. If he saw a more confident Georgiev tonight.
Yeah. And probably not a great start, right? But I thought, that was our worst defensive game of the 3 by a mile, not even close. And so, tonight he made a lot of big saves. He did. Yeah.
Well, a few texts coming through here. 303-504-0925. Texture says, nope, Georgiev still sucks. I don't think his poke checks and wild modes were a sign of confidence. I think it was a sign he knew he couldn't make a traditional save on a normal shot, so he threw himself out of position to go for the haymaker. He's on the ropes and reaching out of desperation. Look, I didn't like the little diving poke check thing either.
We're talking about on the second Islanders goal, right?
Yeah.
When he did his best impression of the SpongeBob SquarePants theme, and he fall on the deck and to flop like a fish.
Yeah.
Whatever the heck that was. We're talking about that goal, right?
Yes.
Because that was probably the biggest glaring error. When you saw that happen, you went, oh, boy.
Well,
It's going to be one of those
man,
nights, boys.
Super risky, obviously. Now, if he makes the play, then it's a great play, but I didn't leave the game last night thinking to myself, okay, you lost because Georgiev was bad again. That wasn't my takeaway. My takeaway was everybody sucked, like everyone. And here's the other thing. When you know you got a goaltender who's struggling, you cannot play defensively like that. In every other sport, this is understood. It's, hey, our defense is playing bad in the NFL. We can't have 5 turnovers in a game. We're going to get waxed. Hey, our pitcher can't find the strike zone. 17 Ks on the offensive side is not going to do any good. Like this, that whole complimentary sort of style of play stuff kind of went out the window. And that defense is exactly, when we talked to Bednar last week, what they were trying to work on the entire offseason. Because you just can't do it. Like, this isn't a newsflash to anybody. You don't have Shesterkin between the pipes for you. You don't have Hellebuck. You got somebody who's going to need some help. And I don't know. If you're looking at Georgiev, I know you're frustrated and he hasn't been great to start the year, but that game was not about goaltending. That was about everything else. Everything. Another text coming through. Last night wasn't on Georgie. A couple of goals are on Kale, but Georgie's got to be done as an Av, and Kakinen needs to start on Wednesday. If they play like that, then it's not going to matter who's between the pipes, because nobody is going to be good enough to overcome that type of performance. Again, that was just ugly top to bottom. Here's something else, by the way. And this is what I was wondering. perhaps some guys are trying to almost go too intense to make up for the lack of high-end players that are missing from the lineup right now. If we go to cut 5, Nelly, from Bednar in the post game, and it's about if some of the players are feeling pressure from filling in for the big shoes that are missing essentially your entire second line out of the gate. Go ahead.
I think it could be a better question for some of the players, but I think that tonight it looked like what we were cheating the game, right? You have to play the game the right way in order to have success. If you're trying to cheat it for offense, then things aren't going to look good defensively. And I don't want to say that's the only scenario, because like we struggled with the puck, we struggled to make plays, we were trying to make plays into traffic when it did just look like we weren't seeing it. We made a lot of soft plays. We were delayed on some of the plays that we were making, like it was too slow. There was a lot wrong with it, so it's hard to narrow it down. Like I can go through the first couple of games and tell you exactly what I didn't like about the games, exactly what I did today. Like it's pretty much everything.
303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Again, keep the text coming through. There's a couple I'm going to read here that are back-to-back that I don't think people are quite hearing me on one subject.
Are you talking about the 307 here? Because that text also needs some addressing.
307. No, go ahead and read it for me.
This is our boy Austin, who said, "Keep making excuses for Forgiev and slamming Bo Nix. You guys say that Nix needs to make people around him better, but Forgiev gets a pass for 3 crap games to start."
I got it.
Hey, Austin, is our signal getting lost on the way up to Wyoming? What are you talking about, dude?
No, this is perfect because that's one of them that I wanted to address. That with another text where I'm going to put this a lot easier for you and a lot more in perspective next.
Palmieri takes the turnover here, and out coming to play the puck with the poke check was Georgiev. He got there first, unlucky as it goes back to Palmieri, who is literally at the bottom of the group of hugs. Palmieri listed at 5'11". He's shorter than that, getting hockey hugs from teammates. Georgiev made the right play. Unlucky, it goes off the skate of Palmieri, and it's into the back of the net. 1:47 to go in the first, and the Islanders have taken a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, it is surprising because I would have bet money that we were going to be really good tonight, just based on yesterday, this morning, my conversations around the room, so I can't really explain it at this point.
People are upset this morning. One texter says, Kane, you suck. I don't know what I did. I'm sorry to hear that. But a couple of things that I wanted to discuss
today,
here.
I do not apologize.
Texter says, you act like Georgie was standing on his head and the team sucked. He doesn't get absolved. That wasn't a good performance. So that's one text, and I'll give you the other one. That these were back-to-back. Keep making excuses for Forgiev and slamming Nix. You guys say Nix needs to make people better around him, but Forgiev gets a pass for 3 bleep games to start. He needs to make saves. Simple. It's its damn job. Maybe if he didn't suck, the rest of the team wouldn't feel the need to press. Okay. So a couple things. I am not making excuses for Georgiev. I am acknowledging a reality. Here's the reality. You will very rarely have the advantage in the goalie category on any given night. That's the reality. Moving from Georgiev to Anunen or Kakinen changes nothing. We've seen Juice come in for Georgiev, and it hasn't looked better. Here's what I'm telling you. The only shot you have is to play better in front of him. Okay? I'm not saying that Georgiev making excuses for him. It's, you know what, dude? This is like when the Broncos had Tebow. And me saying, the defense can't give up 30 points. And your response would be, well, why are you making excuses for Tebow? He needs to play better. Guess what, guys? I don't think he can. I think this is what you got. And until they make, if or when they make a bigger move, this is just what you got to roll with, which means more of the pressure is going to be on the others. And yes, guys like McCarr and McKinnon can't have dash threes in a night. Like, it can't happen. Is that unfair that I'm putting more pressure on them? Totally, but it's the truth. Sometimes things are better on your roster than other things. So the better things need to make up for the worst things. I can't ask for the worst things to get better when I don't think they can get better. It's just who they are. Like, you want me to come on here and just say Georgiev sucks for 4 hours? Cool, I'll say boobs are awesome for 4 hours too. Like, we all know this, okay? I'm trying to figure out, how do you get past it? And the only option is you can't have a game like that in front of him. You won't stand a chance. And comparatively to the previous 2 games, Georgiev was objectively better last night than he was the previous 2. Doesn't mean he was good. Nelly, did anything I just say not make sense? Like, I'm genuinely curious. If you think I said something stupid or I'm wrong on something, I want you to tell me because I want to make sure my point's getting across clearly.
All I heard was you said you like boobs, and then I didn't hear anything else.
Objectively?
Did we talk hockey? Was there something else around that?
Objectively, is that true?
No, yeah. Tell you what, brother. No, I think you're fair in your assessment that Georgie needs to be better, but at a certain point, if you're not doing anything to help out your goalie by making these defensive stops and not giving up easy chances. It's just a ticking time bomb. It's a statistical game.
It's a powder keg.
Yeah, and you're right, Georgie. Hey, let's give him his flowers. He only let in 4 goals last night instead of 72 like the previous 2 games. So there was progress, but the rest of the team around him wasn't good. We haven't seen a full, complete effort from the Avalanche yet this season. We have not seen the team play well in front of him while he also makes the saves that a competent NHL goaltender needs to make. In the Venn diagram of like good defense, good saves, capitalizing on scoring chances, we haven't seen the dot in the middle of the Venn diagram yet.
Not even close.
I'd settle for 2 circles at this point.
And what I'm getting at is my bar for Georgiev is very, very low. Okay? Very low. He went slightly above that compared to the first 2 games. Everybody else, whose bar is very high, dropped down significantly last night. And if that happens, you aren't winning. That's all I'm saying. And so we can talk about like, well, it was a mistake to sign him in the first place. I'm talking about the past. I'm trying to figure out what you do in the future. Go out and get another goalie. Not that simple. You're $44,000 under the cap right now. Really difficult just to go out and make a move without changing some things pretty drastically. And the other point I wanted to make is, do you really want to change things drastically 3 games in to an 82-game season? So I'll tell you this right now, they aren't. If you're a team that's going to hit the panic button 3 weeks or 3 games in to an 82-game season, that's just a bad look overall.
The one thing I don't want to hear, though, I think finally as Avs fans we're officially past this. I swear to God, if I hear anybody say, oh, but this team won a championship 2 years ago, get out of my office. It's not the same team. Maybe we were allowed to say that the season after they won the cup, right? When they were struggling against Seattle, you can go, well, this is a team that won a championship last season. We can give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe we're able to say that one season after the cup.
Yeah.
Last season, now we're 2 seasons away from the cup, and they're struggling again, and people are going, well, 2 seasons ago, this is a team that brought Lord Stanley back to Denver. Maybe we could say it then. 3rd time's a charm, Brett. I'm sick of hearing that. Don't use that anymore.
You've seen the text line. I don't think anybody is thinking about 2 years ago right now.
I'm just saying there were those people that said that. Anytime you tried to criticize the team, people would go, "Oh, come on."
Well, that'd be equally silly. But to go back to one of those texts I mentioned earlier, this whole slamming Knicks thing I think is funny. I don't think I've ever slammed Knicks. I think I acknowledge that he's, you know what? I'm treating Knicks like I am Georgiev because I didn't expect huge things from him. So when you get a game in which, let's say the Avs won 6-5 last night, doesn't mean Georgiev would have been great in that game. But you know what? Good enough given the situation. The difference between Georgiev and Knicks is this, though. Knicks was drafted on this team to be Nathan MacKinnon, not be just an okay guy. You draft somebody 12th overall at that position in the NFL, you're expecting that guy to be your best player on the team. Not once since Georgiev arrived here did you expect him to be the best player or even a top 5 player on this team given the talent that you had. That's the whole thing about these goaltenders that have come through town over this McKinnon-Makar era of you being in a cup window. It's been nobody expected these guys to be Hellebuck or Shesterkin or Bobrovsky from last year or anybody like that. You've expected them to be solid enough with the top-end talent that you have on the team.
I think if Bo Nix is Ferris Bueller, right now, Georgie is Cameron. He's a kid with a good heart that just doesn't believe in himself right now. Much like Cameron, we got to teach Georgie to stand up for himself. He's got to learn how to take his dad's sports car and just take it out for a joyride and then put the car in reverse, put the brick on the accelerator so the miles come off.
Listen. For the text side account, and I hope that maybe I've clarified my stance here a little bit better in this second segment. Again, I get really concerned when I'm trying to make a point and then I see texts coming through that have they have totally misconstrued what I've said. And I'm like, it's either my problem for not saying something clearly, which is my job to do, or it's on you for hearing what you want to hear. And a lot of times I get confused on which one it is. So once again, I'll say this. The reason I'm not jumping on the air and slamming Georgiev this morning is because to a certain aspect, you expect when somebody's all alone in front of him on a breakaway, it's going to end up in the back of the net because he's not a top-end goaltender in the league. What I do expect is a blue line you've paid a lot of money for, and a forward group you've paid a lot of money for that has a lot of accolades to their name, doesn't turn the puck over that frequently, doesn't give up 2-on-1s that frequently, because you know if you do that, odds are it ends poorly for you. You know what the strengths are. You know what the weaknesses are on this team. You need to do everything in your power to make up for the weaknesses and deficiencies. That applies to everything in sports. You know, when we talk about the Nuggets this year, you know what I can't go out and do every single night? And what I haven't done over the past couple of years is when the Nuggets lose, jump on the air and say, you know what really sucks? The bench. Yeah, no kidding. But that's just a reality of how the team is made up. Not every team's going to be perfect. So what can you do to help them out? What I can't do when the Broncos lose is every morning get on the air and say, you know what's terrible? Scoring 16 points. We kind of know that that's the offense that you have. You know what's really good on that team? The defense. So what the defense can't do is give up 30 points in 2 60-yard touchdowns. Like, these are just dealing with realities. You
wow,
can
you're
acknowledge
making excuses for the Broncos that you're not making for the Avs, Brett. Come on, play it both ways.
And it's really difficult. Like, I've noticed a turn this year. It's just the little slice of nuance that you need to have in fixing problems is just dissipated. And it's just you want to yell and blame. I'm not that kind of guy, okay? I look for solutions. I don't just yell about things that are wrong. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda Tech line. Speaking of the Broncos, so they have this short week coming up, playing the Saints in a couple days, doing it in New Orleans. It's the return to New Orleans for Sean Payton. I'm feeling good about this game for a couple of reasons. I think there is going to be a rocket up the ass of Sean Payton all week where he is, if there was ever a time to dial in a game plan that you want to put like in your own personal Hall of Fame, like I am out for blood and here's the reason why. I don't think he feels like he was done dirty by the Saints, but I do know that he does not want to walk out of that place with an L. And if he could prefer it, he wants to walk out with like a 50-point win. Like he wants to bury that former team. And there's going to be, for the offensive acumen that he has as a head coach and an offensive play caller, he is going to throw, I think, everything at them, especially with a Saints defense that is one of the worst statistically in the league in virtually every category. They give up a ton of points. They give up a ton of yards. The one thing that they're really good at is turning the ball over. I think they're 4th in the league in takeaways. But I think he's going to throw everything at him. And with the defense that you have going up against a rookie QB, Spencer Rattler's going to be in his second start. I think they could eat on that side of the ledger too. I feel pretty damn good about where they're at. Now, the question is, and it goes back to sort of the same kind of stuff, they couldn't / weren't able to get into this last week just because of how the game started with the Chargers. You know, the early pick and then the touchdown, you're down big, you're trying to get back in the game. Didn't leave a lot of room for running the football. I think you need to get back to Javonte Williams and him getting consistent touches, I think there's a pretty direct correlation between success and failure, win and losses, when it comes to looking at Javonte's numbers. I'll tell you exactly what I mean. Week 1, he had 8 carries for 23 yards. That was a 26-20 loss to Seattle. Week 2, he had 11 carries for 17 yards. That was a 13-6 loss to Pittsburgh. Week 3, here's a little bit of the exception. 5 carries for 12 yards in a 26-7 win over Tampa. Week 4 was 16 carries, 77 yards. That was that sloppy win over the Jets. 13 carries, 61 yards in Week 5 against the Raiders. That was a 34-18 win. And then last week, it was 6 carries for 23 yards and a loss to the Chargers. I think it kind of goes how he goes. If Javonte plays well, establishes a rushing game, you get a little bit more pressure off of your quarterback where the opposing team's not pinning their ears back and just attacking, it helps. Like, one thing I really noticed in the game yesterday was how uncomfortable in the pocket Bo Nix was. And I think a lot of that had to do with, guess what? You're throwing the football and everybody here knows it. Not to mention you're on your third string right tackle and your backup center. We're going to attack. Establish a rushing game, get some play action in there. I think a lot of things can change just with that threat. And the Saints should be able to allow you to do that. The key has to be the defense getting off to a good start. Again, the best aspect of your team has to do their job early. And as long as they do that, I think things can go well for you. If they don't, it can shift in a hurry. 303-504-0925. Schump Mazda text line, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Get to college football stock up, stock down next. Cool. I'll say boobs are awesome for 4 hours, too. Do it every Tuesday following the college football weekend. It is college football. Stock up, stock down. We always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. Dillon Gabriel, he is having a fantastic year for Oregon. Now, Oregon, as a team, I think struggled out of the gates, barely beat a couple of really easy opponents, but each week, Dillon Gabriel has been fantastic. So this game over Ohio State in Eugene, he had 341 yards, 2 touchdowns. He's got 13 touchdowns and 3 picks on the year. And again, for a team that maybe struggled a little bit at the beginning of the season, they might be finding their stride as a team, but Dillon Gabriel's been the consistent thing, and he should be. This is his 7th year starting in college football. Got a lot of experience, but he has been a model of consistency over the beginning of this college football season. You look at just each game individually, even the ones in which Oregon has struggled overall. You know, in a 24-14 win over Idaho at the beginning of the year, he had 380 yards and 2 touchdowns on 41 of 49 passing. Pretty good. In a close win over Boise State the following week, he was 18 of 21 for 240 yards and 2 touchdowns. Every single number in every single game has pretty much looked like that. Not to mention, he's completing 76% of his passes. Like, he's always been a good quarterback, whether that's been at UCF, at Oklahoma, or now at Oregon. He's kind of been that his entire career. Continuing that for Oregon, that's what leads to a big upset as they win over the number 2 team in the country, Ohio State, this past weekend. Now, stock down. I'm just going to say Oklahoma quarterbacks in general. They've been starting, or I guess playing more, this Michael Hawkins kid, who just does not look like he has any confidence throwing the football. So he finishes this game, this Red River rivalry, in which they get smoked 34-3 with 148 passing yards. He had no touchdowns, no picks. He ran the ball 20 times for only 27 yards. You know, before him, it was Jackson Arnold. He had 7 touchdowns and 3 picks on the year, but their offense is terrible. They can't move the football, whether it's on the ground or through the air. And I think they're just trying to throw bleep at the wall and see what sticks with this Michael Hawkins kid. And look, their head coach, Brent Venables, is a very good defensive mind, but if you don't have any sort of oomph offensively, it's going to be really difficult to get things going. And Gabriel leaves Oklahoma to go to Oregon, and he's throwing for, like 380 yards a game, and Oklahoma's struggling to hit the $150 mark. A pretty stark contrast between the two. So I'm just going to say Oklahoma QBs get the stock down. Let's go Big 12 team stock up. Iowa State keeps on winning. I beat West Virginia this weekend. They play physically. They run the ball. They don't really blow anyone away, but they're consistent, and most importantly, they're well coached. Matt Campbell is a hell of a coach. He's numerous times been rumored about to get either bigger college football jobs or even NFL jobs. And each time that's come around, he's like, no, I'm pretty good here at Iowa State. You can make a good living in Ames, Iowa by just winning 8 games a year at a school like that. They'll build a statue out of it at the very end. Hell, Bill Snyder did that at Kansas State for 30 years, and the stadium's named after him, for crying out loud. But that's just being an okay football team who every once in a while makes a big jump. And it feels like maybe this is one of those jump years. Like, Iowa State's just a really well put together football team that's going to be really difficult to beat. And you look at their schedule coming up, really the only super, super difficult game, not to say they couldn't lose any in the next few weeks, but the super difficult game they have left is the final week of the season when they play Kansas State. That's it. After that, it's games they should be favored pretty well in from here on out, especially with one other game I thought would be difficult, but now it's not, which takes me to Big 12 team stock down. Utah, who loses again, this time 27-19 to Arizona State. That's 2 straight losses. Cam Rising gets back into the starting lineup. He throws 3 picks. And you know what the news is coming out of that game now, Nelly? Cam Rising is now out for the year again with a chance to get an 8th year of eligibility in college football.
More like Cam sinking.
Well, I don't know what Utah does from here because Utah is a pretty solid team, but they're going to be hindered by the play of true freshman quarterback, brother of Zach Wilson, Isaac Wilson, who has now been tabbed the starter for the rest of the year. He started a bunch of games this season already. He just turns the ball over a lot. And for an offense that's not going to be that explosive, you turn the ball over. I think it could spell for some rough waters coming up for Utah. I thought with Cam Rising back in the lineup, they'd be a legitimate contender, not just in, the Big 12, but potentially in a college football playoff situation. Now that's kind of gone out the window. So Utah gets the stock down. Let's go national team stock up. Hey, they were kind of written off because they lost early. It's very similar to last year. You remember when LSU had Jaden Daniels? They lost that first game of the season. You go, oh, LSU lost. I guess we can forget about them. Well, same thing happened this year. LSU lost their first week against USC, 27-20. Since then, they've won 5 straight, including this great overtime win against Ole Miss this last weekend where they won 29-26. Nussmeier looks like he's a pretty damn good quarterback for him. Not Jaden Daniels territory, not Joe Burrow territory, but just a solid quarterback that can get the job done. With that USC loss being the only one, I know USC is kind of on the downslope, losing 3 of their last 4. But at the beginning of the season, USC looked like a contender. And as the season goes on, maybe things change. You have a couple of injuries. Other teams catch up. They get tape and film on you. I don't know. LSU, if they continue to win in the SEC, they're going to have something to say about who's going to be the last one standing in that conference and who's going to be their representative in the college football playoff. They are. I think they got a good shot at competing for an SEC title again. The team's solid. So they get the stock up. Let's go national team stock down. Just talked a little bit about their quarterbacks earlier, but Oklahoma, they didn't just lose. They get smoked by Texas, 34-3. They've lost 2 of their last 3. Their offense is it's totally uninspiring. There is nothing about Oklahoma's offense that I think would give anybody, if you're a defensive coordinator in college football, a scare. Their quarterbacks on the year, they haven't even thrown for 1,000 yards yet as a team. They only have 8 touchdown passes on the season. But more than that, they average on the ground 3.4 yards per carry. If you can't run the football and you have nothing to believe in or fear in the passing side, then you don't stand much of a shot at anything, especially now in an SEC conference that used to play football this way, where it was, hey, run the football as well as we can. We'll pass it when we absolutely have to, but we're going to rely on our defense to win games 13-7. Well, that conference is different now. It's now high flying. We put up 40 points a game type of football. If you can't keep up, you stand no chance. And I think Oklahoma is putting them firmly in the we stand no chance category. They play South Carolina this week. I don't think they beat South Carolina. And South Carolina's not great. After that, it's Ole Miss. Then, listen to the schedule that Oklahoma has left. South Carolina, Ole Miss, then they have that stupid SEC-style late bye week type of game. They play Maine. But after that, it's at Missouri, it's Alabama, and then at LSU. That is pretty easily 4 losses and could be 5. They are going to struggle to even get bowl eligible by the end of this year. They're 4-2 right now. The best shot that they have is win against South Carolina, win against Maine. That gets you to 6, and at least you have that box checked off. But after that, dude, good luck with the rest of that schedule. Let's go with Heisman stock up. Yeah, I'm going to do the repeater just because I was so impressed with him. It's Dillon Gabriel again. I don't think that this is a quarterback award this year. I think this is Ashton Jonty. I've picked him the last 2 weeks, so I'm not going to do that again. It's between him. It's between guys like Travis Hunter. It's pretty remarkable what guys outside the quarterback position are doing this year. But he's looked as impressive as any quarterback in the country right now. So Dillon Gabriel, he'll get the stock up. Let's go Heisman stock down. So this one's going to be a little bit odd. His numbers were great, and they barely lost, but I'm going to put Will Howard in this category for one reason. his numbers are good this year. Even in that game, he had 326 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, didn't turn the ball over, had a rushing touchdown as well. But we always talk about Heisman moments, right? What's the Heisman moment that somebody has? I think it can work in the opposite way. I think if you're voting Will Howard for Heisman, let's say they take off and they have this great year to close things out, it's going to be really hard to get that visual out of your head of him sliding with 0 seconds on the clock and putting his hands on his helmet like, oh my God, did I just lose the game for us? It's going to be really hard to get that out of your head as a college football fan. So I'm going to give him the stock down this week. And then upset of the week.
College football!
There's a whole bunch of almosts that happen. I guess you'd have to say Arizona State beating number 16 Utah. But you almost had USC upsetting number 4 Penn State. You almost had South Carolina beating Alabama. You almost had Florida beating Tennessee. There's a whole bunch of almosts this weekend in college football. But Arizona State, you guys get the upset of the week. And that is college football stock up, stock down that we do every Tuesday following the college football weekend. So a lot to discuss here. Avs, game from last night. It wasn't just bad goaltending, it was bad everything, which is not what you wanted to see. I can't wait to talk to Jared Bednar tomorrow at 8 o'clock when he joins us every Wednesday this year. Just get his thoughts here on the first sort of chunk of this season. But between that, the Broncos, a lot of college football to discuss, a lot to get to. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That's a Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
3 seconds to go in the third, and that is it. Opening night belongs to the Golden Knights. Final score from Vegas. Golden Knights 8 and the Avalanche 4. Marchenko will skate it into a wide open net. No, he hands it off to Sean Monahan. 6-4 Columbus with 11 seconds to go in the third period. That is it. For the first time since 2008-2009, the Avalanche start a season 0-3. The latest loss is to the New York Islanders by a final score of 6-2.
Oh no! We suck again!
All right, judging by the appetizer, I don't take any of this personally. I'm just warning you guys. The Avs were miserable yesterday, again. And I'm just warning you two. I feel like people were angry this morning, and then I was a bleep hole because of that.
Well,
I think it's going to be one of those days where people need to lash out in anger, and I'll be your receptacle. If I need to be that guy that takes the abuse, I'll do that for you this morning.
When people are angry about their team, especially their hockey team, the order of anger distributed goes like this. It's usually the goalie. Then it's the star player. Of course, the coach is always involved.
Sure.
Then it's just some random person in their family who bothers them. And then it goes to the broadcasters. Mosier's always the source of anger.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next day's radio show host.
Well, here's what I started with, and this is what got people upset, and I need to be clear in how I say this. I want to make sure this is not misconstrued. Moj, we know there's a couple that Georgiev wants back last night, like he does. But the game last night, here's what's different. Georgiev, grading on a curve, was better last night than he was the previous 2 nights. Everything else around him was much worse. Much.
That is correct.
It doesn't mean that Georgiev is absolved from blame last night. Here's all I'm saying. Sometimes you know what you do well, and you know what you don't. For example, if the Broncos lost a football game and the defense gave up 31 points, I'm probably not going on the air and saying that Bo Nix needs to play better, because we kind of know the limitations that you have on offense compared to defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm getting at with the Avs last night. Not that Georgiev was good and the team failed him, but the team played so poorly last night as a whole. That's what was majorly different.
I would be it's going to be hard for me today to try to figure this thing out. I did not expect that. And I think the only way I can put it this early in the morning is it was a mess.
Yeah.
Last night.
A really cool first minute, though. First minute of the game was really cool.
Minute and 1 second.
Yeah.
Callum Ritchie's first career National Hockey League goal. And that was the best part of the night.
Neato.
It was it's inexplicable. You had the best defenseman on the planet. I don't think I've ever seen him play like that.
Cale was awful.
And he said after the game, and to his credit, these guys stood in the room and answered. He said after the game that this game would have been so much closer if I didn't exist. Essentially is what he said.
That was jarring to hear that, by the way.
I've never heard Cale Makar come out. I mean, he obviously knew what a bad game he had, but he said essentially this game would have been a lot closer if I didn't play in the game. And you know what? He's probably right about that.
What's going on?
I don't know, Vic. I don't know. And it
let's
wasn't. By the way,
let's hear this from Cale real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hear it.
I don't think so. I think just a lot of myself, just not moving my feet, not playing my game, and just kind of where it's at right now. So, I'm hard on myself, but at the end of the day, I got to be better for these guys. It's definitely a lot closer game if I don't play tonight. So
that's that. There it is, right there. And the fact of the matter is that it wasn't just him. A lot of guys' feet weren't moving. A lot of guys' heads were not in the game. And it doesn't matter if you're 43 games in and it's a back-to-back and you're on the road at Winnipeg or wherever, it doesn't matter. It's a pain in the butt. All of a sudden the aches and pains are really creeping in the middle part of the season, the dog days of the season. Yep. And you have a game like this, it's unacceptable. But game 3, when you're 0-2 and you need 2 points, I don't know. I mean, every guy inside that room has got to be looking at themselves and going, what can I do more? And I think last night the answer for everybody is I can do a lot more.
Just before you start, Vic, I want you to hear just the first thing
Sure.
out of Bednar's mouth last night. Sorry, Nelly, give you a second. Bednar went to the podium and very simply and succinctly gave this analysis.
No, there's no excuses. I didn't like our game tonight, top to bottom. It's terrible.
Yep.
Pretty good 7-second analysis.
Yep. I mean,
go ahead.
They played 3 games. He said they've skated much better the first 2 than they did last night. And the thing that was striking to me, his initial comments, I watched the entire press conference. His initial comments last night, I would have bet money that we would have played better last night. I would have bet money on it. Because he said practice went great. Skate went great. They were ready for that game. The way he spoke to the boys, they were ready for that game. And then it was a dud.
You know what? I thought the same thing, Vic. Around that team yesterday, I talked to Casey Middlestat on the bench. I thought it was going to be a much different game. I'm blown away that it wasn't, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is surprising because I would have bet money that we were going to be really good tonight, just based on yesterday, this morning, my conversations around the room, so I can't really explain it at this point.
I would agree with that. And he went on to say, you give up 8 goals, an empty netter, but 8 goals in the opener. You give up 6 in game number 2. In fact, I'll let the coach talk about it, that he really simply – there were things in those games that he actually really, really liked because I wasn't paying you lip service. Right. I was honest about it. We had some big breakdowns, but we did a lot of things right. And then, Ellie, if you have that one too, this will be the last one we play from coach.
No, but it's harder to turn the page because of the way we played. There's like I was honest with you guys. I know like on the outside you can look at the score 8-4, 6-4. That's horrible results, but there's a lot in both those games that I liked a lot, like a significant amount. And tonight, I'll have to go through with a fine-tooth comb to find something I liked.
I don't know that Jared Bednar's ever been more honest. I mean, he's completely honest. We'll talk to him tomorrow on the program. Today is an off day. Well, there's no practice today.
Because they're playing every other night for crying out loud.
And so he's going, but he will be working. I can promise you that. He and the staff will be working and going over all the film. And that's not fun film to go rewatch. It isn't. In regards to Cale, the turnover to Brock Nelson.
You talking about the shorty?
Yeah. He probably won't make that play again in the next 79 games.
What was he trying to do?
Well, he was trying to whip it across into the neutral zones to begin the breakout, going back the other way on the power play, but he had a complete lack of self-awareness that Nelson was actually there applying pressure and trying to read that passing lane, which he did, and Makar just nonchalantly threw it right to him. There's the Duclair goal from behind the net. I don't know that I've ever seen Cale Makar lose a guy like that from behind the net. It was 1,000, 2,000 before he realized that Duclair had stepped away from him and popped out front. There's nothing Georgiev could do on that play. Duclair by himself danced from one side of the crease to the other, and all the goalie can do is try to get down and take away the bottom and chase, and Duclair was patient and popped it home. Wasn't touched. These things just don't happen to Cale. A lot of things last night that I saw don't happen to the Colorado Avalanche, yet they did because they allowed it to happen.
There's just going back to something I said in the appetizer. It's Georgiev, I thought, was better. He looked a little bit more confident. I think Bednar said as much in the postgame too. Not that he played great or anything like that. I'm not sure about the all or nothing diving poke check attempt at the breakaway.
But it actually worked.
I absolutely agreed with it.
Okay.
He poke checks it, but it goes literally
right back into the guy's skate.
Off Palmieri's shin pad and right to his blade.
Yeah.
And that whole thing took less than half a second.
Right. You mix that though with, that was preceded by, wasn't Manson trying to dump it into the zone and it just got snatched out of the air, led to a break? Isn't that what happened, if I remember right?
He tried to flip it over Palmieri's head. And he did, but he didn't do it high enough. Palmieri's 5'11".
Not huge.
And he's got his skates on. He just jumped up, gloved it down, and took off. It was a great play. But instead of slamming that puck in from near side all the way around to far and to create a puck battle that you can win, that's Manson, and he knows. He's just trying to, and Johnny Lyles explained it very well on the postgame show. He's trying to throw it in so that it lands in a soft spot and his guys can skate into it, go get it, blah, blah, blah. Instead of slamming it in for a better percentage player, whatever the case may be, he just sort of lollygagged it. He lollygagged, or just pointing out his foibles, because there were a lot of foibles last night.
This is what I'm getting at, though, Moj. It's just, the situation that you're dealt right now, and I don't know if you guys have been seeing the text, because I said something in the appetizer,
I'm not sure I want to look at the text today. Because I know that I'm going to be a jackhole for just existing.
Here's what I said in the appetizer, though. It's like, after every Avs loss, I can't come on here for 4 hours and just say, yeah, Georgiev wasn't good enough. Like, I can't do that every single day. I can go on this show and say, I like boobs for 4 hours, too. It's not going to accomplish anything.
I'm not sure you can even say that.
But
I don't think you can say what you just said.
I think I can say it. I just did.
I don't think you can.
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to get away with it.
Nice. The point is, we all acknowledge that you're probably, Moj, I'm just being honest here, at least for the moment. We know that he runs hot and cold and he can have a hot streak coming up any given time. For the moment, you're probably going to have a disadvantage at goaltender almost every night that you go out there, or at least even, right? Even to a disadvantage, which means it's on everybody else to be better. You might say that's unfair, that's asking too much. It's the reality of the situation, though. Like, this is the cards that you're dealt for the moment. You have to play them properly. And if you get a game like you did from everybody else last night, you don't stand a chance. Like, you don't stand a chance at winning if Kale's going to play that way, if you're going to make the mistakes that you have, if your power play looks the way that it did. Like, there's no way you win. Nothing.
If there's any bright side, it's that through 3 games, it's the first game in which Georgie finished the game. He actually finished the game.
Yeah.
Start to finish, he finished this game because he wasn't the weakest part of the game. Now, it's in the back of their minds.
I'm sure it is.
And I think when it sits there in the back of your mind, you try things that you normally wouldn't try, or you do things that you normally wouldn't do.
Well, last night you didn't try a lot. The first goal of the game at the side of the net, you have a 1-0 lead. Could Georgie have sealed that post better? Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. Could somebody have come on over and tried to put the man on his butt? Yeah. Really could have. I mean, you can't allow a guy to get multiple kicks at the can at your crease and not do something about it. You know what I mean? It's just one of those. Anders Lee, he's a big dude, don't get me wrong, but he's allowed to throw it at the net. He's allowed to just bang it again, short side, and you had 2 guys next to him, and he's just banging away.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So it's a lot of that. And again, it was just an overall huge stinker of a game from a lot of players. Everybody, to be honest with you, everybody.
303-504-0925. Break down more of this game as we go along. Jump back to the NFL as well. Monday Night Football last night. And some thoughts here. It's a similar conversation something else in town regarding Georgiev and the Avs and Bo Nix and the Broncos. I'll explain next. Wouldn't it be fun if you just had $169 million magically appear in your checking account, get rid of some credit card debt, maybe get a boat with a boat? All of that is possible if you download the Tulatero app. It's your favorite lottery app where you can play all of your Colorado Lotto games like Mega Millions, Powerball, and Lucky for Life. And tonight, that Mega Millions draw is $169 million. You download the Tulatero app, you got a chance if you use my code MAGIC. When you do so, to receive a free credit to play the lotto tonight. Again, Mega Millions, $169 million. Download that Tulatero app, Tulotero. Register with the code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app.
I'm going to need some good news sometime soon. Tough weekend, tough night last night. I'm going to need some positivity. Like, tell me your baby, well, she's not really a baby anymore. She's a toddler. Tell me she's doing calculus or something. I know she's a smart kid.
She flew in her own airplane seat over the weekend. You want to see a picture?
Yeah.
She got her own seat?
She got her own seat. It's that time. She's that age now.
Did you have to
look how pumped she was?
That's awesome. She looks cute as hell. Did you have to pay for it?
Yeah.
Okay, now see, here's the problem.
Rough.
Here's the problem. Now, if you got to pay for
it's
it,
like legally you have to.
Yeah, but you can just say, she's just she's a big 10-month-old. I know she's talking. I know she's running around the plane.
Complete sentences.
Yeah, right. I know. Anyway,
can I tell you what happened in the DIA train yesterday? Probably shouldn't make this public, but I was so infuriated. I will. Okay. I don't care. Nobody knows the guy's name. I don't even know the guy's name. So we get jammed into the train because I guess the trains are down a train. And when I say jammed in, the doors wouldn't close. There were that many people in the train coming back.
Wait, is it Japan where they push people
they push you in? I've been pushed in
and
there
in
before.
India, they ride on top.
So I'm on the same flight with Chauncey's parents and Walter Davis's daughters. All these people are on that same flight. So it was a packed flight, packed train. So we get on the train, and it's myself and one of our loyal photojournalists from Altitude TV.
It's either Taylor or Bob.
No, it was Kennedy.
Oh, Kennedy. She's good too, yeah.
So we're sitting there minding our own business, and we're like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the dude next to her, big old dude, right? He's like pushing her into the wall. And she goes, "Excuse me, sir, can you just move that way a little bit?" And he didn't move. And like her neck is almost getting crushed. So we're going on the train, and next thing you know, he turns around and says, "Hey, you poke me again, I'll punch you in the face." He said that to a woman.
What?
Yes. So of course I just went crazy on it. It was just like, what are you doing? And then everybody in the train's like, "What are you doing, dude?" I don't know what's in the air here. I don't know what happens to people when they go to DIA. I don't know if that airport just induces freak shows, but it was the most repulsive thing I've seen in a long time.
Jeez.
Yeah, we're just sitting there shocked. And then dude's wife's trying to say, "Hey, just, don't talk to him like that." Don't talk to him like that. He threatened to punch her in the face. What would you do in that situation?
I think, well, from what you're describing, it's hard to get in the guy's face, but you'd have to, you have to say something to him.
What would you do in that situation?
Vic,
you just keep quiet, or do you say something?
No, if it's somebody,
here's the thing. In today, typically that's a situation
the
where
wife's trying to tell me, "Hey, you don't need to talk about it." I go, "Yes, I do.
Yeah.
We need to talk about it."
I just want somebody to punch him in the face.
Yeah, typically this is where you confront a horrible person and say, "Man, you don't need to be a horrible person," right? Or maybe it needs to escalate. Hopefully not.
Some things need to escalate.
Yeah, but at the same time, in today's day,
weird reaction from the wife too.
Yes.
Yeah.
As if she's seen this before.
Yes.
Yeah,
as if she's seen this.
She's obviously scared.
She's
scared of it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's in today's day and age, you're dealing with. It feels like there are so many crazies out there and so many irrational human beings that it's best just to take it. Let your ego take a hit, or let
I wanted
whatever.
to make fun of him. I wanted to humiliate him on that train in front of everybody. He needed that.
Right.
He needed public humiliation because I said it out loud. You're threatening to punch a woman in the face because we're in a packed train?
It's horrible. Listen, Kennedy's a very nice person too. If it was my wife,
I couldn't believe it.
I probably would have lost it.
I couldn't believe it. I was in shock.
I would have lost it.
I'm sorry, I had to get that out there because it's still troubling.
It's fine. If that guy's listening, you're a piece of bleep. There.
I wish I'd gotten his name.
Couple things here. Are you guys going to be watching the Chicago Bulls preseason game tomorrow?
To look at Lonzo Ball?
Lonzo Ball is going to get his first appearance since that same surgery that Gabe had. Now, he had that surgery, was it about a month and a half before Gabe did?
I want to say about that, about 5 weeks.
He's going to get his first taste at real playing time since his injury tomorrow. Missed 2 straight seasons. Again, all of this you can just copy and paste over to the Gabe situation, and it's going to be similar. Now, the sport's obviously different, but as far as recovery time and all that, kind of the same. I will be, actually. I want to see what that looks like. If he looks like he used to still. And I know it's still early, but Mose, you kind of said it. It's like there's no more time to heal. You can either do this or you can't now.
Correct. That's it. Either it's worked and your career can continue, or I mean, for both, let's put it this way. For both human beings, for both Lonzo Ball and Gabe Landeskog, it worked. They're walking around looking and behaving and acting like normal human beings with their knees. And they've had their legs taken apart, cleaned out, and dead guy has been put inside their bodies.
Right.
They're both walking around with dead guys in their body. Right? That's pretty drastic. And they look like normal human beings, so it worked. Working, though, isn't becoming a top-end, high-level professional athlete at the top of your game again. There's a difference. So, yeah, I guess, I'm curious about it. I really am. And while they're different sports, the amount of pounding an NBA player's knees take during the course of a game and a season is pretty significant. The elevation and the landing and the amount of compression from bone to bone to bone.
Sure.
That knee cartilage takes a lot of abuse. So, yeah, you know what? You're right. I will be. I'll check it out.
And on top of that, there was one thing.
By the way, Brett, though, real quick, what works for one guy, even in the same sport, may not work for another guy. Like, it may work on one guy, it may work on no guys.
And not everybody's the same.
Correct, but this is very much a I don't want to say experimental, but you're into unknown waters here. As Vic would say, uncharted.
Something else is we have an accelerated calendar this week because the Broncos will play a football game on Thursday at New Orleans. Despite the loss and how ugly that offense was for about 3 quarters on Sunday, I'm feeling remarkably good about this game coming up on Thursday. And I'm curious if you guys feel the same way. Now, the reasons for it, some of them are tangible, other ones aren't. The tangible stuff is the easy things that you mentioned yesterday, Vic, that New Orleans defense is not good, that they give up a whole bunch of yards and a whole bunch of points. They're pretty good at turning the ball over, but they give up a lot of stuff on the ground and through the air.
Well, total yards this season, they're the worst in the NFL.
Yeah. The intangible stuff, though, and maybe this is me just playing make-believe world, I think that Sean Payton's going to want to go out there and embarrass somebody. And, if he's got anything in his bag as far as an offensive game plan that he feels like is really going to work against that, he is going to throw the kitchen sink at them.
I guess we forget about this or we swept it under the rug. But we haven't weighed the go home and rub it in my former employer's face thing. We haven't done that yet.
And it's not like they ended on bad terms or anything, but still, that Sean Payton's he's going to want to get after them.
Of course. You want to go home and lose?
Of course not.
You want to go back to the cow milking festival and lose?
I would hate it.
I know you haven't been there in a while, but you don't want to lose. You want to go back to Sacktown in front of your old friends with long mullet hair, listening to Van Halen and lose?
No, but in Brett's case, you can't just rely on yourself. You could squeeze every teat in the world.
You don't want to lose going home?
You got to get a good cow.
You think I want to go back to the old Oriental Theater in North Denver and lose?
No.
Nobody wants to lose when they go home.
Want to go to Thirsties and strike
out?
Nobody
wants to lose.
No.
Sean Payton, trust me, will have a little extra pep in his step for this game.
I don't think there's any doubt.
And I wonder if we'll see it in the play calling.
I think so. I would not be shocked at all, guys, if he goes out there and it is a Tampa type of game plan. First play is a 20-yard shot down the sideline. Second play is another 15-yard throw. Especially indoors, elements, conditions are going to be a non-factor.
Let me make a statement. You're playing essentially the worst defense in the league. I mean, after watching the Tampa Bay Buccaneers explode for 27 in the second half 2 days ago, they've given up the most yards this year in the National Football League, the Saints. They have a rookie, Spencer Rattler, starting at quarterback, who at times looked okay, also looked erratic. If you don't go there, look, if you don't go there and win, or if your offense does not come unglued and do some stuff, then you can't.
Right.
You have every reason in the world to go to New Orleans and spank them around the yard with your defense.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to unleash your offense, if your rookie quarterback has any sort of gamer in him with his arm and his ability to push the ball down the field and rack up points, this is the game to do it. If you don't, actually, this game is going to tell us an awful lot about where Bo Nix and that offense really is.
I agree with you. If you can't get the offense rolling in any sort of consistent way against that defense, then it's going to be difficult to do it really ever. Now, there's another factor to this, Moj, which is Spencer Rattler is going to be making his second start against this defense, which I also think is going to be a massive benefit to you. If this is a Derek Carr game, I'd feel a lot different about it. Veteran guy, it's going to be steady, but I think there's a lot of things Vance Joseph is going to throw at him from blitz packages that he probably hasn't seen yet through 1 week of his NFL career that is going to make him very uncomfortable. But there's one sort of specific detail that felt like this was right, and it generally is. One consistent theme this year in Broncos wins and losses is Javonte Williams' game. Javonte plays well, the Broncos win. If he doesn't, they lose. That's kind of been the theme. He had 8 carries for 23 yards against Seattle. That's a loss. 11 for 17 against Pittsburgh. That's a loss. 6 for 23 against the Chargers. That's a loss. The only exception here is he had a 5-carry, 12-yard game against Tampa, and they dominated, but they threw the ball like every down that game. The 2 games that they won outside of that, 16 carries, 77 yards against the Jets. That's a win. 13 for 61 against the Raiders. That's a win. You get him going on the ground, typically the offense looks pretty good. You're putting up some points, and things are going well.
The only caveat on the defensive side of the ball is the loss of Pat Surtain.
Yes.
And
which is big.
It's very big. And I'm just wondering, how do they regroup without their leader, without their best player on the team, on that, and especially on that side of the ball when they've been so good all year long? It opened some things up for the Chargers. There's no doubt about it. Now, the Broncos also bent a lot and didn't break a lot in the red zone. That was a positive, a big positive. Excuse me. But what do they do without him with a short week? Look, you're going up against Spencer Rattler. If Spencer Rattler beats you, I don't know what to say. The Broncos are a favorite going into this game.
Their defense, too. Their defense is not good. And, I know it's a short week. It's short for both teams, and usually the home team has the advantage in a short week. You don't have to travel and all that business. These Thursday night games are not fun for anybody. Mm-hmm. They don't like playing in them. You're more than likely not going to have Patrick Surtain. Frankly, I think it'd be a shock if Surtain plays.
Well, let's just run this real quick.
This
is Schefter from yesterday talking about that.
It would be surprising to me if he played. Most players, I think the average is about 8 days for a player to go through protocol. Now, I don't know the extent of his concussion. I don't know how serious it was or wasn't. I don't know how he'll react. Maybe it was very mild. Maybe he'll go through stages. But I would say the chances are they're not going to have him.
I always wondered what that means, by the way. This is where concussions are screwy. It's like maybe it's a mild one. Like, I don't know what that means.
Well, a concussion is a brain injury is what it is. So maybe it's a mild brain injury or maybe it's a major brain injury. I don't know either. I mean, there are levels, there are degrees.
Sure, you can get the two stiff arm.
Yeah, but as soon as you start talking brains and injury, that's a red flag.
That's what I'm getting at.
It's a little bit of a.
If your brain rattled around pretty hard and hard enough for you to get pulled from a game, I mean, it's probably a pretty non-mild injury.
He never took his hands off his head.
Yeah, he knew something happened. You could tell he was sort of frozen. The concussion frozen.
Yes.
Symptoms.
I mean, he put his hands on his head on the field, and from what I saw, I didn't see him ever take his hands off his head until maybe he got to the blue tent. But It was pretty rough.
So what are we going to do? I want to know beforehand what our policy is because I don't want to argue with folks afterwards. Are we going to look at this game and say, it's part of the development of a young quarterback. Don't expect to win. Or are we going to look at this game and say, no, you got to win this game?
No, I think for maybe the first time of the year, I'm trying to think back to how I felt going into other games, but for sure this one, I have the expectation of winning, and if you don't, it's a disappointment.
Okay, so we're going to go in with that notion, that belief, and then we're going to come back Friday, if it doesn't happen, with distress, unrest.
If they lose.
Disappointment.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure, I want to know how to feel because I don't want to be counterintuitive. I don't want to sit there and say, well, yeah, but we're developing a young quarterback. You're taking on a team that is also playing a young rookie quarterback who is not as good as supposedly your young rookie
and less
quarterback.
experienced
So
and all that.
bets are off.
Yeah.
And that team has the worst, yardage-wise, defense in the NFL. So if you add it all up, winning matters.
This is not a shoulder shrug. Hey, that's what happens. Rookie quarterback, some good games, some bad games. This is one that I think you have to win. I did that last week. Like, the Chargers are a good team.
Yeah.
They got a good quarterback.
You scratched it off as, hey, happens.
Yep.
Happen. You're going to have, we talked about it last week, you're going to have missteps. Young quarterback's going to take a couple steps backward before they take 3 steps forward. Got it. That happened last week. Got to win this game.
Yes. No, I think that this is one of the rare ones, at least to this point in the season, in which real expectations, if they lose, you should be pissed afterwards. That sort of feeling. Which I don't know how many of those have existed on the schedule so far. I mean, we can just run back through it real quick. You guys tell me. Week 1, I don't think any of us had that, right? It's too random. First game, first start for a rookie. You lose to the Seahawks. You go, okay, fine. Second week, they played the Steelers at home. Steelers had a really good defense. I don't think that we were like freaking out after that one, right?
Nah.
And then this last loss against the Chargers. I speaking for myself, I didn't have any freak out. I'm like, the Chargers are good. That'll happen. Okay. This one is, yes, have to win this game. I actually kind of felt that way about the Raiders, honestly. Raiders game was at home. They were in turmoil. I was like, you got to win that game.
Well, not only this game, but the following week at home against the Panthers.
Sure. Like, I think the next 2 weeks, you should have the expectation of a win, and if they don't, you should be pissed. The following 2 weeks, have no expectation and just hope that you can somehow pull something out with the at Baltimore, at Kansas City games.
Absolutely. You have 2 dogs. And you're a dog guy, so I'm not going to ask you this question. Vic, you got 2 dogs.
Yes.
Well, not you, but your wife does. Your family does. They're not your dogs, correct?
He coexists with the dog.
Can I admit to you, I've had a liking to my son and his girlfriend have a small kitty, Mr. Bill, and I've found myself really appreciating the kitty. That small kitty. I feel like a grandfather to that little kitty. Is he cursing to me off air?
Yes.
Did he just curse me out there?
It's terrifying me because we are on the air, and if he hits the wrong button, then things could go poorly.
It's such a cute little kitty. It's so cute, and it plays, and it nibbles on my hands. It nibbles. It just doesn't. It doesn't bite me hard. It just nibbles a little bit. It's a cute little thing, and it doesn't bother. It doesn't bark.
It's actually, you know what, Moj? It's the least shocking thing in the world that he turns into cat guy before dog guy.
No doubt.
I mean, it doesn't.
The question was not about your kid and his girl's cat. The question was about your dogs. Have you ever looked at your dog's ass?
Excuse me?
I'm asking you if you've ever looked at your dog's ass.
Yes.
Okay. Then you would know what the Carolina Panthers are. They are dog butt bad. Dog butt. Horrible. You should win 2 games in a row if you're the Denver Broncos. You should be a 5-3 football team getting ready to go on the road back-to-back at Baltimore and Kansas City. And the worst-case scenario, you come out of that 5-5.
My kid got a kitty that I love.
Christ, I'm out.
All right. Go ahead, Nelly.
The question was not about your kid and his girl's cat. The question was about your dogs. Have you ever looked at your dog's ass?
Texter writes in, I honestly don't think we should expect this Broncos team to beat anybody. Just saying. I think you should. Look, man,
Well,
you can have like subsided expectations, but there needs to be something there. You can't just go into every game being like, oh, well, whatever happens, happens.
Okay.
No expectation.
Here's how it breaks down for us usually. You lose to the Chargers. Well, I mean, how do you expect a rookie to take on a guy like Justin Herbert who's been in the league and he's established in that offense and blah, blah. Okay. This year or this week, all bets are off. You're taking on a lesser quarterback.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
Less experience, drafted late, thrust into the job.
What round was Spencer Rattler drafted in?
I can't remember.
I remember when he started his
Sixth, seventh?
Third or fourth, I thought.
When he started his college career at Oklahoma, he was expected to be a Heisman Trophy winner, or of that caliber, was he not? He was one of the most
fifth round.
He was one of the most highly recruited quarterbacks in college football. And something happened. Now he's a pro. Listen, when you make it to the National Football League, even as a backup, you're a pro and you're good. All right, as far as quarterbacks go. But then when you get in the NFL, there's a long separation between in the NFL and being a top quarterback. He ain't that.
All right, so let's get something straight, Broncos fans, because again, I want to establish our measuring stick before we get to the game. If you don't win this game, you should be upset and disappointed, no matter what. Here's why. Is your defense better than New Orleans' defense?
Yes.
Well, of course.
By far.
I mean, huge disparity there, right? Huge disparity.
They're basically the invert of each other.
Okay. Is your quarterback more experienced than the New Orleans quarterback?
Yes.
Do you have a better record than New Orleans? Yes. They're 2-4. They've lost 4 straight. Do you have a more established coaching staff, a bigger resume coaching staff than New Orleans?
Yeah.
Yes.
Everything.
Do you have the motivation from the coach and the on your side?
Do you have the X factor?
Yes.
Yes. You have everything but the home field advantage in this game, which we've learned in the modern NFL doesn't mean jack or as much anymore. It doesn't. I mean, case in point, Mile High Stadium and the Broncos' record the last 8 years there. So you have every advantage in the book to win this game. There are no excuses this Thursday.
I agree.
You're not going to get one from me. So if you're a Bo Nix honk and he doesn't play well and they lose because he doesn't play well, get ready on Friday because you're going to hear about it. Now, if he plays well and outplays the opposing quarterback, all the flowers.
Yep.
That's the way sports works.
No, there's
right?
Again,
this is the way it's supposed to work.
I think there is, I'll even give him this. There's probably just a few games on the schedule in which you should feel the way that me and Vic do right now, which is you need to win this game. And if you don't, it's an utter disappointment.
Of course. Now, if they're going to Arrowhead and they're taking Mahomes and the Chiefs on, I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. Whatever.
From what I see right now, I'd say these games are basically the only ones left that I'd feel that way about. It's this week. It's the following week at home against the Panthers. I think the same thing. Then what? At Raiders, maybe later in the year? Browns at home?
Someone on the text line said D-Mac claims this game is not that serious if they lose. Well, serious is a relative term. I mean, nothing is serious in the sports world, but this should throw up some red flags if they lose.
It certainly
They're not going to be favored a whole lot.
Yeah.
This season. This is a game on the road that they are favored in.
By not like a small margin, like
what about
2.5, 3 points.
What if Bo plays really well and they lose?
I find that hard to believe.
That would make no sense.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe. If Bo plays well, Vic, they're going to win the game.
What if they lose 38-35 and he just lights it up?
Again, it would make no sense.
I
have no idea how that would happen.
Let's say, other guys put it on the turf. A couple of kickoff returns for touchdowns for the Saints. Okay, if that happens, I'll be happy. If I see growth in his game and I see some jam,
I
and
don't know if I'll be happy, but
I mean, I put it this way: I won't be as worried about the loss. I'll be more happy about his growth as a quarterback and his ability to play make.
Yeah, fine.
That would be a good thing, even in a loss.
Yeah, I just don't see any scenario in which I could say that Bo Nix played really well. It sucks that the Broncos lost. I don't know how that would happen. It just doesn't compute in my brain. By the way,
the 3-4. Let's see here. The 1061. DMAC belongs in prison. That's a little harsh for having a vested interest in Bo Nix.
Yes. We heard DMAC's climactic reaction when they drafted the kid, so he's going to live and die by that. I mean, that's just the way it's going to go.
Did anybody hear DMAC yesterday? By the way, I was curious what he said about that performance over the weekend.
He sort of ate it. I think he recognized. I listen. He may be a fan of Bo Nix, but he's not intellectually dishonest.
Sure.
When it's there for everybody to see.
You know the beauty of sports, though? If something goes wrong with your theory, your argument, you can always find excuses and different reasons why it went wrong. Just pick an argument. Give me an example. All right. Oh, Georgie. Yeah, but, the defense is breaking down in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's just they're not doing their part. The terrible turnovers. You can make an excuse for every argument you believe in every sport. It doesn't matter. Give me another. Give me something. Give me a popular notion. People like to criticize something.
That the Nuggets aren't. I don't know. What are you looking for here?
Gosh, dang! This is not
Jamal Murray is not playing up to par.
Yeah, you want to take it slow with Jamal, though. Obviously, he had the injury in the playoffs and the offseason and did not look his part in the Olympics. I'd rather be very cautious now because come crunch time, he'll be clutch.
Sure. There's something else that I wanted to bring to you guys. If you notice what happened over the weekend, Mike Sanford's been banging this drum the entire college football season, that in the Big 12, one team to be on the lookout for is Utah. Now, Utah has lost 2 games in a row now. Cam Rising returned to the starting lineup. He threw 3 picks, and they lost to Arizona State.
He did not look healthy. I watched that game was on late. I watched the end of that game, Friday night.
Cam Rising is now out for the year. Cam Rising is now eligible to get an 8th year of eligibility.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
No, man.
Is that the only game he played the entire season? No, he started the year, did he not?
Yeah.
Whatever. You know what? When it comes to college sports, I don't care anymore. The rules are changing by the week. They're not changing by the year. They're changing by the week now. Rules are changing.
Is Cam Rising going to be a pro football player?
No, I don't think so. If you want to play till you're 50, knock yourself out.
That being said, it would behoove him to apply for an 8th season and get some of that NIL money if he's fully healthy and helping Utah win games.
So he enters the game after being a game-time decision every game for the last 2 years, comes back in, plays once, gets hurt, out for the year. That also means that who is starting at quarterback for the rest of the year now? True freshman Isaac
Wilson. The Wilson.
Younger brother of?
Zach.
Yeah, but he looks the same. It might as well be. It's almost like he's a clone. He looks like a clone to me. He looks like a clone. Vic, I can see amongst your siblings, I can see that you're all siblings, but you don't look exactly alike. You don't look like Mario exactly. You don't look like Adelio and Donna. None of you look exactly alike, but I can tell that you're all related. These dudes are identical.
Thanks.
They came out of, seriously, I think that their mom probably had them at the same time, and they stashed one away so that he could be a quarterback after the other one.
By the way, speaking of injury news, there's some more really bad news today, just to stick on the theme. This from Jay Norvell. He said he's very sad to announce that Torrey Horton will undergo season-ending procedure from an injury sustained in their San Jose State game.
That's terrible.
Now, he did say his injury is season-ending, but he will fully recover and have his chance at the next level with the National Football League. So it looks like it shouldn't be hindering him all that much in the draft process.
And this is also the new frontier in NCAA sports. If you can wait for surgery, and I don't know his status, why would you if it's going to do anything to hurt your NFL career?
Sure.
You're going to go take that surgery now.
Sure. Nobody would disagree.
Right?
Nobody. Like he is, In fact, Moj, when we had Peter Schaefer on, and
he's going to be a pro. There's no doubt.
When we had Peter Schaefer on, he was talking about the draft grades that they had before the season started for guys, and I said, "How many guys in CU have an NFL draft grade?" And he said 2, Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. Now, it could change over the course of the year, but he said Torrey Horton had a very high draft grade before the season started too. We're like borderline first-round pick kind of draft grade. So get this taken care of and go get your cash in the NFL. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
The year is 2024. The time for embarrassment, the time to be feeling bad about it is over. If you're a dude out there dealing with erectile dysfunction, you need the right treatment specifically for your situation, and every case is different. I know it can be embarrassing, right? Well, don't let it be. Get it done. If your elbow was bothering you, if you had a knee situation, you'd get it looked at, you'd get it fixed. And this is the same kind of story. And I'm talking about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues here in Colorado. If you're dealing with some form of ED, get it taken care of and get back in the game. Physically, they're going to take care of you, but mentally, it's going to change everything for you. And at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatment success over 90%, and they've served the front range for nearly a decade. Tens of thousands of men are living better lives, and you should too. The staff, a ton of experts. Your initial visit, just $99. You'll get a test dose right in the office. If it doesn't work, the entire blood work and appointment is free, but you know it's going to work. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so in a few minutes,
this is good. Oh,
the unique situation that Dallas has where Jerry Jones is the owner, he's the president, he's the GM. So he is like...
He's the franchise.
Everybody criticizes their ownership stuff for a multitude of things, but it's a lot different when you are the guy that's literally making the decisions on who gets signed and who doesn't, right?
Name me another owner in professional sports.
Mark Cuban used to be this way early before he gave way.
But name me another owner in professional sports who has his own weekly radio show.
Well, and that's the thing.
He talks to the media after every single. It's like he's the GM. And
he is the GM.
Even GMs don't have radio shows.
He is the GM.
GMs don't have radio.
When's the last time we heard from George Payton? Honestly, when's the last time we heard from him?
GMs
There's
do not
no
have radio shows,
post-game
bro.
George Payton interview. But he's got his own radio show on 105.3 in Dallas.
We used to do the John Elway show way back in the day when he was the GM of the Broncos.
Okay, good, but this is the owner, bro.
In a few minutes, we'll get to this.
And it's explosive.
He literally threatens the people who are asking him questions, saying, if you keep asking me these tough I'm paraphrasing. If you keep asking me these tough questions, I'll find somebody else to ask the questions. That's what he says.
It's his radio station, right?
Yes.
What's the question?
So, we'll get to that in a little bit.
Can you imagine if we had Stan Kroenke on this show every week?
He does own this station.
And he said that to you?
I don't know. I think I'd just be like, well, you came on the show.
No, you wouldn't. You'd go in your little corner.
But how would you react, though?
Moshe. Go in his little corner.
I wouldn't want to do that show.
Well, here's the thing. I would not want to do that show either. But, I mean, yeah, Vic, I don't want to have to move back to Nebraska. I probably would choose my words pretty carefully.
Go back.
Yeah.
But anyway, you got to hear this. We're going to play it here in a little bit. You got to hear this. It is great radio.
In the meantime, I want to get to something that Mike Malone talked about in the post game of the previous preseason game. Where first of all, he said this.
Yeah, I don't think we're in great conditioning right now. That's one thing we talked about as coaches during the game. We look like some guys are just winded and a little tired out there. So that's something that we can try to improve upon. I think the conditioning can only help; it can't hurt.
So first of all, pretty concerning that that's being said already. Maybe. But there was
not so many words. He said his dudes look lazy.
Not a great thing to hear when it's like preseason. The first game's a couple of weeks away.
Now, I'll give them the benefit of this. They did have to make that trip to Abu Dhabi, which was not fun. 17 hours each way.
Yeah.
I know people are going to say, well, there's a convenient excuse. But
I kind of think
again,
that.
It's hard to get going when you have to do that.
But here's a follow-up. How do you fix it?
Probably both. I think some you can do. Like tonight, I ran those guys the whole third quarter, and obviously Jamal didn't play in the second half, but played that starting unit the whole third quarter to try to push their envelope a little bit. And that was probably a little bit hard on some of those guys. And then in practice, I think we can get up and down more. I think so often as coaches and modern day NBA, the league's gotten so soft. Everybody's afraid to condition and run. We have to.
Just so you know, I watch a lot of practices. Very few times at the NBA level, you have coaches at the end of practice with the whistle running, what do they call them now? What is politically correct? Gassers, yeah. We used to call them by different names back in the day, but they'd run gassers in college, high school. It really doesn't happen in the NBA. Like, if you have a bad game, your coach isn't sitting there the next day running gassers. In hockey, it's still the bag skate still happens, right?
On occasion, yes.
That still happens.
It does on occasion.
The coach has that in his bag, literally. Mm-hmm. But in the NBA, there's no such thing as, hey, we looked very sluggish. Everybody get on the line.
Right. Well, it's hard to do that to people who are making $60 million. Part of the reason. Could you imagine J.J. Redick going up to LeBron? LeBron, you had 10 turnovers yesterday.
Get on the line.
Lace up those tennis shoes and get on the line. Yeah, not going to happen. But
the worst, by the way, for those who played basketball, when you got on the line and the next gasser was based on whether or not a guy can make a free throw. and the coach always picked the worst shooters, and you're sitting there looking at that dude saying, come on, man. Come on. For the love of God.
Or what about when they timed it? It's like you have to finish this in a certain time.
And you know some guys
you just saw the out-of-shape guy. You're like,
come on, Moj. Come on, Moj. Come on.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Mosher. Don't look at me.
Moj, come on, please. Come on, I'll help you. I'll push you. Come on, Moj.
Look, I beat you in a free throw contest.
Moj,
already.
come on, finish this gasser. Moj, please.
Brett, you were the witness.
Moj, please don't vomit at the end of the first one. I know. Hey, put that burrito down.
Your Honor.
Moj, put the Diet Pepsi and the burrito down. We got to run a gasser.
The defense rests.
Thing is, though, hey, man, that's not great to hear right now, okay? The first game is in 9 days. Is it 9 days, a week and a half?
24th.
And we're talking about guys aren't being in shape? Like, that should be the given every year when you come back to camp. You shouldn't have to worry about stuff like this.
Well, it's not just that. What are we talking about when the knee feels funny, Vic? What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't like that term.
His knee feels a little funny,
like
if you
funny
will.
Bone funny, or like something's not right funny.
Because that's my concern. Now, Coach Malone also said, if you get going through injuries and whatnot, it's going to loosen up usually, but last night wasn't the case. What's going on with Jamal's knee? There's a lot of things that concern me about this. Number one, the way he has been playing since the end of last season, or through the end of last season, into the offseason, through the Olympics, and then now. And then his knee feels a little funny. I just don't know what that means. I mean, his ACL reconstruction surgery was over 3 years ago. Is there any lingering effects? Is there scar tissue? What is it?
Can I ask
something new? It makes me nervous.
Can I ask a bigger question surrounding him? Because I've seen a lot of this throughout the course of the offseason. Texture writes this: mark my words, Nelly, mark them.
Mark them.
The Nuggets will not win another championship. Signing Murray to another max was a mistake. He's too emotional and not a strong leader.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
Now, I'll tell you this, okay? I've had some issues with the way that Jamal carries himself at times. I thought, which series was it where he was throwing the heat pack? Was that the Minnesota series?
Minnesota series game 2.
Incredibly stupid, way over emotional. I think that he's certainly capable of doing that. But I don't know if I've seen somebody with a body of work as strong as Jamal Murray's get this much, I guess, pushback and disbelief.
Breaking news. Raiders are sending Davante Adams to the New York Jets.
Oh, wow.
For a conditional third-round draft pick.
Third?
Yeah. So, Aaron got his guy.
Could have used
him last night.
Although
their kicker did him dirty last night.
Their kicker did him dirty, and that was it Williams that slipped?
Yeah,
should have been in his bread-basket.
That
fell down.
Conditional fourth.
Is it a fourth?
Like, I guess could be a third, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, last night, that pass he threw that was intercepted would have been caught if the receiver doesn't fall. He was in the right spot.
Okay, can I ask you something real quick? We'll get back to Jamal in a second. What's going to happen when the Jets miss the playoffs, Aaron Rodgers retires, and Davante Adams is sitting there with nobody at quarterback again? Is he going to request another trade?
I don't know, but they're going to be in a world of hurt. Did you hear Bill Belichick last night on the Manning Cats just rip the ownership?
Some people were saying Belichick should go coach the Jets.
I don't
you
think
think
so.
After hearing that he's going to? But again, there's a world that exists, Moj, in which Aaron Rodgers misses the playoffs and retires after this year, correct?
Sure. I think
then what's he going to do?
I think that's a very real world.
Then
I don't know. Davante's just been chasing him around for a couple teams now.
You know, it smacks of desperation, but you know what? If I'm a Jets fan, you need to be desperate. How many opportunities are you going to have with Aaron Rodgers?
Dude, if they don't win with Rodgers, like, they're restarting. Like,
but if you're a Jets fan right now.
Yes, you have to. You're right.
You'd be applauding the move, right? You're not like sitting there going groaning, saying, "Oh, why are we doing this?" You're praising the move because when you say you're all in, you have to go all in as far as all can take you.
Yeah. And despite the loss last night, it's weird to say they're 2-4. They aren't that far out of the divisional race. I mean, they're now 2 games back, and they're 1 back in the tiebreaker from Buffalo, but still, the issue with them, they've lost 3 straight. Now, if they go out and they lose at Pittsburgh this weekend, like, good luck trying to figure that out.
Yeah, season's over.
But just going back to Jamal for a few minutes. What is it that causes the disbelief in Jamal?
What do you mean by disbelief? What does that mean?
Why would people be so willing to not sign him to a max and just let him walk?
Because they saw the playoff version, they saw the Olympic version, and they're worried that the downside of his career is taking place. That is, I'm going to give you both sides of the argument. That's one side of the argument.
Well, the other side, and I think mine's much easier to argue.
Just a blip on the radar.
It's a blip on the radar over what has been a stellar career for the second best player on this team that led you to a championship.
Don't read the last chapter. Focus on the entire book.
Right. Yeah. I think it's one of those, like, Vic, it's a great TV series that you have where it's like it's season 4 and the first few episodes have stunk. And you're like, well, this show sucks. It's like, no, it actually doesn't. Been kind of rough here for a couple of weeks. Outside of that,
I can tell you this: he's still very much feared in the league among his peers. I watched all 10 episodes of that starting 5 on my trip, and hearing players talk and hearing them break down how they're going to attack the Nuggets. It's not just Joker; it's Jamal and Joker.
It was
just so you know.
It was just a short time ago.
Use those.
A short time ago, when Anthony Davis, all frothy at the mouth and PO'd, dropped the mic after he said Jamal Murray made a shot. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, let's not forget about that.
What I believe is the greatest audio drop in the show's history.
It's pretty damn good. Pretty good. Fact of the matter is, though, is that I think I don't want to get caught up in the money, Vic, but only because of the cap issues, you need that guy to play many games, and you need that guy to play well.
Well, I've said this before.
And if he's not, and if I'm sitting here going, what's going on with his knee? I don't want to be doing
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Here's the deal. And I think a lot of fans will look at this. The spry, athletic, bouncy Jamal that we saw in the bubble. Do you remember that version?
Mm-hmm.
Not just because he scored, but the way he was scoring.
Right.
Just spry. That's what people saw. That's what they remember most, and that's what they want. And if they don't see that, they wonder if there's something wrong.
But it's been in a short window of not seeing it, is all I'm saying. He had like career best numbers last year, and then he was hurt in the postseason.
Yes.
He is still, what I believe, Vic, for my money, maybe I won't say the best, but he's like top 3, top 5 best bad shot maker in the league.
Mm-hmm.
A shot that, like, oh, there's no way that goes in, and he makes it. Like, he can score in a number of different ways. And to kind of put a bow on this, if you didn't have Jamal, you're fundamentally changing the entire offense that you run. That's the truth.
Yeah.
That is the truth.
And I hate to keep leaning on the series, but if you want to get mad as a Nuggets fan, I mean, if you really want to pull your hair out, episode 9 of that series, when they went into great detail of that T-Wolves series, oh my. Dude, it was like reliving a nightmare. Moj, I'm not sure you could have survived this.
Yeah, I don't think I have any interest.
Hey, Brett, you remember that time in the 9th grade? And I'm making a tackle, and that guy kicked me right in the junk as hard as he could.
Yeah.
We have video.
Well,
with in-depth interviews about it.
Why don't I'll tell you what, why don't we spend the rest of the show, it's another hour and 45 minutes, reliving that? No, Vic, I don't want to relive the Minnesota Timberwolves series. I want to forget that as best as I possibly can.
Well, I got some fun coming up for you,
In
Moj.
fact, I just yesterday was reliving the Minnesota Wild series where Varley gave up 4 one-goal leads in the third period, in the game, and then lost in overtime to lose to Minnesota in the first round. And I don't want to.
We got to lose.
Okay, initial reports were a little bit screwy with the Devontae trade. It is a conditional third that can turn into a second, but the Jets acquired Devontae Adams this morning. So Devontae is now reunited with Aaron Rodgers. But when we come back, the owner who has his own weekly radio show threatens the radio show hosts. Next. Middle of football season, also middle of the MLB playoffs with ALCS Game 2 tonight. Garrett Cole's going to be on the bump against Bibby for the Guardians, and the Yankees minus 160. You can also take a look at series prices as the Guardians as an underdog plus 285. Mets plus 135 as the underdog against the Dodgers. It's that and so much more with the Circus Sportsbook. All the props you could imagine for your NFL Sundays available to you. Also, middle of college football season. Still time to get in and bet those conference champions if you're looking for some futures odds. But you can find that in the best odds in the game with the Circus Sportsbook. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. To my knowledge, there's only one person in all of sports that is a sports owner that has a weekly radio show, and that is Jera in Dallas. And you thought there might have been some fireworks because of the way that Dallas lost over the weekend.
You mean 47-9?
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
They are 0-3 at home this year. They have trailed. Do you guys know this? They have trailed by 20 points at home in every game this year that they've played in Jerry World.
Jesus.
But after the game, if you guys remember, he was asked by reporters about, are you thinking about making a decision in regards to Mike McCarthy? And he got very, very upset that was even asked. I don't answer hypothetical questions. It's like, well, it's not hypothetical. It's, are you thinking about it? Secondly, he jumps on his radio show. This is this morning, right? This morning. And the radio hosts are doing the radio host job, which is the team is not playing well. Here's a couple of tough questions for you about why they aren't. And this is kind of the beginning of the decline of this interview. Go ahead, Nelly.
Jerry, 1970, a little different from this past off season in building the team we're talking about today, which there was a lot of criticism that you guys didn't add, didn't spend, and don't add, and don't spend, and are not aggressive enough with some of the problems that are still haunting the Cowboys today that we see play out on the field. That's the point of talking about the offseason.
Oh, I remember those criticisms very well. Okay, so what?
Are they playing out to be accurate?
What's your point? What's your point?
My point is, it seems like
Listen, let me tell you what I'll do. Let me tell you what I'll do about it. I will let us sit down and look at the decisions we've made over the last several years. Okay? I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about, this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask
why. Job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
Okay,
Jerry,
can you pause it for a second?
Really?
First of all, that was a legitimate threat. Like, not only did he say, I'll find other people to do your job.
That was not veiled.
By the way, this is 105.3 in Dallas. That was a legitimate threat because he not only said, I'll find other ones to do your job. Mm-hmm. There was a pause, and he goes, I'm serious. He dropped that hammer like they had that nervous giggle, and he goes, Mm-hmm. This isn't me joking around. This is a legitimate threat. You better watch it. But here's the thing. Where do you go from there if you're the host?
I don't know. I mean, I think those are the most uncomfortable situations.
This is my first time hearing this. I don't know where they're going to go after this, but I'm just curious.
Listen, we have done shows with people, and I think we made the case. We have to ask this. Otherwise, we shouldn't do the show. Yeah. In fact, I've turned down interviews before where, well, you can't talk about that. Well, then we can't do the show because it's going to make us look foolish.
Right.
Right? Is that fair? Mm-hmm. Is that fair to say that?
Sure, absolutely.
So and you don't want to bring him on to ask the question that he said not to ask and ambush him either.
Exactly. So you're better off not doing the show because then you're going to look foolish both ways.
Right.
But he must have known that they're going to ask hard questions to him.
Well, dude, they lost 47-9. Brett just laid out on the home field how bad they've been. They're steady struggling right now. And you've got a weekly radio show.
Not to mention it was talked about in the offseason. Derrick Henry's a Texas guy. He wanted to play for the Cowboys. They didn't sign him. Derrick Henry in Baltimore looks pretty good, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Cowboys can't run the football either.
Right. I think threatening the host is that's a bit much.
Now, he did say something that makes perfect sense, and we have to remember this. Whenever we ask about personnel decisions to any of these coaches or GMs or anyone, It's not their job to reveal their plans or strategies in public forums.
Sure.
That would be foolish and stupid. Like when we ask questions to Bednar, hey, what do you got cooking for the top line tonight? And occasionally he'll give us something. Why would he give the opposition any insight? Why would he provide strategy? Why? It's not their job to do that on public forums, on public radio, on a talk show. Why would they?
You could say something along the lines of, like, if you're Jerry Jones, well, we made this decision because we thought this player was really good and fit our system well. Like, you can do it that way.
Sure, there's ways to do it. There's the politically correct way to do it.
Yeah, but part of his job as a GM and an owner is to answer things in a politically correct way because you can't just go out.
Well, that's not Jerry.
What are you showing me here?
Important. Diana Rossini says that Devontae Adams is already in the Jets building.
Oh, so he was just hanging outside.
He was
outside the door.
Stalking.
He was in the parking lot in an Uber waiting for the deal to get done.
That's hilarious.
And then walked in.
Okay, but hang on.
Anyway.
I want to hear more of this. Continue, Nelly.
Jerry,
Okay. Y'all really think you're going to sit here with a microphone and tell me all of the things that I've done wrong and without going over the rights?
Well,
now, listen, we both know we're talking to a lot of great fans and a lot of great listeners. And I am very sorry for what happened out there Sunday. I'm sick about what happened Sunday. Now, I'm not talking to these yahoos on the end of this phone. I'm talking to you, the fans that are listening this morning. And we can spend a lot of time going over zigging and zagging. One of the stupidest things I've ever done that anybody has ever analyzed is by the Cowboys. It was an idiot that did that. So idiot things can turn into good decisions. Okay? Smart things can turn into bad decisions. The facts are that when you make one, you don't really know whether it's going to be good or not.
Well,
at the time.
Okay, that's good enough.
So
Okay. So you mean like trading for Russ?
Hang on a second. Hang on. I'm not a big fan of this. Thing obviously isn't going well, so I point to thing that went well a decade ago as my defense. That's something I'm just not a general fan of because you don't get a free pass on things you're doing poorly now because you used to do things okay. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he certainly played that card there.
Why are you flunking math, Jimmy?
And it's like,
well, Dad, when I was in the second grade, I got an A.
What I'm telling you right now is he said we don't know yet. And I think it's pretty clear the Cowboys are deficient in a lot of categories that matter in football. They can't run the ball and they can't stop the run. That's a pretty bad start.
Yeah. What would have made you content? What could he have said that would have made you say that's how it's done?
I messed up. Yeah, maybe I should have done some things differently. We're going to do everything we can before the deadline to try and fix stuff, like something like that.
I think
you remember that Arizona Diamondbacks owner that went on the radio show, and he said that signing of I think it was
pitcher
McFarland. I think his name was.
Pitcher.
That was my fault. I went out. I made the move. I basically forced it to happen. I made a mistake.
Here's the problem. I think most Cowboys fans would want him to say the ultimate. I'm going to secede power. Right. I'm not going to be the GM anymore. I'm going to have somebody else do that. And that's not the way Jerry rolls. That's when he bought the team. This is his team. Mm-hmm. That's not his deal. Some owners want nothing to do with personnel decisions. They want nothing to do with any of that stuff. Other owners, Jerry, wants everything to do with it. So if that's your expectation, that's not going to happen.
What to you is the proper mix of what an owner should be? I don't think you want an owner that's totally hands-off, that I hire the GM and now I don't do a damn thing. I think look, if I owned a team, I would want some sort of input.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I would make decisions, but like when you're talking about who we're going to draft in the first round, I'd like to have a conversation.
Absolutely not. I would not want you. You're not a football guy.
But it's mine.
So what?
It's my team.
Okay, you own a Ferrari. Listen, I want to get in there and I want to talk about. I want to talk about replacing the.
You're making it sound like what I said was I want input on who we draft. I just want to hear what the thought process is.
Well, you said you wanted input, not you didn't want to have your ears on.
Hey,
you said you wanted input.
You don't think the guy who just bought the Suns is heavily influencing
yeah,
what they're doing?
Because that guy thinks he's That guy thinks he's the smartest guy in the room.
What's his name again?
Ishbia.
Yeah.
What do you mean, what's his name again?
You talked to
You're
him.
the one
for
who
like,
played
I forgot.
tickle fight with him on the first
You
tee at
guys
the
went
Waste
into a hot
Management.
tub together or something like that, didn't you?
Jesus. Hot tub boy?
You know, you asked me, what do I want? What is the ideal sports owner? The ideal sports owner is one that pays more money to his radio talk show host.
And doesn't threaten to fire them.
Yeah.
No, I think what you do if you're a good owner, Brett, is you hire good people and you let them do their jobs.
Sure.
That's what you do.
Yes.
Now, if it comes down to, hey, should we pay Russell Wilson? Should we give him a $200 million contract? Yeah, I'm going to have some input on that because it's my bread. Okay,
so you do have input.
Well, yeah, but not like, but I'm not getting in the weeds of who we're drafting.
You know, you made a great point when you made your car reference. I once owned a 66 Mustang. It was my first car. Had it for years. And
I know.
Moj knows.
We've seen it.
So I own it.
Saw
it's
it,
my
yeah.
baby. But I'm not the kind of owner that gets under the hood and goes, all right, spark plug. I don't even know what it is or where it belongs. I couldn't identify a carburetor. I don't know what that thing is in the front that's making noise. The thing constantly broke down. I eventually sold it because I couldn't handle it. I have people fix the car. All right. I'm not the guy that knows how to assess how to fix the car.
Okay. How about this? I'm in the process of getting my basement finished. I had HVAC people in my house. I know nothing about HVAC. You know what they did? They walked up to me and they said, should we put one of these vents here or over here? And I said, I mean, what do you feel like is the best answer? He goes, either one kind of works. It's up to you.
Well,
I have an input
okay.
in what my basement's going to look
Were
like.
you wrong?
I don't build it myself, but I have an input, right?
I think
It's your business.
Well, the input should be how much will it cost if you put it here?
Well, sure. That's all part of the discussion.
How efficient will it be? How efficient will it run if you put it here?
Like if we have a second overall draft pick, you're damn right you better tell me what your thought process is.
I can see you as a baseball
And if you tell me, no, you don't understand, this safety is really good and we need him. And I go, well, what do you think about this quarterback? Or what do you think about this edge rusher? And they're like, yeah, they're pretty good. You don't think that you would just for a little bit, Moj, if you had Shedeur Sanders on the table, who you think is really good, and they're like, no, but this safety is good. And you're like, well, we need a quarterback. You wouldn't say something?
I might say,
or would you just say, you know what, you're the expert. Go ahead.
I might
take
say
the kicker second
I
overall.
might say, tell me why this pick is better convince me. You know that kind.
What if they didn't?
It is my team and my money.
What if they didn't? What if they didn't convince you?
Well, okay, let's put it this way. There's a far cry between even what you're proposing, and I would like you to be a fly on the wall, sitting in the corner, and when I need you, I'll get you, even though it's your bread and your team. And you should have a vested interest. I mean, you're going to be concerned about things. I mean, and that's what a good owner does. It's a far cry. It's a far cry between that and what the hell Jerry Jones is doing.
Of course, I would most between the options. Would I rather have Jerry Jones or the guy who doesn't do anything at all? Give me the guy who's idle. Okay.
Would you rather have a George Steinbrenner?
Get your damn act together.
Or he's just nitpicking all the time,
everybody.
firing Billy Martin on and off 8 times.
Different sport because he could spend
yelling at Don Mattingly about his mustache and sideburns and all that crap.
But stuff like that, like the baseball stuff, especially with Steinbrenner, it's a no-brainer. You could be an idiot and be like, "Oh, A-Rod's pretty good. We should give him money because we have it."
Yeah. Listen. I don't know why Jerry Jones wants to put himself in this situation. He's 82 years old. I mean, why does he need that weekly brain damage? If anything, just to stroke his ego, I suppose.
He does need
because he loves it.
That's what he does.
Okay,
that's who he is. He's a showman.
Okay, great.
Why do you need to work?
I don't.
You can rip this Cowboys team out of my cold dead hands, your boy.
I don't know that the host even asked him anything that was that egregious. He just took offense to it because he got popped 47-9. His football team stinks, and it's all his doing.
Hey, Mosier, looking back on it, do you regret getting bees considering all your bees died?
Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons.
Your
that
job
I did
isn't to
something, and I'm
ask
sorry
me
that
whether
I
or
did
not
it.
I
That's
miss
not
my
your job.
bees, damn it, there, Nelly.
That's a good point,
Of
Moj.
course I miss my bees. I didn't try to kill them. They killed themselves.
Moj, you are the
What?
owner and general manager of your beehive.
3 beehives. Well, actually, it started out as 2. I split one to make 3.
I don't care.
It was great.
Anyway, you were the owner and general manager, and
you didn't hire an expert, by the way.
No, and you did it yourself. You jumped in one of those ridiculous suits. You got stung daily. You'd come into this show with huge swollen parts of your legs, and remember that?
You were the slowest bee sting healer that exists.
Remember
by
that?
the way.
Remember the huge welts he had on his body?
No, but he gets was it like the ankle?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
And you had that for a week and a half.
Yes.
So let's get this straight.
I remember my hands.
You owned and operated the beehives. You dressed like an idiot handling the bees. They stung the living crap out of you on a daily basis. They hated you, and to top it all off, they left you. They left.
I did have one swarm, yeah. Actually, I had 2 swarms. It sucked.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Yeah.
So are you going to blame me asking
here.
you these questions? Are you
here.
going to blame me, or are you just going to say, yep?
Hey, Queen Bee. You don't tell your girls to settle down. Give me a new Queen Bee. You understand what I'm saying to you over there? It did suck. I thought they had plenty of food for the winter. I thought everything was honky-dory.
By the way, is that hobby done now?
Well, for the time being.
What'd you do with the suit?
I've still got everything. I've still got my hives. I'm venturing. Well, you can't get
please
bees
wear
now.
the suit for Halloween, please?
For what?
Halloween.
On the show?
Yeah.
You mean to
Do you
wear
have
it?
an
You
Avs
want me to wear
game?
it here on
Do
the
you
show?
have an Avs game that day?
No, we don't.
All right, please wear it on the show that morning. Please
What,
remind yourself.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
Oh, I'm not kidding either, Jared.
October 31st is Halloween, dude.
It's a Thursday.
Yeah, you are showing up as beekeeper guy.
Yeah,
that's your
have to.
costume. How about we all assign costumes for the other? I want you in your best cow milking costume. Overalls, knee pads.
Okay.
Whatever else you wear, corncob pipe. What else you got?
I have none of the things that you have
Well,
outlined.
that's what you're going to dress as.
A lot of milk.
Actually,
Vic,
yeah, I
can
guess
you
I
dress
will
as
be.
Ben Franklin with those glasses that you have?
By the way, I'm watching the Avs postgame show last night. Montana Mike Collop.
Mm-hmm.
He sends a tweet of Ben Franklin and his bald mullet next to Riker's. Looked exactly alike. Riker is you now will call him Ben Franklin.
He's
On
an
a
American,
side profile, he
He's an
looks just
American
like Ben
citizen
Franklin.
now. Wouldn't be too bad.
What'd you say?
What did you say?
Why did you say he's an American citizen now? What did that have to do?
Well, because Riker can now be associated with one of the greatest heroes in the history of this country, Ben Franklin. He's just a Canadian guy, doesn't count.
Are you an American citizen yet?
Me?
Yeah.
Why are you asking?
I'm just. Is that America?
I don't think I could be born more in the center of America than what I was. Like literally smack dab in the middle of it.
That's true.
By the way, Vic, I never had to fill out a sheet confirming I was American to get paid.
I just had to do that. I just got a random sheet sent to me. Did you guys see that?
Vic was filling out a form recently confirming his American citizenship to get paid.
Passport and everything. They wouldn't pay me.
303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, back to it. Last night, miserable loss for the Avs. Could we get, by the way, one of these clips here post-game from Bednar, cut 5, if you will, Nelly, and it's if guys are feeling the pressure to fill some of the big shoes that have been left behind at the beginning of the season. Basically, 3 of your top 6 forwards out of the lineup at the start of the year between Val, Lecky, and Gabe are guys pressing. And here's Jared Bednar on that.
I think it could be a better question for some of the players, but I think that tonight it looked like what we were cheating the game, right? You have to play the game the right way in order to have success. If you're trying to cheat it for offense, then things aren't going to look good defensively. And I don't want to say that's the only scenario, because like we struggled with the puck, we struggled to make plays, we were trying to make plays into traffic when it just looked like we weren't seeing it. We made a lot of soft plays. We were delayed on some of the plays that we were making, like it was too slow. There was a lot wrong with it, so it's hard to narrow it down. Like I can go through the first couple of games and tell you exactly what I didn't like about the games, exactly what I did today. Like it's pretty much everything.
Again, you have a game like that yesterday where I don't think that you could point to really anybody that you would say played great. Go ahead, Moshe.
There were some glaring. I mean, even Callum Ritchie, first career goal, minute 1 in, super good, right?
Mm-hmm.
And coach acknowledged that he had a good start.
Great pass.
Great pass from Manson. Great pass.
I mean, the pass made the goal.
Absolutely. But then he admitted, from that point on, I really didn't notice him. And listen, I don't think anybody was good. Some guys made glaring mistakes.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that other guys, were better. Right? It just, the whole thing was bad. Bad. There's no other way to put it.
I said this at the beginning. I'll bring it back. There are aspects of teams where no one's perfect, okay? No team is amazing in every single category. Does not exist. Everybody has deficiencies. Everybody has things that maybe they're good at. The Avs are good at a lot of things. Really good in the offensive side. They have top-end talent on this team. Power play is usually rolling near the top of the league over the past few years. But it's very clear that the Avs are lacking great goalie play. Now, I don't think that Georgiev was nearly as big of a problem last night as he has been the previous couple of games. That's not to say that he played good last night, but it wasn't as bad, which was horrible.
That is correct. This was his best game. And it wasn't great, but this was his best game.
And so with that, what you need to have in knowing this isn't a secret to anybody. I think everybody in that room kind of knows that they can't rely on your goaltender holding a team to 1 goal on any given night right now. If you're the better aspect of the team, you are not allowed to have a game like that. It's just very plain and simple. You just can't do it. In the same way that if the Broncos go out there against the Saints and they give up 35 points, you're not allowed to do that and win a football game right now because the offense just isn't that level.
Well, if Nikola Jokic came out and was 2 of 12 from the floor for 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists,
you're losing probably horribly.
But not only can he not have a game like that, you would never ever think in the world that he would have a game like that.
You would say this motion be totally accurate. Hey, that's unfair to put that on Jokic every night. You're right, it is. But it's also what needs to happen.
Sure.
I don't know what else to tell you. Like, if you guys are waiting for this magical, like, Georgiev turns into Hellebuck for the next 79 games of the season, you're fooling yourself, okay? You're dealt the cards that you got. I said this at the beginning. You're probably going to be at a disadvantage almost every night with the goaltender spot.
What are you going to do?
As far as what?
There's no, easy solution here. There's no button to push. There are so many issues right now, personnel-wise, with this team. Hell, you've got some firepower sitting on the sideline that didn't even play last night.
Drouin's still out. Devon Taves did not play last night.
Which it only emphasizes more, and I hate to pick on somebody, but he was bad last night, and he just can't be. Like, Kale was really bad last night. He is not allowed to have a game like that. He's not.
But again, I would argue too that he won't have a game like that the rest of the year, but it was very incredibly noticeable. Yeah.
But I mean, I looked at the box score, Moshe. Another thing that might not happen all year, but it happened last night. McKinnon, Ranton, and McCarr. Right now, top 3 guys in the team, correct?
Correct.
Dash threes, all of them last night.
Those
all
are,
of them.
I would argue to you that those 3 players are 3 of the top 10 players on earth.
Sure.
And 3 of the top 10 players on earth are all a dash 3 on the night. It'll never happen again, but it happened last night, and it was not good. Not good at all.
And it was a shock to Bednar. Bednar said he would put down money that they would have won that game last night.
I'm very interested. We have Coach on tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. Heading into, don't worry, Moshe, things are getting easier. Boston's coming to town.
Yeah, and they just lost at home to Florida. They're going to be, the Bees are going to be stinging mad. But this is where Bednar is really thoughtful about things. And Nelly, again, can you play just cut one, the first thing out of his mouth in the postgame show last night, if you would, please? And I want you to hear the context, and I want you to hear the tone from the coach.
No, there's no excuses. I didn't like her game tonight, top to bottom. It's terrible.
Okay. Today, you know what Coach does? He looks at film, and he goes over it and over it and over it, right?
Yep.
He's admitted on the program that he doesn't sleep much, correct? I mean, on nights like that, right?
Sure.
He's going to be going all over it today. I mean, absolutely pouring over it. And I'm curious to see what he says tomorrow morning. My guess is it's not going to get any better. He's going to look at everything he saw from last night. It's not going to improve on the tape today, getting ready for the show tomorrow. And he'll lay it out for us, and he's remarkably honest about it.
Well, maybe a good road game against Boston will do him some good tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
You sense the irony there? He's confused. He's like, wait, the game's at home.
I'm not looking forward to it.
But you know what I mean by that, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a good night, in Massachusetts that they're going to feel tomorrow night.
Denver, Massachusetts?
Yeah, Denver, Massachusetts. Maybe that'll be the tonic.
Well, you know what?
Good old Denver, Mass.
Can I be real
Take
about
that L on the way out.
I just spent. You know what? It's funny. I just spent 3 days in Mass. Had great time. Good people there. I don't mind the people there. I mean, in Springfield, Mass.
You're in Springfield. You're not in Boston.
That's true. That's a good point. Much different part of the country, even from Springfield to Boston. Like a completely different mindset.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Boston fans that come here that bother me.
Yeah, it's the Boston expats that somehow find their way to the Mile High City.
You bother me.
Set down roots and, get all Southie on us all the time. I don't like it. I ain't going to do it. In fact, I'm not going to do it. How about that?
I also said at the beginning of the season, it's just difficult when you're in the middle of it. To not judge this too harshly at the beginning because of the amount of guys missing from the lineup.
Yeah. It's not an excuse. It's a factor, but it's not an excuse.
It's just very difficult when it looks the way that it has to start the season.
I love last night. Coach was asked, "Have you ever been, sort of this mad or feeling this way about your team during the course?" He's like, "Oh yeah." He's like, all the time. I mean, he goes every season, multiple occasions every season. We'll have real, cruddy 3-game stretches, or we have a game where we just look completely. That kind of thing. He says, what I don't like about it is it's to start the year. It's the start of the season. This is not sometime in January. This isn't, 3 cruddy games in a row where, your goaltending was not good, but you did a lot of good things in the course of the game, and then you followed up where nothing was good. I mean, that happens, in all honesty, it happens to every team every year.
Yep.
And the coaches get frustrated. I heard Don Granato talking about it the other day, about being a coach and some of the frustrations that you have to go through, right? And he was very smart about it, but it's just right now it's so magnified because you're beginning your season and everything is under that microscope. Everything.
Well, and
by the way, Boston doesn't care that you're missing Lecky and Val and or Gabe and Drew and Taves. They don't care.
I hate to say it like this too, It's a lot about vibes at the beginning of the season. Okay,
Yeah,
it's an 82-game season. The Avs are going to have another stretch in which they lose 3 games in a row, and it doesn't look good at some point this year. Probably that's going to happen. The point is, at the beginning of the year, you just want to feel good about your team. There hasn't been a lot of moments to feel good so far. That's it. Can get more into this in the 9 o'clock hour. 303-504-0925. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Is there a stretch like this in the past you can compare this to?
Oh, yeah. I just don't like it because it's at the start of the year. Yeah, every year, multiple times. Yeah, a year.
If you asked me that question about do I want to punch both of you in the face?
Yeah.
The answer is
I'm going to give you credit.
Yeah, multiple times.
I'm going to give Mark Mosier some credit here this morning, Brett. It's not often I do this, but I am really impressed with your attitude and your restraint, because usually when the Avalanche lose, you're a bear the following morning.
Yeah, that is true.
Impossible to work with, right? Just an absolute crap show. This year, given the fact that they're 0-3 and they haven't won since I've played a round of golf, which is not ironic or coincidence to me. Anyway, the fact that they haven't...
Should we get out today and bang it around a little bit?
Well, I am. The fact that they haven't won this season, you are substantially sane, and that is impressive. You've grown up.
Thanks, Vic. At this point, it doesn't do any good to freak out. It's entirely disappointing. I can see the reasons through the first two. I don't know what happened last night, and maybe that's it. It's just I don't know what I don't know, because I'm not sure that I thought that was coming at all. In fact, on my bingo card, that doesn't exist. The kind of game we saw out of virtually everybody last night. They went 14 minutes in the game, guys, the first 12 minutes of the second period without a shot on goal.
Yeah.
They had a power play where the Islanders had 2 scoring chances and you didn't have a shot on goal. I saw plays by the best players in the world that were stupefying.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, Mose, you're remarkably calm about, aliens landing in the parking lot. Well, I don't know. I'm blown away by it, right? I don't know, Vic. It's just, I really cannot wait to talk to Coach tomorrow morning to get clarification from him. I'm not sure we're going to get much, because I'm not sure there's anything to clarify out of that game. It was a complete, it was completely bad.
Hey, we haven't delved into this, but in case you missed it, Davante Adams has been traded to the New York Jets. No surprise. He's already at team headquarters. He was there before the trade was finalized. He was there.
Well, they probably
waiting to go in.
They probably said last night, "Hey, it's going to get done. Fly to New York, take off later. Bye."
Can I ask you guys the obvious question?
Sure.
How much of this was engineered entirely by Davante Adams with the fake injury?
Oh, I was just going to ask that, Vic. Do you think that now he's in practice going like this? Woo! Woo! Like, no more hamstring issues. Oh, this feels great now.
I told you.
Really do you think this entire thing was fabricated from the get-go? I'm injured. I can't play this week. Sorry.
Sure feels like it. The meme that was going around X, I told you last week, was what? Forrest Gump, when he's running in the braces.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets traded in the braces, fly off into the night
How
sky.
often do you think that happens, especially in football? How often do you think the fake injury stuff to warrant a move, a trade, a financial consideration, whatever?
I don't know, man. The angel came down from heaven and said, "You can play football now."
Well, Vic, I'll tell you why it's smart for guys to do that. Hard to kind of tell if you really have a hamstring issue and how bad it is.
Yeah, soft tissue.
You want to sit out? What happens if you sit out of games?
Well, you don't get hurt.
You get paid.
You do get paid, and you don't get injured.
If he were
to make you untradeable.
If he were to, quote, hold out until a trade, well, now he's giving up game checks.
Mm-hmm.
But ow, my hamstring, I can't play.
Well,
you still got to pay me then figure it out.
What's the only recourse a team would have in that situation? The only recourse would be for a coach to go to the podium and say, "We don't think he's hurt. We think he's making it up." And then you have a he said, she said.
Right.
Have we ever faced that? God, that something similar to that has happened, and I'm trying to remember when and where.
I would say, hey, listen, Davante.
Oh, Kawhi.
Was it Kawhi?
Spurs alleged Kawhi wasn't hurt.
And it's one reason why he was
It was
traded.
Anthony Davis with the Pelicans.
That too.
That's true. Yep. Remember,
Kawhi, it was Kawhi with the quad in San Antonio. Remember,
where they said forever, like, no, he's cleared.
He's ready.
you couldn't find Kawhi Leonard with a Navy SEAL team. He and his injured quad.
Yeah, because he wasn't at the facility getting work either.
I would want Devontae to come up on this table here. I'm gonna inspect your hammy.
Take a good look at it.
Yeah, listen. Now, Devontae, I'm no doctor, but I'm gonna be touching you. Okay? Now you're gonna tell me if this hurts.
So then, as a fan, does your impression of Davante Adams, does your attitude toward Davante Adams change? Do you care?
Sure, a little bit. Yeah. I don't like that.
Mosier, do you care?
Yeah, I do.
The thing with that,
I don't like it. I don't like guys being in the habit of that kind of thing.
This feels kind of like a high school player that commits to a college, and then after he's already signed his letter of intent, they fire the coach. Because he did go to Vegas to play with Derek Carr, which was ruined immediately.
Yes, Jacob on the text line brings up a great one. James Harden, when he wanted out of Houston, remember he had that lingering injury that everybody claimed he's fine.
With that injury of I ate fattening foods?
The one that sent him to the strip joint for a while? Remember?
Yeah. Was it? Yeah, what did he eat? What was that?
Oh, dude, he ate everything. He was just like, I'm not working out and I'm eating. Until you trade me.
It was the opposite of a hunger strike.
Yeah, exactly.
It's come over here, James. Come over here. Give me a hug.
It was a broccoli strike.
I want to test your body fat, your body mass indicator. Give me a hug. Let me squeeze you.
You trade me, or I'm going to eat myself into oblivion.
Hey, do you guys remember? By the way,
oh my God,
just not too long ago, Aaron Rodgers patently false that he had anything to do with Robert Saleh's firing. And it's amazing.
I take great offense to that. What do you say?
No, he goes, it's amazing people think I have the power that I don't have, except when I want my guy, and then I can basically engineer this through two ways. It's not just my team, but also the team that traded him.
If Aaron Rodgers comes out and says, well, I like Devontae, but I didn't have any.
Like, can I ask this?
Come on, man.
If Aaron Rodgers was a Carolina Panther, is Davante Adams in Carolina
Absolutely
right now?
Not.
Wait, no? You don't think he's in Carolina right now? He's not. I'll tell you this much. He's not in New York.
Well, do you think you'd want to play with Carolina? Talking about Davante Adams?
I think Carolina would be a little bit better with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, okay. I see what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, put it this way. There's no doubt in my mind they engineered that they wanted to be back together.
Right.
And what was the other target destination for Davante Adams? It was New York and someplace else.
New Orleans with
Carr. And with Derek Carr. That's it. I mean, his two favorite quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I need one or the other. And one or the other I'm going to. That's exactly right. But Carr is now injured with, I guess, some sort of midsection strain.
I don't think
something
he's missing that much time, but still a little bit. It is, God, what a brutal place to be, by the way. When a player does that, I am willing to sit out of these games to be traded because we're so damn bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're so awful. I can't bear to even risk taking another hit for a team that stinks like this. What an awful place to be. And I don't know what you do. Because the Raiders don't want to trade him. Certainly not Antonio Pierce.
I think it's happened on every team. I think it's happened here in Denver, and we don't even know it's happened.
Oh, I'm sure it has. I'm sure.
What do you think would be, well, I don't know if you want to speculate.
Receivers for the most part. Based on who they decide is going to be the quarterback, receivers want out. You think Bronco receivers were happy when Tim Tebow became the quarterback?
Absolutely not.
They wanted to get the hell out of here.
You know what? I'll give one guy credit.
DT?
No.
Who?
Jerry Jeudy said before last season started he wanted out. That dude played every game. He did. I mean, say what you want about Jeudy.
Yeah.
He said in an article, I believe in the Gazette during training camp, I told Sean Payton I didn't want to be here before the season started. And Sean Payton said, I'm not trading you. I think you're too valuable to the team. And he played every single game. So I guess there's something to be said for that. Look, Vic, New York's got their own problem right now. You know a guy named Hassan Reddick that they traded for in the offseason, and he still hasn't stepped foot on the field?
Well, he got fired by his representation, and then Drew Rosenhaus says, well, I'll get you a deal. All right. Good luck with that. A couple of things. I was reading Jeff Legwold's article. We'll talk to Leggy coming up day of the game, right?
By the way, this is something to just real quick before you move on, Moshe. Just something that's entertaining to follow. We said this last week, and now after week 6, it's the same. The Jets have scored the exact same amount of points this year as last year through 6 weeks. 113 this year, 113 last year.
That's with Zach Wilson as their quarterback.
Correct. By the way, on that last pick that Rodgers threw, which looked like it would have been a complete if Williams doesn't fall, Rodgers after the game said Williams ran the wrong route.
That's why he put. Is that why he put the brakes on to try to stop and come back to the football?
He said the ball was thrown where it was supposed to be thrown, and he went on to say it's the little things every single time.
I really don't think people realize how much LeBron James and Aaron Rodgers are like. I really don't think they understand it. Every time that something goes wrong for LeBron, what does he do? He looks at a ref and he goes, "What the hell?" Every time Rodgers throws an incompletion, every time Rodgers throws an incompletion, he looks at a ref and he goes, "Hey, how's that not PI?" When he throws a pick, not his fault.
I'll give Rodgers credit for this. After the game, did you hear his thoughts on the refereeing? On the ridiculous roughing the passer. He said that was not roughing.
Yeah, he said there was
I got you. We got it.
Okay,
he's got it.
It seemed a little ridiculous. Some of them seemed really bad, including the roughing the passer on me. That's not roughing the passer. Might as well play sarcastic ball if we're going to call those things. And I thought the one on Kinlaw was not roughing the passer either.
What's sarcastic ball?
That's the episode of South Park where they take all the violence out of the game to the point where they're playing with balloons and it's just there's no tackling whatsoever.
Gotcha.
I must have missed that episode. I must have. It's interesting. Jeff's article this morning is about quick starts and about the lack of them for the Denver Broncos in their offense. And apparently, Sean Payton calls the plays chosen to start each game, the openers, right? And they get down after hours. It says they get down after hours of crunching the numbers. They're all whittled down. The team's quarterbacks, including rookie starter Bo Nix, choose their favorites in a final meeting each week to dot them, right? Okay, these are the plays.
Sure.
Well, they ain't doing jack squat. And again, we'll talk more about this. Tomorrow is already Wednesday, and the game is Thursday. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's called a short week.
Well, thanks, Vic. I appreciate that. If you, I don't know how to put this any more bluntly. I swear to the good football Lord above, if you can't move the ball from the get-go on these guys, you might as well just throw the offense into the toilet and flush it, and then start a new offense.
So
because this is the team that gives up the most yards per game in the National Football League.
And let me be clear, I don't think we're looking for the Tampa Bay version of the offense where everything is working perfectly. But it can't be what we saw in the first half against the Chargers. That was repulsive. It has to be effective enough to win the game. If you can't beat a team with a horrible defense, a team whose quarterback is also a rookie that's not as experienced as your rookie quarterback.
And probably not as good.
If you can't beat that team, who are you going to beat?
I don't know. You're a favorite. You're the Denver Broncos.
They've proven
this
they can
season
beat
are a favorite
teams.
on the road.
They've proven they can beat teams. I think maybe more accurately, it's how do I even begin to predict what this team is going to do week in, week out? I mean, they rattled off 3 straight wins against some pretty damn good opponents. So we know they're capable of beating teams. It's just how do I expect anything?
Best case scenario, Thursday night, New Orleans. The Broncos come out with rocket fuel and they pull another Tampa Bay Bucks game.
Yeah, like a 30-10.
And Sean Payton walks out of there saying, gotcha.
Yep.
And Bo looks great. Worst case scenario, Spencer Rattler outplays Bo Nix and the Saints win.
Which I have a follow-up question to that, your worst-case scenario. It's a matter of who more would that be on? If that plays out, if Spencer Rattler outplays Bo Nix, is that more of an indictment on Nix or on Sean Payton? Get to it next. All right, Vic, you asked the question, and I think it's an interesting one because I told you guys earlier, and Vic, you and me are in lockstep on this. When it comes to Thursday's game against the Saints, I have a high expectation for the Broncos. Not only do I think they should win, I think if they lose, you should be pissed. Like, that should be a game that...
It's a winnable game on the schedule, yeah.
Not even winnable, like, should win, period. End of discussion. You're going against a rookie quarterback in his second game with a defense who is dead last in the league in total yards allowed. Like, all of that is setting up for a recipe with your defense to be able to handle them, I would say, as easy as any opponent should be handled on their schedule.
Look at me, though. Look at me in the first 2 hours of this program. I've just gotten more confident about this game. I feel great. You're going to go. You're going to walk down to the Big Easy. You're going to smoke those fools. You'll come home. You'll kick the Panthers. And you'll be 5-3.
Don't forget the underlying motivation factor: a coach going home wanting to win at home.
Yes, I think that intangible is huge in this game. Like Sean Payton, we know this about him. He's a pretty competitive SOB, right? Like he's got no problem laying his feelings out there about how much he wants to win, and he's even unhappy when he does win a lot of times because it wasn't good enough. There is no doubt in my mind he wants to go and lay it on the Saints in his return back there, but. You laid out the best and worst case scenario, Vic. The best case is obvious. Bo Nix looks great against a bad defense. You hold the Saints to limited points. You beat them pretty easy. That. The opposite, worst case, a rookie quarterback in his second game lights you up on defense with no Pat Surtain in the secondary. Your offense looks inept again and impotent, where they can't move the football through the ground, through the air. Bo Nix doesn't look consistent, all that stuff. If that plays out, if you face what is statistically the worst defense in the NFL and you don't move the football and it's another 13-point game out of your offense with 280 total yards, whose fault is that? Is that the fault of Nix? Or are you looking at Sean Payton now like, dude, you're the offensive mastermind here going against a bad defense.
Well, it's
What's
both.
going on?
I think it's a little bit of both, and you got to let me watch the game before I can ascertain that, but I think it's a little bit of both. The question I have for the Broncos will be this. What can they do to get Bo going early? Like in that Tampa game, first drive, first 4 plays, they were going early and often. The last 3 Bronco football games, the offense has yet to produce an offense in the first a touchdown in the first half. The only offensive touchdown in the last 3 games has come on a pick 6 for Patrick Surtain.
Yeah.
It's been 2 field goals. That's it. Over the last 3 games. In the first half.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
They got to get going.
Just to say, Moj, real quick, if the answer is, well, do what you did in Tampa. Throw the ball downfield. Do that. Well, they tried that against the Chargers, and the first throw ended up going the other direction and leading to quick points for the Chargers.
This is so easy. It's so damn easy. And I don't see why you guys don't see it. First of all, I'm this close to coming up with a list of things that are more likely to happen than Spencer Rattler rattling your ass.
Okay.
Because that ain't going to happen.
I'd love to hear that list.
Okay. Well, let me. I need some time.
Okay.
How about this? Springer getting a date.
Springer's got a girlfriend right now.
He does?
And his girlfriend,
Wait,
Nelly,
hold
isn't she like a brain surgeon or something?
Wait.
What?
I don't know what her area of expertise is, but she is a PhD.
She has a PhD.
In what?
Is this like her experiment or something?
Well, that's what I was saying.
I don't know.
Is this a test case?
A PhD in caterpillar mating?
I don't know if Springer's her test subject. I just know that she does, in fact, have a PhD.
Well,
which
she
got
must be
from
a psychologist, then he's a study subject.
So, Moshe, amend your list because that happened, and that means that Spencer Rattler could do that. So,
Okay.
amend your list.
Nelly being invited to join Metallica on bass.
Okay.
All right. Number 2, if you're Sean Payton and you really want to stick it to the worst defense in the league, there's only one thing to do. Start Zach Wilson at quarterback.
Oh,
and let him throw that pig all over the damn yard and
ain't
stick it right up your stick hole. What's wrong with that?
No, you're
Hold
right,
on.
Moshe. What's wrong with just randomly benching your rookie
You know what?
quarterback and starting your third
No,
string?
okay, let me rephrase
That's-
that.
now
You don't
you're
start.
being-
Hold on, you don't start him, but you bring him in on some packages and you let him throw that.
It's not
pig.
going to happen.
That's the
yeah.
stupidest thing
Yeah,
you've ever
we're
said.
gonna-
Well,
we're gonna
dumbest
pretend-
thing
do
you've
you,
ever
do you
said.
want to win or do you not want to win?
Dumbest thing you've ever said on
This-
this show.
apologies.
hey, listen, I don't have to keep you guys up on current events. This offense stinks.
Let me do this. They call this a public service announcement. Let me do this. On behalf of all of us at the Altitude Radio family, we humbly apologize for our comrades. I don't know what that was. That burp.
All right, let's do a little poll.
We humbly apologize. That will not happen again. Strike it from the record.
Oh, I'd love
and
to.
If you change the channel, we don't blame you one bit.
I'd love to. Moj, go ahead. Give me what poll you have here that's going to actually favor your position, please.
Poll. Oh, yeah. 303-504-0925. Yes
Can't
or
wait for this.
Yes or no? Would you like to see Zach Wilson get a series
that's not
on
what you
Thursday?
said. That's not what you said. That's
Texter makes a
stupid.
great point.
That's not what you said.
What'd I say?
Decorum.
Yes.
What are you doing?
That's not what you said. What you want to see and what he'll do are two entirely different arguments.
I would
what
love
you want
to see Zach
but that's
Wilson
not
throw
what
the pig.
that's not what you said.
I want to see him throw
What
it.
he will do, and he's not about to cut bait on this now, if ever.
Can I
so
ask?
don't be dumb.
Let me ask a
In
deeper
fact,
question.
let me be a little harsher on you. Don't be stupid. You just wasted 2 minutes of my day.
No. Now we're here, and I can't let it go. I need, God help me, to get inside the mind of Moshe for a second. What is it with you and Zach Wilson? Just tell me that. What is it with you? The guy who, in his career, has thrown 23 touchdowns and 25 interceptions. Tell me what's happening here.
Because I'm tired of crap passing the football. I want to see an arm throw a football. Is that too much to ask? Oh, I know. I'm asking for the moon and the stars. Oh, my bad. I'm asking to move mountains because I want to see a guy complete a pass that's not a dig route more than 20 yards down the field.
We may not disagree with you, Moshe. We're not saying what we want to see. What we want to see may be different than what they're going to do. You said the coach would do it, and that's dumb. You know that's not happening.
He would never, ever do it, but if he wants to win, he will.
Regardless of that.
By the way, look at the text line.
Vic.
Look at the text line.
Do me a favor for a second. Do me a favor, Vic. Look at me. Look at me. Stop making sense, okay? I don't want to make sense right now.
Mosier belongs in federal prison. Mosier's takes are arse. Mosier, I would love to see it too.
You know what it is? This texture's right on. It's that Swag Kelly effect. You like Swag Kelly quarterbacks. You do. You like bad boy.
Swag Kelly.
Bad boy. Bad boy.
Swag Kelly was 16 of 23 last weekend.
You bad boy.
Okay.
Zach Wilson has a career completion percentage of 57%. And you're pretending as if he would step into a game and throw for 350 yards. Like, it's insane.
Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson. Nelly, call Coach Sanford real quick, please, if you would. Will you call Coach?
Why?
He'll agree with you.
No,
You're damn
he
right
will
I
not.
guarantee you he will.
Here's the problem. It doesn't matter what you think. We're talking about what the Broncos will do. See, and what sports...
No, I'm not talking about what they will do. I'm talking about what they should do.
This is great, Vic. This is great. Answer this question.
Yeah.
So you believe the Broncos offense is a powder keg that's waiting for a quarterback to make it explode? Is that what you're telling me? That the quarterback is the thing holding it back?
No.
That the offense is incredibly talented, and if it weren't for that dope that's starting at QB right now, they'd be averaging 28 points a game. That's what you're telling me?
I'm telling you the Broncos offense is a 1974 Pinto broken down on the side of the road. And you're pouring starting fluid down the carb to try to get it to go.
And with Zach Wilson, they're a what?
And I'm telling you, hey, man, at least put a Chevy.
An 88 Honda Civic?
At least put a Corvette LS in it, and let's see if it'll go.
Hey.
Go to the hotline.
There are things that he's going to do. And I think these are the things you're going to see. I think he's going to lean into Audric Estime this week.
Great.
I think he's going to lean into Audric Estime.
That's awesome.
You're going to see more of Vele. All right, you're going to see him on the field a lot more, and maybe we saw him a lot.
He should be.
He should be on the field. You're going to lean into those guys. They haven't. I mean, they don't have a tight end that can break open a game.
We haven't mentioned that yet. That's the second week in a row that Dulcich is a healthy scratch.
By the way, Coach is on the line.
All right, Ramos Law hotline, car accident. You need a Ramos Law medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Okay, Coach, I'm questioning my own sanity, and I feel like if you agree with Mosier, it's going to set me over the edge. So go.
Set him over the edge.
Fellas, I have no idea what you're talking about. I was ordered by Mark Mosier to call in. I was actually on a podcast with CSU.
Oh, my
and
bad.
I dropped everything I was doing because Mark Mosier runs Altitude.
Let me set it up.
Hey, Coach, how?
No, you don't get to set it up. I'll set it up. we were having a clean, efficient conversation about Broncos football. And we asked Mosier his thoughts on the game this week. And he said he would like to see.
No, I said if you want to win.
He says if the Broncos want to win, he'd like to see them utilize Zach Wilson this week. And we both guffawed and laughed at him, laughed at his face, right at that fat face. And we just laughed at it. And he said, Coach will agree with me. We said, it doesn't matter what we think. Sean Payton is not going to Zach Wilson Thursday night against the Saints. It's not happening. Thoughts?
There's a 0% chance that Zach Wilson plays outside of injury. He's been an emergency third string quarterback that's not even on the active roster the entire year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do believe that this is the game against the worst defense in the National Football League, and back-to-back weeks against the two worst defenses in the National Football League, Saints and Panthers. That if Bo Nix doesn't look good and this offense doesn't look good, the conversation needs to really start after this two-game stretch, because this is the ultimate get-right back-to-back setup here. The ultimate get-right. And if it isn't right, then we got major problems.
Yeah.
And I don't think we have major problems today, but these 2 weeks, if it doesn't look good, you got to start having the conversation.
Coach.
Because Jarrett Stidham is not going to give you anything more or better than Bo Nix.
Who is?
Bo Nix is a great athlete. Jarrett Stidham is not. Jarrett Stidham has average arm talent. The one guy that's different, that has athleticism and, in my opinion, elite arm talent, is Zach Wilson. My take in preseason was that at some point this year, Zach Wilson is going to make Sean Payton look like a genius.
Oh, Lord above, the angels come down and hear my prayers.
Yeah, but Coach, you know this as
I
well
just
as
want to
anybody.
see, Coach.
Shh. Coach, you know this as well as anybody. There are pitchers who can throw 103 that can't locate. Zach Wilson's career completion percentage is 57%, and he's got a 23 to 25 touchdown to interception ratio. That also matters.
Can I ask you another question, Coach?
This is my guest. I can't talk to my own guest.
Yeah, because Bo's the guy. Clearly, they're going to live and die with Bo. Why invest in Zach Wilson if that's the case? Why even keep him around? What are they doing? What's the point?
Well, my tinfoil hat theory the entire time has been that Sean Payton wants to have two cracks at this, at being the quarterback genius, the guru, that nobody else wanted Bo Nix in this draft. Certainly in the top 11 picks, right? Nobody wanted it. Wasn't even a rumor to any of the top 11 teams that were drafting. Same thing with Zach Wilson. You know, this orphan dog that he even talked about, these two orphan dogs that nobody wanted. You know,
they're all orphan dogs.
There, you know, and so if one of them hits, guess what Sean Payton is again? Quarterback genius. He's a guru. And so I do think that there's two cracks at it. I'm starting to see with Sean Payton's post-game reaction, even talking about the stats being a little bit misleading in the fourth quarter because of the different coverages, I'm starting to sense just a little bit of public frustration from Sean Payton with his young quarterback.
Boom. This is why I love you, Coach. And this is just on the side note. Let my emotions take over. And you, as a former quarterback and a coach of quarterbacks, don't you want to see an arm unleashed, baby? Don't you want to see some goodness down the field like that, baby? Come on, man.
I sure do. But I'm not there yet, Moj. I know you are.
Come on, man. I am. I just want to see some goodness of the goods.
Yeah, well, this is a good chance. I mean, it really is.
I want to taste.
Let your guest speak.
I want to taste the rainbow.
Yeah, wouldn't you agree that, in all fairness, Bo Nix, if he looks anything in this game against the Saints, and then again the following week against the Panthers, like he did against Tampa Bay, and ironically it would be against the same division, right? If he looks anything like that in these following 2 weeks, there's no more conversation to be had for the remainder of the year, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure.
There really isn't.
I have a great stat for you. You know that as a head coach in this league, Sean Payton has never lost to the New Orleans Saints?
Wow. How impressive.
Hey, listen, Coach.
Did Sanford leave? I think he just left with it.
Probably
no, I'm just speechless. I don't like doing dumb. Coach, I don't like doing dumb.
I know. I appreciate you.
You just heard dumb for the last 10 minutes.
Listen, I appreciate you calling in. I appreciate you backing me up a little bit. It's all hyperbole. I know it's never, ever going to happen. I also am intrigued why Zach Wilson is even around as a, quote, number 3 emergency quarterback. They've got this, well, put it this way. To me, Wilson is a Ferrari. With it needs a valve job and it needs a new computer system put into it. But you do that, man, and maybe you have a Ferrari again.
What are you talking about?
Well, he's obviously keeping he's not selling the Ferrari. He's keeping it around for a reason.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to have the rebuttal that Tanner came with, the pitching analogy. Of course he did because he knows baseball. He's a baseball guy. And so he said he can't locate. Have you seen the stat line from the greatest thrower of the modern generation and what he's accomplished, and talk about Aaron Rodgers as the New York Jets starting quarterback? The stats are identical to Zach Wilson's a year ago. Identical. And this is the greatest quarterback from a throwing the football perspective, ball placement, doing all the different things with the football. He is the guy until Patrick Mahomes came along. And he is the exact same stat line. The Jets are a problem. And that's why I've said all along that Zach Wilson is a very talented quarterback that just needs to be put in the right situation. And if this doesn't go right in the next 2 weeks, he will be playing, guys.
That's Mike Sanford. You can hear him on Dempsey and Company. Thank you, Coach. Get back to talking about the Rammies.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you, fellas.
All right, there you go. Mike Sanford.
What do you say? I don't do dumb.
I don't do dumb. Meanwhile, we got this guy over here calling Zach Wilson a Ferrari. Ferrari.
The next time you bring up something, that's exact line we're gonna use.
I swear to God, Jeff Legwold will tell you, dude.
We don't do dumb.
If the Broncos
he throw ball far, yes, we know.
If the Broncos waived Zach Wilson today, he would be claimed like that. And you know why? It's the rule.
Yeah. Would he start for the team he's claimed by?
Oh, you tell that to 5-0 Sam Darnold, you dork.
Well, Zach Wilson was available for a bunch of teams. He's a third stringer now.
Well, he was traded for. He wasn't waived and picked up. He was traded for a reason.
Before we get to
you know what, you guys are just you're blowing it. I mean, I was being silly a little bit, but you're blowing it off like it's not even remotely a possibility or it would never work. I tell you what, this offense with his arm could be a hell of a lot more dynamic than it is right now.
Before we get to a break, so usually on Tuesdays, college football coaches, they have live press conferences. Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State's head coach, did not do a live press conference. He did a Zoom press conference this Tuesday. You want to know why? Let him explain.
Well, I had a little run-in with my cattle over the weekend, and I guess they've been watching us play and got headbutted. So I've got a bad eye that I didn't think would be particularly enjoyable for people when they were looking at my pretty face in a live interview. But more importantly, it's full of blood and I get dizzy, and so it's not easy to be upright and be in a normal function. But other than that, I'm doing great.
He headbutted a cow?
He got headbutted by a cow, yeah.
Was he doing the running of the bulls in Pamplona here? What?
Suppose.
When you were in your milking career, you ever get just like smacked by an udder?
Right across the face.
Right across the face.
Not
almost
once.
Knock you out.
I did stay away from that.
Not so
I knew
much
the dangers.
here, but right here.
Yeah, I knew the dangers. I tried to stay away from that type of thing.
Hey, Oklahoma State's in a bad way.
Hey, can I tell you something else real quick?
They are in a bad way right now.
If I played this clip, didn't tell you who it was, would you think this is Jerry Jones?
Well, I had a little run-in with my cattle over the weekend.
Yeah, well,
it sounds like Jared, doesn't it?
A younger,
act together.
less horse Jerry Jones. Yeah.
He's threatening to fire his cows now. I'll get more. Fact checker next.
What's wrong with that?
you ever heard a pro athlete say into an open microphone, just take me out. I'm terrible. Get me out of here.
Well, I do remember one of my favorite stories ever.
Take me out.
Vontae Davis at halftime of a Bills game said, I retire.
Yeah.
I'm not good enough.
That was mostly because he didn't feel it. But, I mean, a star player, have you ever heard a star player speak into one of these things and say, get me out? I don't deserve to be here. Get me out.
Dude, he's not just
I don't think so. I think just a lot of myself, just not moving my feet, not playing my game, and just kind of where it's at right now. So, I mean, I'm hard on myself, but at the end of the day, I got to be better for these guys. It's definitely a lot closer game if I don't play tonight. So.
It's definitely a lot closer game if I don't play tonight. Vic, we're not talking about a star player. We're talking about, and I don't care about Quinn Hughes winning the Norris last year. We're talking about the best defenseman on earth.
That's Cale Makar saying that.
He's the best defenseman on planet Earth, and that was his worst game as a professional. I will say that. And I think he just admitted it right there. This game's a lot closer if I'm not in the lineup.
Cale Makar, after last night's loss, says he shouldn't have played. They would have been better without me. So I'll ask this question: was that just a one-off? Was it just a bad night? Was it just is this what's happening?
You will not see Cale Makar have a game like that. I will argue not only the rest of this season, I would say maybe the rest of his career. And I'm not even being hyperbolic here. I'm being dead serious. There were some glaring things, and I'm not the pass that got picked off by Nelson. He's a big dude, but he's a veteran. He's sneaky. He reads things. He knows what Cale's going to try to do. Cale's not going to skate it all the way deep in his own zone. He's going to try a quick hitter in the neutral zone. The one that was most egregious to me was Duclair just walked right out front, got the pass, and got Georgie down and out. Georgiev could do nothing on that. No goalie in the league could do anything on that. He played it the best he possibly could. Duclair's a good goal scorer. Remarkably patient, put it home. And Duclair was in front of the net before Keel really realized that he lost his man. And that's so un-Makar-like, it's unbelievable. He will never have a game like that again.
By the way, we haven't talked about Patrick Waugh, before the game, addressed the media yesterday, saying he would have done it differently. He wasn't mature enough as a coach. He would not have left. He didn't respect the position of the head coach enough to leave the way he did when he did with the Avalanche. But he said something that drew interest from me. He said he's the reason they drafted Nate McKinnon. Can you expand on that, Moshe?
Well, I will say this. On my stay in for those 3 years here, that's the thing I'm the most proud of, because, I mean, we would not have drafted McKinnon if I wasn't been there. So, and I'm proud to see how Mac has been playing for them. I mean, the leader that he became and win an MVP. And, at least, I mean, I see that he's doing a really super nice job for them.
Help me out with that.
I'm not privy to the discussions between he and Joe Sakic behind the scenes. I think every time you have a high draft pick, and it was this way for Cale Makar, it was this way for Bowen Byram, I'm sure. It was this way for Gabriel Landeskog, I'm sure. That was before Patrick's time. But anytime you have a top 5 pick in the draft, I'm sure there are going to be differing opinions on who that player should be. Mm-hmm. Who should we take?
Okay.
Right? I mean, could it have been Seth Jones? Could that have been Joe's choice? Was it somebody else? I don't know. Patrick says, we wouldn't have McKinnon if it wasn't for me. I don't know about that. How can you prove that?
I mean, he doesn't openly say it unless he's very absolute about it. You think he'd say it?
Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe the Avs wanted Barkov, or maybe who knows who they wanted. I mean, who knows who their quote guy was?
Could be just patting yourself on the back too.
Could
for
be a
just
little
being
bit
there in the moment.
Could be a little bit.
Yeah.
How do you prove it? I have no idea.
Anyway, pretty miserable game for the Avs last night, as nothing went correctly. And he gets to have sort of the last laugh at this first crack at getting back to Denver and playing that game. Now, I got another story that I think this is tailor-made for a Vic getting angry take. Vic, are you aware of the mayor of New York? His name is Eric Adams.
I was in New York City last week.
He is going through some turmoil at the moment. I don't know the details on this. I just know he's in trouble for something. He's also in trouble with the sports community in New York. Why? Because in the postseason of the MLB, both the Mets and Yankees are in the league championship series. And he showed up in front of microphones, Vic, wearing a hat that has both logos on there.
He's playing
What's protocol?
He's playing the politically correct role there.
What's protocol here? I guess the only thing close to here would be having a CU and CSU hat merged together, right?
I think here's the deal. He's got both the Yankees and Mets on his hat because he represents the entire city.
He's now a politician.
Okay. Yeah,
Of
he's
course
playing the political role here. But I think sports fans, we know how this works. You got to be true.
Yeah,
to
you can't ride the fence, man.
You got to be loyal to your haunts. Where you from? What brings you here? What's your childhood memory? What really moves you? Is it the Yankees or the Mets? Which one is it? It can't be both. It can't be.
Did you see the Buffalo Bills stick it to the city?
Mm-mm.
They sent out, what a great weekend for New York. New York teams won. Yankees won. Mets won. Bills won.
Bills won.
It's actually pretty good.
Giants. The Giants, obviously, Giants lost.
Let me say something,
on
though.
Sunday Night Football, and then the Jets lost last night, and the Bills, like the poor Buffalo Bills, man. People in New York City treat them like they are absolute bastard child at a family reunion. It's awful. It's terrible.
Let me tell you something, though. This is exactly what's wrong with politics.
It's awful.
This is exactly what's wrong with it.
Oh, man.
Like, you just got to pick your side, and you got to eat it. You can't make everybody happy. When the Lions played the Broncos last year, I told you who I was rooting for. I root for the Broncos in every other instance. But I have one team that I've loved since I was a child.
And that's fine.
I'm honest with you. I didn't go on the air and say,
respect.
you know what? I just hope that both teams play good.
Respect.
Now,
Respect.
you can't do that. You got to choose the Yankees or the Mets, man, and then deal with the consequences afterwards. You can say, look, my team's the Yankees. Of course I want the Mets to win. Of course. But if they get into a World Series against each other, like, go Yanks. Like, you have to do something like that.
Will we ever be big enough to have two teams in one sport in this town?
No.
Ever?
Ever. No.
No, I mean, it's gonna be after it's gonna be after I'm dead.
The
you're
only
dead.
the only one we can compare this to is like CU-CSU. Pick a side.
Mm-hmm.
For us, yeah, for us.
Pick a side.
Yeah. Although no, I don't pick a side. I don't have any ties to either school.
Well, that's true.
When they play each other, I'm like, it depends on who has the best shot to do something.
But Moshe,
beyond
in the
that.
middle of the game, you find yourself leaning one way or the other.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. When I lived in Chicago, yeah, it's either, hey man, you're either the White Sox or the Cubbies. There is no in between, or there shouldn't be.
Like I'm going to be loyal to the north side and the west side of town. That's where I'm from. Northwest side. That's who I am.
I'm A-Town.
Yeah, I mean,
I own Aurora.
I ain't going to wear a hat that shares both sides.
What am I, P-Town?
You're P-Town.
You're Pueblo.
P-ville?
You are Pueblo. You literally live in Pueblo. It takes me just as long to drive to Pueblo as it does your home.
If I live in Pueblo, then you live in Craig, home of Dinosaur National Monument.
Well, let's compare something. How far do I live compared to Mosier? It takes me exactly 22 minutes to drive to Ball Arena from where I live.
Oh, is that traffic-wise? With traffic or without traffic?
To get to Ball Arena from where I live.
Traffic or no traffic?
If there's no traffic, 22. If there's traffic, 30.
I can get to Ball Arena without traffic in 25 minutes. With traffic, it's an hour and 10.
You live in Pueblo.
I live in Parker, and I get on the freeway quick, and I haul butt.
Ball Arena is a haul for me. If he's in Pueblo, then I'm in Western Nebraska.
How long is Ball Arena?
You're in good.
It depends on traffic. Like when I went there,
that's where I really wanted them to put this studio.
Nuggets Media Day?
Hey people, this studio should have been in Ball Arena.
Too
where
late.
I could commute 20 minutes.
Too late. Nuggets Media Day, when there was no traffic, I'm on the road at 5:20 in the morning. It took about around 30, like 29. With traffic, it's a good 40, 45, something like that. Yeah, not great.
Or more. I mean, I'm on the road. I gotta be at the rink. I like to be at the rink 4 to 4:15 on game day. I got to leave my house by 3 o'clock or I'm screwed.
Nuggets play tonight.
Awful.
Nuggets play OKC in a preseason game. I wonder, since they open against OKC and just over a week away, I'm wondering if they even play starters. I have no idea. Malone mentioned conditioning, so maybe he does play starters. Maybe he wants to get them in shape.
I'd say it'd be an odd reaction to say our team's not in shape and they aren't going to play in this game. Just weird.
Well, we've seen guys not play. The Suns didn't play a single starter the other night.
It's interesting. The Avalanche went 1-5 in the preseason. The Nuggets are 0-3 right now. Is there anything to just getting some pot? I mean, the wins and losses don't matter.
Getting
but
some pot?
Some positivity. Wins and losses don't matter.
Yeah, just need to chill.
Wins and losses don't matter, but the way you play does.
Well, you know what it is? This is science. No one in town has won a game since I last played a round of golf.
Yeah, I may have to go play 9 today, just in case.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
It's never not funny.
By the way, who's Nikola Topic?
It's Topic, first of all.
Who's that guy?
It's another Serbian guy named Nikola.
Why?
I feel like since our guy came on the scene, all of a sudden, this kid's name was probably Jeff.
Yeah, if your name was Nikola and you played basketball in Serbia, you're probably in the NBA.
No, the kid's name was Jeff, and he's like, oh, yeah.
All right.
Now I'm Nikola.
Got to leave time for the fact checker. Go ahead.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier today, Vic, you asked if Brett is a citizen of the United States. So here, I brought a map up on the screen. Let's take a look here.
Were you born by the grease monkey right there?
I was not. Oh, wait. What are we typing in here? The Milk House.
Milk House.
So this is Brett's home address, the Milk House. Let's zoom out here.
That looks like a cool little spot.
It's
in Nebraska?
That's in Nebraska, which is in the U.S. So it appears Brett is a U.S.
Literally,
citizen.
can't get more center. Just right smack dab in the middle. American as it gets. All right. iTunes, Spotify,
You know what's so
Spreaker.
weird about that? I bet, honestly, the Nebraska-Missouri border is kind of like the very center of the entire country.
No, my daughter's in Lawrence. That looks like more the center. You're a little too far north.
No, that's too far north.
Well, dude, you don't know geography. You thought the Rocky Mountains were
You got a
in Lawrence.
latitude and
Shut up.
longitude for me?
Who am I?
I like my son's new kitty.
Dude, I swear to God.
Don't you dare make fun
iTunes,
of Mr.
Spotify,
Bill.
Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Have a great Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
That is it. For the first time since 2008-2009, the Avalanche start a season 0-3. The latest loss is to the New York Islanders by a final score of 6-2.
Yeah, it is surprising because I would have bet money that we were going to be really good tonight, just based on yesterday, this morning, my conversations around the room, so I can't really explain it at this point.
I don't think so. I think just a lot of myself, just not moving my feet, not playing my game, and just kind of where it's at right now. So, I mean, I'm hard on myself, but at the end of the day, I got to be better for these guys. It's definitely a lot closer game if I don't play tonight. So.
Not great when the best defenseman on the planet says if I wasn't on the ice, the team would have had a better chance to win. Avs fall to 0-3 following a 6-2 loss at the hands of Patrick Waugh's New York Islanders as we welcome you into a 2K Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The show is Dempsey and Company. I'm your host, Alex Ryan Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj with KJ Granderson behind the glass. And as always, my partner, my co-host, the namesake of the, well, let's get to it now, program, Christopher A. Dempsey. Brother, what's up?
What's up, man? You know, I think, and we're going to talk about this really, but I just, my word for the day is actually 2 words. It's not panicking. That's it. I'm just gonna, I'll stop there and I'll let you set it all up, and then we'll talk more about this Avalanche start. But not panicking is where I am with that.
We've got so much to get into today. We've got NFL notes coming up at 11:15, a massive trade in the NFL following a heartbreaking loss for the Jets last night. Aaron Rodgers says he doesn't pull the strings, but guess who landed in New York this morning? Well, it was Davante Adams. So we'll get into that a little bit later. We do have to, I don't know if we can wait until Thursday to do Turn the Page Thursday because, well, the Broncos play on Thursday night against the worst defense in the National Football League, and they'll have Spencer Rattler going up against their defense without Pat Surtain, likely, considering it was a concussion. So much to get into. We'll talk about the Nuggets and their next preseason game tonight. What's going on with Jamal's funny feeling knee? Yeah. I don't love that. But we have to start with the Avalanche. And both the Avs and the Edmonton Oilers right now are 0-3. And I was tweeting out last night, give us the Panic Bowl. It would be amazing if we got Avs and Oilers like tonight. Mm-hmm. Unbelievable, right? The Panic Bowl. I'm not at panic point right now. I'm not. Because what happened last night was that was the first game that the team in front of the netminders was not good enough to win the hockey game regardless of who played. Mm-hmm. Like if you had Ilya Sorokin or Igor Shesterkin in net for the Avs last night, they'd probably still lose the hockey game. It was Cale Makar's worst game as a professional. Not even close. Like I've never seen him play like that. The missed assignment on Anthony Duclair in the third period where he goes around the net, I've never seen him do something like that. For one of the smartest players in the National Hockey League, most skilled guys, he does that. He has the atrocious turnover on the power play that leads to a Brock Nelson breakaway goal. It was a bad game. And well, then you can say, well, Raj, they're 0-3. Mm-hmm. Haven't they played 3 bad games? The answer is no. The first 2 games, this team was good enough to win the hockey game, and their atrocious goaltending was the reason why they were not at least 1-1-0 through the first 3 games. Mm-hmm. I think you should be 2-1-0 because last night was just a losing effort from everybody, and I thought the forwards cheated the game, and I think as a result of the bad goaltending and the doubt that has crept in on this team of like, hey, we get up 1-0 on Cal Ritchie's first goal of his career, a beautiful cross-ice goal from Josh Manson, right? Everyone should be feeling good there. And then the one bad goal against. Short side, wrap around, write me a letter, man. Like, that can't go in. You have to seal your post. So there's one goal that I can put on Georgiev, and it's the same problem that happened in the first 2 games was, well, it's untimely, and it's a goal that shouldn't go in, and it's a deflating one. And at that point, you saw New York just start to take over the game. Mm-hmm. And that doubt that was creeping in then forced you to grip a little tighter to realize, oh no, what happens if this happened? What happens if he gives up another weak one, or if we give up a quick strike goal? Now we have to outscore our problems. And I thought that's when you saw guys flying the zone early. I thought that was when you saw bad dump-ins, right? The Josh Manson dump-in, the failed cross-ice pass in the power play from Cale Makar, all of those things started to compound. And what the unacceptable thing is right now for this team, having $27 million of players out of the lineup, is that they're compounding mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you get into issues.
Yeah. I would say that there were... I understand the issues in the first couple of games. I would say there were elements of this even in those 2 games too. And what happens, I think the best point that you just made right there is, and this is just a sports thing, right? When one thing is happening that is not going right, and then you feel other players feel like they have to do more or get out of their job, beyond doing what your responsibilities are, in this case on the ice, you're trying to do more. And then in trying to do more, you're making more mistakes. And when you make more mistakes, obviously, then you get a game that can end up looking like what the Avs played against the Islanders last night. And, I started off this program by saying I'm not panicking, and I'm not. I mean, it's sports, and teams go through rough patches during seasons, especially these long seasons, right? Basketball and hockey and baseball, these are long seasons. You're going to have rough patches. Now, we would like for those rough patches not to be at the exact beginning of the season, but here we are. And I just am very interested to see the early mental makeup of this hockey club, because these problems will not be erased immediately. You have to play your way out of this. You have to grind your way out of this. And are they able to do that? Is what I'm interested to see, because this obviously it still remains one of the most talented teams in hockey. Now they got to get some people back, but they can. The ability to dial in and just do your job, and then let the chips fall where they may. We haven't necessarily seen that from this club and through the first 3 games, and hopefully we can start to see this here shortly.
And Bednar in his post-game presser said, hey, listen, stretches like this happen multiple times during a season to largely every team in the league, and it has happened in multiple parts of winning seasons for this version of the Avalanche. It's going to happen. But what I said in between the pipes over the weekend and last night is, especially in terms of Georgiev's performance, is it matters when you underperform. And the fact that this is happening at the beginning of a season, the microscope is, well, it's dialed up a little bit. If this was happening in the middle of January, you go, oh, well, they're playing like crap right now, but then you can look back on a stretch of, let's say, 15 games where they go 12-2-1. Or you can then look forward to the middle of March where, like, they make a trade and then they rattle off 7 straight wins. You go, hey, remember when they sucked in the middle of January? You don't have anything to base off of other than the playoff loss to Dallas, right? And then the end of the regular season for Georgiev, which then just starts compounding the doubt from the fan base. That's the reason why it feels so panicky. I'm not at panic point right now. I do believe there is a serious issue in goal that I think they have done all they can for now to address, trying to get Kaapo Kähkönen in just to get some blood through the door. I still think they need to make a big swing. Like, you have to go, I said you have to go try and find a way to get John Gibson from Anaheim, whose numbers over the past 4 seasons have been atrocious, but also the Anaheim Ducks suck. I think it would be worth a shot to try and get a guy who used to be a top 5 netminder in the league and is still only 31. Maybe you could get them to retain some salary, and maybe a trade like that starts to spark this team. My favorite thing, as you guys know, is I believe goalposts and expectations should be movable from day to day, week to week, month to month, season to season. While I don't believe your expectations for the Avalanche should change right now for the end of the season, the goalposts are Western Conference Final or it's a complete failure. That's it. You have Nathan MacKinnon, Cale Makar, Mikko Rantanen. You are good enough to get to that spot. If not, it is a failure of a season. That's where you are right now as an Av. That's where you are right now as a Nugget. Those are your expectations when you have these caliber of players. But right now, with a third of your salary cap not playing, 4 of those 6 players being top 6 forwards, and one of them being a top pairing defenseman that most people around the league look at in Devon Toews of a top 15 overall D-man in the league, and he happens to be the second best defensive player or defenseman on your team. all of those guys not available to you right now. The goalposts for right now, they have to move. And I said this at the beginning of the season. If you are 500 by the time Nichushkin and Lehkonen get back, you have to look at that as a win. If they're above 500 somehow when both of those players get back in the middle of November, Jared Bednar should be looked at for Adams Trophy consideration as best coach in the league. There is no team. Right now, I'll tell you right now, if the Avs played like this throughout the remainder of the season without $27 million of players in the lineup, you know what they're not? A playoff team. They're not. No team would be a playoff team with a third of their salary cap missing from the roster. Guess what? You wouldn't be cap compliant if you had $27 million of players missing from the lineup. You wouldn't be able to field a team. And that's where the Avs are sitting right now. So your expectation, like the fact that they were money line favorites last night against a playoff team in the New York Islanders was insane to me. They should not be favorites on Wednesday against a damn good Boston team. First time you should see them as favorites next is Friday against Anaheim and Sunday against the dog butt San Jose Sharks. Like they're missing so many players. Therefore, your expectations right now should not be to see a Stanley Cup championship contending team on the ice.
But they still have to play better.
Oh, they have to play. They have to.
Yeah,
then
the players on the ice have to play better.
Then last night, yes, you have to be so much better than you were last night. But the first two games, you were good enough, despite missing at that point because Devon Taves was in the lineup and so was Jonathan Drouin. Despite missing $19 million out of the lineup, you were good enough to beat the Vegas damn Golden Knights.
Yeah.
So like your expectation should be keep your head above water until these guys get back. Now, if they get back and they're still as bad as this, then it's.
Yeah, that's a whole different story. Yeah, that's a whole different story. Yeah, I just with this team, look, if you're of the opinion that the first two games were winnable, then the roster as currently constructed should be expected to be not just competitive, but to be an above 500 team. Like that's what it should be, and that's why I think the response for me, I think I'm most interested to see, can Georgiev get himself in just a better space, period? And then two, can his teammates, because it appears to me that they're playing without a whole lot of trust for him right now, can they just block that out and just act like they have trust for him and then play that way?
So tough.
Because I absolutely it is. But they're going to have to do it that way because if they don't, then we're just going to get this type of game over and over again where everybody's trying to do too much to make up for what they think is a deficiency in the goal, which is actually, it is a deficiency in the goal right now.
It's a complete deficiency. I mean, like, Georgie played last night to what, a 865 save percentage, and it raised his season mark to 790. He's got a goals against average right now of 6.58, and the backup in Onanen isn't much better. Like there is no confidence. It's funny. I saw the two poke checks last night, right? The first one on the breakaway after the failed Josh Manson dump in, right? Which I believe it was Kyle Palmieri. Who he poke checks it into Palmieri's feet and then he deposits it into an empty net. I'm all for like a 2-pad stack jammer every once in a while. Like I think it's a great play sometimes to try and catch a forward off guard. And sometimes you see guys use the poke check to great advantage. But then you see the play where Brock Nelson, who again, like good player Brock Nelson, but not known for overwhelming skill. Like that's a plumber, he is an A-level plumber of a player. Top 6 forward, but he's not like a guy who's going to go out and score 85 to 100 points a year. And he dances Mikko Rantanen. He walks Oliver Shillington, who talk about Kale having a bad game. Oliver Shillington was not good last night. Walks Shillington, and then you see Georgiev go, oh crap, I need to do something now, and he lunges out of his crease to try and poke check. Nelson goes forehand or backhand forehand, top shelf, and he scores another goal. While I'm all for trying to change things to get yourself back on track, the multiple poke checks illustrated the lack of confidence that Georgie has in his game right now to a T. It told me I'd rather take a 50-50 chance on a poke check multiple times in a game than try and make a save. And I think that if it's that deep-seated for the netminder right now, It's there for the team two in front of him. And now both of these problems are forcing themselves on each other. And it's a really difficult cycle to get out of. Right now, I don't know if the Avs can do anything to get out of it outside of Nathan MacKinnon, Cale Makar, Mikko Rantanen dragging the team to near 500 until they can get healthy. Because what else can you do? Like, I see the complaints of like, oh, the front office bungled the offseason. How could they possibly have done this? And then you go, what else would you like them to have done? Like, it's not like the players are underperforming right now. The players just aren't on the team. Drouin hurt. Taves hurt. Lehkonen hurt. Landeskog hurt, although they have planned for the Landeskog thing. Nichushkin suspended, planned for that. But the other guys, if all of those guys are in the lineup, Lehkonen, Drouin, Taves, and they looked like that against the Islanders in Game 3 and dropped to 0-3, I would have gone, oh no. Like, I might be in panic mode had that happened.
Yeah, look, there's these points in a season where your stars are going to be required to drag a team. You know, there's not 100% health in any team in any sport. And in these instances, yeah, I mean, that's why you acquire and draft and develop. And that's why you have these guys. And right now, the Avalanche, until they can get bodies back in the lineup, like all the bodies back in the lineup, at least most of the bodies back in the lineup, it's going to be required of a Cale Makar and a Nathan MacKinnon. And like, you're going to have to be able to drag this team to a certain extent, especially early in a season. And we're not talking about dragging them the entirety of the regular season. Hopefully, we're not talking about doing that. I mean, they could do that, but that is that would be indicative of a season that's gone very awry. But for a 2-week span, maybe a close to a month span in some cases, if the guys got to raise the level to perform, to get the team, to keep the team at a level until reinforcements come, then that's just what they have to do. And it's just unfortunate that has to be happening right at the start of the season, but that is what it is. And so there's no crying over it. You just got to get it done.
We'll get back into the Avs a little bit later. See some good text coming in from Mark about, hey, are the Avs picking up bad habits and attitudes by losing all these games earlier on? How much longer do they have before they have to make the decision on Gabe to put him on long-term injured reserve for like the rest of the season? We'll get into that all a little bit later. On the other side, we're through 6 weeks of the NFL season. We'll get you the power rankings for the Broncos, also the teams that have figured it out through week 6, and the teams that are losing the thread and having the postseason get farther and farther away from them. That next on Dempsey and Company. 2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on Dempsey and Company. Get those requests in, like Miss Jackson from Outkast. What a tune.
Yeah. Outcast. So good.
303.
For so many years.
504-0925 on the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. KJ will spin your favorite 90s and 2000s tunes throughout the day.
Literal decades. Literal decades.
Yeah, they're stellar.
With Outkast.
Stellar, man.
Yeah.
As good as it gets.
Yeah. I just... what a day. What a day.
Talking a whole bunch about how the Avs look terrible right now, but it's not really time to panic yet. It's just time to be like, well, it sucks that they suck right now.
Yeah.
Talk to me in 15 games. Again, if the as my microphone just falls off of its stand.
Happens to me all the time.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with this thing. It's just squirrely. It just kind of like runs away from you every now and again, but it doesn't do it every show.
Yeah.
It does it every 2 weeks to keep you on your
I was
toes.
gonna say, it lulls you to sleep.
Like, remember when I launched a full coffee into my laptop last
how's
week?
your
That
laptop
was
doing?
it's fine. It's a little bit of a sticky space bar, but is that the coffee's problem or something else's? Was that gross?
You tell me, Raj. Is it the coffee's
KJ's
fault?
dying right now. Oh man.
Do I need to take a should I not look at your search history?
No one. You should look at anyone's search history. That's a massive invasion of my privacy. You cool
Yeah, that's
it
right.
over there. You
That's
cool
right.
it. I did this to myself. I get it.
You did.
You can watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR in the Safeway Twitch stream. Joining the chat there with all of our best friends. We'll get back into Avs. We'll talk some Nuggets here in a little bit, but I want to get to the Week 6 NFL scoreboard. It's done. It's in the books. The Bills in the final minute get a beautiful play-action pass, or play-action run, rather, on a quarterback keeper from Josh Allen, gets the first down, victory formation. The Bills looked like they were ready to bungle this thing away because I'm not a full believer in them yet, man. And I know I picked them to win the AFC. And I know I picked Josh Allen to win the MVP because he's got no one to pass the ball to. And then when James Cook is out of the game, like, what's going to happen? There's something about that Bills team that doesn't feel right.
No.
That doesn't feel dominant.
No. Talk about a guy dragging a team. Josh Allen. Whatever the Bills are, Josh Allen makes them that. Look, they did what they had to do. The thing I admire about that football team is it goes through spots of adversity, and we have seen this with the Bills over the years, and they just stay the course, man. That's what they do, whether it's in the midst of a football game or they've lost 2 games in a row, and they just have to have this game, which they did have to have this game, and then they go out and get that game. And so I do admire that about they're just a tough-minded football team. But man, they're not the most talented team out there. They have a shelf life to me. But it was a fun game yesterday. It was a fun game to watch.
4-2, they lead the AFC East over the quarterbackless Miami Dolphins. The Jets fall to 2-4, but this morning they go and grab Davante Adams to stay within shouting distance of those Bills. I think that's a move to appease your quarterback to try to inject some energy outside of firing Robert Saleh, right? But I also think it is the realization of looking at the Bills and going, you can get them.
Yeah.
They're 4-2, but you can still get them. It's still early.
Yeah, it's still early. And those 2 teams have another game to play. Now, that will be in Buffalo, but still, I think that the Davante Adams addition to the Jets is huge, man. Huge. And we heard Aaron Rodgers kind of openly. He's kind of hinted at this in recent weeks, and then again yesterday, just not being on the same page with some of his receivers in some very critical moments of football games. Well, that's not going to exist when Davante Adams walks in and he's already there. Because they have shared history. They already know the little details. He's not going to have critical moments go awry and then lose games because Davante Adams already knows what Aaron Rodgers is thinking in a certain situation. So they're already on the same page. That's going to be huge for Aaron Rodgers, who just can't get it together with the rest of those guys, maybe outside of Garrett Wilson a little bit. I just think it makes him really dangerous. And if you watched him yesterday, I know they didn't score a lot of points, but the offense did look better with the new play caller. Breece Hall ran a lot better. It just looked a lot more robust and creative, and I would just keep an eye on that team for sure.
Steelers get a 32-13 win on the road over the Raiders. There's changes happening in the Steel City right now. We'll get those to you at about 11:15 with KJ's NFL Notes. You get a 38-20 win from the Falcons over the Panthers. That's a guaranteed win for pretty much everybody on the schedule at this point. But one of my teams that has clearly found it, and I think I'll take this on my shoulders, because I don't know what to think about Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. And I think that's the reason why I'm never a full believer in the Ravens. But holy crap, is that rushing attack daunting.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry looks like he is in his first year out of Alabama. In his past 4 games, he has rushed for 151 yards and 2 scores, nearly 200 yards and a score, 92 yards and a touchdown at Cincinnati in a 41-38 win. And then this past week against Washington, a really tough Washington team to play against because of how well Jaden Daniels is performing through his first 6 weeks. 132 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. This dude is unstoppable.
I would go so far as to say this guy's in the MVP race. I mean, he might even be the leader for MVP at this point. It's funny because we just did that like a week or 2 ago. For first part of the season, who are MVPs and stuff. Where he just is. It really is amazing. He's 30 or 31 years old, and this is exactly where running backs are supposed to be falling right off. And he looks as good as he ever does. And I would say this. Because I agree with you with Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. I just don't really necessarily believe in him until I see. Like I'll believe it when I actually see it. But the offense that they run, that offense can win in the playoffs. That's cold weather. You're gonna run the football like that.
And at the pace that you're going right now, you're hosting games.
Yeah.
Like maybe you have to go to Kansas City for an AFC title game. That's not going to be a warm weather game whatsoever.
Right.
Can you control the clock against Patrick Mahomes enough? I know that we're projecting weeks and weeks and weeks in advance right now, but can you control the clock enough to keep the ball out of his hands in those dire situations at the end of halves and certainly at the end of games? That's the recipe.
Yep. It really is.
That is the recipe.
And they mix in just enough effective passing to keep you honest. So if you wanted to stack the box and just say, you know what, this Derrick Henry thing is not happening for you today, well, cool. I mean, they can get it to Zay Flowers. They can get it to Isaiah Likely. They can get it to Mark Andrews. They just have a number of guys who can then make plays in the passing game. It is this team was 0-2, and we were all kind of like, what's happening with the Ravens? Oh, well, 4 straight wins later, they look like the best team. Well, I mean, outside of Kansas City in the AFC.
The Lions 47-9 on the road against the Cowboys. They absolutely hammer Dallas in Jerry World. A really tough game for Dak Prescott. 178 yards, 2 picks. They can't run the football. They can't do anything on defense. Detroit rushed all over them for 184 yards. Jared Goff goes 18 of 25. They were running flea flickers to their starting tackle, Penei Sewell, which was like, there's no respect from Detroit to Dallas right now, and I'm here for it. I'm not saying Detroit has found it because I think they've always had it this season, but my number one team that is falling off the cliff, the Dallas Cowboys are in enormous amounts of trouble.
Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
That was Jerry Jones this morning on his radio station, on his radio show. Literally telling 2 hosts that I will fire you today if you stop asking these questions. How
my gosh.
puckered must those guys have been?
Yeah. You know what? It's funny because we talk about New Orleans in terms of their defense being really, really bad. The Dallas Cowboys defense is the worst defense in the NFL, and they just don't do much of anything right. They can't stop the run. They can't stop the pass. They don't really turn you over. They don't do anything at all. At least New Orleans will turn you over. They got 10 interceptions this year. And I don't see a way out of this for the Cowboys. There's no players that are going to return and save them. I know Michael Parsons is still out there. I got all that. But they did nothing in the offseason to improve that roster.
No, they didn't.
And it is showing up in games like this.
And Jerry gets pissed off when people point it out like, hey, there's been some issues.
Be smoking something over there.
I don't know about that. Moj might have been smoking something with his old Zach Wilson tirade today, but I don't know if the guys in Dallas were. All right, let's continue to move along the Week 6 scoreboard. My other team that figured it out this week, the Packers, man. Jordan Love looks like the next coming of Christ up at Lambeau. 260 yards, 4 touchdowns. I know they're playing against the Cardinals, but I still think Arizona is a competitive team this year. Josh Jacobs bounces back for a nice little game. Nothing.
Christian Watson played really well for them.
Nothing to write home about. 62 yards on the ground for Jacobs, but he catches another 3 balls for 28. Green Bay looks really scary, and yet again, waiting for a quarterback to mature and being okay with that that patience from your fan base, it's paying off in spades.
Yeah, he's as good as it gets in the NFL right now. And quite honestly, Raj, when we were just talking about the Lions, that entire division is as good as it gets. Every single one of those teams, at least 4-2, every single one. And I don't know if there's been an instance in NFL history where every single team in a division makes the playoffs.
It's only been possible for the last 4 seasons, if I'm correct. So it's never happened, but the sample size is very small.
Super small, yeah. I don't see why that can't happen here with this group of teams, and I know they still have to all really get into. I think there's only been one division game. I know the Packers played the Vikings already, but outside of that. And I know, so there'll be a fair amount of them beating up on each other. That is to come. But those teams look so good. And the Bears, with the rookie quarterback, they're like the worst of all of them. And they look all right. I mean, it just is kudos to that division. Nobody saw this coming.
That's my other team. Granted, they played Jacksonville, which is a team. I can't believe that Doug Peterson still has his job. How the hell does this dude still have a job? What is going on out there? The Jets fired their guy. You're 1-5, and you had expectations, not just from me.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of people that looked at Trevor Lawrence and went, "Oh my God, he's going to do it."
Yep.
He's paired up with this quarterback guru. They're going to figure this thing out in Jacksonville. No, they're not.
Nope. They're not.
Caleb Williams goes off for 4 touchdowns. 23 of 29 was incredibly accurate downfield for honestly the first time in his first 6 games as a quarterback in this league. But the Bears are now 4-2. That's another team that looks like it's figured it out for me. I think they're going to be in contention all the way up until late December.
Look, the Bears' defense is really good. And if the offense is just going to hold up their end of the bargain, and look, Caleb Williams, just take him, and he has now injected himself into Rookie of the Year contention right alongside Jayden Daniels. And so we thought that might be the best situation any of the rookie quarterbacks were walking into, given the talent around him, the Keenan Allens, and DJ Moore, and Cole Kmet, and just all the guys. And it's playing out that way. All they ever needed was for Caleb Williams to just be a competent quarterback. And last week he was more than competent. He was just balling is what he was doing. And what a division, man. What a division.
There's your look through Week 6 of the NFL. We'll get back into the Broncos power rankings a little bit later on in the show. But on the other side, how concerned should we be with just 2 preseason games remaining? By the way, you can listen to the Nuggets preseason game tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as they take on the Oklahoma City Thunder. Oklahoma City Thunder. Hopefully they can get their legs back under him. Coach Malone was not thrilled with the conditioning of his team. How concerned should we be, Chris Dempsey, that Jamal Murray's knee feels a little funny? You can answer that on the other side.
Rebound down to Jokic. Nuggets are down by 3. Outlet pass off over to Chonchar in the corner. Murray for the tie. Got it.
First 3 and 5 attempts for the Denver Nuggets.
So that's 5 points for Murray out of the 7 for the Denver Nuggets here.
2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company, Alex Ryanemi, Chris Dempsey, KJ Granderson behind the glass. You guys can take us wherever you want to go with the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers, and you can go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Nuggets play their penultimate preseason game this evening against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Jamal Murray said his knee feels funny. And that does not make me feel warm and fuzzy on the inside heading into a season in which you need Jamal Murray playing at the best of his abilities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How nervous should I be? Because right now, it's not good for me. I'm already teetering on the edge of panic for the Avalanche, and they're 3 games into the season.
Yeah.
Don't make me get there with the Nuggets as well.
I know.
They haven't even started, and now I'm feeling nervous about this. I am too fragile of a person to have this thrown on me in October.
I know. That was a jarring statement made by Coach Malone after practice. I'm not sure how to feel about it because you hear what Coach Malone had to say, and then you look back and I was watching his film. This was actually the night that they played the game. I rewatched the film pretty quickly after the game was over just to see what was happening with Jamal. And yeah, I mean, it looked like there was something wrong. I mean, a lot of short jump shots and just not a lot of explosiveness and all those kind of things. I would be very surprised if he plays in the remainder of the preseason. I know it's just 2 games, but he's got a little bit of a history right now going with lower body injuries, whether it's a calf, an ankle, a knee, and it might just require the Nuggets to be very, very cautious with him this season. The more I think about it, I really do wonder how much. I just think now that I dismissed this a little bit prior to right as the Nuggets acquired Russell Westbrook because you get a lot of questions of, well, how is he going to play alongside Joker? And I'm like, I don't think he's going to play that many minutes alongside Joker. He's coming off the bench. But I don't know how much of a load that you want to put on Jamal Murray. What are you doing as the organization to preserve him for the entirety of the season because you need him, you need playoff Jamal for sure when the playoffs come. So I don't know, Raj, how to feel about this. A knee feeling funny, it never really engenders really a lot of confidence because the question is what's making it feel funny? And is it in danger of being hurt worse?
Well, typically after ACL reconstructions, you're supposed to be structurally stronger than before the injury.
Yeah.
You blow out a knee, you should gain strength in that knee after a couple of years of rehab and everything sets. If it's the same knee, and it is by all reports, is it now a degenerative issue? And then you start talking about, well, what's the rest of this contract look like? And then we get back into this conversation over the offseason of does the organization truly believe in the longevity of Jamal Murray? They believe in the player without a doubt, and they should. Jamal is a top second tier point guard in the league, and that's not a knock on him. It's not a knock on him because there's not a lot of those guys in the NBA right now. I still think it would bring a lot of doubt back into the front office of how is he really going to age well through this contract? I think you've been the most reticent of people this close to the team of Russell Westbrook's addition. I still think they brought him to play with Nikola, and I think they brought him here. You don't bring in Russell Westbrook to play with, Zeke Naji, do you? I don't think you do.
Well, I honestly, I think the short answer is actually yes.
Really?
Only because Jamal Murray is your point guard. So unless you were going to start them together in the backcourt, then they could do that. But but Christian Brown is your starting 2 guard. So Russell Westbrook. Remember last year, the Nuggets did have a problem off the bench, right? I mean, it was a kind of a week-to-week thing where we wondered where the points were coming from and what the non non-Jokic minutes, right? Like how are the Nuggets surviving the non-Jokic minutes? Well, you can help yourself survive those by bringing in a guy like Russell Westbrook who can help spark that second team. And he did that for the Clippers last year. I mean, they brought him off the bench, and sometimes he played with James Harden, and sometimes he didn't. But over the course of the season, that was his main role. And I just think that the Nuggets actually would have expanded that. Not would have. They're going to expand that role for him this year. He's going to be a primary ball handler. He'll cross over sometimes, but I think that's why he's here. And when I watched the Nuggets play the other night against Phoenix, you could see that what they want to lean into the Russell Westbrook experience from a pacing standpoint. Like, I really think this team wants to play fast, and he will help them play as fast as they want to play. His teammates are going to have to keep up. So it's just without a lot of clarity with Jamal's injury and how bad that is, and if it's an issue like you just mentioned, which would be a knee that's kind of breaking down over time. We don't know. We don't have real clarity about that. Because they don't speak with that. They're not speaking with clarity coming out of the organization, which is what their right to be able to do. They don't want to, they don't want to divulge everything that's happening with them. But from a fan and observer point of view, it's a little it's a kind of a lot unsettling unless we start to see him on the court looking exactly like he did for the entirety of the regular season last year.
See, the Russ situation, I think if it evolves into away from carry the second unit, right? Because that's what the Clippers had him do last year. You're saying that's what the original intent of Russell Westbrook is to do here in Denver, is make sure the non-Jokic minutes aren't atrocious.
Right.
With this Jamal Murray uncertainty, whether it's the consistency of his play or his just general health, and I think that is the main issue, is like, can he stay healthy? If the Westbrook expectation changes from carry the second unit to let's play it on a percentage basis, 70% Jamal and 30% Russ with the first unit, does that scare you from a schematic standpoint? Because I think that looks, for me, I think that's best case scenario, because then it takes minutes off of Jamal. It gets him to a spot where he's presumably more healthy in the playoffs when you really need him. I would rather that be the case than it's like Jamal with the ones and then he comes off for a few minutes and Russ plays with the twos and tries to keep them afloat. But you're still looking at these heavy use games for Jamal Murray where he's playing 70 games in a year and he's jumping up there into the mid-30s for minutes played. Like, I think that's worst case scenario for the Nuggets with a guy whose knee we don't know is completely healthy.
Yeah, I think especially at the beginning of the season, depending on just exactly how injured Jamal is, I think we could see that. Yeah, I think we could see a lot of crossover. Now I do. And schematically, you're right. I wondered how the Nuggets offense is going to run. Well, they're starting to answer some of those questions. And it was really kind of fun to see Westbrook and Jokic on the court in that third quarter the other night, because you could see that the Nuggets have quite clearly given thought to how these two would coexist on the court. Some of the actions that they would run, getting Russell to his right hand downhill, using him as a screener for Nikola Jokic. The one where he got the alley-oop dunk was Westbrook being the screener.
You forget how big he is.
Yeah, exactly right. And then he just dove straight to the rim when the defense was kind of looking at Nikola Jokic. That play is going to be there for the Nuggets all season long. So it's weird because we're just gonna have to still wait and see what I'm just so interested to see how badly hurt Jamal actually is, and then that will inform everything else, because it's hard to dial back minutes, Raj. If you look at Jamal Murray's minutes last year as to the year before when they won the title, they're almost exactly
largely the same thing.
The issue is that the pressure of the games down the stretch was vastly different. There was so much pressure, so much pushing on the games down the stretch. Whereas in the championship year, they were coasting, right? I mean, that team was coasting. It was, you know what? Jamal, I want you to take tonight off. Or if you're playing, maybe you just play half the game and then we'll get Peyton Watson in and anybody else. The pressure value of the two seasons really was the difference between championship season and last season. Russell Westbrook would be able to take some of those pressurized minutes off. And if the Nuggets can just keep him downhill to the rim, you've seen this already in the preseason where he still has so much respect. The gravity to Russell Westbrook at the rim is there's just multiple players. He kicks it right back out to somebody at the 3-point line. And if the Nuggets can just stay in this space, they'll be fine. But I don't know what to think about Jamal. I just don't. It's just very concerning because there's so many lower body injuries starting to stack up. Is he ever going to be okay?
That's Chris Dempsey. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. We are live from the Backus and Shanker Studios, Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. Get your texts in for 2K Tuesday at 303-504-0925 on the Schomp Mazda text line. 2K Tuesday rolls along. Dempsey and Company into the second hour of the program. PhD coming up from noon to 3. You can listen to NBA basketball this evening as the Nuggets take on the Oklahoma City Thunder in their preseason second to last game. 7 p.m. is your pregame show. 7:30, I believe, is tip. Or do I have that a half hour wrong?
No,
7 p.m.
yeah,
tip. Sorry,
7,
6:30 p.m. pregame and a 7 p.m. tip with Kaz. Second to last preseason game. They'll finish up the preseason on Thursday at the Minnesota Timberwolves. You got the Avs coming up on Wednesday night. That's a TNT game, so no altitude there. You can watch it on TNT. You can always listen to every single game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app with Connor McGahey as they'll take on the Boston Bruins looking to get into the win column. And Dempsey, it gets harder for the Avs before it gets easier. Like Friday's game against Anaheim is very, very winnable. Yep. Anaheim is not a playoff team. They are building stuff with a bunch of young players. You'll see Colorado native Troy Terry come back to the state to play, and he's one of their, if not their best player right now, Leo Carlson, but they're not good. You'll see San Jose on Sunday. That is arguably the worst team in the National Hockey League. You should win both of those games. I think it would be massive if you can find a way to beat a team like Boston this underhanded. Mm-hmm. I think that is a win that could galvanize this team and go, hey, 2 bad games from our goalie and 1 bad game from us, right? Like, and last night was on the team in front of the netminder. Was Georgie great last night? No. Was he good? I would say not really, but like he wasn't terrible, and he certainly wasn't the reason why the Avs lost the game. It was Cale Makar's worst game as a professional hockey player. It was missing $27 million out of the lineup. That's the reason why you just didn't play well. You played like crap. If you can bounce back against Boston, I think 1-3 with a win against Boston feels so much better.
All right, well, let me ask you this question. Can they bounce back?
I don't know, man. It's so, like Boston has the advantage in goal, right? Yeah. Jeremy Swayman is a way better netminder than Justus Annunen or Georgiev. Boston is what they bring to the table, especially with their back end, is physicality. And the Avs are so hurt right now and so young. Can you deal with Nikita Zadorov and Charlie McAvoy throwing checks left, right, and center? Boston's bottom 6 is a bunch of nobodies. Like, you've never heard of Boston's bottom 6. They've got Pasternak and Marchand and Charlie Coyle. Those are really good players in your top 6, but like the rest of the forward unit is a bunch of dudes that, like, unless you're a Boston fan, you don't know who these guys are.
Yeah.
Maybe Johnny Beecher. So the issue is, can you have your stars carry you? And if Nate can show up and Cale can bounce back to have a really good game, like I think you got to get a goal from Cale on Wednesday to win that hockey game.
Got to believe they're going to be as focused as we've seen. I mean, this is obviously super early in the season, but especially after, Cale was really hard on himself, right?
Cale said, listen, if I was out of the game, we would have had a better chance to win.
Yeah. So just right away, the focus level from Cale is going to be 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to want to put 2 performances like that on the ice in back-to-back games. So, look, they talked about making so many mistakes. Can you fix all of that in one game?
No, that's a handful of games that you have to figure out, because last night the mistakes were, we don't have confidence in the goaltending, therefore we need to outscore our problems, and now we are eschewing defensive responsibilities. And you're trying to cheat the game, and that's what they did. They tried to cheat the game last night, and they got pounded for it by a playoff team. Yep. Like, New York's a good team. Are they going to win the East? No, but they're going to be a playoff team this year, more likely than not. And I think that was something that Bednar looked at his team and he was like, guys, this is unacceptable. And I am giving Bednar a little bit of a pass right now because, again, he's missing a third of his salary cap from his lineup. One, you would not be able to physically field a team without that in the offseason. 2, there's no team in the league that would be a playoff team without $30 million damn near available to you. Like, the Avs right now, as currently constituted, are not a playoff team. When everyone comes back, they become a serious contender, which is why I think through the end of October, like, if you can find a way to get to 500 or nearing around 500 by the end of October, and there are very winnable games. Chicago at home, Ottawa at home, at San Jose, Anaheim at home. Those are all super winnable games, and you're 0-4 right, or 0-3 right now going into a game against Boston. Say you lose against Boston, you're 0-4. Panic bells start to ring. If you get those 4 wins there, you then have to split you have to go 2-1 against Utah, Tampa Bay, and Seattle. That's doable if you get a few of these guys back.
No excuses.
So that's the thing, and I see the text line light up all the time. Oh, it's such an excuse, Raj. It's such an excuse. At some point, it's an explanation, isn't it? Isn't it? The injuries at some point, $27 million worth of players are the explanation. Now, if everyone comes back and they're still a dumpster fire, then we have a real conversation about like, okay, what's going on behind the bench.
Right.
But I think you have to give until the end of November to really have that conversation, because you don't have it's like taking a test without going to the seminars, without having the textbook. Are you really set up for success there? No. Like, you could guess your way to a multiple choice B grade or a C grade, but I can't really tell what type of student you are if you don't have the textbook. If I give you the textbook and you don't read it and you fail, then I know you're a bad student and kick you out of the class. But they don't have the textbook right now.
Yeah, you make a good point. You know, I just think that the teams like the Avs live in a different a different kind of a universe, which is, like no team can sustain multiple injuries that put players out for many games in a row and expect to be what they envision themselves to be. You can't do that. But then when you still put players on the ice that are Hall of Fame caliber, which the Avs are doing in a couple of spots, then I think we look at that team and go, okay, but that team should be able to survive some losses for a short period of time, whatever short state.
Again, you should have won games. You should be 2-1 right now. Because the goaltending was so, the goaltending was childish in games 1 and 2. You should be 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, this team has given up 20 goals in 3 games.
They've never done that before in the franchise's history.
Yeah, so there's an element here of we will give them a pass for the players that are not on the ice, but the players who are on the ice, they got to perform a little better. And if they're not going to do that, then that's when the thing starts to fall apart. And you have fully capable guys to be able that are able to raise their level and then pull a team with them.
Again, I look at last night as a terrible team effort and an anomaly of a game from Cale Makar.
But it's definitely a lot closer game if I don't play tonight. So.
It's amazing. He's the best defenseman on planet Earth, and was that honest in the post-game presser of if I'm not on the ice, we have a chance to win the game. He was directly responsible for at least 3 goals last night. And I think that is a game that you look back on. You might look back at the career of Cale Makar and go, he didn't play a worse game than that. That's how bad it was.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got power rankings for the Broncos after week 6, Demps. They have moved down 2 spots on ESPN from 19 to 21. The Athletic has them staying directly at number 19, which I question a little bit because of how bad the offense was up until garbage time. NFL Network has them moving down from 14 to 16. Pro Football Talk has them moving down from 15 to 17. And USA Today, which is typically very, very high on the Broncos, has moved them from 17 to 20.
That sounds about right.
And it all comes back to, obviously, Bo Nix. And Sean told us that Bo was the most accurate passer in the draft. And again, I am treating this with kid gloves.
No, he did say that, didn't he?
I am allowing for weeks and weeks and weeks of trial and error. I'm not saying because Bo was so bad that you need to go the Mosier route and say Zach Wilson needs to start. That's an insane leap.
He never needs to start.
I have 2 middle fingers.
I agree, Sean. That's a crazy thought process right now. Talk to me in week 16 if this continues to be the case, but right now, no. You told us that this was the quarterback of the future, that you had to draft him at 12. Therefore, we give you the leeway to train him. And as a result, you're going to have these ups and downs and these growing pains. Through 6 weeks, the case of him being the most accurate quarterback in the draft is completely false. Completely false right now.
Mm-hmm.
On throws of 10 or more yards down the field, Bo Nix has the most attempts and the second highest off-target rate at 40%. Caleb Williams is the highest at 48%. He is a minus 14.5% expected completion percentage, which is by far the worst of all the rookies who have started a game this season. He has the worst success rate of any quarterback in the class when throwing north of 10 yards. The numbers aren't pretty right now. And is this a Bo problem, or is this Sean Payton, offensive genius and quarterback guru, not putting Bo in the best positions to succeed?
No, I don't need an opportunity at my press conference.
Because on top of that,
Yeah.
Bo has the longest time to throw in the NFL. The longest. Is that a Bo problem? Or is that a Sean Payton?
He's got the longest time to throw.
The longest. If you take away the screen passes. If you get rid of the screen passes.
So the offensive line has been giving him protection?
Longest. Or conversely, has Bo been holding onto the ball too long?
Well, I think there's most certainly a lot of times where I think he's holding on to, like with the good quarterbacks, they see the picture quickly, right? And whether that's pre-snap and then boom, even if the defense changes the picture after the snap, the quarterback, the really good ones, can decipher that quickly, get the ball out of their hands and into the right, to the right receiver. And it just seems to me that Bo, you can, if you change especially if you're changing the picture after the snap, he's got to hold on to it for a beat to make sure he is seeing what he thinks he's seeing, and then the pass is late, or then now that there might be a rush, and then he's not been accurate with some of these throws, and so it's his development has so many layers to it right now, and I think it was never more apparent than that first half last game, where the Chargers he just never looked comfortable. He never trusted his eyes. And then when he threw the football, it just was not with a lot of accuracy in some of these instances. And, I can say that as we came into the season, this is some of the stuff that I expected, and it was. It's still kind of, it's tough to watch sometimes, but I will continue to plow through this season, Raj, because I think that everybody's learning curve is different. And what Bo is going to be late in the season, I expect it just to be a much better version than what we're seeing right now. So I think a lot of this is on Bo. I think Sean Payton is trying to unleash open up the offense a little bit for him, and Bo's not being able to take advantage.
He has, in terms of screen passes this year, Bo Nix, I believe, has the 7th highest rate in the league of screen passes per dropback.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if he started to unleash it yet, but what I do think, which is at least clear from the numbers, is Sean is trying to protect him up until this point. We've seen him unleash him against Tampa Bay. Is that going to happen against a really bad New Orleans secondary?
It should.
It should, right?
But,
and if it
how many
doesn't,
times have we seen Bo miss? Like Troy Franklin has run a couple of those out routes, those kind of slanting out routes,
yeah,
and he just throws it out of bounds. Yeah, he just throws it out of bounds, and it's kind of like, okay, that's I do think that the Broncos. I'll give Sean Payton this. I do think that they have schematically they have some stuff out there that should work, and he is not being accurate enough to have the payoff for some of those good X's and O's.
Thursday night against the Saints, they look to climb back over 500 on the other side. Big news this morning from the Jets, who trade for Davante Adams. We'll talk about that and more in KJ's NFL Notes.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Every day on Dempsey and Company, we go through the biggest stories around the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. I have a feeling we're starting with the trade.
Yes, we are. For those who are unaware, the saga is over regarding the Las Vegas Raiders. Davante Adams is officially a New York Jet, and the Raiders are receiving a conditional third-round pick that could become a second only if Davante is a first or second team All-Pro, or if he is on the active roster for the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. That's a lot to ask. I don't know why the Raiders would even sign up for that, but whatever. How much better does this trade make the New York Jets? And are we happy to see Davante and Aaron together again?
Yeah, why not? You know, it's just going to be a lot of. I mean, I'm not a Jets fan, so I guess I don't care. But the offense will be fun. I mean, they'll throw it around the yard, and it won't be incomplete passes or have to be a Hail Mary to score touchdowns anymore. So, I mean, I think from that standpoint, it'll be fun, and I think that team will be a lot more formidable here in that second half as the season gets into the second half of the season than they have been, obviously. In the first half of the season. So yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. Why not? I like to see fun, good football.
Yeah, they got better. Also, Aaron, like, you keep telling us you don't have any power within the organization. Shut up, man. Like, you have all of the power in the organization. There's one reason why Davante Adams is a Jet right now and not like a Cowboy or going to a team that's actually a true Super Bowl contender. It's because you're the quarterback. So when you sit here and you tell us that, like, you didn't force your way there and you didn't force Robert Saleh out, even though you talked to the owner just a handful of hours before Saleh was gone, shut up, man. We know you're pulling the strings, and that's okay. Brett called you the LeBron James of the NFL, and I completely agree with it. It's all right. Just own it.
Well, here, look. Davante and Aaron Rodgers.
They're really good together. They're like terrifyingly good together.
I mean, the last time we were seeing this, it looks like 2021. 123 catches, 1,553 yards, 11 touchdowns. The season before that, 115 catches, 1,374 yards, 18 touchdowns, which led the NFL. Like, these two together are ridiculous. And I will say this, like, the Buffalo Bills are at the top of that division right now. But even though the Jets are 2-4, man, that's I will be very interested to see how their seasons go, and then when they meet up in Buffalo later in the season, how that goes.
Let me lay out real quick, guys, the trade from Green Bay to the Las Vegas Raiders. The Raiders sent back to Green Bay a first and second round pick and also paid Davante a 5-year, $140 million deal with $65.7 million guaranteed.
Yikes.
Wow. He's going to put more Taco Bells in his house, I guess.
Yikes. That's a tough look, man.
Yeah, man.
Especially with the team that, like, desperately needs to hit on high draft picks and is not going to win a lot of games this year. Yeah, that's a tough look. KJ, what's next?
Red, 96, 18, 30.
Mike Tomlin is stirring the pot in Pittsburgh unlike anything we've seen thus far. He is not committed to a QB1 this season, but it feels like he's getting close to the QB1 he actually wants.
Last week we were scheduled for Russ to work in totality. He did that. Over the course of the week, I got comfortable with his ability to display his health. Now it's about, knocking the rust off. He did some of that last week. He is in consideration this week. We'll see where that leads us, man. Both guys at the quarterback position are scheduled to work tomorrow, and we'll just walk it day by day, all geared toward putting ourselves in best position to win the football game.
Did Justin Fields ever have a chance of keeping this QB1 job?
He did have a chance.
Yeah, he
Like,
did.
they're 4-2. He had a chance, and he's taking care of the football through the air. Is he lighting it up? No, he's not. The best game that he's had through the air was the loss at Indianapolis when he threw for 312 yards and a touchdown. He's only had one game in which he has thrown for more than one touchdown, and that was another loss at the hands of the Dallas Cowboys when they only put up 17 on a worthless defense, right? So he has not been a world beater, but he's kept care of the football through the air, where he is, right, because I would have called Tomlin crazy for making this change. He's put the ball on the ground 6 times in 6 games, and that's unacceptable. Had he not fumbled the ball 6 times, had it been like 1 pick and 2 fumbles, and you're 4-2, I think you look at the situation and you run with Fields as long as it's workable. But you can't fumble 6 times in 6 games as a quarterback.
But just like
man.
Deshaun Watson, he runs too much.
He can't do it. You cannot do
Well,
it.
he can't throw, so he needs to run. I mean, that's really the Justin Fields
Yeah, but
situation.
don't fumble the ball. Like Josh Allen. Hang on to the ball.
But also
Lamar, hang on to the ball.
I know, but also your offense doesn't look great. It doesn't. And
it's the right choice.
It is. Unfortunately for Justin, he's got 6 games. 6 games to prove and just take this quarterback situation and just run with it. We are seeing the absolute end of Justin Fields as a starting quarterback is what we're witnessing. And, you know, it's too bad for him, but you can't, there's no universe in which he can say that he wasn't given the opportunity to be able to run away with this quarterback as the starting quarterback for the Steelers, and thus also probably putting himself in position to have a contract extension. But now, if Russell Wilson comes in and just
don't,
if he
don't,
if he comes in, if he does what he did, Raj, if he just does what he did in Denver last year before they benched him, I mean, it was 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. I think is what those numbers were. Sayonara to Justin Fields. I mean, that's what that's going to look like. I don't know, but you know, I just think that quarterback situation there is so bad. Because we saw it here, and we saw the Broncos offense be meh with Russell Wilson, even as he was accumulating those stats.
But good enough. And he's taking over a team that's 2 games over 5 if he gets the starting job. Like, he's getting number 1 reps this week. If he gets the starting job come Sunday, he's taking over a team that's over 500 by 2 games right now. Russ would then be in a better situation to get his team to the playoffs than he was last year. He doesn't have to rattle off 5 straight victories to come from behind.
He doesn't. They're already 4-2.
And it's Mike Tomlin making me look like an idiot, right? Like, I didn't think they were going to make the playoffs. I still don't really believe in it right now, but there's a reason why the dude still has a job. Like, there's a reason why he just continually wins. He finds a way to make chicken salad out of you know what.
Yeah. And look, Russell Wilson, here's one thing he's really good at still. If you give him a short field, he's going to cash that in for a touchdown. That's you know, that was the basis of the Broncos' 5-game win streak last year when he was playing well and the defense was really turning other teams over. And obviously the Pittsburgh Steelers defense can do exactly that. TJ Watt's probably going to win defensive player of the year. I mean, that defense will set him up in circumstances where he'll be able to take advantage.
Now that Aiden Hutchinson is out, I agree.
Yeah. Well, yeah, his leg's broken. Unfortunately for him,
imagine walking away as a Lions fan from a 47-9 win over Dallas, and
they're
you're
feeling bad.
4-1, and you feel like your season is crumbling. I know. What a horrible feeling that has to settle in as. Terrible.
So bad.
They're
still the best team, weren't they? In the NFC?
They're still the best team in the NFC. I still think they're going to get through it, but like that's. For a team that has Super Bowl aspirations, missing out on marquee edge rusher is like the Broncos losing Von Miller in 2015.
Yeah, so bad.
KJ.
Red, 96, 18, 30.
There's nothing like having a dream home, but your dream home is nothing without your dream appliances, which is why you have to go to mountainhighappliance.com. Shout out to Mountain High Appliance. They are the sponsor of KJ's NFL Notes. They have the most local and complete appliance stores in the metro area. They have several locations: Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. It's mountainhighappliance.com. I've been waiting to get to this audio. This is the audio of the day. So Jerry Jones, he has his own radio show on his own radio station, 105.3 in Dallas. And this is only a snippet of it, but when I say this is absolutely hysterical, I promise this will be the best 60 to 80 seconds of your life. Just take a listen.
My point is, it seems like
Listen, let me tell you what I'll do. Let me tell you what I'll do about it. I will let us sit down and look at the decisions we've made over the last several years. Okay? I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over the radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about, this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
Okay, that's all I could play. But,
Holy
dude,
cannoli.
Jerry Jones, what is happening with him right now? Like, seriously.
Well, he's tired of being questioned about. Here's what's happening. He knows he made 1,000 mistakes in the offseason. It's rearing its ugly head because his football team has not the talent to be able to even. This team won 12 games each of the last 3 seasons. They're not going to do that this season. And then after every single game, first of all, he should stop making himself available to media. I don't even know why he does that.
Well, it's his own show. He owns the radio station.
Oh, that's quite clear. He threatened to fire these
This would be like Mr. Kroenke coming on the show once a week to talk about, like Mr. Kroenke is sitting right here next to me, Stan, and I'm grilling him about the Avs not having $27 million worth of players on the roster and what could you have possibly done in the offseason to make it this bad. To have that reaction from the dude that ultimately signs your checks, I'm not a big enough man to jump back at that guy. I would knuckle under. Dude, I would knuckle under so hard.
Yeah, you just can't. Unfortunately for those radio hosts, you can't do that when you're working for the station that you can't do it. I mean, you. Raj. Okay, this brings up like a wider point, which is, I remember when I got here to the TV side of Altitude, and a lot of people asked me because I came from the Denver Post. Well, are they telling you what to say and all this kind of stuff? And the answer is no. There is, like in Dallas, they just feel like that they should always be hammering them. Like the media should be the most blunt that you can ever be in asking a question, and you never, ever, ever have to do that. You can get those questions answered, but you just gotta ask them the right way, and don't make your owner mad. And he just threatened like that. The next thing that we see is probably those dudes fired, and he's probably already looking for new, like whoever these guys are, they gotta go. And get me some new radio hosts here who are going to like lob me some softballs.
Or get someone else to ask the questions.
Exactly.
Well, my job is to ask why.
Or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
I can't, man. That's There's always a solution, Raj. There's always a solution.
To let you guys behind the curtain, as ruthless as I have been in certain situations to the Avalanche and player performance, and you guys heard me on Georgiev after game 1 of the playoffs last year. If you listen to the podcast over the weekend in games 1 and 2 of this season, I was not nice. I've never been called for that, so just to let you guys know. I've never been told to cool it. Maybe I'll cross the line one day. I'm still young, relatively speaking.
Yeah,
KJ, what's
young.
next?
Red, 96, 18, 30.
I'd be remiss if I didn't get a little Broncos in here. Sean Payton had his weekly Monday presser after the game, and he talked about the possibility of them going more up-tempo, and he explained in detail that it's something that they explore week to week. It's a part of the game plan that they want to implement more. And Raju just went over here about 15 minutes ago. When we look at all of the young quarterbacks that are starting to get better, Jaden Daniels, he's been cooking. Caleb Williams, he's found it out. Spencer Rattler, he's hit or miss. You just don't know. Drake May, he showed some things, even though he also turned the ball over a lot. But he also showed he could get the ball down the field. What is the one thing that you guys would like to see from this offense moving forward that would begin to show you that Bo Nix has something that resembles being the Broncos guy for a very long time?
Consistency from start to finish. Maybe, a long time ago, I don't know if you guys remember this. So when Mike Shanahan was the head coach here, the Broncos had this long streak of scoring on the first drive. They would always score on the first drive. Just march it right down the field, touchdown. And that is the opposite of what's happening now. I think efficiency, effectiveness from the start of a football game, not just when defenses start playing prevent at the end of a football game. Let's just start there. And then, I think there's, in the next few weeks, you just want to walk away from a game where you looked at Bo Nix's performance and you said, okay, I can't point to 4 really horrific throws. I can't point to 2 more situations where he held on too long and now he's trying to scramble around. Like, just give me a game like that, and I'll be okay. Look, I think the Broncos' expectations, a lot of this got skewed because they started winning a bunch of games because their defense is so good. It still remains a developmental football team, and the defense is blurring that line because they're keeping them in every single game. And now it's kind of like, well, you should win these games. Well, should they win these games? Like, you just routed off the where the Broncos were in the power rankings. It's like 20, 21, 20, 21, 19, whatever it is. That's the reality of this football team. And so when we go into, and that's why I caution anybody who's going to go in and say, well, they should beat the New Orleans Saints. Well, should they beat the New Orleans Saints? Are the Broncos heads and shoulders better than New Orleans?
They're 2.5-point favorites. I think with Pat Surtain, I would say this is a game that you should not lose.
I just think it should be classified as winnable, and that's it. Because I think the Broncos aren't good enough to walk into any scenario and go, that team, they are decidedly better than this team, maybe Carolina.
It's probably the more level-headed way to think about it.
So, I don't know, man.
My answer is I need to see multiple completions of 10 or more yards in between the hash marks. That's what I need to see. Like, I need to see you throw the football down the field. Not necessarily 30-yard bombs, but I need to see you throw to the sticks and throw to the sticks on time, right? And not be able to have those 10, 15, 20-yard pass plays only born from you scrambling outside the pocket, right? Like, I need to see you take a 3-step drop, trust your pocket, step up into it, and then fire a seed over the middle to Cortland Sutton or Josh Reynolds for a 12-yard gain on 2nd down and 8. That's what I need to see, right? I'm okay with that. Those are tangible things that I can look for on Thursday night against a bad defense. That's what I can look for. I'll take our final time out, hand things off to PhD coming up at noon. Again, tonight you can listen to the Nuggets in their second to last preseason game against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That will be a 7 p.m. tip and a 6:30 p.m. pregame show. Breaking news from Deion Sanders. The Buffs expect both Travis Hunter and Jimmy Horn to play this weekend.
What?
He just said it.
You guys been hearing the Kreckman and Lindahl spot buster that's been playing about like what's the biggest miss for either one of these two teams? Is it Pat Surtain for the Broncos coming up on Thursday? We saw how the defense kind of fell apart without him towards the latter half of the game against the Chargers, especially in crunch time. With Travis Hunter, it definitely happened at the end of that game. Not having him and then giving up the 3 straight chunk plays to a team that doesn't really pass the ball well in Kansas State was a direct result of not having the best defensive back in college football. But we expected him to be out at least a week. Both of those guys coming back put CU back on the track to you have to win out. Right? You want to be in the Big 12 championship game, you got to win out.
And you're going to need help.
And you got to have him.
Yep. Yeah, you do.
So big news from Deion. Actually, I was going to get into some NBA rank stuff because there's one player for the Nuggets that is in between players 151. I was expecting to see 2 players in there, maybe 3 players. We'll get into that in a second before we hand things off to PhD. Let's keep it with CU.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the CU Buffs men's basketball schedule as they jump into the Big 12, which is far and away the best basketball conference this year?
I have not. Let's play your game.
It is. Guys, it's going to be a bloodbath because this ain't the same Buffs team that we saw last year scare people in the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
They play in the Maui Invitational when they play against Michigan State, and then they either win or lose the right to play UConn of all teams,
the national champions,
the national champions who just like return all the guys every single year, even though they lose players to the draft. Like I don't know how Hurley does it, or if you happen to get the consolation prize, it's Memphis, which is another brutal game to have to play in the middle of November.
Penny Hardaway's team, yep.
So you get a few easier games. You know, you play against Pacific, South Dakota State, Bellarmine, and then you get into the teeth of the Big 12. Your first game in the Big 12 is hosting number 5 Iowa State. You have to host number 20 Cincinnati. You go to number 10 Arizona. You come back home to host number 4 Houston before going out 3 days later to Rock Chalk to take on the number 1 ranked team in the land, the Kansas Jayhawks. Then you go to Iowa State, number 5. You host number 8 Baylor. And then 2 days later, you got to host the Jayhawks again. It's the Big 12! Dude, it's 8 top 10 games on the schedule.
Yeah, you know, it's funny when
Holy crap.
When it was announced that CU was going to the Big 12, immediately I thought I was scared for the basketball team.
Oh man.
Because that's what the Big 12 and look, Kansas wasn't even that good last year, but now they're the number they just basically reshaped their entire roster. It's got all the dudes and now they're the number 1 team in the nation. And you don't have a player like Cody Williams on your roster. You don't even have Tristan De Silva. Like that is, it could get ugly, man.
Like the ACC is a good conference.
Yeah.
North Carolina,
and the SEC is
Duke, top 10.
Yeah.
NC State, top 10. Clemson's probably a top 10 team at this point this year. It ain't anything like the Big 12.
It's just not. Every game. And even on down to teams like Kansas State and TCU, and it's just you will have 0 opportunities to. Yeah, I know.
The reason why I looked into this is because we got a text coming in at 303-504-0925 from the 433. Mello and Cayenne were at the Buffs game, but
right.
They were down shooting baskets in Colorado Springs, and everyone's like, all right, well, if Mello's there, is this just like a celebrity thing? Or should CU be trying to get Melo's kid?
They should. They should be trying to get Melo's kid.
Is that as far the reach as the Prime experience has? Like, can you affect the basketball recruiting?
Okay, I'm glad you said this, Raj, because I think that Colorado should most certainly use Deion Sanders to recruit basketball players too, because they would come to the university. It does, yeah.
Just to be in that orbit.
Yes, just to be in the orbit. The CU athletic department, just from like a hype standpoint and all the celebrities, like that will trickle right into basketball if you let it. But I mean, then that would be up to Tad Boyle, right? I mean, you wouldn't want to put guardrails up on that and say like, "This is my program. Keep hands off."
I think you'd be stupid too.
I agree. I don't know why you wouldn't at least put the call in and just say, "Hey, Melo, Cayenne's a really good player."
Like, you really want him to go to Syracuse? That, like, we know you had a good year up there, but honestly, that place sucks to live. You know what's kind of really nice for the vast majority of the year? Boulder.
Right.
It gets a little chilly, but guess what? You're in the season. You're playing indoors. You don't have to go. You're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine.
It's fine. You can walk right in. And
Syracuse gets cold and snowy, guys. Like, I love my alma mater, but that place is depression central.
Yeah. Yeah. And he could charter, like, and I know I'm kind of dreaming a dream here, but like you could chart a new path for your son, which is he doesn't have to follow your footsteps. I mean, Carmelo won the national title. I know.
You'll never fill the shoes.
Correct. Yeah. So don't put that pressure on your kid. Just send him somewhere where he can be the man and let him do it.
And then the Anthony family is revered once again in the Mile High City.
I don't know about all
No? All right, before we get out of here, NBA ranks started up today. They released players 100 through 51. There is A Nugget sitting in there at number 89, and that is Michael Porter Jr. So that tells us, Demps, Nikola is obviously going to be number 1.
Yeah.
Top 10, number
Top
1.
5. Yeah, we had it. Yeah.
If he's not number 1, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, well.
He's the MVP 3-time.
Yeah, I agree.
He's the number 1 player in the NBA rank.
You just never know what these rankings.
I will get faux upset about this later on in the week if he's not number 1.
Yeah.
Where does that leave Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray? Because Kentavious Caldwell-Pope checks in at number 62. Jamal rose from number 50 in 2022 all the way up to number 17 in 2023.
Okay.
Jamal's got to be in the top 50, right? Like, there's no way he went from 17 to outside the top 100. It can't happen. I would be floored.
I would be too, actually. I mean, I would be floored. Look, he's not going to be 17. I mean, but he should be in the top 50. There's no doubt about
Who's
that.
Who's higher, him or AG?
I would still think that should be Jamal.
Yeah.
Especially coming off that, I wonder how they are thinking about these players' individual seasons. Because Jamal's individual regular season was really good. His postseason, not as good. His Olympics, not as good. So I mean, are they factoring those things in, or not even as a tangible factor, but just is it on your mind as the person ranking the players when you're putting them in whatever slot you're going to put them? So I don't know, man. I would think that it would be the next nugget we'll see is Aaron Gordon. Then the next one would be Jamal Murray, and then you would have Nikola among the elite players in the league.
That'll do it for us today. For Chris Dempsey and KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan-Emy. You guys should stick around for the rest of the midday and afternoon because there are some huge giveaways happening on PhD for Wednesday night's nationally televised game for the Avs and the Boston Bruins. Both of those shows are giving away a 4-pack of sweet tickets up in the club level for Wednesday night's game. You got to listen to PhD. You got to listen to Kreckman and Lindahl today. 4 packs of Avs Sweet tickets coming up on Wednesday night. Stick around on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll catch you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Well, my job is to ask
why.
why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Welcome to it. Beautiful Colorado day. Greatest state in the country. Glad to be here.
Getting a little chilly. It's coming.
Yeah, I like it. It's good. It's about that time, man. It's about that time. Fall's in the air. Still beautiful out, though. I mean, gorgeous to get out and about.
So I got to tell you a quick story about that.
Well, go.
So the governor and prisoner A1585557 completely redoing their downstairs. Tore out all the floors, all the bang and ding and blah, and they're slowly getting done. Now the governor's slow to make decisions. Sound familiar?
It sounds like they should call AAA Home Improvements.
Well, you know what?
Do.
So anyway,
yeah,
it's been like a 3-month project. They still don't have floors. So they just been sleeping outside in their pop-up tent or their pop-up camper.
What? Oh.
Pop-up camper.
All right. Okay.
And it's been great. You know, Colorado on the evenings
Sure.
here has been great.
Sure.
The prisoner 587568182 said, starting to get a little chilly at night.
Yeah.
He goes, and our propane heater, the propane went out in the middle of the night during the night it dropped down to like 39 or something like that.
Is he searching for an invite?
Well, no, he's in there saying, can we get this thing done? So another 2 weeks, though, they're still in that pop-up
Okay,
camp.
because I got the people. When it comes to not doing it yourself, I'm your guy.
No. It's called making a decision.
That's right.
Okay. All right.
Your people be great. They're going to make a decision? Or are they going to say,
no,
what do you want?
making a decision.
No, that is a fair point.
Just like Mike Tomlin did with Russell Wilson today.
Made a decision.
Yeah, made a decision.
Did he make a decision?
Russ is the guy.
Is he? That's official?
Well, he in the press conference, he said, we went through last week. We knocked the rust off. We'll make a decision this week.
Oh, so it's not official.
But
yeah,
he's getting all the first team reps. So, yeah, Russ is going to be the guy. Russ is going to be starting this week.
Okay. Hey, I'm all for it. It's a primetime game against the Jets.
How many times are we going to have the Jets and Giants have the primetime Sunday night?
Seriously.
3 weeks in a row.
Is that really a question? It's not the Indiana Jets.
You know, but it's not the any good Jets or Giants.
Whatever.
Giants.
It's not the Raleigh Giants.
Yeah, but it's not the I'm good at football Giants either.
Little
Giants are better than these Giants.
I'm gonna get you a map, and we're gonna look at population on the map,
Right.
and then we're gonna talk about TV, and it's gonna be like magic for you.
So
Really?
so it's not about the quality of the product.
Of course not. It's about the quality of
I
what
actually disagree with you. I think in football, it is about the quality of the product.
not at all. TV's not.
On primetime games?
The Giants and Jets 4 straight weeks on primetime evening
Yeah, I
games.
can't explain the Giants. I can explain the Jets.
It's the same
that
reason.
one's pretty damn easy.
It's the same reason.
They're in the same town.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll show you the same map. It's got a lot of people. We'll have green dots for people. How's Wyoming doing these days for national TV games? They're probably struggling.
But let them be 7-0. I bet they'd get one.
Maybe they would.
Colorado's got another 8:15 start next week.
What?
Oh yeah.
So wait, Arizona Cincinnati game is 8:15.
8:15.
Parents' weekend game is at 8:15.
8:15. Yep, they got it again.
Oh,
it's unbelievable.
My God,
it's actually absurd. It's a ridiculous.
Are you kidding me?
It's a ridiculous thing that has happened now. How many times? 3 already.
Wow.
Is that the home game?
It's a home.
Yeah.
It's parents' weekend.
So all the administration has just said no. We're not interested in moving the game late, and they wouldn't have to do that.
Why would they do that? They want to be on TV.
Well, exactly right. So everybody else who hates it, the administration said we want the eyes and we want the extra do-re-mi.
Wow. So Arizona is a national game, 2:00 on Fox. So this is an ESPN game then at 8:15.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, that's I assume it is. So that's what
I know it's an 8:15 start.
Damn.
Yeah, that's brutal, man.
That is brutal.
I had tickets to the game last weekend, and I just didn't go because I didn't want. It was so late. I didn't want to get home at 2:00 in the morning.
Can't blame you. Well, at least those hotels up in Boulder are pretty affordable. That was another what the heck moment. Looking at that on a game weekend compared to a non-game weekend, goodness gracious.
Hottest ticket in Colorado, man.
Yeah, I was listening to Prime today. Shiloh was at the mic today. He was, he admitted he played horrible. Said his worst game of his life. And then he hit us with the, I believe in me and, haters going to hate and all that kind of stuff.
Well, his dad started the hate.
He didn't help. it didn't help.
Right.
But then Prime came out today and said, no regrets. I'm going to tell you the way it is. I told you what I thought about the offensive line. I told you what I thought about my kid. And you know what? He's not wrong about that. No, he's right about that.
I think it was a strategic move by Prime, calling out his son on purpose. Yeah, my kid's in the building. Yeah, I'm not going to treat him any different. I think that was a move for national and local reasons, and I didn't have any beef with it. And the reality is, Shiloh was hot garbage, man. Hot garbage.
Sometimes
somebody put together a highlight reel with the music of all of his missed tackles in that game.
Yeah.
There must have been 6.
Yeah, but you got to admit, if he was playing anywhere else, just name another school he would be good enough to play at, and he had a game like that, his coach wouldn't be saying that about him. There's no way.
But it's his dad, and that's why he did it.
But any other school, have you heard individual offensive linemen and all that stuff called out like that?
I've never heard. I don't hear that in the pros. I don't hear that anywhere.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, give me an example.
It's happened to me.
Okay, what coach said it about you?
Jay Gruden.
Jay Gruden said Tyler Columbus was terrible.
Yeah, more or less. I don't remember the exact verbiage that was used.
Is
there
any other example aside from that of late in the past year or so?
No, I know. You always put me on the spot with exact examples, but
you said it happens all the time. I'll tell you what happened last night. Colorado Avalanche had one of their worst games in the history of the organization, and Bednar came out and said that, but he didn't come out and say Cale Makar was terrible, which he was. He answers specific questions about Georgie, but he'll say he has to be better or whatever. He doesn't call him horrible.
Actually, I thought he did like 2 games ago.
Not by name, no. He says,
okay, well, he referred to the goaltending issue.
Yes.
I mean, okay, so what the hell's the difference?
Safety play's got to be better. Defensively, we've got. All right, I don't.
What's the difference,
Tyler? I'm sure you're right. It feels unusual to me. Him calling his son horrible feels unusual to me. Last night, the Avalanche were as bad as they've ever been. And Bednar did not name anybody specifically by name. He could have. He easily could have.
Hey, at least Georgie didn't get benched until they had to pull the goalie off the ice.
I thought it was close, man. It was 4-1, and it was like, wow.
They couldn't do it. They had to keep him out there just from a mental perspective because he's what they got. That's what they got. And so you're going to keep riding with them just like the Browns keep riding with Deshaun Watson because it's what you got. And at some point, you just say, look, as a coach, I've already pulled you out twice already in the first 2 games. The third, am I doing it 3 times in a row? I can't do that to this guy.
It was bad. There's no easy answer here either.
Here's what's bad, and it's, again, you got 79 games, 78 games, whatever is left. But they're 0-3, and they've been ugly blowouts. I mean,
last night was the worst.
Yeah, really.
According to Bednar. He said he could find things in the first 2 games that were okay. He said, I'd need a fine-tooth comb to find something good about last night.
Well, you just mentioned Cale Makar. I had a buddy I was talking with the other day about the Avs, and this is before last night. We're going to have Mosier on here in a little bit, and I know we're going to get in on what he said about quarterback stuff, but we can ask him about that too. But my buddy goes, Cale Makar has not played good.
He has not played good. Who has played good?
Caleb Ritchie got his first NHL goal.
That was an awesome minute. And Bednar said, and then I didn't really see him the rest of the game.
So called him out?
Mikko had a hat trick in the first game.
Mikko had a hat trick in the first game. That was good.
They got beat.
They lost by 4. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, listen, you were missing Taves, Drouin, Nichushkin, Lehkonen, and of course, Gabe. You know, you don't have Cogliano, like that veteran guy anymore to kind of
energy guy.
You don't have that dude anymore. Logan O'Connor's just coming back. You know, he's all right, but whatever. You got a lot of young dudes down there, and it is right now it's the worst I've seen this Avs team in a long time
since they had 40 points.
We're starting to have that conversation, unfortunately.
It's definitely too early to panic, but it's enough to be concerned, right? And as a head coach, man, now you got to walk the fine line of, all right, am I going to already go to the well? And I think you should. I think now's the time. You already go to the well and you start calling these guys out. You only get to do that so many times over the course of a season. But you're 3 games in. And look, at some point, the remainder of this season, the Avalanche will go on another 3-game slide. It'll happen. But to have it happen the way that it has happened and just outright butt whippings, I would like to think it won't happen like that again.
I actually asked Bednar about that last night. I goes, was this comparable? And he goes, oh, yeah. Like this happens. He goes, many times.
Well, 3 games, you lose 3 games, yeah. But I don't know in the form that they've lost them.
No, and that's what he said. He goes, yes, this happens multiple times, even a year, but never at the beginning of the season. They haven't started 0-3-0 since 08-09. This is their worst start in 16 years, 17 years, whatever that is. So that's the reality check. So he's not trying to light a fire under him. He's not. I know what you're saying about you only get to do that so many times, and I think that's an intentional thing. When a coach just comes up and is just, sighs and just this or that was horrible. He's not fired up. He's not trying to light a fire under him at all. He just can't avoid talking the honest truth. And one great thing about Jared Bednar, he's honest. He's not trying to play any games here. He's not. But there's no other explanation for what's going on except to be honest about what's happened.
Oh, well, that's what he said. There are no excuses. There is no way to explain this.
He said we were cheating the game. How about that for a harsh condemnation? We're cheating the game.
So that's code word for we ain't playing hard.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
If you want to be real honest, it's code word for we're not playing very hard.
Well, I wonder if we've already seen Coach Malone call his team out of shape, right? Is it something similar in hockey terms? Is that what Jared Bednar is saying? Are they loafing? Is there bad effort? Has it been bad effort or has it just been bad? Like Kale, is that bad effort or is those just bad decisions?
Probably both. Which is, wow, as a coach, that's got to be just so disheartening.
I mean, Kale did say after the game that there were some really stupid, childish mistakes.
Yeah. It was no doubt about it. It's rough. But that being said, there has been a resiliency to this club. They are steeped in Stanley Cup champions. You get another chance to straighten it out tomorrow against the Bruins. You get the big bad Bruins in really early. We actually have, is that right, a 4-pack of tickets to give away in the suite? How about that?
Pair of tickets.
A pair of tickets. A pair of tickets in the suite, though. Some nice seats. Some good seats.
In the building.
Get you in the building. We'll get you in the building for free. So listen, that's the truth. So Prime was honest today. Bednar's been honest. Malone's been honest. But I think Mark Mosher is just lying through his teeth.
Why is he lying?
He's just finding.
Is he lying or is he?
Or do you think he has a wrong opinion?
Right.
No, he's not. I'm just joking. Listen, man. This is if you've got to take anti-Bo Nix and you think things are better. Now, I don't know if you line up with what Mark is saying, though. Are you guys on Mosher's side with where
what
he's going?
What specifically did he say?
Well, he's making his act.
I don't listen to that crap. I don't listen. I didn't. I missed the show this morning. What happened?
All right. Well, we'll recap. It looks like Russell Wilson's going to start. That is you know what I'll tell you, man? The timing of that is pretty amazing. We're going to start Russell Wilson after this time. The team is 4-2.
You kind of set him up to fail.
And we're going to do it on Sunday Night Football?
Right.
He couldn't have been any more clear all year long, though, but he was going back to him.
Kaboom. Breaking news. All right. The Browns are trading Amari Cooper to the Bills.
Oh, that's interesting. So they got their Stephon Diggs replacement.
Okay.
Amari Cooper right now, I looked at this yesterday, is in the top 3 or 4 in drop passes this year. He's got 11.
He's a playmaker, though.
So the Jets are early sign they're burning the house down. They're just, that's it.
The Browns, you mean?
Browns, yeah. Fun game last night, man. Fun game last night.
We got to get into the Davante Adams stuff at some point because I do find it very, very interesting.
Yeah.
There's some angles with Davante Adams. It's just fascinating of this. Are you doing it to yourself again? Are you setting yourself up for the exact same situation that you were in previously?
Yeah, and then Rodgers gone next year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Could happen.
Yeah, but they don't go to New Orleans.
All right, we've got Mark Mosher, and Mark Mosher is going to be defending Zach Wilson. Is that what the the gist of it is, that's coming up next.
Hey guys, Tyler here, my friends at Revitalized Health, the best in the industry, what they do. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, but there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just testosterone. And that's where my friends at Revitalized Health are really going to shine. They're going to come up with the customized game plan that's going to include peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, and yes, of course, testosterone as well, if that's what your body calls for. When you go to Revitalized Health, you're going to look better, you're going to feel better, you're going to sleep better, and who doesn't want all of those things? So do not settle in life thinking you're not going to have high energy ever again. You can. Call Revitalized Health today. They've got 3 locations, so they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plumbus sent you on over, and find them online at revitalized-health.com.
If you're Sean Payton and you really want to stick it to the worst defense in the league, there's only one thing to do. start Zach Wilson at quarterback. And let him throw that pig all over the damn yard
That ain't
and
matter
stick it
with
right
you.
up your stick hole. What's wrong with that?
No, you're
Hold
right,
on.
Mosh. What's wrong with just randomly benching your rookie
You know what?
quarterback and starting your third string?
Okay,
Yeah,
let me rephrase
That's-
that.
now-
You
now
don't
you're
start.
being-
Hold on, you don't start him, but you bring him in on some packages and you let him throw that.
It's not
pig.
going to happen.
That's the
Yeah.
stupidest thing
Yeah,
you've ever
I'm-
said.
we're gonna-
well,
we're gonna
dumbest
pretend-
thing
do
you've
you,
ever
do you
said.
want to win or do you not want to win?
Dumbest thing you've ever said on
This,
the podcast.
hey, listen, I don't even have to keep you guys up on current events. This offense stinks.
Oh my God. I can't believe Mark's even here to sort of defend this position.
Sounds like a great idea to me.
And then we can roll into halves.
Moj, how you doing, pal?
Well, you're hot and bothered.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm good.
Well, you sound hot and bothered.
I'm cooler than the other side of the pillow, my friend.
Okay. All right.
Hey, it was your compatriots there in the morning calling you a fool, not me.
Well, Coach Sanford agree with me.
Does he?
Hey, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Hang on.
All right.
Ain't nobody. Let me rephrase myself. Ain't nobody calling for no Zach Wilson to start.
That was like a triple negative.
Ain't nobody.
Ain't
calling.
nobody. No.
Ain't nobody calling for no Zach Wilson to start.
Nobody. Yeah.
But what I am saying, can I ask you a question, D-Mac?
I don't know.
Boys?
Can you?
Go
ahead.
What the hell is Zach Wilson doing on this roster? What's he doing?
He is. I'll tell you why he's here.
Why is he Ty? Why is he here?
He is here so that Sean Payton can be right, no matter what.
About what? About what?
Because even if he gets it wrong with Bo Nix, if he gets it right with Zach Wilson, look at me, I'm Sean Payton.
So I'll tell you what. Here's a good plan. Let's just sit on a big arm for a couple of years so I can be right. That's a great idea. Sounds good.
Actually, I actually agree with you on that. It doesn't make.
Darren. I just saw the suckiest suckhole offense I've ever seen in my life. I mean, listen, man, and even Sean Payton, to his credit, God, I love his honesty. He admitted that everything they got in the fourth quarter was all because of the Chargers coverage.
Oh, don't tell D-Mac that.
Sean Payton, he's like, look, yeah, we went up tempo, but look, they changed their coverage. He was basically telling all you, nobody get excited about it because we didn't do crap, and he knows it. He's not stupid. He's a smart man.
Hey, you guys know how many yards Bo Nix had going into the fourth quarter? Seriously.
22.
I thought it was 27, but okay, yeah. Like 27, 22 yards going into the fourth quarter.
Well, listen, man, here's the story. There's one guy in this roster who can push the ball down the field.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you may not like him. You may think he's this or that or whatever. Zach Wilson's the only damn arm. I don't know what he's – if you're never going to utilize him, if you don't have a plan for him,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for God's sake, set him free. He's like a caged eagle, man. Like, what, you just want to look at him in a zoo? Let him go, man. Let him go someplace. I guarantee you, look, after the Sam Darnold experiment is working in Jeff Legwold says it in Minnesota. Jeff Legwold says that, look, if they waive him, dude, he's an insta-claim. The rule in the National Football League is if a guy was a top 10 pick and he's waived before his first contract is out, insta-claim.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody will claim him immediately. And listen, I give them credit for trading for him. I don't know what he's got left in the tank in this league. Here's what I do know. He's got the best damn arm on this football team, and I'm tired of watching crap passing football. Tired of it.
Well, there's his explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the Raiders said they want to get rid of Crosby now, so why don't you offer him to the Raiders for Crosby?
Hey, Scotty, you know what I do?
Wow.
You know what I do? Here's what I do. If the Detroit Lions just lost Hutchinson for the year, man, I would give 5 firsts for Max Crosby right now if I was the Lions.
5?
That'd be the smartest move they can make. That's beside the point.
All right, Moj.
I was really expecting D-Mac and Moj to start yelling at
Oh,
one
no,
another. Like this is a big buzzkill right now. Why would we even bring him on if you're not going to yell at him?
What's he doing here, D-Mac? What's he doing here? He's just sitting there with a clipboard and his teeth in his mouth doing nothing.
See,
I mean,
Mark is backing up something really, really stupid with something really, really
Here we
smart.
go.
Well, no, I mean,
go ahead,
he's
go ahead.
right. I actually agree with Moj. Why is he here? That's why I thought when Miami was going through their things, I said they should be active and try to get him off there. If the only reason I think he's here right now is to trade him.
They're dumb for not doing it. Look,
I agree.
Jarrett Stidham is the backup. And incidentally, I have not seen one throw from Zach Wilson this year that, in my opinion, Jarrett Stidham couldn't make. Now, his legs are way better. Stiddy cannot run out of problems the way that Bo Nix can. Bo Nix is a superb scrambler. I love his legs. I love that part of his game. But so what, man? Listen, I'm being silly here because you should, with Bo Nix and an offense that looked like dog butt last week, you should be able to walk over New Orleans and walk over Carolina the next 2 weeks. These are poor defenses. The Saints have the worst defense in the National Football League, and I swear to the Lord above, if Bo Nix cannot get off on the New Orleans Saints, then he can't get off on anybody or anywhere, anytime this year. That's it.
Well, I agree with you on that too. The defense for New Orleans is terrible. They should come out fast and furious.
Will you be concerned if he doesn't ball out against them?
I will, actually. It'll be a bummer, big time.
If there's ever a time for Sean Payton in this vengeance tour that he's got coming up on Thursday night to pull out all the stops, man, I don't know. I would secretly inside my bubble this week so nobody can see it. I would work up some packages and some series for Zach Wilson or some plays. I'd throw him in there, and I'd at least have a threat of being able to beat him over the top.
Hey,
That's
when you said Coach agreed with you, be more specific. What did he say?
I'm just saying that.
No, Sanford.
Was that? Pardon?
When you said Sanford agreed with you,
here's what he said. He said, "Well, there's no way in hell that Bo Nix is ever going to not start." I agree with that too. But he said, "Look, if Bo Nix can't move the offense the next 2 weeks." He said, not only should there be a discussion, there will be a discussion about what you do at quarterback this year. The Broncos, I'm telling you, boys, in my opinion, with these teams coming up with that defense, the Broncos should be a 5-3 football team heading into Baltimore and Kansas City.
I agree.
I mean, how many times are they going to be a favorite on the road this year? This time?
Not many.
Is it?
Not many.
You go to New Orleans and you punk those guys, and you give Sean Payton the revenge he wants.
See, I can't yell at Moj because he's backing off his stupidest take. He's easing back.
You guys don't know.
Here's the thing, D-Mac. I know I'm defeated. I know nobody will listen to me. Nobody will listen to me. Nobody will pay attention because you've got some sort of I almost said a bad word for Bo Nix. And the fact of the matter is,
we call it a Bo-rection.
Yeah, he's a Bo-rection.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is that this guy's got the most lively arm on the team, and I guarantee you, he's every bit as athletic as Bo Nix. He really is, bro. I don't know what he's doing here. And if they just stuff him, in a closet for the next couple of years so that Sean Payton can look smart, well, that's a pity. If I'm the kid, I'm saying, hey, man, give me a chance someplace else. I think you really thought maybe you had a chance here.
Let me read your take just a little bit and see if you don't agree, because this is where I think he's coming from. One, he just kind of said it by what's he doing here. Mm-hmm. His thought is if he's here, play him. If not, get rid of him. Trade him, whatever. So his thing,
okay.
I think the point of what Moj is saying is more, why is he here than let him start?
Well, then we agree. Because I agree with you, and that's why I advocated for them to be active and really try to trade him to Miami when I thought that was a doable deal.
Listen, the best arm in training camp was Zach Allen. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
Zach Wilson?
Or Zach Wilson. Yeah. But now you've invested a 12th pick in the draft in the first round. This is Bo Nix's team for the next year, maybe year and a half, before this conversation even comes up.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
Well, it took Bryce Young a year and about 2 games.
No.
Hey,
19
D-Mac,
games?
Outside of the Tampa game, which was very good.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying what you're saying? I mean, when you let me get deep into your soul here.
Okay.
I texted you at halftime. You're sitting there at halftime on your little chair in your low press box and you're staring blankly at the field.
True.
What's going through your mind? Be honest with me. What's going through your mind?
Is it chicken wings or should I go brat? I mean,
no. You know what you're saying to yourself.
Can I wait for the line to go down? Maybe I should just go with fruit.
You're going. How the hell am I going to spin this and this?
I'm not thinking that at all. I'm not thinking that at halftime. It was 20-0. He had a 0 quarterback rating, and I was like, "This is bad." Obviously.
How am I going to spin it?
I just sit there and I say,
"Hey, Moj, we're all over here agreeing."
I sit there and I say, well, "It'll be interesting to see how the rest of this game plays itself out because the game's not won in the first half or 3 quarters. It's played through 4 quarters.
So after 3 quarters, when he's got a .16,
it was still bad. It was 23-0.
Let me just break this down.
But when they had an onside kick and it was a 1-score game, and they almost recovered an onside kick to,
Ball went out of bounds.
Well, yeah, but if Draymond Smith came back, Superman.
He almost recovered an onside kick. It was spinning. It's fun.
Here's what Bo just said. Bo Nix is not better than Zach Wilson, and that's a true statement. Okay, that's a factual statement as of today, right?
Mm-hmm.
If Zach Wilson went in there, I do think Zach actually would have been better in the first handful of games. But the whole conversation is moot conversation no matter what, because you ain't doing anything about it.
You're right.
Nobody's
Scotty,
doing
Scotty's
anything
right.
about anything. And we do know, and honestly, Moj, the right thing is to see it out with Bo. That is the right thing to do.
No, I completely agree. But I'm going to be honest, and you guys, everyone not named DMAC will agree with me. If you want to go into New Orleans and you want to win 21-10 and win the game, okay, then Bo and Sean have it worked out. If you want to go to New Orleans and you want to stick it right in their Saint stick hole, 51-17, you start Wilson. That's all there is to it.
You might have 3 or 4 interceptions in there at the same time, but
Okay,
maybe.
fine. Hey, give it to me, man, because he may have 3 or 4 friggin' touchdowns, which is way more than other dude has ever had this entire season.
Hey, by the way, this Saints game, we always talk about coaches. You never look ahead. Like, hey, what's the game in 3 weeks? I don't know. Who do we got on Sunday? How many months ago did Sean Payton start game planning for the Saints?
Oh, it's
how many months
forever.
ago did he start this one?
Forever.
I'd devote 5 hours a week to it on other game weeks. Absolutely, I would.
Forever.
All right, Mose, real
Last thing,
fast.
hey, last thing, boys. Last thing. I know
it's
you're
not
gonna
the
get
last
that.
Not the last thing, because we got something else to talk to you about too. I mean, well, we got you.
No,
but-
I'm not doing that. You
Wow,
guys are doing a fine
really?
job on your own. I did
Really?
it this morning. Hang on. Here's the
Okay.
text line. In fact, I want to find out what your peeps think. 303-504-0925. You and I'm not saying start him or whatever. I'm saying, does anybody want to see Zach Wilson at some point? Yes or no? 303-504-0925. You guys will be shocked at what comes through that text line. I promise you.
So you don't want to talk about the Avs?
See you later.
Really?
I gotta go.
Okay.
I will say.
He doesn't want to yell about Georgie.
Okay.
Is he out there voicing for?
There's a
for
whole
Juice?
whole lot of no disturb on the phone calls trying to get a guest on.
Okay. Hey, by the way, we're giving away a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's game.
Who's in tomorrow?
What's that?
Carolina? Is it? No, it's
Bruins.
Boston. Ooh, that's a big
Bruins
game.
is a big one.
Ooh, text line's flooding.
Tickets are still available for purchase for the matchup against Brad Marchand and the Bruins at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. You can text Mikko, MIKKO, 303-504-0925, and we'll pick a winner at 2:45. So come on, man. Avs got to snap out of it. It's a big game. It always is against the Chowderheads. So text Mikko, 303-504-0925, and we'll give away a pair of tickets. Don't forget, tickets on sale at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. How's Moj doing producing the show?
Text line is rolling right now. I mean, they are coming in fast and furious, and it feels like a majority would like to see Zach Wilson.
All right, let me just read some. No, tell Mosier to lay off the pipe. Okay. Zach Wilson, Brock Bowers, Bo Nix, and any tight end on the roster. Okay. And now we're getting some Mikos. This was gold. See you later. Okay. Holy cow. Well, Mosier's working. We're getting a lot of holy cow. Just feel free to read some, Tyler. The text line is just blowing up right now.
I mean, yeah,
So
it's coming at a million miles per hour right now.
You guys know as well as I do, Mosier is the biggest weenie in the world when it comes. I don't know. Mosier's a weenie. Some people are texting in Nikki. It's Mikko. Did I really pronounce it that poorly?
That could be a autocorrect right there.
Oh, you think that's what that is? Oh, okay. Mikko, not Nikki.
Yeah, I bet that's an autocorrect.
Will we accept Nikki there, Dan?
Mickey.
No.
We're getting Mickeys and Nickies.
We're getting Mickeys and Nickies. Mikko. Bo blows so damn boring. All right. The Broncos should have drafted Brock Bowers and went with Zach Wilson. Agree 100%. The only caveat that comes with is a big contract for Zach Wilson. That's what it comes with. Listen, I agree with
Not unless
most.
you win 10 or 11 games.
Well, if you're going to go with him, then you got to go. You only get 1
Well,
year.
but you would only give it to him if you earned it. I mean, you had it. You would have a full year right now to make that decision.
Yeah, that's true. And
then if it sucks, you draft Shedeur.
So we start all over again. We start from scratch again. We put it off what we should do,
Well,
and
if
we
you
just do
made
it
that
again.
decision, then yes, in that theoretical situation, that is what would have happened.
What if Zach Wilson's like Russ? He wins 8 games, but he's really not the guy. It's kind of like a Case Keenum deal. Now you're drafting 15, 13, 14. I mean, you have no shot at Shedeur. And now what? What are you doing now?
Probably rolling.
Probably rolling?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You can keep rolling with Zach.
Okay. Well, there you go. You keep rolling with Zach. You can do that if you want. I mean, he's there. You can give him $10 million a year like Darnold.
Look, the whole thing is a dumb conversation.
Would you
'cause
take
we all know
Darnold
it's
$10
not
million
happening.
a year?
No, I would not. I would do exactly what the Broncos did, and I would develop a young quarterback. And if it doesn't work out in a couple years, I would rinse and repeat. I hate free agent quarterbacks, even though Peyton Manning was amazing. But in general, trying to hit with the Ryan Tannehill, Sam Darnold's, Jared Goff's.
You hate Kirk Cousins?
I do not hate Kirk Cousins. No, he's great.
I decided the other day that Kirk Cousins, and I mean this is not hyperbole to me, he is the most underrated quarterback in NFL history. That's what Kirk Cousins is. He's the most hated upon quarterback that has done nothing but succeed.
How do you define success?
Well, that's fair. And if the ultimate success is going to be championships, he's failed. But I guess Dan Marino failed also.
Well, let me ask this: would Dallas rather have Kirk Cousins or Dak Prescott?
Right. And Dak just got the biggest contract in NFL history. And they're looking at that like 2 days later, like, uh-oh, are we stuck with that? Like 2 days after we gave him that deal, we're stuck with that long term?
Oh, by the way, we got to go over this Jerry Jones Dallas radio thing. Have you heard it?
Yeah.
Jerry Jones.
Dude. That was an interesting sequence of events there with Jerry Jones for those radio guys. I was feeling for them.
Does he own that station?
I don't know if
because he definitely pulled the power play on.
Or does he own the rights of the Cowboys? They can pull it from that station.
Well, he definitely does that. Yeah. There's zero. I don't know if he owns the station. I would kind of doubt he owns the station, but he controls who has the radio rights.
Yeah.
How much revenue do you think they generate having the Cowboys on?
Oh my gosh.
What do you think that number's at?
And you don't think there's other competitors out there going, "Hey, come on over here. We won't ask you tough questions."
Yeah, though, guess what? Those questions ain't going to be so tough anymore. But one of the cool deals, you know what? Let's get to it because his relationship with that radio station over the years has been really interesting. It's been interesting, but it hit a strange moment earlier today. You'll hear it coming up. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Buy one, get one. Good deal, but not like the threefer. This deal may be the best you've ever had. 3 of your favorites for only $10.99 anytime. Choose from Cheesy's scratch-made pizza and calzones, a signature burger, or spaghetti with sausage. Then add salad for a decadent dessert for a threefer like no other. That's a 3-course meal at Old Chicago for just $10.99. Get what you want at Old Chicago. And when it comes to liquid libations, 110 local and legendary beers are on tap, waiting for you. Founded in Boulder in 1976 with their scratch-made pizza crust, Old Chicago has been perfecting pizza ever since. And whether you're dining in, taking it to go, your next great meal with the 3-for special is at Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. All right, let's go. Come on now. PhD in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion, it's justice. Backus and Shanker. So the radio station there in Dallas is owned by a big radio company, Odyssey. They own a million stations. One of those doodads. But that being said, he can put the rights. he can throw
Scram, there's another station.
Sure.
Yeah. There's not Odyssey stations in Dallas that would take it.
It's not as who wouldn't?
Yeah.
But he's had this interesting relationship where he's the owner, GM, rights holder, all, Hall of Famer. But one of the cool things I've thought over the years is even on the station that has the rights for the Cowboys, they've been pretty honest and confrontational. That's been the reputation that Jones allows it to be a very open line of communication.
What's the line we had that we use? Drop all that. Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth.
I mean, that was from an interview with that group a year or so ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. So I heard a vibe on this interview. And
they've had moments probably 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, and I'm listening earlier today, and the conversation was very friendly. It's kind of, his 82nd, how's your birthday party? How's it going? Oh, kind of joking about the loss. Kind of this like familiar back and forth. But boy, it turned quick. What do we got there, Dan? Oh, okay. All right. Here we go. All right, here's the first part.
Seems like my point. Let me tell you what I'll do. Let me tell you what I'll do about it. I will let us sit down and look at the decisions we've made over the last several years. Okay? I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Okay, are we joking around now, or is it getting a little tense?
Oh, of course it's getting tense.
I think he's just being honest.
Yeah, well, there's no joking, but yes, he's being honest. Those are all the same thing. Look, here's my take on the whole thing. This is not the first time Jerry Jones has gotten ticked off, okay? And specifically with this radio station. It's happened almost every single year, once a year, it feels like. When you bring Jerry on, you kind of just got to know what you're signing up for, man. I mean, ask a dangerous question at your own peril is my point. Sometimes, right, wrong, or indifferent, you do bring people on, and you just understand what it is, right? And when you bring Jerry on, man, you ask a question, you're doing that at your own risk.
So here he is. He's challenging the guys like what your job is. So the guys are like, well, I'll tell you what my job is.
Well, my job is to ask
why.
why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
I'll play the rest of it. Oh, it's awkward, though. So Jones questions him about what your job is, and the guy fights back for a second, but Jones jumps all over.
Well, my job is to ask why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
Well, am I invited? Because I'd love to go.
I don't think that's. I think he's a matter of fact guy. I don't think he lost his temperature.
He said, "I'll find 5 or 10 like you to, blah blah blah."
Or he said, "If there's 5 or 10 like you that
agreed with him.
that can figure it out." He said, "If you can figure this out, and get 5 or 10 like you, I'll invite you to this meeting."
Is Jones just joking around with his guys that he has a regular relationship? I mean, he's on there every week. These guys have been there for years.
It's not as big or bad as I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
He's not joking. No.
You don't think he's joking?
No.
All right, here's the last part of it here.
Jerry,
okay. Y'all really think you're going to sit here with a microphone and tell me all of the things that I've done wrong and without going over the rights? Now, listen, we both know we're talking to a lot of great fans and a lot of great listeners. And I am very sorry for what happened out there Sunday. I'm sick about what happened Sunday. Now, I'm not talking to these yahoos on the end of this phone. I'm talking to you, the fans that are listening this morning. And we can spend a lot of time going over zigging and zagging. One of the stupidest things I've ever done that anybody has ever analyzed is by the Cowboys. It was an idiot that did that. So idiot things can turn into good decisions. Okay? Smart things can turn into bad decisions. The facts are that when you make one, you don't really know whether it's going to be good or not at the time. So let's just go ahead. I'm trying to answer your questions, man. You want some conversation this morning? You're getting it.
Jerry Jones here.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Oh, it's great radio. I can feel the sweat rolling down the radio host's butt crack right there, but no, it's good radio.
Well, you also have to remember, when he did buy, at the time, I think spent more than anybody had ever spent for an NFL franchise, which now would be peanuts, and everybody said he was an idiot. And before they had their first snap the next season, he started selling rights that the NFL owners didn't realize you could do, credit cards in the stadium, official soda pop of the team, and he recouped all of his money back.
He bought
before
that
the thing
team
started.
in '89. What do you think he bought it for?
It was
$75 million.
$386 million.
150.
150 million.
150 million in '89. That was a boatload
And he
of money.
signed $200 million contracts with Pepsi and American Express.
It's probably worth $20 billion right now. Something
Well,
like
it just
that.
came out on Forbes as first
20?
American franchise over 10.
Not 20.
It was $10 billion. Forbes just came
Yeah,
out.
it'll be $20 billion soon enough. It'll keep
So
going.
pretty good decision, pretty good investment, $100 million.
Yeah, listen, if as a business owner, if it's just money that we're talking about, sure. But right there, that attitude, that guy, that's why that team's never going to win. Because all he wants to is be surrounded by people telling him how great he is.
Well, the
Nobody's
problem is he needs to wake up, man. I mean, look.
Who's gonna tell him?
You're 82 years old, okay? Like the owner GM thing, it worked out for you for a while. It did. You were very, very successful, and you get to point at it and be like, in the big picture, I was successful at what I did. D-Mac would argue that because I know you got the John Elway take on it. I would actually say Jerry, in the big picture, has been very successful. But nope, he's reached the point that you're 82 years old. Look, things are passing you by. I don't know who the de facto GM is there. I don't know if it's his son.
His son, yeah.
Well, is it?
Mhm.
Is it? Because
Yes.
is he a football guy?
Why he's been doing it his whole life.
He
you
played
know?
college football.
I don't know.
Like Jerry did.
He did. I didn't even know that. But okay. I mean, bring in a regular GM, and you're probably going to be okay, Jerry.
Nah, I mean, well, first of all, he's never going to give it up. This is what he lives for. So his passion for the Cowboys is unmatched. But that right there, an example right there of him when the chips are down or things are really tough, him just being a big bully. Yeah, man, hey, fine. Like, I don't care about the Cowboys. They can drown in the pit of misery as far as I'm concerned.
I don't think Jerry's any different than probably the majority of owners that would be put in that situation. But the difference is Jerry's the only owner in the NFL that has a weekly radio show. The only one.
How many other owners are actually GMs, too, of their teams? Are there any others?
Not to my knowledge. No. I don't think there's a single other one.
All right, how about this? How many GMs have a weekly radio show?
Well, we used to have John Elway on when I was over on Orange and Blue. So he did it.
I think there's a few probably.
A few that have their own radio shows?
Or at least pop-ins. I know when Pat was alive, he had like 4 or 5 pop-ins a year that was in a contract that he would pop in on KOA.
Weekly, though. I'm just saying, not only do most owners not do that, most GMs don't even do that. Weekly. I understand, hey, State of the Union, big trades. I understand that with GMs. That's a good thing to do. It's good to communicate with the fans. I'm just trying to point out a positive for Broncos fans. We don't got a joker like that, and our guys got more money. So we don't have this situation. We don't have we got an owner who's listening to people. He's trying to do his best, trying to figure things out.
Is he going to listen to the people in those uniforms?
I don't know about the uniforms. Those were bad. I don't know how the Cowboys will really. They're throwing money at everything, but how do you win?
Well, they kind of throw money at everything, and then they kind of don't. Like they had an opportunity this offseason to go get Derrick Henry, and they decided, we don't have enough money for that. Well, yeah, you did. It really was not that much money to go get Derrick Henry. They did save their money because they had to pay Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb, but they chose that was where they were going to spend their money.
Do you think that was Jerry just joking around, though? Was
No,
that
I
his way of
think
joking
that's.
around?
I don't think he was angry. I've heard him worse. I wouldn't say angry. I think if we're gonna go here, okay, I'm gonna be matter of fact. But I mean at the very end, because I'm not even speaking to you yahoos. I mean he went for full on Southern Texas boy right there.
Oh my God!
He said I'm gonna speak to the fans. He says,
"Oh my God."
I think that's actually Scott in about 20 years, so I think that's why
20?
he liked it.
Maybe about 20 minutes. Who knows?
20.
20. You gonna be around in 20 years?
Yeah, I'll be around 20 years, but it ain't gonna take me that long to be like that. I work with the Yahoos too. I mean,
no doubt about
listen,
it.
I got it under control right now.
What would get you out of control? What would it be? What would pressure?
$1 billion. Jerry Jones money.
92.5.
If you're in the market for a new vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go to one dealership, the only dealership you're going to have to deal with, my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Don't drive all over Colorado. Go find the vehicle of your dreams at one car dealership because the inventory is incredible at Phil Long, as strong as it has ever been. Cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, commercial fleet vehicles, whatever you're looking for, it is at Phil Long Ford, new or pre-owned. You're going to find a beautiful vehicle, and you're going to find a great price with it. Guys, when you go to Phil Long Ford, you're not going to have to haggle. You're going to build a long-term relationship that you will have for a very long time, and you're going to keep coming back because you realize that the experience is different than other car dealerships. Incentive deals are great, interest rates are solid, and they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful vehicle for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over and shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
All right, we'll in a little bit, this hour, we'll go around the NFL, which is brought to you by the Kelsey Swift Travel Agency. We'll get to that. Just start thinking about the Kelsey Swift Travel Agency as we go around the NFL in a little bit later this hour. What kind of discounts, what specials do you get on the Kelsey Swift Travel Agency? Think about that for a second. Prime talked today. Prime, he was all right. I'll give you some news. Omari Millard had surgery. He's done for the year.
Oh, man, that sucks. Because that poor kid, man, he got buried on the depth chart this year. Had a great year last season.
Sucks.
Got buried on the depth chart, steps up when his number gets called after Travis and Jimmy both get hurt, and had a great game.
Yep. Jimmy and Travis expected to be back this Saturday. So
Okay.
apparently it's a shoulder something for Travis.
Travis.
Mhm.
Yeah, I knew that because he put the strap on in the game. But what was Jimmy's again?
Didn't say. Don't know. Not sure. So maybe, I don't know if we could figure that out. But don't know, but he said that he should be back. Shiloh spoke today and admitted he was horrible. Said it was the worst game of his life. Says he got to absorb the haters. Prime was in pretty good mood, though. Pretty good spirits overall. Goes for a pretty vigorous, I think they have a practice because the players come out for the presser around 11 or so, and they're in full uniform. So they come like right off the field, I guess, and sit down and do that. And I think when practice ends, Prime goes for a walk before his press conference.
They practice it. They get done at 11?
I guess so.
That is bizarre.
Because he always talks about
Classes don't start till 1.
Well,
no, that's very weird. In college football, either you practice really, really early or you practice in the afternoon.
Right.
Yeah. What he does is he goes for this bit. So they practice and he goes for a walk, and he always comes into the press conference like after his walk. He's always talking about the walk that he just went on. So I'm glad he's, getting out there and everything. The press could not be kinder to Prime these days. It is, boy.
He set the tone in
Oh,
presser
man.
1.
It worked.
Man, it worked.
Mm-hmm.
It is just one softball after another.
Maybe some other coaches should be looking at what Dion did.
He has controlled the narrative for sure. But he's still.
There's not a whole lot to be negative about, though, to be fair. There really isn't.
Oh, okay. I'm not being negative about Prime, and I think it just stinks what happened. He did praise his coaches. It does make me wonder how things were last year. Must have been pretty tense with his OC and DC last year. It wasn't the right mesh for whatever reason, because he went out of his way to praise Shermer and Livingston today. Would you say that's right? Because they have the same record right now as they did last year. Do you think it's a better coach team?
There feels less drama, but I think it's better coach because of him, let alone anybody else. I think he's changed the biggest narrative, in my opinion.
Well, we haven't had a game where we felt like coaching lost it, right? And last year, at this point, we didn't have that either. So it kind of happened right about this mark in the season last year is when things fell apart. And then you had the Stanford game, and you had a whole bunch of questionable decisions. You went for it on like your own 30, which started the downfall against Stanford. But we haven't had those moments. Does it feel like they're better coached? Yeah, it does. I think we've seen improvement in about every single category. And the biggest thing that Dion did, he brought in a guy on defense that had zero experience. Livingston had never done this job before. He was a safeties coach with the Bengals. Safeties coach, that's it. He'd never been a defensive coordinator, and he brings him in, and that was the best hire he's made.
It is.
I would never want to coach college football defense. Why would anybody want to be a defensive coordinator in college? That is an impossible task, man.
Why?
Because the way the game is set up.
Yeah.
The game is set up for offense to succeed. So that means it's set up for you to fail, for you to get fired. Like if you had a choice to be a defensive coordinator in the NFL or college, I know you don't always have that choice. But if you had the choice, you'd be out of your mind. Your job security is so low in college football. The game is literally set up for you to fail.
Here is Dion, though. He gets shots in about naysayers once a week. It's gone way, way down, but he's still on it a little bit, Dan.
I mean, if God allowed me to go through this stuff and he allowed me to reach a pinnacle of something, he wants me to be honest and transparent with you in every realm. And that's who I am. That's what I am. That's how I am. That's how I get down. So everything you hear me say is 100. I don't falsify nothing. I don't placate nobody. When you asked me about my kid, I told you the truth. Okay? When you asked me about the line last year, I told you the truth. Well, you attacked me for that, but you didn't attack me for the other one.
Yeah,
I just wanted that to resonate for a minute. But mental health is serious. Spiritual health is serious. And I wish we had an antidote to both. I rely on Jesus. And I can't tell you what to rely on, but that's my source. That's my strength. That's my doctor.
I'll give you this, man. I do like him being honest. I do.
And that means he doesn't listen to this show.
To this show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Because he said you didn't get on me for getting on Shiloh. And
No, he was saying the opposite, I think. Or is that what he?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Oh, okay, I
He
heard
said
that
you got
wrong
on
then.
me for calling out the offensive line. You didn't get on me for calling out my son. You've changed the narrative in that press room, and everybody's afraid of you. There's not real journalists in there anymore.
Right.
And two, he must not listen to you because the first thing you did was say, "Man, really? That seems a little harsh."
But see,
not only calling out a player by name, but your son.
And that's why I like the fact that he did it, because he has done this previously. And if he was unwilling to do that with his son, and I know you get caught up on the semantics of if you use the word safety or if you use the actual name of the player, to me, there's zero difference there. He absolutely has done that. Every coach I've ever been with has done that. And I know you've asked me for examples. I don't have it off the top of my head. But to me, there's no difference of a name or saying my left tackle.
Big difference. Big difference. One is piling on and gets too personal. The other one, now this person has to go back and look at safety. And now you got to go back and watch the
it's
film and
honest
see
no
what
matter
they think.
what. I mean,
Well, whatever. I'm just telling you, doing the stuff I do. After I go, D-Mac got to block this guy out. D-Mac, if I keep saying D-Mac because I say, hey, that weak side guy got to start getting there. Well, if you're watching the game, you go, well, damn, that's D-Mac.
okay, fine. If you say something generalized like the weak side, but when you say the offensive line, when you say the left tackle,
Well,
when you
say
say
the
our
offensive line,
safety
you got five guys. You got safety, you got two.
Okay.
It would have been better if he said the backfield.
No, I think he's fine being very specific personally.
Well, I don't have that problem either.
Yeah, you guys actually agree. You're fighting, but you actually agree on that. I just said it felt weird, okay? And it doesn't happen that often. I'm not saying it never happens. Shiloh faced the music today, and he was asked by Pat Graham of the Associated Press about his dad calling him horrible, and he said, I was horrible. And we talked about it, and we're fine.
What was the question? I'm curious. Do you know?
It was, your dad was pretty direct about he didn't actually say, hey, what do you think about your dad calling you horrible?
Okay.
But, Pat said it in a way that it was clear what he was saying, and Shiloh said, that's horrible. But he did shut it down, too. It was pretty funny, too. Somebody asked him, like, hey, what'd you think of your replacement? He was all right. Like, he didn't lavish praise on the kid that came in and played for him. Listen, man, it is a weird line with college kids, and they are paid, so they really are professionals. So you can't have it both ways. If you're being paid and that, your coach can't sit there and say, well, don't criticize them. Then your coach turns around and criticizes them.
Well,
so it leaves us in a weird spot. Like, are they college kids or not?
When we got into this, that was one of the kind of unwritten rules. You didn't get on high school or college kids.
I agree.
Because they're all,
you can get on the coaches.
Amateur, you can get on the coaches.
But not on the kids.
Coordinators.
Yep.
But you leave the kids alone.
Yep.
And then, but nowadays, I mean, you got players making $4 or $5 million.
Yep.
I mean, I look at Shiloh. He's 24 years old. He'll be 25 in February. He's making a hell of a lot more money than I am. That's for damn sure. I mean, he's making more money than guys on the Broncos. I mean, if Brandon Jones or PJ Locke was terrible, we'd be saying it's terrible. We'd be calling him out by name.
So you're coming around.
But Sean Payton wouldn't be saying that.
But you had more issue, didn't you, because it's dad's son?
Well, that's where it feels icky. To me, it feels weird. And that's when you get into tough
but
spots.
I don't know. You've coached your kids. I know. We've all coached our kids, right? I know when I coach my kids, I feel an obligation to almost be more tough on them than I am on the other kids, because I want everybody to understand, like, hey, the precedent is the same for everybody. And so when I do get on my own kid, and now I'll have a conversation, and what I've always done when I coach my son is I tell him that up front, hey, I'm going to be tough on you publicly. When we get in the car, let's talk, right? If you felt like I was coming after you about something, whatever, let's talk when we get in the car. But I'm going to be tough on you, because if I'm not allowed to get on the other kids.
Well, that's kind of what Shiloh said today, too. So, hey, it works for them. Obviously, Deion Sanders is a great father. His family loves him.
Well, but we also have
kids love
another
him.
example with a kid when the kid's trying to throw for numbers in a game that's over, And
Had that moment earlier in the year.
and
Yeah.
basically Deion was okay with that.
You know, so I don't know if you guys realize this part of it. It's just doesn't neither here nor there. But the kid that had been filling in for Shiloh, Carter Stottmeyer.
Yeah, that's who he was asked about.
Yeah. His dad was teammates with Deion, and they're like best friends.
Oh, okay.
So it's just another little interesting angle of it. You're navigating a lot of relationships, man. You're navigating your son. You're navigating your best friend. They're competing for jobs. It's
complicated.
Yeah.
It's entertaining as hell, though, guys. It is. And, listen, man, the whole reason with this press conference thing is that Deion came out before the season started and had one of the biggest flame-throwing pressers of all time.
Ever.
It was crazy.
Like the first or second one of the year.
It was the first one.
Yeah.
It was the first here we go. It's week one. We're having this one before the game. This is when he, got into the Sean Keeler thing and he just flamethrower. It's way toned down now. I mean, not a little toned down.
Because
way
everybody
toned
else
down.
didn't want to get a badge pulled. Some dude from Guerrilla Sports or DMVR didn't want. Oh, I want to be able to ask a question.
Oh, you could feel that.
Oh yeah. So now they're scared. So they kissed the ring now.
A little bit.
And I got an issue with that too. Pop's a little bit like that. Do you know at home? Maybe in all of his pressers, and you know because you go to
Greg
Malone's.
Popovich?
Yeah,
Yeah, I would.
Do you know local media is not allowed to ask him a question?
That doesn't. Wait, I'm sorry. What?
Local media is not allowed to ask him a question.
When?
In his pregame and postgame pressers.
Why? Who's allowed to ask him a question?
Visitors. I told you I went in there a couple years ago.
What?
Marlo and I go in there.
Yeah.
And it's Marlo and I and about 4 other dudes, and they're bloggers and the DNVR of San Antonio. And SNVR or whatever it is. And they're just standing there, and Pop comes out there. So Marlo and I ask him like 4 questions, a couple each. I may even ask him follow up in one. And then he leaves.
And you're like,
And
what about
the
me?
local guys chirping in your ear? Like,
What
hey, will you
about
ask
what
this
about
question
Timmy
for us?
from SNTO? He doesn't get to.
So finally I go, you guys, I said, why are you guys so afraid of him? Because you know me, I'm kind of stupid.
Yeah.
I said, why you guys, we're not allowed to ask questions.
Wow.
So now I found out Budenhauser, who's now the head coach of Phoenix and was an assistant for.
He's doing the same thing?
Is now doing the same thing.
That is outrageous. I am curious why.
I have no idea.
Okay.
You have to ask them guys.
Oh, that's a fun way to cover a team.
Right? But guess what? You don't have. You ain't going to get any negative questions that these guys that are with you every single day and know what's really going on can't ask you about.
Well, that was the craziest thing with Wembanyama last year. I had my own experience because I was really looking forward to talking to him. And very rarely do I go over where the opposing team is. There's not that. They're all interesting guys. It's NBA, but nobody's like Wemby as far as I was. First time around him. Very curious. And I tried to ask a question. They go, we already said no. They cut. His interview was 2.5 minutes long. And they said, no, somebody from Denver already, or we are only doing local people. It was something weird like that. Yeah. And they kept so San Antonio is a tricky spot. Oh, good luck, Jacob Toby, doing those play-by-play. Just keep your mouth shut and just, ball goes here, the ball goes there. You like that?
I think NBA is weird though. The pregame press conference to me is just that's an unusual situation. Like
it's pretty damn good.
Being put in a situation before the game just seems bizarre to me.
Yeah, I could see why you say that. And I haven't gone to many of them. I started going to them last year. They're pretty interesting, actually.
Yeah, they're almost better than the postgame.
Yeah, oftentimes. And the NHL guys do it, but they do it at the morning skate, so they talk before the game too. That's a long ass day, man.
Oh, I know.
Oh my God!
I did the game in Boston last year, right? Went to pregame skate, sat there.
You took that so seriously, man.
Well, they scared me, dude. I went to a morning skate and I put clothes on and a sports coat. And I'm like, what do you?
You put that on just to get on the bus.
Yeah.
Yeah. You realize everybody dresses like a slob at the morning skates, though. Except you had to get on a bus. So
Well,
you had to
you-
put a
you
suit
did
jacket
have to
on.
get on the bus. You know what? All them other guys in the microphones were there. They weren't slobbing. Do they hear it in town?
Oh my God!
You wear a suit every time you go to the Avalanche.
Oh, I
see
do
you.
not. I wear it once in a blue moon.
He's a three-quarter Peyton Manning.
I did watch your podcast doing your podcast in a suit the other day.
The opening
That was
day,
interesting.
opening night, playoffs. You might dress up a tad. I wore.
But you were sitting on your couch wearing a suit.
Oh yeah, because I got home and I didn't want to change. I just got a pinch
You
lazy.
couldn't
on that
take the
one.
jacket off.
I could have taken the jacket off. You're right about
Loosen
that.
the tie?
I had no tie. I'm not that desperate. The Avalanche, though, Bedsy's comments. We have no dumb questions. We have Around the NFL brought to you by the Kelsey Swift Travel Agency. Yeah, just get the wheels spinning on that one. And Bedsy, I don't think it was manufactured what he said. You'll hear it coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Remember the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom? Not a great memory. You probably just laughed it off. No big deal.
Tell me about it.
I just laughed. You just laughed it off, probably. But it happens a second time? You laughing then? You laughing then, smart guy? Probably not. Your sex life could be better, for sure. Just mediocre is not good enough. Not for you. That's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes in when pills or herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Come on now. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range for over a decade. Thousands of men have been successfully treated. So, $99 is your initial visit, TNPSA test, medically advised test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. You could be having sex the next day. Can't account for your personality, but do your best. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
picked off by the Islanders. Swung in front for Anthony Duclair by Horvat. Avs are a mess, and now Duclair gets it and turns it in around both Sam Girard and Cale Makar. Defensively, the Avalanche have not been great tonight.
That's Connor McGahey being kind. Jared Bednar didn't parse words afterwards, Dan. You got some Bedsy keeping it real. Go ahead there, Dano.
I think it could be a better question for some of the players, but I think that tonight it looked like what we were cheating the game, right? You have to play the game the right way in order to have success. If you're trying to cheat it for offense, then things aren't going to look good defensively. And I don't want to say that's the only scenario, because like we struggled with the puck, we struggled to make plays, we were trying to make plays into traffic when it did just look like we weren't seeing it. We made a lot of soft plays. We were delayed on some of the plays that we were making, like it was too slow. There was a lot wrong with it, so it's hard to narrow it down. Like I can go through the first couple of games and tell you exactly what I didn't like about the games, exactly what I did today. Like it's pretty much everything.
We were cheating the game.
Ooh. That's a big one, man. When you go there,
damn.
That to me, when you say you're cheating the game, obviously you're not giving it the respect it deserves. When you're not giving the game the respect that it deserves, that generally comes down to effort for me. And when you get beat, man. I mean, they're getting paid money too, right? They're getting paid a whole lot of money, and they're going to beat you. They're going to have good nights. But when you don't put effort out there as a coach, that's when you feel like they're cheating the game. So then you look at the guys that struggled, and it's like, well, hold on. Cale Makar had a terrible game. Was Cale Makar cheating the game? Is he talking to Cale? Is he talking to his superstars that are cheating the game right now?
I think he was talking to everybody. He actually defended Georgie. He said this was Georgie's, of the 3 games, is the best that he played.
He has to now. He's stuck in weird territory with Georgie early in the season.
They had 31. They had 40 shots on goal or something like that.
They did, and he hung in there. But it was 4-1, and I did wonder. Are we about to see a goalie pulled, 3 times in a row if the Islanders got another goal to go up 5-1?
There's, in the last handful of years, I've kind of tried to see this, and I try to go back, and remember the times when I played, when you'd hear from the coach, you aren't playing hard. We didn't have the effort. Not playing hard.
Yep.
And I guess sometimes that can be the case. But as I've gotten older and watched more and more, playing hard, what most people assume is the physical part of the game. They say Cale Makar wasn't skating hard and he wasn't getting back. He wasn't doing that. That could have been part of it. But I like a word that has emerged over the last handful of years, and that's urgency. And that, to me, is when you put in the effort of the physical effort to be a hockey player, to be an NFL player, to be a basketball player, with the middle side of the game. And now you have urgency. You've now combined your mental into the game with your physical into the game. See, I think you can have one without the other. I think you could be mentally in the game and you're on the 3rd game in 4 nights and just your body saying, sorry, that knee ain't going to feel any better than this. This is hard. You're going to be able to push off.
It's really hard to see the difference with a naked eye, though. I know exactly what you're saying, but, cheating the game could also mean like, hey, I'm taking unnecessary risks, things that I've been taught that I should not do, and I'm doing that.
But when you do that, aren't you? And you're talking about that taking the shortcuts. It's because it's harder to do the other way. So I've said this in the Nuggets broadcast a lot. It's easy to fire up threes,
right?
Come down and just fire. The Nuggets easy when they got the 20-point lead in the early 4th quarter against Minnesota. The next 7 shots were threes early in the shot clock,
and that's cheating the game.
That's cheating the game because You know what? It's harder work against a tough defense to get down inside and get to the line, get to the free throw line, get to the layup. Harder work. Let me back off. But then again, to me, that's a mental side of it, and I'm me going forward. I'm counting the mental side and the physical side together. and that's when you play with urgency.
Well, McCarr said he was terrible. He did. He admitted it last night.
I don't think so. I think just a lot of myself, just not moving my feet, not playing my game, and just kind of where it's at right now. So, I mean, I'm hard on myself, but at the end of the day, I got to be better for these guys. It's definitely a lot closer game if I don't play tonight. So.
Oh, man. Damn, it's a closer game if I don't play tonight.
Damn.
Okay, this is game 3, right? This is, holy smokes.
Maybe the Avalanche should just play without a goalie. Just,
Well, they did for the first 2 games.
Game 3, and Kel McCarr saying I didn't really care to be out there tonight. That's your superstar.
Well, he didn't say he didn't care. He said they'd be better without him. It'd be closer if he didn't play.
Which you're talking about a guy that's supposed to be winning Norris trophies and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And he said he'd been better. What? Because you weren't here tonight. You got in the tiff with the wife. You got a little before the game.
They just got married in
I know.
July.
I mean, what? This wasn't as important to you tonight. You got more things important to you. The greatest players I've ever played with and have known have an ability to block out almost everything once they walk out the door of their car when they park in the parking lot. And all of a sudden they become so focused, they become animalistic, if you will, because nothing matters.
They always like that after they win a championship?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
The greatest ones are.
I
The
know.
greatest
I
are.
know this, and I was on a team that won the second of a back-to-back, and they were pretty hungry. They got tired in the middle of the year, and they took a deep breath, and we lost a bunch of games, but they were able to refocus themselves. And then come postseason time, they weren't playing. And you're playing against Jordan and Bird and McHale and Clyde Drexler, and you're playing the best of the best, Hall of Fame dudes, and they got it back, but the next year was a battle. Next year was a battle.
Yeah, it's a mental grind, man.
Okay, but we're in game 3. I understand it's a mental grind. and
Game
everything.
3. Well, but you know what?
Or are we not in game 3? Are we in season 5? Are we doing something different here?
Go to Malone after last preseason game. Did that sound like preseason game
Hell
3
no.
comments?
I was really surprised by it. I was like,
I think
whoa.
they're both in the same boat right now.
I got a concern for the Avalanche that is probably unfair. I've been on bad teams when you just expect something bad to happen. Even when things are going well, you're winning a game, you're in the fourth quarter, you're like, who's going to give up the fumble? Who's throwing the interception? Am I giving up a strip sack? Something's going to happen, right? I got a bad feeling that this Avalanche organization, because of Val, is in a mindset of bad things are going to happen to us. And I know that's probably not fair because I know they had good seasons. I know they got to the postseason, but there's just been such a negative aura energy that's been sucking out of that building for so long because of the Val situation that I do wonder, as the season progressed, as the season began, is it still wearing on him?
Well, it'll be a fascinating game tomorrow night against the Bruins. Way more interesting than I would suspect. And we do have tickets to give away to tomorrow night's Avs game against the Bruins. They're available for purchase at coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. You can text Mikko, M-I-K-K-O. Be careful about autocorrect on that one. Text Mikko, M-I-K-K-O to 303-504-0925. We'll pick a winner at 2:45. Time for No Dumb Questions, Dano.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Old Chicago.
Oldchicago.com.
There you go.
Check them out.
By the way, you got that text I sent you from the warden from yesterday in our conversation
Oh,
with
yeah,
the TV.
you know-
Why did I get I was defending her. How come she came after me?
Because you both kind of got in there and said they were bogus.
Yeah, I saw it and I didn't look at the details of it.
Well, she was right based off of what she sent. It was $500 more.
Yeah, I got to
For
investigate.
10 inches.
I thought you could buy a 65 incher. What's that costing for 10? I You can buy a 65-incher for like $400 these days.
Yeah, I gotta look. I saw you send it to me, and I didn't look at the. She's showing. Just tell me what you said for radio.
It's your idiots. That was basically what it said. All right, here's your no dumb question for the day.
Okay.
Watched a commercial just a while ago during a break, and it's like some psoriasis commercial, and it had some lady run into the ocean. And I'm like, the lady's an actress and whatever, and I'm like,
okay,
you shouldn't have showed her run. I mean, it's like a person that that's an actress that needs to sit there with a cup of tea or whatever and say, oh, my psoriasis is bad, but I use black Cerex or whatever it's called.
Uh-huh.
I have to give an admission to you, and so the question will be, is there anything you don't do because of, public opinion, if you will? I refuse to run in public because of people like that.
Mm-hmm.
You drive down the street and you see some dude. I saw a dude the other day, and I said, on one hand, I said, God bless him. He's out there moving.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was.
Was he really? You could walk faster.
It was about that. Honestly, it was no more than that.
You went out for a jog.
And I went, that's why I don't run in public.
Where do you run?
I don't run.
Oh, okay.
I still got a broke foot that I just can't get over.
But what's the question?
But you know what I did? And
What
it
did you
makes
do?
think of last night. So I was at my daughter's soccer practice, and then after practice, the girl and then one of her friends were walking off, and I had a 4-step run towards her to kind of scare her,
Yeah.
And I got done, and she just turned and looked at me and didn't even scare. And they just laughed. And their mom's, oh. And I walking back to pick up my chair, and I'm going, that was the ugliest run I've ever. And it was like a 3-step run. And I said, I run like an old man, and why do I even run in public?
I think one of the most humbling times of my life is when I realized when my kids were pretty young, they could run more fluidly, actively than me. And it just was one of those whoa.
Yeah.
Because you like to think of yourself as a pretty good athlete running around, but when the kid can beat you to the ball, just straight out, we're going to run from here to here. Let's see who gets to the ball first. And your kid can beat you there pretty easily.
I remember watching a game. I was in college, and my dad was playing slow pitch softball. Went to one of his games. So he's probably Tyler's age, maybe a little older, not much more. And he grounds one to the, boom, 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 starts running to first. And I'm sitting there embarrassed watching my dad try to run out an infield hit in slow pitch. And I'm saying to myself, oh my God, that's the worst run, and that's my future. And then he stepped on the bag and twisted his ankle. I went, yeah. And I'm at that stage now. I think there comes a time in life that you should never run in public.
All right. Well, no dumb question.
Do you want to see Andy Lindahl run in public?
Oh,
I would be entertained.
Andy talks all the time, but I've never actually seen Andy being an athlete, but he talks about it all the time.
He talks about it all the time. I mean, he's God's gift to lacrosse, from what I understand.
Because no one else plays it.
Well, lacrosse is an interesting sport. Depending on the position you play, you may not have to run a lot.
That's called goalie.
A goalie doesn't run a little bit, but attack doesn't really run that much. Middies run constantly.
Back and forth, both ends.
Defenders are a little bit more whatever, but the guys who run the least are the guys scoring the goals.
Strikers.
Yes, essentially.
Yeah.
They can't cross midfield. You're not allowed to play defense. So you just you wait for an athletic guy, midi, to throw it to Andy, and maybe Andy's got good stick skills. There's a lot of fat lacrosse guys.
Wow.
There just are. There's
actors that you can't take serious when they run. Tom Cruise is the top of the list for me.
Dude, he runs in every movie.
He is the worst running actor I've ever seen in my life.
I got one worse.
And you're right. He runs in every movie he's ever been in. Go back and watch Days of Thunder. Go back and watch that. And watch Tom Cruise
And that race
running.
at the end with Robert Duvall was 70.
That is a sad looking sight right there.
I got a worse one.
Why does he get so much credit for being so good at it? He's terrible.
I got a worse one. Go back and look at old Steven Seagal movies and watch when he runs.
He is the absolute worst.
His hands go like this, like a chicken. I'm like, why would you ever run in a movie? I mean, you're a BA when you get into that.
You know who looked good running? Who looked good running?
Bo Derek.
She looked great running. Ain't no doubt. I'm not even going to debate that one. Brad Pitt and Troy.
Yeah, he looked pretty good.
Tell me about it.
And he'd run up and do the old Superman thing with the knife, the fork.
He's all oiled up.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what was going on here?
No, I'm with you.
What were we talking about?
I'm with you on that one. Rocky Balboa, when he has that race with Apollo Creed on the beach, he shouldn't run either.
No.
You're
not wrong.
He's a rough runner. He's a tough runner.
I mean, you can see Apollo's just kind of, because he played football. He's just kind of smooth running, and Rocky's got arms going up like they, doing everything.
Here's the sure sign that you have no clue how to run. When you've got your hands stiff as a board, when you got your fingers straightened out and your hands stiff as a board, you know you have no clue how to run.
Oh my God!
Your hands they got to be loose. They got to be loose. Your fingers got to be loose. When you stiffen those things up, that's when you know they've never been an athlete.
A couple of years ago, I was running a half marathon, and I remember there was you don't want to get caught at the end, even though you're running for 13 miles. You still like
And 127th place. You still don't want to get caught.
You still don't want to get caught. Okay, I don't need to pass anybody. I'm not one of those guys. I don't need to pass you, but I really don't want to get caught. And so I'm going up this little hill, and then you got to run across like a football field or whatever. And so it's a half. Nobody's paying attention to this thing. Nobody's there. But my wife is there filming it. And I went up that hill. It was the charge of the Light Brigade. I mean, I felt like I was running for freedom, like I was William Wallace. Freedom. I felt like that.
Hey, Mel Gibson, or he ran in that movie.
He looked fine. So I'm running, and I really think I am really looking good as I'm running. I got some energy. I'm finishing. I'm going as hard as I can because I don't want to get caught. And I don't get caught. I cross the finish line and, okay.
Eric Little.
My wife filmed it. And she goes, here you go. And she shows me the video. I'm going like a half mile an hour. I am barely moving. And the only reason I did get caught is the slug behind me was just going the same,
3/4 mile an hour.
Seeing yourself run might be the most humbling thing of all time.
Which is why I made this decision, and I made this decision even when I played in the NBA. I don't want to be one of those guys when you drive by going, "Look at that guy run." I'm not that guy.
I hit it. I hit it. I hit the dump.
What?
I'm pretty sure you just dropped an F-bomb.
I didn't say an F-bomb.
Did you hear it?
I'm sure you didn't.
I didn't say that.
I know you didn't. Hey, we're going to go around the NFL.
Sounded like it.
Brought to you by the Kelsey Swift Travel Agency. That's coming up next.
Dan hit it too. Hey guys, Tyler here, my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. I want you to know that if you're starting to know that you are losing some hair, don't feel like you're alone. It's a bad feeling, and I know you start looking for solutions. You go online, you start buying the lotions, the creams, the pills, the potions. You spend a lot of money, your pocketbook's getting thinner, and your hair's staying thin at the same time. Well, why don't you do something about it with a simple, life-changing, one-day treatment from my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, Advanced Hair has got the Advanced FUE, and it is incredible. It's not magic, but it feels like it. They just put the hair where you need it most, and it grows back. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the best of the best. You're going to love your experience with Dr. Tanya Pauls. The entire team is the best of the best, Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a big deal, man. Isn't that a nice, comforting feeling when you know they guarantee it for life? So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR. If you qualify, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. This is an incredible offer, but it's only for a limited time. So don't miss out on this. Pick up the phone. Change your life today with my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room is the best. It was founded in Boulder in 1976. They're not messing around. They've got that scratch-made crust that is excellent. Delicious deals through and through. 110 local and legendary beers on tap. Take the Old Chicago World Beer Tour and get yourself some cool merch. And the 3-for deal is going on right now. This is amazing. 3 of your favorites for only $10.99 anytime. Choose from cheesy, scratch-made pizza and calzones, a signature burger, spaghetti with sausage, throw in a salad, some dessert. This is a great deal. It's Old Chicago. A 3 for like no other. 3-course meal for just $10.99. Check it out at Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. Wow.
She's pretty good, man.
Very good. Thank
What's
you.
the line? What was the line? What was it?
We'll help you shake it off on your next flight.
That's fantastic. All right, Eagles and the Browns. Let's just start there. We just heard that highlight. Really, the story wasn't the game, but Nick Sirianni afterwards yelling at the crowd and then apologizing and
Yeah, bud, you're coaching in the wrong city if you think you get to complain about your fans booing. You don't get to do that in Philadelphia. That's their love language. So you come out and you complain. You know, he didn't directly, well, he did eventually, but what he said was, we really thrive when our fans are cheering for us. We thrive off of that. Not so much when it's the other way around, right? I can't remember the exact words, but you know, and he came out and apologized for it as he should. You're never going to win that battle when you tell fans how to fan, especially in Philly.
It's pretty funny watching a coach telling the home crowd to pound sand though during a game, man. It's we've had moments like that here in Colorado.
Philly was my favorite place to play, though. It was because you'd go out there, and if you get up by 7 points, 10 points. They're booing their team, and it's a blast to be an opponent in that stadium.
Around the NFL is brought to you by the Kelsey Swift Travel Agency. We'll get you there. We'll be annoying, but you'll get there. Let's look at the Ravens and the Commanders.
Face that with power, with Henry, with a touchdown. Great call, Tony. His second touchdown of the game.
You're exactly right. You got to give this guy the ball. That's why you go get him.
You want to crap on Lamar Jackson this week, Tyler? 20 of 26 for 323 and a touchdown, leading a Ravens team to a win over the Commanders.
Yeah, and I was fascinated to see that game. That was a hell of a matchup. You got to see Jaden Daniels, who's now like the younger Lamar Jackson, taking over the NFL.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, no, Lamar was phenomenal. He was great. Good game.
I'm not sure that the youngster doesn't have a better arm though.
He might.
He does.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels looks to be special, no doubt about it. Derrick Henry's doing awful well, too. Nice resurgence by Derrick Henry, right?
My guy Roger took over as the full-time starting tackle
is that
a couple
right?
weeks ago.
Oh, that's awesome. Glad to hear that.
And he's balling. I mean, playing phenomenal.
How dangerous are the Ravens?
I think they're dangerous they've ever been. The big thing is they've got a running game with them now besides their quarterback.
Yeah, the Derrick Henry experiment appears to be a gigantic success so far. A lot of people thought Derrick Henry was over the hill. Derrick does not feel that way, neither do the Ravens.
Good.
So when you combine Derrick Henry with Lamar Jackson, and they do some funky things out of the backfield, D-Mac would love it. They put offensive linemen back there as lead blockers. They do a lot of crazy stuff.
It's Around the NFL, brought to you by the Kelsey Swift Travel Agency.
Where we don't spell fat with a PH.
We go to the Bears and the Jaguars.
Fakes to Allen, fakes to Swift, and there's Kmet. Cole Kmet. Touchdown. 31 yards. What a play.
Caleb Williams is who is the rookie of the year, man? Is it he's making
This
a
is
good
going to be the closest vote they've had in a long time.
between him and Daniels, right?
Yeah.
As of today, it would have to be Daniels because he's got more film of good play.
How
right?
about both of them though? Both have their teams 4-2. Both are really playing well. These fan bases must be going nuts for these guys.
The only difference, and the Bears are getting a lot of I don't know if hate's the right word, but a lot of people are discounting what they're doing because they haven't played anybody in the last 3 games. They've played some bad opponents, but they've demolished them, and Caleb has looked phenomenal.
Well, that division is 17-5.
Yeah,
I mean, so that whole division right now, and all of them except for Detroit with new quarterbacks.
And look, the reality is with Bo Nix, he will be compared to these other 2 young quarterbacks that are playing at the same time. So you've got two players that are lighting up the league, and then you got Bo Nix puttering.
It's Around the NFL, brought to you by the Kelsey Swift Travel Agency. No matter how many commercials he's in, I make more money. We go to the Packers and the Cardinals.
On 3rd and 4, here comes the blitz. Gardeck providing the pressure. Love lofts it up. Oh, what an adjustment! Romeo Doubs! The 20-yard touchdown!
Okay. Cardinal season's done, right? Are we done talking about the Cardinals?
That was ugly. That was ugly last week.
There were a lot of blowouts this week. Did you guys notice that?
Yeah.
There were a lot of blowouts. 34-13 is the final there with the Packers.
Well, I saw Little Feet, though. He was getting really frustrated.
I like that, Little Feet. Little Feet is doing what he's done every single year. He comes out, has a hot game or two. Hey, watch out, Kyler Murray's back, baby. This is what all the haters been talking about. And then the season progresses, and the Cardinals just suck by the time this season's all said and done.
Dixie Chicken not getting it done there, Little Feet. For those who know, they know. For those that know, the Kelsey Swift Travel Agency, whatever. Let's go to the Steelers and the Raiders.
I got good ones over here.
Fake it. Fields does it himself. Touchdown, Steelers.
I saw Dan Orlovsky, and he was talking about Russell Wilson. They beat the Raiders 32-13. And he said the one thing about Justin Fields, is hidden yardage. And he said, watch this play. It should be an 8-yard loss. And he said it will be an 8-yard loss with Russell Wilson.
Yep.
And instead it's a 13-yard gain. And he counts that up as 21 yards of hidden yardage. And he had video, and he counted up like 120 yards of hidden yardage. You guys buy that? That Fields gives you that?
I think I'd be interesting for him to do the same thing with Bo Nix, because I think the same thing in that last game for Bo Nix. How many games or plays are going to be for losses that he turned into something positive?
Yeah, both pulled off 2 absolute Houdini moves this year that have been phenomenal. And I mean, huge gains like Spidey sense, knowing right when to duck when the dude's coming off your blind side. Yes, I believe in hidden yardage. I also believe in hidden lost yardage. The yards that were turned down, the opportunities that you could have thrown the ball down the field and you threw it to the check down because you didn't think the window was big enough when that's an NFL window. So it goes both ways with guys like that.
Because Tomlin said there's a chance Russ starts, does that mean he has to start?
I'll put it this way. If Justin Fields was your starter and he's been your starter the whole season, you would just say Justin Fields is my starter.
And they should start him until it just.
So
gets
there's no way to back off of this, right?
Probably not this week. And he already said. Dan told me that during Tomlin's presser, he said that Russ is getting all the number 1 reps this week.
Okay.
So but what you do is let the other team worry about Russ Wilson coming in there and.
Yeah,
start the old guy. Young guy.
You could play those games, but that's a pretty risky game to play with Justin Fields' psyche. I mean,
well, if you tell him, so listen, here's what we're going to be saying.
A lot of drama, man.
It's a lot of stuff that goes with it.
That Sunday night game, Jets Steelers. Wow. That is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, Devontae Adams, he'll probably play in the game, man. I mean, it's not going to take him long to get acclimated. We'll see how quickly that hamstring heals itself.
We have a cool Devontae Adams, Aaron Rodgers story with Pat McAfee coming up in a little bit. We'll get to the big question of the day with the Broncos and the Saints. It has been around the NFL, brought to you by the Kelsey Swift Travel Agency.
Where you're only one breakup song away from irrelevant.
It's PhD on 92.5.
That's pretty good right there.
Hey, it's Z-Mac for the AAA Home Improvements, AAAHomeImprovements.com. If you've been thinking about remodeling your home or adding living space, where do you start? AAA Home Improvements. They are the premier design and build contractor in the metro area. They've helped hundreds of families transform their homes from tired and dated to beautiful and modern. So check them out at AAAHomeImprovements.com. Just like my pal Kevin did in Aurora, we worked with AAA Home Improvements for several projects since moving into our home. And I can say without exaggeration, our experience has been nothing short of phenomenal. Reviews like that are common, and you can check it out for yourself on their website. Wherever you get reviews like that, go for it. Welcome you to it. The before and afters are incredible. Whether you want an expanded kitchen, extended living spaces, maybe you're putting together a mother-in-law home office, rental Airbnb, whatever it is, it's AAA Home Improvements. Schedule does fill up quickly. So check them out today for a free no-obligation estimate at AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
fake it to Irving. Out to Godwin. In space, and he picks up the first down and pinballs his way inside the 40 and off to the races. Chris Godwin's second touchdown of the day, and Tampa Bay is back out in front.
Big question of the day, is this a must-win game for the Broncos?
If you don't win this game, you should be upset and disappointed, no matter what.
That's Vic Lombardi from this morning. All right. The level of this game. You're playing one of, if not the worst defense in the NFL. Your offense has been brutally bad to start games. It's a homecoming for Sean Payton. You got to win some of these road games at some point. Do you get into, and I'm not getting into the literal semantics of must win. I've given up on that a long time ago. But in terms of a successful season, is this a game you should and must win if you're Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and the Broncos?
I look at it more in terms of not as it a must-win for the Denver Broncos, but Bo Nix needs to settle some folks down. He needs to have a statement game. And this is the best opportunity the entire season he will have at a statement game. I can't look at another game and look at it. You should thrive. You've been calling out it's going to be a laser show for the last 2 or 3 games. This is a game that should be a laser show. Look, the Saints defense is bad. Just look at the points they've given up the last 3 or 4 games. And this is a game that if Bo Nix doesn't go out there and make a statement, well, now we're going to have question marks. And now he's going to have to make a statement somewhere in a game that is far less likely.
I'm going to disagree in a sense, because I don't think I really disagree with that. If he doesn't put up a laser show, it's because of one of 2 reasons. A, he can't, or B, he's not allowed to. So they're not allowed to, Bo don't control. So if it's still the same back, drop back, boom, drop back, boom, drop back, boom, drop back, 3 and 3 yards, 2 yards, 2 yards behind, you ain't gonna see a laser show. That ain't necessarily on Bo.
Yeah.
You know?
And it's always hard to tell. Like, it's when you watch a game with the naked eye, well, how do you know what he's being coached to do? There's guys that look like they're wide open down the field, but is that what he's being told? What's the progression? How does he get there?
What was his comment? What was his comment, though, after that game Sunday? I look down. If I don't have it, I'll just be able to dump it off, because that's what he's been told to do. And I think that's what he does. I think that's what he falls back onto.
I'll give you a time and place on a football field that you can judge it. Play action passes. That's the time and place when you can tell if he's turning down deep throws, because the drop back passes, those really are rhythm passes. Those are timing passes. Whether they're a 3-step or a 5-step no-hitch throw, those are built to be out of his hand within 0.2 seconds, right? Boom, boom, ball out, okay? 5 yards, 8 yards. That's not when you see somebody wide open on those throws down the field, don't judge them. On a play action pass, when you're letting those routes develop and you turn your back to the line of scrimmage, those balls are made to go down the field. So when you're throwing checkdowns there with wide open wide receivers, that's on a QB that just doesn't want to throw it.
I'm going to say this is a cliche must-win game. I am. You got to show something here. Even for those adamant supporters like myself with the Bo Rection, as you've said. Even us got to see something. It's not blind faith going on. It's a belief that things are going to get better, but you need certain indications that this is working.
So just a win? I mean, a 16-13 win? Okay.
No, see, this is the trouble that Justin Fields is in now.
Yep.
Because he's led them to wins, but it's been like, again, the hitting yardage thing.
17-13,
yeah, man.
20-13.
Well, they pounded the Raiders. They did, but, it was a lot of short fields, and his numbers don't look fantastic. The Orlovsky thing about the hidden yardage looks great, but nobody's really buying into that stat because it assumes something. It assumes the other guy would get sacked. So you got to.
But we saw 2 years, so he's probably that
probably
might be the
right.
safest assumption on TV.
And
he is right on it, and Bo Nix has been good with that. But I would love to hear his take on the other side of it, on the hidden yardage that was lost.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. If you really believed in that hidden yardage thing, you're insane to play Fields or to play Russell Wilson over Fields if you buy into that. Right. And it looks like the Steelers really aren't. Now, I'll tell you
Jared
this.
Stidham over Bo Nix.
I think Stidham I think if you believe in that hitting yards thing, Bo Nix, you'd be more impressed by Bo Nix because what the other guy's going to give you ain't going to be better. Stidham does not move. Now you get into the quirky question about Zach Wilson. And this is where Moj is kind of losing his brains. And I get it. I understand because if you really believe in Zach Wilson, I know Moj. He was out there at training camp, and all he saw at training camp was Zach Wilson making big throw after big throw for like 3 weeks. So it does make sense. You're like, well, why aren't you playing this guy? Aside from the fact there's a bigger plan in terms of development. And this is the problem you get into during the season because nobody wants to watch a year of development. None of us want to watch that.
Not after 8 years of embarrassing football.
No, you want to see your team win.
It's easy to say that before the season begins. Then you get into the season and you get antsy.
And you're seeing all these other people and going crazy and stuff like that. And again, if this were 2018, you know what? Probably okay. You probably could take this year a little bit better, but it's 2024. And we've already done this in 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Come on now.
Well, we all agree that Bo Nix has to make a statement this week.
Yes.
We're all in agreement on it.
But I still don't believe that he's going to be allowed to.
Well, I think a bit of a tip, though, was when Sean Payton on Monday on his conference call, because he's into the analytics. He said the most important thing this week was recovery. He detailed what they were doing about it, and then he dropped this one without being asked. Teams on short weeks that lead at halftime have a higher percentage of winning than teams that lead at halftime in a normal week. Okay. That is not like some sort of...
So 2 ways to do it. Go crazy, throw the ball over, or protect the ball and make sure you don't give him easy and short.
Scott, I am very inclined to think that Sean Payton is going to set him free this week. He doesn't just want to beat the Saints 17-13. He wants to beat their brains in. Sean Payton's going to want to put up 50 points in this game, and he's not going to be able to do that.
Why is that?
Because of pride and because he wants to go back to...
Did he leave in a bad way?
Kind of, actually.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit.
I think he'll get a hero's welcome when he comes back.
Well, regardless, everybody, when they play their old teams, got a little something extra. Whether it's good terms or bad terms,
Yeah,
you've always got a little
extra. But if you leave on good terms, you don't want to embarrass your team. You want to beat them. So I think he'd be happy 20-13.
I don't think he's going to rub it in necessarily, but if
he could, he would.
Rubbing it in would be not taking a knee against the Raiders when you get the ball in the 7. That's rubbing it in.
Yeah, I don't mean that, but
okay. I mean, you're going to play the game until you win, but rubbing it in is that foolishness Adam Gase and VJ were doing back in the day with onside kicks and going for it on 4th down. So stupid stuff in games that's decided.
Not rubbing it in is allowing your quarterback to only throw the ball 8 times in the second half and going to prevent defense the entire fourth quarter.
Yes. You could make that argument.
Sean Payton will not do that. I promise you.
You could definitely make an argument. Jim Harbaugh had one goal in mind, to win that game, and it didn't matter how it did it. You want to score, take long drives. I'm all right with that. Tick, tick, tick goes the clock. You ain't scoring 4 times against me, which the Broncos would have had to do. I'll tell you this, though. Watching the Bucs and the Saints, the Bucs did blow them up on the ground eventually, but not in the beginning of that game. The Bucs were throwing the ball all over the place on the Saints. But literally everything worked against that Saints defense. I mean, everything. Running worked, screens worked, play action worked, RPO, like everything worked against the Saints defense. It was crazy. And the Saints, Spencer Rattler did not look bad. So don't go into this game thinking, oh, Rattler's just going to give it away and it's going to be terrible. It was a weird game because they only had one good quarter, but in that quarter, Spencer Rattler looked pretty amazing. But it's not a full game. The first half of this game should be dynamite. And I think Sean Payton is going to unleash the Kraken.
Of course he will.
If he's not...
You've said that 4 weeks in a row.
I think they tried last week. It didn't go well in the second drive, and they just kind of gave up on it. They just stopped until the end of the game, and it was like a recreation of Tebow with Bo Nix shrugging off sackers and running around. And
I don't know, man. I mean, I think if that were true, they would have been running the football. They didn't run the football. They were trying to push the ball. They just couldn't.
Well, is the Chargers defense better? I don't know.
They gave up on the run entirely. And understandably so. You're trailing in a football game. That's what most teams do. I get it, but they were trying to put up points, man.
Hey, man. For all the Bo haters out there, the dude did have a 0 quarterback rating, and it was down 20
He
nothing.
went into the fourth quarter with 27 yards.
Yeah.
27.
But then it was.
Oh, yeah. No context, but.
Dig route, dig route, dig route, dig route, dig route, dig route.
Catch it, Cortland.
Yeah.
That was a crazy catch.
It was a
great
hell of a
catch.
ball.
That was a hell. All right, so the question is, we know what they're going to try to do. Are they going to be able to pull it off? Yes or no? What do you think? The game is in 2 days. It's wild.
It will not be a blowout. No.
Okay. Are they going to lose? You were right last week, Tyler. You know, your prediction, you were off by like 1 point. I mean,
Yeah.
you did nail your prediction last week.
Look, history would tell you going on the road on a short week, it's a tough ask. And when you're not performing well already, the Saints are so bad. I do think the Broncos pull off a victory here, but I think it's going to be an ugly victory.
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be like a 17-13, 20-14.
Win?
Sure.
I think they're going to want to have the laser show. They're going to struggle with it. It'll probably be something like 13-10 at halftime. And then they'll.
So you're
high scoring.
I mean, we've all agreed that Bo needs to make a statement game. So you're actually predicting that we're going to come out of that game feeling pretty bad about Bo.
I think you're gonna have a lot of Tim Tebow, Justin Fields like feelings after this game. Yeah, it's gonna be confusing. It's gonna be confusing. Like, is this good or not? I think that is my prediction.
Bo Nix might not be Tim Tebow, but he might be Taysom Hill. he might just be a slightly better
may
version.
be back for this game.
Is that right?
Yeah, heard that yesterday.
They got a lot of it's Drew Brees night, and it's national TV for them too. They've lost 4 games in a row. There's some juice here. There's some juice for this game. So looking forward to it. I think the Broncos get the win. I think they're going to try to do the laser show, and I think it's not going to work out because I just don't think they've had enough reps. I just don't think they're all together. But Sean Payton is going to know what he's got, and we'll hear from Sean Payton here in just a little bit. And we'll catch up with them. They're getting Palczewski back, by the way. So he's going to be okay. So maybe that's better for the offensive line. And we'll hear from Sean Payton in a little
Maybe
bit.
move him over the left side.
Plus, there are some, we can get into how Bowlesby's playing. They got a big decision with Bowlesby, man. That's coming up. Devontae Adams did something kind of cool. I hate to give Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams credit on something, but it was pretty cool. And there's other big moves going on in the NFL. Plus, we'll tune in with Sean Payton as he addresses the media, all still to come here on PhD.
All right, what's going on, guys and gals out there? If you want to look and feel better, sleep better, get more energy, call my friends at Revitalize Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, and of course, Revitalize Health can help you out with that if that's what your body needs. But there's so much more to your health and wellness, and that's why Revitalize Health specializes in testosterone, but peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever your body needs. They're going to come up with a customized game plan, and you are going to feel amazing. You will feel so much younger, fresher, sleep better, have more energy, all of the above. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at revitalize-health.com.
That was Mark Mosier, by the way, with that impression.
I couldn't tell who that was, to be honest.
That
I
was
like,
Mark
that-
Mosier.
Hey, you didn't beep him or whatever.
I'm sorry, huh?
Drop him.
We have, first of all, thanks to MountainHighAppliance.com. Did we need to beep him?
No, but you need. I got beeped and Dan went back and listened. I didn't need to be either.
You might not have said it, but it didn't come out too clean.
Mm-hmm. We all raised an eyebrow. What can I say?
I figured better safe than sorry.
Oh,
so
there
I
you
just
go.
dumped the dang thing.
By the way, we have Sean Payton queued up, ready to go. This is a big day. They got all the coordinators. They got everybody talking. So we'll break in if need be, but there's other NFL things going on. Dan Bud Squints. Tanner.
All right, a little bit of breaking news here. Since we are going to hear from Sean, I'll start in the world of the NFL. Fellas, Tom Brady's playing career is now officially over. Do you know why it's officially over? For good. He's never coming back.
Why?
Because the NFL owners have approved Tom Brady as a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders.
That comes with some wild stipulations of his broadcasting routines. It prevents him from doing a lot of typical things you would do as a
Which
broadcaster.
he's probably like, hell yeah, I'm still going to get paid $20 million a year to do this, and I'm not allowed in the building. What are the stipulations?
It's stuff like that.
Yeah, like, so
It's-
I'm not allowed in the opponent's building. I can't go interview the coaches or whatever.
It's
like,
a-
oh, cool. So I literally just have to work on Sunday?
It's kind of. I mean, more or less it's like that. Yeah, he doesn't get access to certain things you normally would and can't talk to certain. Yeah, kind of. It's kind of like
It
a
is.
show
It
up.
is a weird deal. Like a dude that is an owner of a football team is calling other football games
for the rest of this year.
Uh,
Let's see if they get some sort of power move eventually. Because I read an article on this. Davis doesn't have any heirs, and it's just original investors from a million years ago. That go and see if he don't become the majority owner.
He doesn't have any
before
kids.
long. Not Mark Davis.
Who's backing? Well, who would, come on. It'd be a stretch. I mean, I know he's got a lot of money and all, but the haircut. Who's backing Tom Brady in this venture?
This venture capitalist guy.
So he's got some Silicon Valley bros that are helping him out on this one.
The dude's the dude individually is only worth about $2 billion, and the company he runs is worth about 10.
And that's backing Tom's investment.
Yeah.
Wow. So the Raiders may have some sneaky money. They may have some sneaky money coming in.
They're saying Brady's stake is set to be about 10% of
Wow.
the Raiders, which is a $6.7 billion valuation.
Okay. That doesn't mean he spent that, but that's what it's the value of it.
Well, if 10% is 6, so you're saying
$670 million?
Yeah.
Well, but there was also, I don't know if it changed or if it just flat out got approved, but part of why this took so long was that Davis was trying to sell that 10% at a major discount of the valuation of the organization. And everybody else is looking at it like, oh, hold on.
The owners were sitting there saying, no.
You can't do that.
You guys do realize Shadur Sanders talks on a regular basis to Tom Brady, right? You guys, everybody knows that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We sure Dion ain't going to the Raiders? They don't got the money to do that now? We're convinced that's not going to happen?
They're probably going to try to draft Shadur and bring Belichick back.
Well, they ain't going to do that. Oh, but I'll tell you, man.
Would that be funny, though?
It would be a riot. It's never going to happen, but it'd be funny. I'll just throw it out here now, man. Prime will be the coach of the Raiders, and Shadur will be the quarterback next fall. They're just going to, I don't know exactly how, but they're going to figure it out. Prime has had his kid his whole life. This is all they're used to. And it wouldn't even surprise me if he drafts Shiloh as well in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, whatever. You get both kids on the Raiders. Why not? And away you go. I am feeling more confident that is going to happen.
Well, what are you getting for the trade in your wide receiver? They're picking up the salary, and so you get nothing back?
I think all they got was a third rounder, right?
Conditional, I thought. Dan, do you have clarification on you might as well get to the Devontae Adams story.
Third rounder. Well, so it's been an insane 24 hours, last 24 hours in the NFL. Here's what's gone down. The Jets trade for Devontae Adams. The Bills trade for Amari Cooper. The Jets give Hassan Reddick permission to seek a trade. He hasn't even played it down for them since they traded for him. The Steelers are considering starting Russell Wilson over Justin Fields on Sunday versus the Jets, and the Jets are likely to look at trading wide receiver Mike Williams. This all in the last 24 hours, fellas.
Yeah, because it's 6 games, man. You got to know where you're at sometimes. 1-5, 2-4, your season's not going anywhere.
6 games is a decent sample size.
It's pretty good.
Hmm.
I mean, it's not good for an overall evaluation.
Of
It's
a
probably
rookie quarterback, but everybody
No.
else, that yardstick works for everybody else, buddy.
Well,
You got a pretty good idea, right?
not for your entire career of where it's going to go, but for
Of course, but you got
Hey, I
a
just-
feeling. You got I think I know a little bit.
Hey, I said it. You got to have a good game against the Saints, okay? You're
So
gonna.
what's going to be your take on Monday or on Friday? I guess
People are going to be confused
Well,
as
no,
they
I asked
normally
your
are.
take. What's going to be your take on your quarterback, on your guy,
On Bo Nix?
on your Bo Rection? What's your take going to be if it doesn't go the way that it should?
If it doesn't go the way it should, I'll say that's a red flag. I'll keep it in the memory banks, and we move on to Carolina. But
it just goes to the back of your memory banks. It's kind of like no
I
big
mean,
deal.
it's like there's good moments and bad moments. That'd be a bad moment if that is the
I
case.
just look at it like, and I know I've said this a million times. I'm beating a dead horse here, but I just want a couple games this season that are like, wow, like that was awesome.
I would say this one should be one of them.
And I look at the schedule and I just kind of circle them, and there's only so many opportunities. This is one of them. And if you don't do it here, I'm looking at it like, well, when's it going to come?
I actually agree with you. I think this is one of them, and I think next week against Carolina, where you have a virtual bye week, is another one. So I think we got 2 coming up. And then you get into the gauntlet of things with some tougher games where it's probably unfair to make some sort of final judgment. But yes, you should win these next 2 games, and after 6 games under your belt, you should look pretty good in winning these games. I'm with you. So if that doesn't happen, I'll be fairly critical as well. I'm not going to be banging the Zach Wilson should play drum, but sure. I just think it's going to happen, and you think it's not going to happen.
I thought you just predicted 5 minutes ago it wasn't going to happen.
I think we're going to be...
No, you did. I don't think. I know you did. 5 minutes ago, you just said it was not going to happen.
I think you're going to feel dissatisfied, but I'm going to feel okay.
You're a confusing soul.
Scott, what do you think is going to happen? Where are you at?
I don't know. They should win the game. They don't win the game, then and I've said this a million times, the head coach and the starting quarterback in the NFL get way too much credit and way too much blame. And if he wins, because I've seen it with you already, way too much credit, and when he loses, everybody else, way too much blame. And then nothing's going to change.
And there's also truth that's never as good and it's never as bad as you think, right? And after watching, why am I drawing a blank who we played last week?
Chargers.
No, before that.
Raiders.
Thank you. After watching the Raiders game, I felt really, really bad about the first half. And after watching the film, I was like, you know what? Not as bad as I thought it was. And there's probably some truth in all of it for Bo Nix this season.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, so with all the trades that have gone down today, Mike Kliss of 9 News writes, clearly the NFL trade market is now open for business. Between now and the trade deadline, which is November 5th, the 3-3 Broncos have games at New Orleans, at home against Carolina, and at Baltimore. Kliss says currently it makes sense for the Broncos to listen as both buyers and sellers. And not sure how you would do that exactly, but if that is the case.
It's like going to a flea market with an antique under your arm.
Right. What position group would you like to see the Broncos be buyers at, and who you selling? Who you selling off?
Is that lamp valuable, or is it just a piece of crap that you should throw in the trash can? You don't know. You take it to the flea market.
Yeah, take it to the flea market.
You have no idea.
Yeah. Mike Williams or Cortland Sutton?
Oh, man. I'll stay with Cortland on that.
Mike Williams with Cortland Sutton.
Sure. Great.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Please should be a buyer.
But I think you're looking at tight ends, not receivers. I think you're trying to, if you're going to be a buyer, you got to look at some of the dredge teams and their good tight ends.
I'm almost to believe now you're going to have to draft a tight end to be any good.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has
teams value
good tight ends. They're all
They
drafted.
value them. They're not giving them up. You're not going to trade for Kyle Pitts. You're not going to trade for one of the top tight ends in the NFL. Teams value them nowadays. So I still look at it like, okay, you could talk me into a trade if you could promise me it's a guy you're committing to long term. But the problem with in-season trades is more times than not, it's a 1-year rental, and that doesn't make
what
sense
was
for
the
this team.
linebacker they got from the Rams? Came in, actually played great.
Kenny Young.
Kenny
Young.
Hey, you got a guy here for the next 2 or 3 years. He was gone by the
You know what's crazy about that?
I thought he was pretty good.
Not only was he gone, he was out of the NFL.
he had a good year
everybody thought he had a good year, and then he went to the Raiders for a quick minute, and he was out of the NFL within a year.
It was weird. I didn't understand it. Dude, usually I don't feel bad for professional athletes because of money. I felt bad for Kenny Young the day that he came, because I think the Rams were like, weren't they like undefeated or something?
Well, it was
They
the year
were
they
on
won
top
the
of the
Super
league,
Bowl.
for sure.
It's the same thing that.
I felt
Remember
bad
what
for the
Vaughn
dude.
said? Vaughn said, "Man, I went to bed in last place and
Right.
woke up in first."
Right,
Well, Kenny Young just the opposite.
Yeah,
right?
the opposite nightmare.
He went to bed in first place and woke up in last.
He was starting. They were winning. Like, he was living in LA. Is probably cool. And he's just, I'm now with the Broncos. But you know what, man? He got over that pretty quick. He did. He kind of jumped into things and was pretty cool. I didn't realize he stopped playing in the NFL. Like, that was his last season playing in the NFL.
No, he played like another year maybe, but I don't know if he made it the whole year with the Raiders after that.
Can you find anybody to play inside linebacker? Is that what I don't know. Is it not that big of a deal? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm kind of all right with our inside linebackers right now. I like Justin Sternad.
How about that, huh?
Justin's been playing great football.
Cody Barton, you're cool with?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're fine.
He played 6 games with Denver the year he got traded, 7 with the Rams. In 22, he played with Tampa Bay and only played 4 games. That was it.
Oh, I thought it was Raiders.
4 games and that was it.
Are you down on anybody on the defense?
Am I down?
Yeah, like they're not doing that great.
McMillan?
Yeah, is some going
Well,
wrong
you know
there?
what? Leggy had a great explanation of that, and because I'm with you, 29, right? I'm
Mhm.
thinking, ooh. He said, listen, they moved him in a position with Surtain going out that he was playing outside on base packages and then moving back inside on nickel packages. And he said the responsibility is trying to learn 2 positions. He said he thought his head swum a little bit early on that and finally got
Well, that could
better.
That could very well be true, but it's also just true that he's going to get targeted. You look at your options, like, well, I think I'll try that guy. I don't want to try Riley Moss or Pat Surtain. Our entire defensive line has been phenomenal. Zach Allen is a game changer. Jonathan Franklin Myers, baller. DJ Jones, baller.
Yeah.
You look at the edge rushers, great.
Yep.
2 corners, solid. Feel pretty dang good about the safeties.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. How are you with Bolsey these days?
Bolsey's struggling. He's not having a great year. He's reverting to some old bad habits that he used to have when he was a young player. Not only did he have all the holds, well, there's a reason why you get the holds, okay? And the reason why Garrett Bowles gets the holds that he does is because he's a rapper. He doesn't punch. He doesn't use his hands. He's a body blocker, and he raps with his outside hands. Well, when you wrap with your outside hands and you try to block with your body, number 1, it's going to lead to holds because your hands are outside. But number 2, you're going to give a short corner. And so he's given the short corner a lot this year because of those 2 things. And now the holds are showing up. You've got the penalties. You've got bad blocks. I mean, dude, that one that Bo Nix pulled the Houdini move on, that was about as bad a block as I've seen Bowles in a long, long time.
We will cover Sean Payton. So they're starting a little bit late, which I guess makes sense. There's a lot to jam in here, and they're going to do massive amounts of media. Today is everything. Today is everything. So today is Wednesday and Thursday combined, and then they're on the road to New Orleans tomorrow. Tomorrow night, though, the Avs are playing the Bruins. Tickets are available to purchase to see the Bruins and the Avs. Hopefully they can snap out of it. Go to coloradoavalanche.com/tickets. You have 8 minutes left to text Mikko, M-I-K-K-O, M-I-K-K-O to 303-504-0925, and we'll pick a winner at 2:45. We'll hear from Sean Payton coming up next. Thanks to our great friends at Revitalize Health. Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. Sean Payton, step into the podium. Let's go see what the coach has to say.
We get set up here. Sure. You're not good. You're getting ready, but you're not good. You are? All right. Look, obviously a different type of week. We get accustomed to this. And so today was really, our first day. A lot of base, first, second down, also third down. We'll have meetings this evening. I think the recovery is real important in how we handle the week. Any questions?
During the pre-draft process, how much did you guys look into Spencer Rattler and just what are your questions?
We spent a lot of time with him. I'd say there was 5. Pro day, and then we had a private workout. We were all in Phoenix, Scottsdale area where he's from. Steak dinner, the whole 9 yards, test in the morning, throw. He did really well. It's not surprising to see there's again, I'm going to use an analogy. There's a calmness when he plays, and he too has been through, the adversity early on, coming out of high school to Oklahoma and then transferring. But there is a confidence when he's on the field, and you see that in preseason and last week. It's not too big for him, and he's got a live arm. We were really impressed, and look, not that it matters, but we had him graded higher, and I'm sure the Saints did as well. And it got to a point where you just had to take the grade, but he was impressive.
Sean, I know I've asked you this about players from other teams. The knowledge that you guys have of playing their roster, Pete being there, and then BJ working with Joe and Rob, does that help? Both?
I think from a personnel perspective, look, you'd say most recently Cody, and so because there are a lot of players there for me that I'm unfamiliar with, but Pete or Cody and so that part, relative to the scouting report, strengths, weaknesses, and then look, Dennis and I have worked together for he was on our original 06 staff, and then became our defensive backs coach, became a defensive coordinator, came here, and then head coach. Then I hired him back, and so I think this, though, I think, and I think I said this the other day, I think on a short week, there'll be, a wrinkle or two, but I think so much of it is the rest and recovery and preparation mentally, because you can't actually get maybe the full speed work that you'd like, and that's Thursday night football. I mean, that just is what it is, and so yeah.
All right, now we'll follow the rest of it and take it as it comes here. And he's asking about Spencer Rattler and then Dennis Allen. I was never all that impressed with Dennis Allen when he was here, to be honest with you. I couldn't believe he was hired as a head coach.
Yeah, he was kind of the definition of a fail upward kind of guy.
Right? Okay. Spencer Rattler? Okay. He was all right.
But they gave him a 3rd or 4th round.
Oh, that's a great
I
question.
think it was 4th, if I remember right.
Spencer Rattler was like the guy for a minute, and then he just kind of bounced all over the place.
The little hand guys?
He wouldn't surprise me. He's not the biggest of dudes.
5th round.
5th round guy? Wow.
Pretty good if that works out for New Orleans.
Oh, it'd be unbelievable.
Not a bad setup for him. Sit there, play behind Derek Carr for a couple of years.
Well, it all goes to your level of commitment. Listen, man, I wouldn't bang the drum so harshly about the first round quarterback if teams were more committed to these deep around guys. They're just not, man. They don't get as much of a shot.
Well, let me ask this, because you got 5,000 teams play college football, and you're going to tell me you can't get 10, 12, 15 NFL caliber quarterbacks out of college every year? So
Dude.
My question goes, what the hell is going on in college?
Yeah, there are just not enough good quarterbacks in the world. There's a reason why other sports can succeed with lower tier leagues, why the NBA, why the Europe's got so many basketball leagues, because there's a lot of good basketball players in the world. Football, if you don't have a quarterback, it is tough to put on a product that people will watch. And there are not enough good quarterbacks to sustain a single secondary league.
Which, again, then why are we playing so much college football? If you're going to tell me how many Division I football teams are there?
Oh my gosh, I have no
120?
idea. A lot.
127, something like that, some number like that. Mm-hmm. And you only get 2 guys that can play quarterback every year.
It's crazy,
maybe.
right?
I just,
how hard is this job?
What the heck is going on in college football? Are you just?
I'll tell you, they do these kids a disservice, specifically the quarterbacks and the wide receivers, because the game is so radically different. They need to change the hash marks. They've got to change it. It is a radically different. We talk about the windows that Bo Nix throws into, and that he's just hasn't gotten accustomed to an NFL window yet. Because in college football, you've got 10 yards of space. Everything that you do, you've got 10 yards of space. You don't have to have a window. You could drive a truck through the window that you could throw the ball into in college football.
Congratulations to Isaac Gonzalez of Westminster. He won those Avalanche tickets for the Avs and the Bruins. Happy for Isaac.
I got to ask you guys a no dumb question when you're done kissing up.
Just go to ColoradoAvalanche.com. You can buy yourself tickets. Got the Bruins. Got Anaheim coming up on Friday.
Game tonight.
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Must win tomorrow night.
Pretty must, not must. Important.
Dang important one.
I mean, you just
a team that's supposed to be one of the elite teams in the East, and you don't.
You gotta. Hey man, you gotta show some fight.
Yeah.
You gotta show some fight. And I hate to put too much emphasis on the 4th game of the season, but you have not started like this since 08-09. Don't forget, last year they went on the road. They won 3 games in a row. On the road last year to start the season.
Maybe they need a road trip instead of a homestay.
Maybe. They need something, man, because I look around that room and there's like a lot of young guys, a lot of new guys, and the vets just bad night to have a bad night for Cale Makar.
Can I ask you this question? Do you guys happen to watch any of the Red River Shootout this weekend? OU, Texas?
Little bit.
I did not.
Did not?
Quinn Ewers is back in there.
Ewers back in there, and his start to that game looked like Bo Nix in that first half of this. I mean, it was bad. Interception, his first throw, I think, back, overthrew the guy, boom, boom, boom. Kind of like Bo's overthrew, tipped, interception. But how comforting. Now, because you had to play 3 games without Ewers, that you always see going, well, if he sucks very much longer, a pretty good freshman back here.
Right?
I sit there and watch.
Saban did it with Hurts and Tagovailoa.
But I watched that thing into the second quarter, and I was waiting every single possession. Every single possession. They kept going out. I think they went 3 and out, like 3 of the first 4. So I'm thinking, dude, when are you gonna flip this?
Yeah.
When are you gonna flip this? And they never did. And Ewers bounced back and played good.
Man, they showed some dedication to him for him just to play in the. They got it figured out at Texas. They're a dangerous team, man. I think I don't know. If they can't win the national championship this year, maybe they're. I'm not saying it's Texas. They could certainly win it again. But
because
they're
of that
set up
pressure,
the right way.
That's even more reason why they might make the switch. I don't think they will. I think they are long-term. And first off, I actually think Quinn he's the best guy for the job right now. He is. Archie's still a young guy with plenty to learn. But because of that pressure and they know they need to win it, if Quinn is struggling.
Can I talk to you guys?
If you win it this year,
yeah,
are they not the favorite next year because Ewers gone? But
absolutely.
Oh my gosh,
of course. And is Arch Manning really going to stick around for a 4th year?
I don't know. His family does it.
His uncles did.
Well, I got you.
Family history.
Is he gonna? Because he'll be the top pick in the draft.
He'll be making $7 million a year at Texas.
I got you.
Yeah, his NILs at Texas may be higher than his rookie contract.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yes.
But $7 million's not 60.
But again, he's not a kid who's ever needed money. Money's never been a factor.
You always say that, but like, dude, millions of dollars. Kids that grew up with money, they don't have $1 million in their bank account. They've just got a dad that gives them money. What, like getting your own money is a different deal now.
I gotcha. But
He's going to leave college worth $4, $5, $6 million.
Millions.
That's crazy.
How many jet skis do you need? How many price tags do you need to not look at? I mean, for what car is he not buying?
He's in Texas. He's going to have a pickup.
He's going to have a great pickup. I'm going to have one of them.
He's going to have an F-150 Raptor.
Lightnings. Yeah.
He wants one that goes further than 100 miles.
Dude, there's charging stations out there.
Oh, thank God.
Tonight, you're on the call with Kaz. Is that right?
I am. Thanks for reminding me.
Right now, 6:30. Is that what time we tipping tonight? 7?
7 o'clock tip. We do not pregame shows.
Is that right?
Yeah, Kevin doesn't value.
Just ding dong. Here we go.
Yeah, just ding dong.
Okay.
Well, I hear a little more Springer at that 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock hour.
Okay. All right. So we got
more Springer, less Kaz.
Do we got anything on the line here? Do we need anything tonight here from our Nuggets?
This is a preview of opening night. It's funny because Phoenix played nobody the other day, none of their starters. When is Denver not going to play anybody? Is it that game Thursday against Minnesota? Or is that tonight?
I don't know, basketball guy. What do you think?
I think you would play people tonight and play nobody Thursday.
That would logically make sense.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to go tonight or not. Really?
Well, I have a little cough lately. I've thought about it.
The preseason is just...
It's horrible.
I was so surprised Malone had that tone after that last preseason
But let me ask
game.
this: the way the Avalanche started, and they played hardly anybody in the preseason.
They were terrible in preseason.
Is this maybe a sign of why you do play people?
Well, Georgie gave up 6 goals in a preseason game, so that carried over.
That was producer night, right, in the box?
It was.
All right, Sean Payton's still talking, by the way.
I still don't. Oh, yeah, that's cool.
He's still going. So
let's just roll into the next show.
We can just pot him up. They'll still be talking during Nate and Andy. Other than that, thank you, Dan Tanner. Tyler, your Buffs, you going to be all right?
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm totally great with where the Buffs are at right now. Give me to 6-7 wins, and I'll throw you a party, man.
Okay.
I'm staying true to my mission from the beginning of the season.
All right, Nate and Andy coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, I must be covering the onside kick. It was spinning. It's fun.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
But this is what I go back to. Let Bo Nix throw the ball. Let's just find out whether this is for him or not. What are we afraid of at this point? Right?
That they'll lose.
Okay, but
that's it.
Then you lose. Seriously. Do we believe this is a team that's doing anything in the playoffs with this offense as constituted? And that is just not a comment on Bo Nix. That's about how you try to call the plays, how the running game sometimes in there it isn't, and how sometimes you get separation in routes and sometimes you don't. Now, look, at some point, if it keeps going this way, do you take a peek at Zach Wilson just to see the other reclamation project you got on there, just to see how that thing looks like? I don't know. But I'm just saying, Nate,
I can't go there with you.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
You got to try to win. You got a golden opportunity to win. You're going to play New Orleans. They're a mess right now. Golden opportunity to win. Broncos are favored on the road. That doesn't happen very often.
How does that make you feel if you're in New Orleans?
Very bad about yourself. They got 1,000 injuries. Spencer Rattler will be playing NFL game number 2. The problem here is, Andy, this is why this game just reverts right back to toss-up territory, this Broncos Saints game on Thursday. God bless a short week. Is without Surtain, I don't know if your defense is any good.
Yeah.
And last week, and granted, Spencer Rattler's not Justin Herbert, but the Chargers turned Herbert loose on you, let him throw the ball a whole bunch. He carves them up. I don't think the Saints can do that right now, but this Broncos defense is middle of the road without Surtain.
Very.
And that's why this game is a complete and total toss-up. This game could really go either way. You should win. Their defense is a mess. The Saints' defense is a mess. You should be able to move the ball on those guys right now. But what confidence do I have the Broncos can do that? You see what they did in the first 3 quarters yesterday or Sunday?
Yeah.
27 passing yards through 45 minutes of football? Ugh.
We are back to you're just not sure what you're going to get offensively out of it. Something that we know all too well.
Yep.
This is akin to the Teddy Bridgewater year. Frankly, Drew Lock's 1 full year as a starter in 2020. The Case Keenum year.
The Teddy Bridgewater team's kind of good.
Well, but
relatively speaking, by Bronco terms, that team was
with you, but,
dynamic and exciting, Andy.
But this, if the Broncos play their best game, they should win.
They should
win this one, and they should win the Carolina one. They should be 5-3 by Halloween. Now it gets real. It gets real after that because you're on the road at Baltimore and Kansas City.
It's also very hard to play your best game on a short week, bouncing off of a very physical loss.
No, I'm with you. Hey,
having to travel down to New Orleans,
that.
This game's going to be hideous.
How about I ask you this? Yeah, I'm sure the nation's waiting with bated breath for this one Thursday.
Spencer Rattler v.
Bo Nix. The Broncos and the Saints.
Sorry, country.
Sean's old team and his new team. That's about it. No, come on now. You bring up a good point with the beat up thing. I mean, the Broncos defense, what did they get, 50, 60 plays in there? How many plays did they have to play? Now you're going to turn around on Thursday where most guys will tell you, especially the D linemen, I feel well enough to maybe try to walk again.
Yeah.
And you've got to play.
First half time of possession was overwhelmingly in the favor of the Chargers.
You talk about the Broncos defense not being good. Well, this sets up poorly for them because I do think they're still a pretty good defense. I don't think they're the number 1 defense in the league by any stretch. That probably was the high point of the year now that this has happened and they start to get some tougher teams. But I still think they're a top 5, top 10 defense, especially when they get Surtain back.
When Surtain plays, yeah, I agree with you.
But look, this is the worst scenario they could have had going to a Thursday. You played a ton of plays because you couldn't stop any third downs and your offense couldn't pick up any third downs.
Mm-hmm.
And so you were out there the whole day. Good news is, I guess the O-line should be rested. It looks like McGlinchey should be coming back. We're starting to get notes from everybody chatting today.
Okay.
So hopefully McGlinchey can come back. I think they're probably desperate for McGlinchey to come back. I hope the knee's okay and good enough for him to come back with them playing on turf.
But, with what's going on in the offensive line, you need to try to just go down to only the center missing, not two guys missing. Because you don't have Palczewski, who's actually turned out to be pretty good. I know you never thought that I would actually point that guy out as a guy that you're missing, but the guy did all right while McGlinchey was out. And I think Luke Wattenberg shows that there's a reason why he won the starting center job.
Yep. But
and
but he didn't go to Oregon, so he's not as cool.
Yeah, that we wouldn't have had our special play.
That was a special play.
That was a special play. Our guy Grim on Twitch says Al Michaels already hates this game.
Well,
wow.
Let me tell you, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman weren't having a party last night during Monday Night Football.
What a wild, weird game. Like, there were good moments. That's one of those games where the NFL shows you even when the whole game isn't great, there's still good moments.
Oh, for sure. Rodgers, he's hitting Hail Marys in that game. Yeah.
I saw some guy today say, maybe we should have practiced some off-season reps instead of handshakes, and he showed, I didn't realize Rodgers had like 3 special shakes at the end of the old tunnel.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Oh, yeah. One at the end, they do a special little wha-pow, and then the guy runs off, and then I don't know if he was smoking a doobie or what, but there was some little at the end, so I don't know.
They do a doobie at the end.
I guess. I don't know what it is. Well, you like the old school terms, don't you?
Mind if I do a J? Uh-huh.
Whatever you want to call it. I don't know what, and who knows?
Reefer.
They might be telling you it was just smoking Jay Cutler. I'm not real sure if they want to really go old school.
All right.
But yeah, if you're going to come out and have special handshakes with everybody, probably should win the game.
Be better at football. Yeah.
Maybe your kicker should. How direct hits? Who was that? Zerline last night?
Do we have 2 of them?
Oh, the one on the upright at the end. I think I heard every metal particle in the thing rattle. That was as clean a hit as I've seen.
Just doinks all over the place. Rodgers with the late interception. He was big mad at Mike Williams about all that.
Oh, just completely. Not only did he drive the bus over him, he went and bought a bigger bus to drive over him.
Hell of a catch that Taron Johnson made on that play. Bills get the dub. Jets are 2-4. They're an absolute mess. Well, congratulations. You got a previously bitter wide receiver walking through the door. All right, Andy. Davante Adams is a Jet.
What a shot.
It goes down today. 3rd-round pick, conditional. Can bump it up to a 2nd-round pick if Davante Adams is 1st or 2nd team All-Pro, so it will be a 3rd-round pick. Davante Adams walking through the door to play for that team. They say they're going to get rid of Hassan Reddick now. They're opening up that trade market. They're just hoping Detroit's going to call on that one. I guess they're going to move Mike Williams. Woody Johnson says, I'm going with my gut, and we're going to get Davante Adams. How much better does he make that team?
I mean, I don't know, Nate. He would have run the route that clearly Aaron wanted last night.
Yeah.
By the way, Marcus Valdez-Scantling was released by the Jets today. So, and they gave Hassan Reddick permission to seek a trade, I think, that you talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the 2nd time?
Yeah.
Gosh, they're 2-4. They're not completely out of it. Now, Buffalo, I believe, didn't Buffalo go to 4-2 and they've got the tiebreaker on you now?
Yep.
After last night's win. Buffalo, for those that missed it because nobody's talking about it too much, went and got Amari Cooper today. So they did make a wide receiver move. Cooper gets the heck out of – they've got Jerry Jeudy. They don't need Amari Cooper anymore in Cleveland.
Or they just know they're toast and need to eat draft picks because you need inexpensive talent because you're still going to be paying Deshaun Watson.
Let me ask you this, though. Does Davante Adams have enough time to run routes with what the Jets' offensive line is?
Yeah, they'll make that happen.
What do you think? Do you think it makes him? I don't know.
Really.
It's a weird team.
I think it makes him. A little bit better.
Aren't you side-eyeing? Oh, okay, great. Now your boo's here. I finally play a good game with you and actually get some fantasy points. And now your guy's here.
I mean, there's no doubt you had Davante Adams. It's going to make your offense better. Is it appreciably better?
He still can get open. I wouldn't shock me if they went on a little bit of a run, but I don't know that the whole thing seems weird.
Here's what they got going for them. They do have the schedule in their favor. This is what the Jets have going forward right now with 2-4. At Pittsburgh on Sunday, hell, Russ might be playing. Wake up, you're going to win that game. At New England, you have to win, must win.
Yeah.
Can't not win. Home against Houston. I know the Texans are 5-1. They don't look like world beaters right now. At Arizona, Cardinals are a mess, but you do got to go into their place. Home against Indianapolis, I don't know who's going to be the Colts quarterback by week 11. They got their bye. Home against Seattle after that. How about the Seahawks from 3-0 to 3-3? How do you lose that game against the Giants? That's going to be a craw in their neck all season long. At Miami, Tua should be back by then, or he could be concussed again. At Jacksonville, Doug Peterson might be fired by then. Home against the Rams, they're decimated by injuries. I can't imagine it's much better by Week 16. At Buffalo, you'll lose. Home against Miami in Week 18. This team's got... Andy, they could win 6 more games out of their final 11 that they've got. They could go 6-5 the rest of the way, and they're not going to make the playoffs.
I was going to say, that makes you 8-9.
Yeah.
Because they only got the 2 wins.
No, it's just, once again, you're making a move to appease Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if it really makes you all that much appreciably better.
And then, weren't you telling us this when we were halfway throwing around? No, you were doing it with the Chiefs. It's voidable years for Devontae in the next 2 years, right? Those are made up years. So this can be a true rental for the Jets.
True rental if they want to, or they could give him a new deal for a couple of years. The problem is that he's 31 right now. Wide receivers don't get better in their 30s. So this truly is we're trying to save this season as long as Aaron Rodgers is still standing upright. This, just like the play at the end of the first half, this is a true Hail Mary right here for the Jets. They so desperately needed to get that game last night.
Oh, they did, and it was there. I mean, you make your darn field goals and you win the thing.
Right.
By the way, I've now twice, thank you to the texter, MVS was on the Bills. I keep thinking he's a Jet because the Bills got no receivers.
No.
Has Scantling made a catch for Josh Allen that I should remember?
I know.
But
they got my guy Khalil Shakir, who I think only had 2 catches in that game last night. Yeah, he didn't really do much. Dalton Kincaid has basically been Josh Allen's favorite receiving target, him and Shakir so far this season. But that team desperately needed a wideout, and they went and got one for Josh Allen. They are 4-2 now, are the Buffalo Bills. And, the thing about that division is, and the Bills are heavily favored to win that division, everybody else is a mess. The Patriots are terrible. The Dolphins are, again, what's going to happen with Tua the rest of the way? There's no certainty as to what's going on with that team. And the Jets are their usual pile of dysfunction. If you're Buffalo, all you got to basically do is just keep it on the tracks the rest of the way, and you'll win this division.
No, I would agree. They're kind of the new Patriots, where everyone just has decided to hand them the division, I guess, because
everyone else is just bad and a mess.
Yeah, they can't keep healthy, and the Patriots are now probably on course to find a nice target or a nice offensive lineman for their guy next year. Is this whole Jet situation? Is this going to go down as one of the biggest messes in history?
The Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, man.
Well,
I mean, at least with Rush, you didn't go all in and give everything up to go get Tyler Lockett too, or DK Metcalf.
I was going to say, here's the good news: is that the Browns are in the NFL.
Yeah,
so you can't be the biggest mess in the league, but you're competing for it right now, and it's a missed opportunity. Woody Johnson wasn't wrong when he talked about how much talent that team has. They really do. They can't get on the same page. The whole thing with Rodgers has been an absolute mess. But also, as long as we're talking about NFL messes, we're going to play a piece of audio that firmly cements a cornerstone legacy NFL franchise into the bottom of the mess of the league right now. How do you know you've lost it as a franchise? When you're getting mad at talk radio hosts. Couple of knobs like us. We'll play some audio for you that you absolutely have to hear. That's coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. They've been a title sponsor of this show for 5 years. We're both proud to have them here for as long as we've had the show, basically. Colorado Off-Road, your one-stop shop for any truck or 4x4 accessories that you may need. I was just out there today shooting some videos with Jerry. Let's try Jerry. Jerry Jones, you know the name. If you don't know that name, you're going to know another Jerry Jones here in just a second. Look, if you need anything for the truck or the 4x4, the bed covers, the floor mats, the step rails, something for towing, maybe you want to do something with the plows. If you're a contractor, they can upfit you. Jerry has it all. He's got a great showroom. I got a video showing you all the stuff they can show you about the truck bed covers, because this is the time of year I get asked about it the most with the leaves. They're getting ready to fall and the snow soon after that. You don't want all the crud in your truck bed. You can get yourself a bed cover, and you can keep things then back there. It actually keeps things stowed away and secure. So I'll have those videos up soon. You can go check it out. Anything you need, go to the showroom. It's 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com. The number is 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have a pair of tickets to give away today on the show, Andy, for the Avalanche and the Bruins, the Bees, if you will. That is the next game coming up here on the schedule. That game is tomorrow night over there at Ball Arena, 7:30 affair, TNT, True TV, and Max. 7:30 is the puck drop. We got a pair of tickets. We will give those away in the 4 o'clock hour today here on the Craigman and Lindahl show. How are we giving them away? Tune in and find out.
TBD.
That's right. And you're going to like it that way. So, Andy, things aren't going well for the Cowboys, obviously. Okay?
Get your damn act together.
They got absolutely destroyed the other day by the Detroit Lions. And Jerry Jones is not in a particularly good mood. So today, Jerry makes his weekly appearance on 105.3 The Fan there in Dallas. He does this every single week, and every week we play some audio off of this interview. And Jerry Jones is talking to the Shan and RJ show. All right, so these are the hosts. Shan.
Are they the ones that got to get your damn act together a while
I
back?
believe they were.
Okay.
Yes. So these guys have, to their credit, and we play a lot of audio off of this. This is the Cowboys flagship station, and they're talking to Jerry Jones, who, you know, he's the straw that stirs the drink in that town. They ask him tough questions. He's the general manager of the team, as well as being the owner of the team, as well as being the czar of Cowboy football. And really, let's be honest, the czar of the entire NFL. He runs the show for the league. Roger Goodell is the commissioner, but he's a Jerry Jones puppet. That's what he's supposed to do, whatever Jerry wants him to do. And these guys, I think they do a good job. They ask Jerry tough questions. And today, they were asking him tough questions after his team falls to 3-3 on the year because they got their asses absolutely kicked by the Lions. They have not looked like world beaters so far this year. Their wins are Cleveland, the Giants, and Pittsburgh, and that was a 3-point victory on the road. They play Detroit, and they get annihilated. And I mean, look at this. The next two is at San Francisco and at Atlanta. Things are not going to be looking any better for the Cowboys anytime soon right here. So today, Jerry Jones has to make his weekly visit on the flagship radio station.
He doesn't have to.
Well,
I mean, there's no reason why he's got to have a show, but I know what you're saying.
Very true.
I know what you're saying.
But also, Jerry loves the sound of his own voice.
He wants to be the face of the team.
I mean, did you see him doing he does the post game every week in the locker room. Yes. He doesn't do it at a podium. He makes everybody stand around him uncomfortably. Some reporter is asking him questions, this week, and he hits him with, you think I'm an idiot? And then he just stares at the guy. It's again, but this is what Jerry wants. He wants to be the star of the show, and he very much is today.
Got a question after we get through this audio because we can't hold the audio back.
Fire this up for us, Spring. Give us the full context of where the conversation was headed.
Yeah, we got two clips. We'll start with this one. And this show in Dallas has been critical of Jerry not being aggressive enough in the offseason, spending enough money, making roster moves, being aggressive to get the team better. And Jerry, at some point in the interview, says, well, I can't get the players this week. There's nothing I can do this week. And then one of the hosts asked this.
Jerry, I think the counter back when you said, where are you going to get the players? You can't get them this week is, and you're aware of all the offseason topics.
Yeah, but what is your counter? What is your damn counter?
My counter
I
is.
really want to know where you would go get it. Now, don't tell me about should gotten a guy in the off season.
Why not?
This isn't a damn word argument. Just because I'm not arguing with you, I'm dealing with how we line up against San Francisco, not what I did wrong last week or last month or 2 months ago or 2 years ago. If I really gave you guys a list of all the things I've done wrong over the last few years, you couldn't be on this program for the next 5 years steady and go over it. But every now and then you do some right things, and at the end of the day you add it up, and the rights give you a better spot than the wrongs. But if you think for any minute right now, there'll be one Super Bowl champion. What do the others do wrong? There's one Super Bowl champion. Now, we want to be that champion. And I'm sure not throwing the towel in today because of what happened out there Sunday. But I'm not going to sit here and waste a lot of energy, a lot of time. Let's talk about what I should have done back in 1907 or 2017. Shit, Ben. Come on. I've got more time than that, and I actually don't even have time on this great show for looking back at decisions.
Okay. So, Jerry.
There you go. There's the first clip.
Okay. So there's Jerry.
So he's kind of the porcupine with the quills up. I'm giving you a warning. I'm in a bad mood today.
Your damn counter.
Okay. What's your damn counter?
Right.
And don't tell me about off-season moves. I thought they were going to go to Devontae right away, but
yeah, didn't go there. They have no run game to speak of whatsoever.
None. They brought back Ezekiel Elliott, and he looks like I don't even know. He's not even a shell of himself. No. That's not even the right?
Defense is banged up. Parsons is out. DeMarcus Lawrence is out. Deron Bland is banged up. So that's what's hurting them right now. You know, they got Mike Zimmer in there replacing Dan Quinn.
That ain't going well.
That hasn't gone awesome yet. But their offense is an even bigger mess. In fact, I got this. Shil Kapadia had this in the ringer. Dallas got the ball 11 times on Sunday, failed to score a single touchdown. Of the 184 league-wide offensive performances this season, the Cowboys showing in Week 6 ranked 183rd in EPA per drive. Cowboys are 25th in offensive DVOA right now. Mike McCarthy deserves an awful lot of the heat. And again, Jerry just insists on continuing to employ him. They paid Dak Prescott in the offseason. Dak is, quite frankly, he's playing much the same way that he did last year. It's just last year he was completing tight window throws, and this year they're not. And that's because when you're making almost exclusively tight window throws, there's a coin flip element to it. That happens a little bit. Guys just aren't getting as open right now in this offense. So right now, like some of Dak's metrics are down there with Jacoby Brissett and Daniel Jones, the kind of season that he's having right now. This is an absolute mess that's happening right here. But Jerry doesn't want to talk about how he hasn't acquired players to make the team better. He doesn't want to talk about that. He's pushing back on that narrative in your damn counter. Okay? So now Jerry's really mad.
Yeah, Jerry's already been – the fires have been stoked.
Yes, he's in a very bad mood now. Talking to RJ and Shan here on 105.3, The Fan in Dallas. This is where Jerry he's irritable, and he's so irritable that he's starting to threaten jobs even though he's technically not these people's boss.
What's your point?
My point is, it seems like my point.
Listen, let me tell you what I'll do. About it. I will let us sit down and look at the decisions we've made over the last several years. Okay? I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask
why.
Get
a job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
Jerry,
okay. Y'all really think you're going to sit here with a microphone and tell me all of the things that I've done wrong and without going over the rights?
Jerry, it's sports radio.
Yeah, and Jerry, again, here's what I get, okay? Here's what he doesn't get. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
What we're losing lately, especially as more and more of, I guess, some of these owners take control of this thing, because I thought I heard this morning he does own this radio station. Okay.
No.
Or does he not?
So 105.3 The Fan is owned by Odyssey.
Okay.
It is the flagship home of the Cowboys.
So they're simply in a partnership. That's
very,
it.
Very much in a partnership.
And he can choose another station if he'd like to give the contract to.
Let's talk about the reality of our business here.
Yeah.
Andy.
But no, I can't wait to talk about this because you know I was in a position of those two guys when we did Orange and Blue 760. There was a stake by the team that dresses in orange and blue, and I had to do interviews like this during a very crappy 2017 and 2018.
Our radio station is owned by one of the owners of
That's true. You're right.
Multiple major franchises in this city.
But and I will go back to when we won the Avs champion. We've got rings, but I didn't do a lot of When the Avs won the championship and we were hosting the parade, Stan Kroenke came on this radio show. Did he make a comment that made me a little nervous? You betcha. He goes, well, I could tell we're not state-run media when I listen to this station, but I guess that's how he laughed it off.
Yes.
All right. I haven't heard. He cracked a joke. He made me nervous. None of us have heard anything since. He doesn't seem to be as sensitive as Jerry, I can tell you that.
How about the part where you have a microphone? It's not your job to be talking about all my wrongs?
Yes.
They're critics. They're sports radio hosts. They're going to talk about when you do things poorly and you just lost 47-9.
And Nate, their job, again, don't lose sight of it. And I think the listeners know this, but we ask questions to try to find out the answers that you're asking us.
Yeah.
Okay, Jerry, I got news for you. Do I really want to have to sit down and get into this with you? As a host, no, I don't. But I know this. My listeners want answers because they got a text line. They got Twitch. They got Twitter. They got it all. I'm sure they're getting asked the way we would get. What is going on?
Right.
Why is this happening?
Why did Jerry
Why
do
did
this?
you not go get anybody?
Yeah.
I'm sure there's probably some fans asking, why did you re-sign Dak and CeeDee Lamb when all of a sudden it looks like maybe you should have kept sticking to your guns on that one? Yeah, you didn't re-sign Micah Parsons. Nobody seems. I mean, we all know.
Let Tony Pollard walk.
You're not. Yeah, who finally kind of went off for Tennessee the other day. You're holding on to Mike McCarthy because you don't want to pay another unemployed coach.
Right.
And look, if you want to tell the fans, hey, man, I'm tired of paying people not to work, so of course he's going to finish out this contract because that appears to be what's going on because he said Mike McCarthy in the locker room the other day is not losing his job. Quit asking me about it. I think that's when he gave the reporter, are you stupid? I understand why Jerry doesn't want to answer these questions. Why are you volunteering for a radio show then? Why are you going and making yourself available in the locker room? Because we all look like dolts if we don't ask it because it's what the fans want to know.
He's won 5 playoff games since 1995.
Yeah.
5. Grand total.
And most of them have been in the wild card round, right?
Of 5 of them. In the last 3 seasons, they've had back-to-back 12-win seasons. They have a single playoff win to show for it. That's it. You lost to Green Bay last year, which didn't find its way until, the back third of the season. And you lost that game at home last year in the postseason. So you don't get to act like everything is just going awesome with your franchise. You're in a win-now window. You paid a quarterback to win right now. You paid a receiver to win right now. You have one of the best pass rushers, one of the best defensive talents in the league in totality. It's win-now time for Jerry Jones.
Well, and again, if you want to, this is kind of like the John Elway thing. Yes, there's plenty to recap that was good of the first 5 years of John Elway.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the last 5 years, and we're talking about his GM-ship now.
Puke.
Not good. You missed on some draft picks. You even admitted you wished to have gone back and drafted a quarterback that could have taken the franchise out of this mess that happened to play last night.
They're still trying to dig out of the quarterback
They're still trying
mess.
to figure that part out, all that kind of stuff. But, Jerry, for those that don't remember, and there's some, matter of fact, my son and daughter have been alive their entire lifetime span, not one single Cowboy championship, and my daughter's 21.
Mm-hmm.
The last time that Jerry won a the Broncos have since won 3 Super Bowls and been to a 4th since the last time the Cowboys won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, if you don't want the questions, don't do the radio interview. And if you're going to do the radio interview, don't be so thin-skinned that you're going to lay it out there to threaten the jobs of these dudes. That you're going to call the GM or whoever runs the station over there at Odyssey down in Dallas and be like, get rid of these clowns. I can't stand these guys. If you don't like it, don't do it. but they have a job to talk about what's going on with the team. And when they have an opportunity to ask a person in the position to affect it, and last time I checked, Jerry Jones has a pretty wide capacity to be able to do that with the Dallas Cowboys. They have to ask those questions.
This is the guy that landed his helicopter on the practice field 2 weeks ago. He does whatever he wants to around that place. Thus, you're the guy we have to ask, why is this going this way?
Yeah.
Look, the other thing about it is he's not helping his own cause. You're not going to get these two fired. This clip has made national news. I guarantee
it's great
you,
for them.
All the media is playing this because you're
them.
showing signs of cracking.
Yeah.
You just guaranteed them probably another year on the job.
It's great for them, and credit to that host. He's asking the questions. He's doing his job. That's absolutely what he is supposed to be doing right there. This is sure a sign that this is worse than you could have even imagined, is if you're going to get that upset and that sensitive about getting grilled about roster construction. You are the general manager of the team. I'm sorry it was your birthday on Sunday and you had to sit and watch your team get their teeth kicked in. But this is the team that you constructed. Like, the bill comes due eventually. If you don't do a good job in roster construction in this league, it is unforgiving. Jerry Jones should know that better than anybody.
Well, and you're the one seeking the media time. That's what we're all kind of confused by.
You don't have to be doing this, Jerry.
This goes back to my real quick question of, does anybody, like you and I both did we both did John Elway shows, okay? Because John Elway was a great quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
But as the thing went along, I think even John was kind of like, do you really need me to do this anymore? I'm the GM. I'm not on the field.
Right.
I'm not creating the highlights anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of novel at the beginning when he became the GM, right? But by the time it was towards the end, I don't think he wanted to do it. And what are you going to ask?
So
because this is what it leads to.
The year that I did it, okay, that I did the Elway show was nuts. It was the Tebow year.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And what happened
that would have been a good year for it.
Midway through the season, our station ran off Vic and Gary, and we needed somewhere to put the Elway show, and so me and CJ had to do it. The problem was that John only had availability first thing in the morning when he would normally do the Vic and Gary show. Me and CJ were doing afternoons. So CJ and I'd have to wake our asses up and drive down there first thing in the morning to tape this interview with John.
So everybody was in a good mood about it.
So we could run it in the afternoon. John, to his credit, he was great. He really was. And in fact, on more than one occasion, John said something he wasn't supposed to say because it was on tape. We were then politely asked if we wanted to continue to have the John Elway show. Can you not put that on the air, please?
Just basically saying this quarterback will not be back next year.
That he said on the air.
Okay.
Yeah, that part he straight up told Gary on the air.
Yeah,
and people were big mad at him. I think that was after the Miami game. People were really mad at him for that. No, there was some mild tampering that that was going on. Yeah. He had his eyes on a quarterback that was under contract with another team.
Yeah, I did right.
Yeah. You know what though? Worked out for him.
I had one with Steve Young and Mike Shanahan. Not great. Anyway. Young didn't end up playing. He retired, or that could have been a whole mess.
That's too bad.
But we were in the middle of that storm. I sent our guy Patrick Watkins out there, and he got to the middle of it thanks to a chatty bartender.
Uh-huh.
The next thing I know, Broncos, like all the brass are yelling at each other, and I'm getting a phone call, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm only 22. I'm not trying to start any of this. What do you want me to do? I don't feel good about my position in this company. You tell me what to do, I will do it. We will scrub the story. It's all a lie. The bartender's drunk. No.
I'm not a decision
I don't
maker.
want to do this. I just want to keep my job. I make $22,000 a year. Please don't fire me. No, John, I gotta say this. John really was good about all the tough questions because he dealt with them all throughout his career.
Right.
He doesn't care.
Yeah.
See, this is the difference. Jerry's used to just because he's so rich. I'm assuming everybody tells you everything you do is great.
Sure.
You're a unicorn. You are magic. So don't go on the air and deal with this. This is what the players do it all the time.
Loves talking to reporters, though.
Yeah,
he also
wants his
loves
name
this
out
stuff.
there.
Oh, Jerry's having a great day today. Look at me. I strong-armed a couple of radio dorks. Look at me.
Thinking in his copter right now, flying over the bond.
Oh, he's doing it right now, and he's Googling his own name. That's what he's doing, okay?
He's not doing it. He's having his kid that insulted his
Exactly.
thing.
Yeah, right.
Show me that phone. Show me them headlines now.
It's Craigman at Lindahl. Hey, what's your bike situation right now? What do I got to do to put you in a rad power bike today? Well, one thing you can do, you can go to altitudesportsradio.com. You can register to win a Radster Trail e-bike. Guys, have you ridden an e-bike yet? Have you gotten on one of these things? So much fun, so comfortable, so easy to ride. You hop on a rad power bike, you give that throttle a little twist, and boom, you are off and running. You don't got to do the hard, wobbly pedal start getting across a street or anything else like that. This thing will just shoot you where you got to go. You start pedaling, and you are on the move. Rad power bikes were the first widely sold fat tire e-bike in the country. They're great year-round. They're good in any inclement weather, really. Like one day we'll have precipitation again in Denver, rain, snow, cold. Rad power bikes can absolutely handle it all. You can customize them with the accessories that you need, racks, bags, child seats, etc. They're super low maintenance, get you 50 to 60 miles per charge. And one of the great things about rad power bikes, they got a folding frame on some of these. You can store them for the season. You can fit them right into your closet. Plus, they're affordable. When you purchase at Rad Power Bikes, you're eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it more affordable. Go and see their showroom and service center at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Test ride any bike that they have. Try out that Radster Trail. That's the one I've been riding. It's a pretty sweet ride. You're going to enjoy it, smooth as can be, and that thing can zip. Go to radpowerbikes.com. Check out the entire line. That's Rad Power Bikes.
injury. Travis should play for certain on Saturday. Jimmy as well. Timmons, Marion. Those two guys are probably out, and Will Shepherd should play as well.
I like the way Dion put that. Travis should play for certain. 65% of the time, it works every time. Thanks, Dion.
Did we get a reveal of what it is?
What it is?
What the injury is? Did they give an official? Here's what it is. That's what's different from college.
ESPN
and the
said
pro.
shoulder.
Right.
That's what we know.
And I think that's what we all think it is.
Yeah, shoulder. So his shoulder is bad, but he should play for certain.
Okay.
Yeah. Jimmy Horn is expected to play as well, probably. I love the way it got couched there. After the loss, Travis Hunter falls to third. Kind of depending where you look, third or fourth in the Heisman odds. Ashton Genty of Boise is at number 1. Dylan Gabriel, who played really well against Ohio State, up to number 2. Cam Ward's at number 3 in Miami. Travis Hunter right now is 4th in the betting odds to win the Heisman Trophy as it sits right now. So that's where we're at in that whole run. Buffs have to have him. And really, though, Andy, and I mean, good on Travis Hunter. This guy, and I know there's considerable NIL deals contingent upon, I'm sure many of them contingent upon him continuing to play at the University of Colorado. Are they up to the level of NFL riches? Probably not. This guy could pack it in and be a top 5 pick in the NFL draft if he wanted to.
Yeah, he's proved it.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, they'd probably love him being that fresh.
Right. He absolutely could do that. The problem is, I'm sure he feels a massive loyalty to his team, to his teammates, to his coach, to his coaching staff. He wants to be able to go. I think he's a competitor. I think he recognizes right now the competitive side of him, recognizes he is in the midst of an historic college football season, and he doesn't want to miss the opportunity to be able to do that. Good on him. I think the other part of it, too, is I think the guy just loves playing football.
Oh, yeah. Nobody plays both ways for 1,000 plays.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you're playing 140, 130, 140 snaps a night, I think you like football. You're pretty damn dedicated to it. So he wants to get out there, and he wants to play. Buff's got Arizona coming up here this week, coming off the loss against Kansas State. Yeah, when it comes to Travis Hunter, this is my attitude on it, okay? Does he have unbelievable NFL riches in his future? Yes. Of course he does. You want to play college football? Go get him, dude. I'm not here to be your financial advisor. Go play college football.
Well, what's good about this, and from what's been different in the past, is if he does have a proper advisor and all that kind of stuff, he's made some money now.
Yeah.
This isn't the college football of old where you've not made any money.
Right.
And if you break yourself doing it, I mean, he should be able to walk away with – he's on national commercials.
Yep.
You know, he's probably doing all right. So I'm with you. You love it. Look, Peyton Manning did this. Remember Peyton Manning stayed for his senior year and everybody thought he was crazy?
Yeah.
But he's like, hey, dude, I love college, so I'm gonna hang out here.
Oh, I could see Arch going the same way. You know, they don't need to throw a big stink about putting Quinn Ewers back in there, even though Arch was great. I think his attitude, and I think the Manning family's attitude is just like all in due time. Don't worry, it's all coming his way. Another major college football injury, Torrey Horton, done for the year. The
I didn't
career
realize that happened. Did this go down last Saturday?
He's been banged up, but he's going to have season-ending surgery. Apparently, the injury did happen during the San Jose State game, but yeah, knee injury in the first half. He wasn't able to return. Torrey Horton, great CSU Ram. He's going down, I think, just shy of a couple of Mountain West receiving records. Remember, he played at Nevada for Jay Norvell in that staff before he was at Colorado State. He'll fly 35 yards shy of the conference's career receiving record. But Torrey Horton, the career is over at Colorado State.
That's a bummer.
Season-ending surgery.
Boy, this Rams season has not been kind.
Well, a little bit of good news on that front. Okay.
Well, you got the San Jose State win. There, start there.
You beat San Jose State. You really struggled to put it away. BFN threw a terrible late interception in that game, but here's how it shakes out the rest of the way. Okay? Right now, you're 1-0 in conference. Remember, the Mountain West schedule is weird this year. They're only playing 7 conference games. They played 5 games in non-conference, including playing Oregon State in the early going. So you're 3-3 right now, but at Air Force this week,
they're having a rough go.
Struggling.
They're not enjoying life.
Yeah, the Air Force is bad this year. You got New Mexico at home. They can score points. They can't stop anybody. New Mexico's not very good. You're at Nevada. Jeff Choate's got that program going in the right direction, but they're still a long way off. You can absolutely win that game in Reno. Brendan Lewis is playing pretty good football right now.
What?
He legitimately is, Andy.
I know. Just never thought I'd hear that.
They beat Oregon State this week.
Good for them.
That's a great win for
All
Nevada.
right.
He had a great game. You got Wyoming at home. Pokes
they're also struggling.
They're not great.
The usual suspects in the Mountain West are not the usual suspects this year.
At Fresno.
Okay.
Tough. Home against Utah State, struggling big time. Honestly, the Rammies will probably be favored, I'm guessing right now, in 5 of their last 6 games. They won't be favored on the road at Fresno.
Let's say they get all the favored one. That's 8 wins. You're going to a pretty nice bowl, right?
That's a good season, and you got an outside shot at a Mountain West championship game. It could happen. It could happen. The schedule sets up very nicely for them. They don't got to play Boise. They don't got to play UNLV. All the powerhouses in the conference, they don't have to play any of those guys. So they're in pretty good shape. They don't got to play San Diego State this year, although they're only just kind of fine. So yeah, it sets up nicely. We got power rankings coming up. 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We're giving away Avs Bruins tickets at 4:45. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about options when it comes to low testosterone. First off, have you ever wondered if you were dealing with low testosterone? It's something that I think a lot of guys wonder about as you get a little bit older. For me, it was, why aren't I sleeping as well, or why do I get so tired so early in the day? Wasn't psyched about that, quite honestly, and that was the main reason why I wanted to go in and get my testosterone levels checked. For others, it can be things like a reduced libido. Maybe the workouts at the gym aren't going the way that you want to. You're putting on some weight. I was putting on weight, but that's because of ice cream, not because of testosterone. Or maybe you're dealing with brain fog, or you're sad or depressed. If you're especially sad or depressed, let's get this addressed. You don't need to live life this way. If you have any of these symptoms, or you want to see if maybe you fit in the bill even more, go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers. Takes about 2 minutes. Then set up your first visit there. On your first visit, they'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider to discuss the results. And if you decide to sign up for testosterone that day, it's the cost of the appointment is free. How about that? So get on in there, see what they can do for you, see if maybe some testosterone treatment will fit what you've been dealing with. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you. Get back to winning your race in life by calling them today at 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Avs Bruins tickets, which we'll give away coming up at 4:45. We have power rankings for you at 4:20 this afternoon. How far did the Broncos plummet after a 23-16 home loss to the Chargers, in which they really didn't play for the first 3 quarters of that game? Andy, the Nuggets will play tomorrow night against OKC at Minnesota on Thursday, and then the preseason will have concluded. They will open up the regular season a week from Thursday at home against Oklahoma City before the Clippers come in on Saturday, and then it's off to Toronto, Brooklyn, and Minnesota. Those will be your first 5 games of the year for the Nuggets. Nuggets fall the other night to Phoenix in their home preseason opener. Is that a thing? Yes. Well, I just said that it was.
It is now. Magic.
Yes.
We all knew what you meant.
The Suns didn't play anybody. The Nuggets actually did play their starting 5, and the starting 5 was fine against, honestly, very lesser competition. But Jamal Murray only played 19 minutes. He was 1 of 6 from the field, 0 for 3 from behind the line. Did have 3 assists, but the shooting woes persist for Jamal Murray. All right, Andy. This team right now, they look like they're already bored of the preseason.
Yes, they do.
I think the trip to Abu Dhabi was tiring.
According to the broadcast, some players on ESPN Saturday night, or was it Sunday night, I guess, some of the players had told the broadcast crew we're just starting to get back into our actual sleep rhythm.
Some
again.
jet lag kicking them a little bit. They had to go be the NBA's pony boys for a while and go out and get put on display over there. And, they feed the Asian media and get Middle East fans excited. I get it. It's a gigantic money printing operation. It's, why the NFL plays games in London. Yep. Okay. You want more people to like your product and pay for your product. So this time it was the Nuggets and the Celtics, the MVP and the defending champs, the last 2 champs having to go over there and do the show. All right, fine. It's a part of the gig. You get compensated really well to do the job. Nobody's, playing a violin for you right now. But still, you came back home, you didn't look particularly good, and this was on a night where Durant and Bradley Beal and Devin Booker and Yusuf Nurkic and Grayson Allen did not play for the Phoenix Suns, and you still lost at home.
In fairness, it looked like, at least in the third quarter that I took in, that they treated it like an all-star game at times, with Jokic doing some fancy no-look passing. And
Nikola doesn't care.
Right.
Okay.
Now, MPJ played hard. He looked to me like he was working on a few things and played hard.
He looks good right now. He looks physically, he looks good. MPJ looks like he had himself an off season where he took it very seriously.
I like that.
Yeah.
He did not have a great final series. None of them really can say they did.
Yeah. And Strother was great the other night. Played 30 minutes. He was 7 of 12. He scored 21 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. He hit 3 triples. He was kind of in his bag. I thought Julian Strother played really, really well in that game. After the game, Malone talked about conditioning. Honestly, I think he was talking about Jamal. But there's a couple of other guys, too. I think Nikola has probably, after the Olympics and then having to go over to Abu Dhabi and everything else, I think Jokic is struggling to get up. The reason why I bring this up is, for a moment here, let's marry our friends over there at Ball Arena together. The Avalanche fell to 0-3 last night. They lost 6-2 to the Islanders. They were bad. Georgiev wasn't great again. The Palmieri goal, he's just diving at the puck. But the Nelson's first goal, he's sashaying his way through the defense. And then Cale had a terrible turnover, lost his guy on another goal. Cale Makar had an all-around awful game last night.
And he said so afterwards.
They're banged up. Drouin didn't go last night, and, you still don't have your other 3. We get that part of it. It's October, okay? So we're not going to fly off the handle about what's going on with either of these teams right here at the moment. But I do think it plays into it when you look at the calendar, Andy, is that these are teams right now who the pass-fail notion of the season, it comes in May.
Yep.
It's October.
Yep.
It is so long from now that doesn't the championship window that both of these teams exist in, and we can certainly debate how wide open that window is, particularly for the Avalanche, but because of what these teams are and where they stand in the hierarchy of their leagues, it kind of renders October sports to be nuisance more than anything else.
Yeah, for the players, all I could say is this. Here's my experience of it to try to put myself in their shoes. I did that Bronco broadcast, obviously, for, 10 years, whatever, from 08 to 18. That's how that worked out, okay? And all I can remember is, especially after 2013 in particular, after a loss in the Super Bowl, everything feels like it's showing up too soon, and anything worth a darn. Shout out Dan Caplis for that word. It feels like it's forever away.
Yeah.
Right? You get there in August. I can remember the first day of training camp going, wow, we're really back here already. In January is where, again, when you're really good for the Avs, for the Nuggets, where do you got to prove it? In the playoffs.
Yeah.
Playoffs ain't till April.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I get for some of these guys that it probably feels forever away. Now that said, you got Nikola Jokic. Nikola looked like he wasn't into things the other night. I'm not going to just dismiss it all away.
I don't think he cares about preseason
I don't think he does either.
Right.
I think he was kind of smiling. Again, I go back to the one play where he jumped up, tried to pass it to Aaron Gordon without even looking over his way.
Yeah.
And it failed. I'm not worried about the Nuggets at this point. I am worried about Jamal's health. I'm not going to lie about that. The knee concerns me.
I think
okay?
Until we see evidence that this guy can play a hard 35 minutes and play efficiently,
and there's nothing lingering from the Olympics and all that,
I don't even think it's a worry thing. This is the reality of Jamal Murray right now. He's not the same player.
Now, with the Avs, I get you don't have all your dudes, and we are getting a little taste of what it's like when you don't have all your dudes.
Yeah.
But here's what concerns. I'm not at a 10. But I'm at a 6. When Jared Bednar's final preseason, beginning of the year interview with the guys in the morning, and he's asked about, Brett Kane asks him, what are you working on? And his top thing is defense.
Yeah.
And not letting guys, you talked about it, sashaying through the neutral zone and into the DN. Their defense has not been good. Georgie, he looked better last night. I know the score probably wouldn't suggest that, but my God, they were back to hanging him out to dry. Makar, by his own admission, by his own words in postgame, said, we'd have been better if I didn't play.
Just down on a knee, staring at the ice. He looked like
at one
forlorn.
point he went over to get a puck, decided to fling it. He threw it right to an Islander who got a breakaway off of it. The defense has been bad. There's a weird mojo with this team. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. There's a weird energy, it feels like, with this team at times. And it goes back to last year. Weird. It felt weird when Artturi Lekkonen's dad is saying stuff about Mikko. Mikko's responding to him. Now, I know that they all laughed it off and we're best friends, and I get that. I have no doubts that Mikko and Artturi are fine. They need Lekkonen back, frankly. But, dude, there just is. They still look like they're still worn out from the cup run somehow, and it's 2 years later.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
You haven't had long playoff runs the last 2 years.
The mental anguish that they went through last year in the postseason, I think, has created a hangover. And it's which I get all of that. A part of this discussion right now, and again, it's October. We're not going to fly off the handle, but I think we are acknowledging right now just how far off they seem to be from what they absolutely need to be. Eric asked a great question. Why not bank wins now so you're not pushing extra energy towards the end of the season? It's a good point. That's what I'm saying is that this team, they are battling a mental block right now at the moment. Georgiev still, and like you said, he wasn't the biggest problem last night. He still didn't play well.
No, I'm not telling you he had a great game.
Yeah, so he's still very much in his own head after a disastrous postseason a year ago. And you're absolutely right about it. Something is just off at the moment. This team has given up 20 goals in 3 games.
Yeah. And they're not scoring to keep up.
They're minus 10 in 3 games. They're only scoring just about a little over 3 goals a game. I guess that's roughly the season average, but when you're giving up 8 and 6 a night, doesn't look like much.
Mikko Rantanen said it last night. I was watching the Altitude postgame show, and he said it in the locker room. We've not played with a lead all year.
Yeah.
He said it feels like when we do get a lead, we give it up right away, and it's exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jared Bednar says in postgame at his presser, we're cheating the game. Guys are cheating the game. Jared Bednar, he does a good job of trying to keep things measured, keep things even. But last night, he just was like this. Last night, he said this stunk. He said, I'd have to go look at the film long and hard to find something to tell you I liked about this game. So he seemed very frustrated last night.
The Nuggets have 2 preseason games to go, and then they get a week off, and then they'll start the regular season, okay? There's a lot of time to spend on the practice floor. There's a lot of time to run sprints. In a game where, first off, you just rely on fewer dudes in basketball than you do in hockey. It's one of the key differences there, where it's like, okay, no matter what, I'm still not going to worry about Nikola Jokic, and even if Jamal Murray has to play himself around back into quality shape, the good news is that Michael Porter Jr. and Aaron Gordon are still there around him.
Yeah.
So there's going to be plenty of scoring going on right now with the Nuggets. My concern about the Nuggets right now is at like a 2 or a 3. I do expect kind of a slow liftoff this year for the Nuggets, but I'm also just sort of in the world where I'm anticipating it. With the Avalanche right now, this is bad. I think the concerns that we had coming into the start of the season, they're all screaming right now. Good news is there's plenty of time to work your way out of all of this. Georgiev, he could go and find his game. You certainly hope that that's going to be coming up here relatively soon, but this isn't good. This isn't good what's happening with this team, and the Cavalry ain't coming in for a while.
No, and what stuck with me from also post-game last night, Rycroft had jumped up to the table to join Kiefer and JML, and he was between the benches last night, and he said, normally I'm telling you guys early in the broadcast, man, can't believe the speed they're really jumping tonight.
Yeah.
He said it was never fast like that at all the whole night, which again just speaks to
they were flat-footed.
Lack of flat
they were
intensity,
watching last night.
Whatever it is.
Yeah. Psychologically, I get it. Where both of these teams are at the moment. You could hear Malone's frustration talking about it after the game as well. He wasn't happy with the defense. He wasn't happy with the conditioning. There's something else going on with the Nuggets as well that I want to get into coming up a little bit later in the show in terms of shot selection. We'll get to that coming up, but we've got to get to NFL Power Rankings. Power Rankings. Ooh, Broncos lose 3-3. What do the rankers think of them in that rank performance? We've got Bronco Power Rankings coming up next. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman for Sport Trade. It is Colorado's newest sports betting app. It is completely different from any service that you have tried before. What is so great about Sport Trade, you're asking me? Let me tell you. Normal sports books, they're giving you prices at -110. Sport Trade, the lines are at -106. That's their standard lines. That means more winnings for you when you win. Normal sports books, they want to delay your in-play bets. Maybe wait for the score to change. Maybe wait for the spinny wheel to change the odds on you. Not at Sport Trade. Boom, that bet is going through instantly. Guys, we're talking about the best live wagering experience in the entire industry. Normal sports books, they can be tough to get in touch with. You got to fill out a form email to talk to them. Sport Trade, they will text you as soon as you sign up. You can talk to your folks over at Sport Trade at any time. Ask them for better prices. Ask them for a different number. See if they can help you out. Download Sport Trade today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place. Sport Trade. Again, it's getsporttrade.com, or you just download the app onto your phone today. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors.
You got the touch. You got the power.
Oh, Tuesday afternoon means it's power ranking day. You put power rankings on the internet, I'm clicking on them. Where did the Broncos fall or fall to after dropping a 23-16 decision to the San Diego Superchargers on Sunday afternoon. Power Rankings are brought to you by Safeway. Get your flu and COVID immunizations from Safeway. Enjoy 10% off groceries. Schedule your appointment today at Safeway.com/pharmacy. Last week, Broncos came in at an average slot of 22 in the power rankings, at 22 after a victory over the Raiders. This week, they fall at home to the Chargers to go to 3-3 on the year. Remember, as recently as 4 weeks ago, Broncos were 30 across the board. So let's fire this up. Spring, you ready? We always begin with ESPN. Why? I don't know. That's where Leggy's at. ESPN last week had the Broncos at number 19.
19!
Which is 3 more points than they scored this week. This week...
Are you serious?
After dropping to the Chargers... Good to have you, bud.
No, hold on. I know. You need a dog collar for me that you can just buzz until I come back.
Broncos are at number 21, a drop of 2 spots, says ESPN. The Broncos down to 21.
Hold on. I had not processed this.
Uh-huh.
They scored 16 points the other day.
Sure did. Uh-huh.
The Magic 16.
Uh-huh. They did. They sure did.
I don't know if it's because of all the shenanigans at the end of the game
that
or
it took
something
them to
that
get
I
to
didn't
16?
focus on the 16 points.
Yep, but they scored 16. First 16 of the year.
Okay.
Which, let's call it progress. Year 2 of the Sean Payton era, it's progress, Andy. It took them all the way until week 6 to get to 16. ESPN's got the Broncos at 21. They're old enough to drink.
That's not too bad. Not too bad a tumble.
NFL.com. Last week, NFL.com, they were drinking the orange Kool-Aid.
They were all about it.
Had them at 14. This week, Justin Herbert converts every single third down known to man. Broncos fall 2 spots to 16. 16.
That's still pretty good.
Pretty good.
That's still pretty good.
That's what they call in the 32-team NFL the meaty part of the curve.
You're dead in the middle of the
That's right.
whole thing.
The Athletic.
Is that why it's the meaty part?
Exactly. The meaty part. It's right there.
Right in the middle.
You got your bread.
All right, sure.
You got your mayonnaise, your mustard, your
Right.
veggies, your fixins, your cheese.
Your fixins, your mustard,
You
your
got
Ed McCaffrey mustard.
You got your meat. Right there in the middle.
You got your ham. You got your turkey. Capicola. 16.
Just keep naming.
NFL.com.
We got-
Cynthia Freeland, our pal.
We need a cold cut power ranking now. Just keep this going. The Athletic, Nick Kosmider. That's where he works. Last week they had the Broncos at 19. This week, after a loss to the Chargers to drop the Broncos to 3-3 on the year, still 19.
19.
Nothing moved. Nothing moved.
Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's
I was
Clinic.
going to say, like a guy before he goes to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, nothing moved.
Here's my thing.
Uh-huh.
And this has been a weird power ranking, but let's just keep it going.
Uh-huh.
Why did KJ just sneak in like he was trying to get a peek at the Christmas presents? The door doesn't slam, and it's carpeted. But he's sneaking around like he's got some kind of combat. Like everyone's just going to hear that he's arrived in the room. Like it's just always going to be...
Do you remember when the Grinch was tiptoeing around
Yeah,
the Who's
yeah.
house?
That's true, yeah.
That was KJ right now.
Yeah.
Very smooth.
All the Who's down in Whoville.
21, 16, 19 so far.
We're all over the place.
We're all over the place. Prepare to get more all
Although
over
they
the
fell
place.
back to the 19 that they originally were at ESPN.
The Ringer. That's Lindsey Jones, okay? The Ringer is not bought into what Sean Payton's cooking.
She ain't feeling it. Well, she's not the one making this.
They had the Broncos at 27 last week, okay? That was a 3-2. That was on a 3-game win streak, and they had bothered to move them all the way up to 27 from 30. This week, after a loss to the Chargers, they fall 1 spot to 28.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, 28.
I felt like they weren't fair to him last week It feels about right.
Well, you
this
can't
week.
move them up after they lost.
No. 28 feels right after that.
21, 16, 19, 18. As high as 16, as low as 28. Power Rankings brought to you by Safeway. Get your flu and COVID immunizations from Safeway. Enjoy 10% off groceries. Schedule your appointment today at Safeway.com/pharmacy. CBS.
Oh, they've been new.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Thank you, Dion.
I forgot we had that.
Yeah, don't forget. Dion always shows up at that part. This is when Dion makes his
Look,
cameo.
I'll get this down by the time we get to December 23rd.
We can do it.
CBS is the new one, right? No, Yahoo's the new one.
Yahoo's
Sorry.
the new one.
There
We've been
we
doing CBS for a while.
Have
Mhm.
we? We love us some.
Eric Christensen.
Okay, Eric Christensen. Who's their guy at Florida? The little bald guy that upsets everybody. Doggone it! They also had Lockenfora, Jason Lockenfora.
They
was
did
a
have
CBS
Jason
insider for a
Lockenfora.
while.
Pete Prisco does.
Prisco, there
yeah,
it is.
yeah,
There it is.
Yeah.
Isn't he the little bald guy out of Florida? Haven't you seen him in the media around a bit?
I don't know how
He's
tall
not
he
very
is.
tall. He's
Okay.
DMAC tall.
Okay.
Now he's twice as many DMACs wide, and he's balding.
Need DMAC to pick it up a little bit, okay? CBS, they were 17 last week. This week, you fall one spot to 18.
All right. Seems fair.
That's about right.
I'm surprised all of these aren't in the around 20 at least.
Pro Football Talk.
PFT.
Florio's been loving the Broncos so far this year.
His hair is always made finest to rank them.
By the way, Jets media big mad at Florio.
Why?
Because he criticized him for the way that they were asking questions to Rodgers about the firing of Robert
here
Saleh.
we go.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. Jets media got big mad about that. Florio had him up at 15 last week, which is the high water mark for them in that particular ranking. This week they dropped 2 spots to 17.
Still that's a respectable ranking.
Let's see, you're good at 17. Quite honestly, I looked at the start of this year. I would have said, okay, 17's like the high water mark you could ever put the Broncos.
Sure.
USA Today. Airports, hotels, etc. We know the joke. Make it every week. Last week they were 17. This week they fall 3 spots. Biggest fall on the board. At least so far. USA Today dropped them 3 spots to 20. It was a big hit for 20.
Well, because he fell. They all fell.
They all
in that
fell.
hit.
They were all tumbling
They were
all
all
over
on
the
the
place.
ground when it was done.
Yeah, that was Lad McConkey at the bottom of that pile. Just in pain.
And then waiting for the trainers to come help him up.
Ow, my shoulder.
My back.
Yahoo Sports. This is new to the power rankings.
This is the Frank Schwab deal. We got
Thank you,
that
Spring.
too.
That's
Did
a-
you get the people's permission?
we got
I'm
a
going to
sou-
ask
we
every
got a
week.
sounder. There we
Did
go.
the people send you this? Frank's people.
Frank's people. Frank has people. Yes.
His PR lady.
Guy I've gotten drunk with a dozen times, and yet I got to book him through his people.
You got to holler at him.
Yeah.
Hey, Frank.
Hey, Frank, can you do the thing?
I don't know.
Talk
Call
to my people.
lady.
They were 16 last week. Frank had him at 16 last week on Yahoo.
Because he loves Sean Payton. He told us so.
He does. He didn't love him as much this week. I think he likes Sean Payton this week. Got him back down to 19. Dropped him 3 spots.
It's become a lunch date.
Absolutely. They
Ain't getting no weekend night.
They've fallen into an occasional text relationship.
He can have a Monday through Thursday date, but Friday and Saturday are for someone else.
That's your 8 rankings. Your average on the board, 20. High of 16, NFL.com. Low of 28 from The Ringer. That's Deontay Lee doing that over at The Ringer. Your average drop this week, 2 slots. 2 slots was the average drop. The Broncos are now, on average, the 20th best team in the NFL. Does that sound right about
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
the offense is, when it shows up, they're a pretty darn good team.
Yeah, it's just not
You
very
know,
often
this
that
is
it
the
does
first
that.
time the D didn't really show up the way that you like, but they lost their best guy, first defensive play of the game.
Yep.
So
that'll kill you.
That'll hurt you a little bit. By the way, Rob, on the text, pastrami is the most erotics of the salted cure meats. So that's right.
That's so says George Costanza. There you go. That's your power rankings brought to you by Safeway. Get your flu and COVID immunizations from Safeway. Enjoy 10% off groceries. Schedule your appointment today at Safeway.com/pharmacy. Yeah.
You know what else you can get there?
What's that?
Chocolate dip strawberries.
They're
You're going to be doing that before you know it.
You're going to do the thing where
That'll
you
be back in your life.
feed them to me again. Most uncomfortable I've ever been on this show.
Did you feel assaulted?
And that's saying something.
I didn't.
No, you know what pissed me off about it?
That you had to do it at all?
Well, that
I
too.
remembered.
You know,
Safeway had them out for me to see.
Actually, there's two issues that I have with the chocolate dip strawberries. Okay,
All right. Does this have to do with me or just the product in general?
It always has something to do with you. You know that. All right. No, here's the issue with the chocolate dip strawberries. Is first off, you bite into those things, all the chocolate immediately falls off of them.
You're right.
So I hate that part of it.
It's like the whatchamacallit shell
Yes.
that you used to put on your ice cream.
The other problem with it, too, is the strawberries are always disgusting.
No, you're right. They're a little bit mealy.
Yeah.
They're kind of soggy
They
inside.
get like that, sort of like pungent, like boozy taste to them, like old strawberries.
Soak it in its own filth like it's in a bath.
I think they're one of those things that like sound so much better than they actually are. Like chocolate is delicious. Strawberries are delicious. Chocolate dipped strawberries suck. I don't know how it happens, but it does. And yet, once again in February, Andy's going to feed them to me on air, and it's going to be uncomfortable for everybody.
Now that you pointed it out, I can't really argue. Maybe not. Maybe we come up with a new bit. I don't know. Maybe you get your grapes.
What else can we dip in chocolate
Maybe
this
I could
year?
just pull the thing of grapes and you can bite the bottom. You want to power rank your cold cuts? You know, Trevor Siemian did do that for us one time.
He power ranked cold cuts?
He loves a sandwich. He said he's a big sandwich man.
What did he put number one?
I don't remember. It was years ago. Prosciutto, I think. Someone put in prosciutto. That's why I thought about it.
Yeah.
Patty claims prosciutto is exotic. Exotic?
Kind of.
I guess exotic.
Yeah. I can't. Prosciutto is one of those things like I'll have it on a charcuterie board all day long. I can't remember the last time I put it on a sandwich.
Yeah.
I mean, I love an Italian, obviously. But it's like there's such a variety of meats on that sandwich.
Yeah.
I'm not making it at home. I'll get it at a sandwich shop. We got a good one here in the parking lot. I'll get an Italian over there, but I'm not buying all that variety of cold cuts at home.
Is Abby Italian?
Does my wife look the slightest bit Italian?
No, I'd guess Scandinavian, but I'm just asking.
My
You
wife
said you love an Italian.
The only person that's whiter than me, my wife.
Do you love Vic? Now, where do you get it? I like, the capicola. By the way, I had no idea. God, what is the meat? What pastrami? Pastrami's beef, right?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
What do you think it was?
I don't know. It's a random colored meat. It didn't look like beef to me. I've never tried pastrami. Now I might have to try some pastrami.
Pastrami, a type of cured meat originating from Romania, usually made from beef brisket.
That's why I was like, this is brisket that's gone over the top or what?
I mean, it's very red in color. It makes sense to me. The meat is brined, partially dried, seasoned with herbs and spices, and then smoked and steamed.
Why are you steaming it? What are you steaming it with? Getting in the shower, pulling a Kramer?
I think that's the
Getting all
part.
steamy?
I think that's the part of it that makes it so you don't get violently ill when you eat it.
Because it's undercooked?
Right, exactly. They're doing that for your own
Maybe
health.
I don't need to try the pastrami.
There was this sounds weird, but I associate pastrami with watching movies. There was this old movie theater in Barrington, Illinois, and right next door to it was this New York deli, but they had a great setup there. You know how some movie theaters, they're all, they're Nazis about, you can't be bringing our outside snacks into that. This place,
You're getting the pat down before you come in?
the deli was in cahoots with the movie theater.
Oh, they were the first one of those.
Exactly. And I mean, they were two separate businesses, but they didn't care. They were just like, whatever, we just need people to come in here and watch these movies. And so we used to go and we would get these pastrami sandwiches at the New York Deli. I mean, these things, to use the Mitch Hedberg joke, they were like a cow with a cracker on the other side. I mean, they were that big around.
They were like Katz's.
And then you'd have packets of Golden's brown mustard, and you just load the thing up and chow down on it. Oh, by the time you got out of the movie theater, it's all dark in there. You'd have mustard everything all over your shirt, but fantastic viewing experience.
People wondered what happened in that movie theater.
In terms of satisfying several different urges all at once, a gigantic sandwich and a flick. You can't do much better than
That's
that,
why
right?
there's the Cinema Grill or whatever now that was out in Aurora.
Yeah,
You just
it's-
order your food. Did you go to the Katz's Deli during the New York
Yes.
Super Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, that place is overpriced.
Well, yeah.
But come
Everything
on.
on that damn island is.
Yeah,
My
but
God.
that was ridiculous. We checked into the hotel. We went to the Dumb Deli. I'm like, hey, if I'm dropping $40, I ain't coming here for your sandwich.
That's actually what you are getting. Yes. It's Craig Bennett Lindahl. We're rolling with you here on a
It's
Tuesday.
a Tuesday. People are sad. We got to make them happy.
By the way, the only and again, this is life of the 44-year-old. The only cold cut I buy anymore is just turkey. Just give me the golden brown turkey.
I'm so lazy. I'm just going to the sandwich shop.
Mhm.
Any of them. The one across the street.
That's great.
The one that, you know.
We got a good one right
Shaq
there.
talks, or no, Barkley talks about all the time.
Mm-hmm.
The one with the fast name.
Yeah, they're not paying us. Screw those people.
Yeah, you don't get your name.
Mm-hmm.
A Reuben. What's a Reuben? Corned beef?
Corned beef, yeah, corned beef. When it's Swiss, Russian dressing, and sauerkraut on rye. I don't like a Reuben.
Yeah, I don't think I like
used to-
corned beef.
Here's the problem with Reubens. This is where it all went wrong for me. I used to love Reubens. Okay. So I went to a press conference.
Uh-oh.
I went to a press conference saw our friends over at the University of Denver.
Okay.
My station that I was at the time happened to be the flagship of DU hockey. This is the Guaz era, right? Our old pal George Gwazdecki. So I always had to go down and I had to cover the DU hockey press conference, right? And so I went down there, and honestly, it wasn't bad because you got a boxed lunch with the with the press conference. Again, I'm in my 20s. I'm like, I'm in this for the free food all day long. I go down there, I get my boxed lunch, I have the turkey sandwich, I crush the thing, I go on with my life, right? That afternoon, we had a remote at a bar that I don't even think is there anymore in downtown Denver. I ate a Reuben, okay? Cut to 2 to 3 hours later, I'm violently ill. Like, the most violently ill. Like, Jordan's flu game had nothing on me, okay? I figured it was the Reuben.
Okay.
Dude, 48 hours, Andy. This was one of the sickest I've ever been. It's a great story. Everybody loves hearing this, but this is why I bring it up, okay? I'm laying there. I'm on the bathroom floor just like, never again with Reubens.
In your own house.
Exactly. In my own home, just,
Okay, yeah,
I'm
all
in
right,
hell, right? Cut to a week later, okay? I'm recovered by this point. I'm not even really thinking about it. I get a phone call from one of the folks down there at DU.
Oh, no.
Hey, did you cover that press conference last week? Yeah, I was there. Did you have the boxed lunch? Yeah. Did you have the turkey? I did. Oh, how are you feeling after that? I was violently
Funny you
ill.
should ask.
Funny you should ask. Yes. Straight up salmonella.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
The catering
Yeah.
company had to go to DU. They had to call me. I think there might have even been a lawsuit. Like I had to call and give like a statement on how sick that I got over the entire. It was a whole thing, and the problem was that I had spent a week cursing the Reuben, but also to this day I can never eat a Reuben again.
Reuben caught a stray for
It
no
did.
good reason.
It did, and
Yeah.
I feel bad for the Reuben. It's not the
yeah,
Reuben's
but once
fault.
it's attached, it's tough.
Exactly. It's like the booze you puke
Oh,
off
yeah.
of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever had alcohol poisoning?
Oh, sure. I went to college. Yeah.
Yeah.
Southern Comfort, not comfortable to me.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, I don't need that smell.
No good. No good. So yeah, to this day I will tell you, there is a world where I could enjoy a Reuben, but it would have involved me not covering University of Denver hockey in 2006.
Well, that's too bad.
I know.
Maybe
I know.
it's not. The Reuben's an expensive sandwich. You're richer for it.
You think I'm better off without the Reuben?
You save money, not spending on all those Reubens.
Yes. So, unfortunately, you're out. Also, should we do a Reuben draft today on the show?
I like Reuben Drones. That was the
Reuben
first
Drones?
Reuben I got to know.
How about Reuben Carter? Did you feel as good about that?
Should I jog my memory?
Reuben Carter.
The old Bronco, right? Defensive lineman.
He was a boxer. Reuben
Was he?
Hurricane Carter.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I sworn. Somebody help me out. Wasn't there a Bronco Reuben Carter? What
Good.
car? I thought he was like a nose tackle or something.
Could have been. Anyway.
Well, how about that? You and I got two different Reubens. You
Two
got
different-
this Reuben draft, and yet
Two different Reubens. Yeah, Reuben Hurricane Carter. They wrote the song about him.
there he goes. I'm right. I'm right too.
Hey,
We're both right.
347 drops a Paul Rubens on us right there. Pee Wee Herman himself. Strong Rubens right there. I mean, he was at the movie theater. They were showing the movie. What else were you supposed to do there?
Not that. I mean, you want that movie? Head back home. Rent it. Go home.
Also, Chris points out, bad turkey sandwich, and yet turkey is the only cold cut he buys. Yeah, I didn't think it was turkey's fault. The Reuben was the one that was getting refunded.
Yet you hate turkey at Thanksgiving.
I do, but I like a turkey sandwich.
Because maybe deep in your recesses, it was turkey's fault.
I'm a conundrum. Ooh, Texas Rangers legend Ruben Sierra. Very strong. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, we have got Avalanche Bruins tickets to give away. And we're going to be doing some Bruins trivia. Yes, Bruins trivia. Be ready to answer this question and qualify to win Avs Bruins tickets next.
McKinnon, Middlestat. Ross Colton can't gain the zone. Backwards now for McCarr. Turn it over. Short-handed breakaway. They score. Brock Nelson's second goal of the period, and it's 4-1. Islanders picked off by the Islanders. Swung in front for Anthony Duclair by Horvat. Avs are a mess, and now Duclair gets it and turns it in around both Sam Girard and Cale Makar. Defensively, the Avalanche have not been great tonight.
I think just a lot of myself, just not moving my feet, not playing my game, and just kind of where it's at right now. So, I mean, I'm hard on myself, but at the end of the day, I got to be better for these guys. It's definitely a lot closer game if I don't play tonight. So.
It's Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, before we go any further.
Yeah.
My guy Nate, who can't be bothered with a lot of things, had to get a new phone today.
I did.
And what we're finding out now is Nate is a guy, and I know a lot of guys like you. One of my best friends in the world, Jay, is like you. Just give me something. I don't care.
Yeah.
And now you're finding out you do care. You don't care for what you picked.
Well, I didn't really pick it.
But you should have, is what you're finding out.
Exactly.
You didn't hold it.
Right.
You didn't explore the room with it at all.
No.
And now we're finding out you hate half the way that it just sits.
This is why.
Do you hate the phone or the case? Is the case the problem?
I think it's the
or
case.
The phone?
I think it's the case, but it's the setup of the phone. I don't like it.
Let me see.
Here. There you go. Take a look at that thing. Get a look at that. I had to go get a new phone today. Okay.
His beautiful daughter's on. It does. It is. What's this weird notch?
Yeah, there's like a big button on the side that you push to get directly to the camera. I'm
All
old
right,
guy yelling at the cloud.
You need a new case.
Yeah.
The phone is fine.
No, the phone's
Go
fine.
get a new case.
But the case is
That's the AI
stupid.
one though, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. That thing's going to attack you middle of the night. I wouldn't complain about it too much.
I don't
Should
know.
have bought that one. That one's going to turn all your appliances against you.
I just like to said, give me the new one, but make it the most basic one. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's basically going to overtake your house and you won't control anything.
Yeah. What do you do with your phone? I text my buddies and I watched videos of people crashing on their skateboards. That's what I do with my phone, okay?
Yeah. Took in a little action.
I like a good injury video, okay?
I don't know how you watch those. Anyway.
They're very funny.
Not when a guy's legs sideways at the end of it. I'm sorry.
It's, again, to each their own, Andy.
Don't risk it if you can't deal with it.
Exactly. Should we give away...
Please, Boston Bruins tickets. Let's do it.
Yes, that's right. We're giving away a pair of tickets for the Avs and the Bees tomorrow night over there at Ball Arena. You want to attend this game, puck drops at 7:30. We told you we're going to do Bruins trivia. Bruins trivia. You got to text your answer into 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. That is your Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Again, text your answer in 303-504-0925. Bruins trivia. You ready for this one, Andy?
Are you brewing a coffee question?
I'm brewing a question for you, my friend. Since 2000, old Y2K, the Broncos have drafted 2 UCLA Bruins. Name them.
Okay, since the year 2000.
Since 2000, the Broncos have drafted 2.
Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to answer. Never.
UCLA Bruins.
I almost answered it for you.
Name them. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Send your answers in right now. You got to get them both right. You got to be 2 for 2. And then you will win possibly a pair of tickets if we draw your name to the Avs Bruins game tomorrow night. We said Bruins trivia.
I think I know one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do.
Mm-hmm. You know them both.
I do now, but I honestly forgot the one you wouldn't expect.
Yep. You knew both.
One is a villain in Broncos history.
I'd call him infamous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. I like the guy.
I think villain feels harsh. Infamous.
Well,
He was trying.
Bring it up, and villain won't feel so harsh from people.
He was trying.
But I think he was a good guy.
Yeah, all right. There you go.
He didn't mean to become a villain.
He stood there and he answered every question after that game.
Over and over and over again.
And over and over again. Again, text the answer in 303-504-0925. Since 2000, the Broncos have drafted 2 UCLA Bruins. Name them.
Derek says, 2 guys who have never been in my kitchen. Thank you, Cliff Clavin.
Also, Tommy Maddox was not drafted since 2000,
Maddox
guys.
was like 92.
Yeah, 92, 93,
92,
whatever year
yeah.
that was. Yeah, so try again. We'll give you that tip. 303-504.
They haven't had a lot of Bruins over the years, have they? 2 since 2000 is not a lot.
It's not a ton. No, it's not a ton. Remember when they went forever? Elway had never drafted an Alabama guy?
Yeah.
And then Jerry Jeudy.
Probably should have never
Probably
drafted
should have kept not drafted Alabama
since he was
guys.
not in on the Pat Surtain deal.
Yeah, the Surtain thing worked out, but that was a George Payton move. So there you go. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. There's a ton going on. Devontae is a Jet. Amari Cooper is a Bill. Russ is maybe going to start, and Jerry's big mad at some radio hosts. Plus, I don't know if you've heard, Sean Payton is going back to New Orleans. We have got the High 5 football news coming up next. All right, going to throw out the question one more time for a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Avalanche Bruins game. Text your answer into 303-504-0925. Since 2000, the Broncos have drafted 2 UCLA Bruins. Name them. 303-504-0925 is the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Text your answer in. You got to go 2 for 2. If so, you are entered in to win an opportunity to go with a friend or whomever to see. You can take an enemy if you want to see the Avalanche and the Bruins tomorrow night over at Ball Arena. Right now, it's time for the High Five, the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. That's how we kick off the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. Let's do it, Spring.
Let's do the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Thursday night football, just a couple nights away. The Broncos at the Saints. Sean Payton going back to New Orleans, and Drew Brees will be honored at halftime of that game. He's going into the Saints Hall of Fame, Saints Ring of Fame, whatever it might be. Sean Payton was asked today if he will see Drew at halftime of this game.
Sean, you said with Drew that you've reached out to him previously, the way the schedule's set up, do you get a chance to see him at all, shake his hands?
You guys will. I think they're doing it at halftime, so probably not. I mean, our halftime's 8 minutes, and it takes me a minute to pee, and then sit with the coaches, go through the list, take a highlighter out. What are the features for the second half? Go in, talk to the team. Here are the keys in the second half. Ready, break. You know, it really is fast. And so, but he's been to camp, and you know, I'm sure there'll be the right moment to reach out to him. He's going into their Hall of Fame, and then they also have a Ring of Honor. And look, I don't know what year it is now, but this will be the beginning of a number. I mean, and so I'm glad. Look, he wanted it to be this game.
Can we just kill this? I mean,
something.
are we answering this? He's not seeing it. It's at halftime. What, are we getting a coherent thought here?
He struggled that answer. He said, but the focus is on the game.
The focus is on the game. And that he...
I mean, I can relate to the minute, going and handling your business.
What, by the way, he said take a pee. What's your favorite euphemism? What do you usually use?
That.
Go to the John.
Are you tinkle guy?
Take a leak.
See a man about a horse? Is that the one you like?
Take a tinkle.
Not that one.
I like go to the Whiz Palace.
Wow. All right.
Hit the John, whatever it may be. If your name is John, how do you feel about being associated with the bathroom? You okay with it?
How did we get there?
I have no idea.
Yeah. I'll have to look into it.
It's probably some old British thing, Lord John of something or other, and he invented the bathroom. I don't know.
Yeah.
A room that you have
created the porcelain, and here we go.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
See, now I have to know. Okay. I was right about this. The bathroom is called the John because of Sir John Harrington, the inventor of the first flushing toilet, or at least the man credited with inventing it. Sir John Harrington.
Yeah, the sir doesn't sound so fancy now, does it?
I mean, if you think about it, though, like that's a massive societal advancement. Nice job, Sir John Harrington.
Them.
Yeah,
there it is.
Otherwise, we'd be walking around in pee all the time.
Gross.
520 says, visit the Tinkle Parlor.
All right.
Okay, see, I'm glad we were all able to do that right there.
All because I've struggled with some answers, so I can relate to Sean on that level. But I mean, I don't feel like he was like, whatever, good for Drew. I got to worry about winning this game.
Yeah,
that was the sum of it, right?
Also, the thing that Sean Payton wants to do when he goes back to New Orleans has nothing to do with Drew Brees going into the damn Ring of Fame. Like, Sean Payton wants to go and have a fancy Creole dinner and hit a crawfish boil.
Sure.
And do that whole thing. Have a hurricane or 7.
Win a game, hit the French Quarter, get his favorite restaurant, say hello to a few friends, show back up on Sunday.
Yes, that's what Sean wants to do. He doesn't give a crap about Drew Brees going into that.
And if they
whole thing.
lose, then he's going to come back Friday and start figuring out Carolina. So
is he going to pull an Urban Meyer?
I mean, I think he'll go out on the town if they win. I don't think he'll pull what Urban did, but
okay,
we'll see.
All right.
I don't know. Depends on where he gets the hurricane, I guess.
Exactly. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, the Raiders did trade today Davante Adams to the Jets for a 2025 conditional third-round pick. That pick could improve to a second-round pick if Davante Adams is first or second-team All-Pro this season.
So a third-round pick.
Or, hey, if the Jets make the AFC Championship game, that'll also become a second-round pick.
So a third-round pick.
Yep. Okay.
Is
right,
is
because
what
that's
they're getting.
essentially the bottom half of the round.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Even just let's say they do make it.
Aaron Rodgers was on the Pat McAfee show today talking about when he got the news, and turns out Davante Adams is already in New York and in the room with Aaron.
Ted called me and texted me, and so I finally called him back, and so about 12:30, 12:45 last night. I heard the news.
Okay, so as soon as you hear the news, what's that?
ESPN Bet now has profit boost.
What just happened?
Here he is. Hey, good to see you, Tay. Good to see you, man. Congrats.
What's up, fellas? Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Appreciate that.
How was the flight over there? Did you fly over last night? And Aaron wasn't returning any of your text messages. What's that all about? You think about saying, "Get me the hell out of here" anytime that?
Yeah, he was having second thoughts. He's been known to have both when it comes to pulling the trigger with me. But hopefully we can put that behind us now. And we're back, man. We're back.
So Davante Adams and Aaron Rodgers are back together. Last night against the Bills, Allen Lazard had 6 catches for $114, but let's be honest, the production was up because he's the one who caught the Hail Mary. Garrett Wilson had a great game last night, 8 catches for $107. Obviously, Mike Williams, the guy in the doghouse for running the wrong route on the Taron Johnson interception last night, so he's probably not long for being on that team. They desperately needed that game, Andy. They're 2-4. However, we went over it earlier in the show. The Jets' schedule is about to get much more friendly to them. They got Pittsburgh next week, Sunday Night Football. After that, they go to New England. They get Houston, who's good, but you get them at home. That's on Thursday night, on Halloween night. They get the 11-day break before they go down to Arizona. Cardinals have been very up and down, we'll call them. They're struggling, to say the least. Indy, Seattle, Miami, Jacksonville, the Rams, who have almost nobody left, Buffalo, and Miami to finish it all up. Best case scenario, this is a 10-win team. Worst case scenario, none of that happens, and they don't even make the playoffs.
All right, but Adam Schefter tweeting an hour ago, they reworked the deal already at Davante. He's lowered his cap number to $3.21 million this season.
Mm-hmm.
They added 2 voidable years to the deal, which already had another 2 voidable years. They're going to talk about his future coming up. Are they done? Are they done adding guys? Will they go get an offensive lineman now too? Will they go and try to get David Bakhtiari out of retirement? Who I don't think he's ever officially retired, but he's out there.
You know, you've committed to getting everybody that Aaron wants on the team and getting rid of any coaches Aaron doesn't want to have around. And by keeping the coach that he actually wants to have on staff, I know he was demoted from being the play caller, but let's be honest,
Still there.
it was Aaron's, it was his play, his play sheet anyway. So, Aaron Rodgers is running the show right now with the Jets. Woody Johnson has decided, I'm going to go all in. As long as I got this guy and he's a future Hall of Famer and he's 41 years of age, and as long as he's standing upright, I will give him whatever he wants to be able to win. It's a wild way to run your franchise. I don't think it's going to work out for them, but I will say this. I get it. There's no tomorrow with the Jets.
Yeah, they don't have Zach Wilson even as a fallback anymore. They don't have a young quarterback. So, this is it.
Yeah.
This is all you got.
Yeah, there's.
But here's the thing: if he gets you to 500, you aren't going to be in quarterback realm. This is going to be wild to see how this offense plays, how this offseason, I should say, plays out.
Yeah, I think they're an 8-9, not an 18.
Well, and then everybody leaves.
Yeah,
he fires literally everybody,
and it turns out to just be one gigantic snooze fest. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Another wide receiver traded today. Amari Cooper goes from the Browns to the Bills. The Bills will get a 3rd and 6th round pick in the upcoming draft and a 7th round pick in 2026.
This is a good deal for Amari Cooper. Yeah, the Bills getting the Bills get Cooper in a 6. They send a 3 and a 7 to Cleveland in this deal. Amari Cooper, there's no purpose in being on the Cleveland Browns anymore. That team should continue to make as many trades as they possibly can. They're such a disaster, though. I don't know how they're going to dig their way out of that problem right now. Cooper gives Buffalo a number 1 wide receiver, which they desperately have to have. Because they've all been departing in recent seasons. Stephon Diggs obviously was the latest. If you're Amari Cooper, you get off of one complete and total dumpster fire, and you get to go to a team that's got Super Bowl aspirations. I would say Amari Cooper comes out on top right here, and Josh Allen wins.
Yeah, Josh Allen needed a number 1 receiver. He didn't have one.
Yep.
This will be his number 1 receiver. We'll see how long it takes for them to get on the same page. Not playing before, but everybody's getting. We're not done with the trades either.
Nope, we got another one. Let's do it, Spring.
High five. The Texans are trading running back Cam Akers to the Vikings, along with a conditional 2026 7th round pick for a conditional 2026 6th round pick.
Joe Mixon was back and healthy and played really well last week for Houston. So I could see why Cam Akers was expendable right there. Vikings needed it back. It's one of those deals that makes all the sense in the world. Akers was there last year. So, familiar with the place, familiar with the system. This is a savvy trade. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. And finally, Russell Wilson was active in the backup quarterback for the Steelers' win in Las Vegas. They will host the Jets and Devontae Adams on Sunday Night Football. Mike Tomlin saying today Russell Wilson might get the start despite how well Justin Fields has played.
We got a player with talent who hadn't had an opportunity to play, so we're going to potentially explore those things. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what Justin has done or has not done. Justin has been an asset to us, man. Last week, for example, man, his ability to utilize his legs by design and by ad lib was a significant component of that game. He rushed for 50-plus yards and 2 touchdowns in game. And so we're appreciative of that. We're appreciative of how he's taking care of the ball. But we're just looking at all the people at our disposal the same way that we do at any position.
What do you think, Andy? Is he making the Jets guess, or is he actually going to play Russ?
I told you he's got it. I told you last week. He's
Yeah.
got some weird thing for Russ. I don't know if he made some promise in a conversation that he feels like he has to
He has
uphold
to honor.
to. I don't know if he plays this week. I think they're. I know ultimately the numbers looked good by the end of the game. I think a little like Bo Nix this week. Justin Fields also had a rough start to that game. It was a little closer than they want. To me, right now, this reads as a hey, object in the mirror is closer than it may appear. You better start playing better, or we will play Russ at some point. Because here's the thing: if you were going to sub someone in, you would sub in Fields to do the running. Right?
I know Najee Harris had that big run, that big touchdown run last week, but the best thing they have in their offense is Fields running the ball.
Right.
And I'm assuming they're trying to ignite some version of a passing attack.
It's because George Pickens has got brutal numbers all year long.
Yeah.
And I think they
he's
want to get
miserable.
the most out of that.
Yeah,
So-
he's absolutely
Now,
miserable.
Russ can throw a good deep ball, but to your point, Russ may get swallowed up by the rush. At least Fields is
Can
escaping
escape.
the rush.
Yeah, Russ will stand there and look down and turtle.
He'll get run over like he did in the preseason.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think this is a nudge to get better this week, and if you don't, then he comes in. I don't think they quite do it this week.
We got a rookie quarterback showdown this week. Turns out Sean Payton likes all the quarterbacks in this game. We'll hear from him next. Hey, what up, Denver? It's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Rad Power Bikes. You know, I'm looking at radpowerbikes.com. I'm checking out this Rad Runner 2 electric utility bike. Great hauling plus an easy step through to get around on. $1,249 right now at radpowerbikes.com. But guess what? Even more affordable than that. When you go to Rad Power Bikes, they will help you out to be able to use Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it that much more affordable. You can be rolling out the door on a fresh new e-bike for under $1,000 right now over at Rad Power Bikes. These things are so much fun. They're built for everyday use. If you're a commuter or maybe you need hauling utility, maybe you do deliveries. Hey, Rad Power Bike's perfect for you. You can replace your expensive car with a super fun e-bike. You can put the kids on the back. It's an absolute blast. They're easy to ride. They're comfortable. Guys, anyone can get on an e-bike and pedal around on day number 1 on that thing. I was hiking a couple of weeks ago. I saw a mountain biker up on an e-bike. He told me this thing just made me 30 years younger. I'm riding trails that I haven't seen in years. Get a Radster Trail Power Bike. It's got a suspension. Take it for a ride. 16 plus years of innovation sets Rad Power Bikes apart. It's why they're the undisputed industry leader. And right now, AltitudeSportsRadio.com. Go to our website. Sign up to win your own Radster Trail e-bike. That's right. AltitudeSportsRadio.com. We're giving away a Rad Power Bike. Oh, happy Tuesday, everybody. We're going to announce our winner for the Avs tickets coming up here momentarily. We got the Nuggets and OKC preseason buckets tonight with Kaz on the call here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Michael Malone giving the pregame updates. Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Russell Westbrook will not play tonight because they're veterans and it's the preseason and they don't have to. Also, still no Peyton Watson. He has been nursing the hamstring. So Peyton Watson not back on the floor quite yet tonight. So if you want to go watch a steady diet of Julian Strother and Christian Brown and Dario Saric tonight, well then head on out to Ball Arena or merely listen to the action right here on your home for the Denver Nuggets Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, Andy. We asked the question for a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Avalanche Boston Bruins affair over there at Ball Arena. The Broncos have drafted 2 UCLA Bruins since the turn of the century, since 2000. Can you name them? Go.
It was Raheem Moore, the one that I remembered.
2011, Raheem Moore, second-round pick out of UCLA.
And then I forgot Dulcich.
Greg Dulcich.
But seeing everybody text it in, I was like, oh, yeah, Dulcich is a Bruin. You know I forgot he's barely played.
Because you forgot he's a Bronco.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Greg Dulcich out of UCLA, third-round pick there in 2022. Let's see. Prior to Raheem Moore in 2011, the last UCLA Bruin drafted by the Broncos was 1993 running back Kevin Williams.
93?
Yeah. Tommy Maddox was the year prior to that. Took him in the first round in 92.
Yikes.
Kevin Williams. Do you have any Kevin Williams
I
memories?
I got nothing for you there.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing for you there.
Yeah. Uh-huh. The famed 93 draft for the Broncos. But the correct answer, Raheem Moore and Greg Dulcich. We asked you to text in the answer. Many of you did. Most of you were right. Spring, only one winner could have their name chosen among the correct entries into the Shop Mazda text line, and that individual was
Spencer Hansen.
Spencer Hansen. You have 2 last names, and you are on your way to see the Avalanche face the Boston Bruins, hoping to come up with win number 1 in game number 4 tomorrow night out there at Ball Arena. Spencer Hansen. Well done, Big Spence.
All right. I got something for you real quick.
Okay.
This is the worst fantasy score I've ever seen.
Okay.
Now, normally we don't
Was it
care.
you?
No, it wasn't me. I
Okay.
actually won a game.
Okay. Nice
Like
job.
The Avs, I got off the Schneid and Schneid or whatever.
Like the
this
Avs
week.
hope to.
Yeah.
And no Schneid off yet.
So, Jack Attack, and I don't know what league he plays in, but the Jack Attack lost to the Green Machine 138.4 to 1.22. That's right, 1.22. Here are the players that
I was going to say,
got.
even if you forget to set your lineup,
Well, this looks like they're not really
you can do
great
better
at the scoring.
than
but
1.22.
Dak Prescott, 3.22 points. Ezekiel Elliott, 1.7 points. Travis Etienne, minus 0.1. Chris Olave, minus 0.5. Calvin Ridley, 0.9. David Goddard,
Calvin Ridley was pissed after that game.
yeah,
by the way.
Goddard. Who's Goddard? Dallas Goddard. 0-0. Harrison Jr. 0-0. The Dallas special teams and defense -7. And your guy Bass, the Buffalo kicker, 3 points. So that leads up with the big -7, gets him 1.22 according to the calculations.
That
there.
many turnovers. Marvin Harrison Jr. got injured early in that game.
Etienne did nothing. I think he got hurt too.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Yes.
No, that lineup was set.
That's the real lineup.
Those guys played.
Yep. Got it off. I saw it on X. It's from some guy's TikTok.
Wow.
I've had some bad fantasy days, but never 1.22 points. And Dallas's defense and special teams completely doing him in.
Yeah, I mean, they gave up 1,000 points in that game.
Bigger negative for Dallas than anything scored throughout his lineup.
Wow.
How about that?
No, that lineup was set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a real thing.
I mean, it's not a good lineup, but still, whew, that's just unfair.
But you got to be now. You know you're in trouble with Zeke, but you got Prescott. You're thinking Prescott at least gets you 15 to 20.
They didn't score a touchdown.
This thing is scored.
Yeah, they didn't score a touchdown.
Yeah.
Calvin Ridley was 8 targets, no catches for Tennessee.
You really should not have played Dallas against
That's amazing.
Detroit.
That's amazing.
So there you go.
I mean, yeah, starting your defense against the Lions, who they had just scored 42 the week prior.
Right.
That's obviously you didn't think that all the way through, especially the amount of injuries that they have. But also you're like, it's DST, who cares?
You're probably thinking you're not going to win, but to score a point
Unreal.
is extreme.
Wow.
So no matter how bad your fantasy weekend was, it wasn't that. By the way, real quick, since I brought up fantasy to you, I'm doing the points bet thing, or Prize Picks.
Prize Picks.
Let me get it right.
Yes, Prize Picks. Okay. What's Prize Picks?
Well, it's a new app you can download, Nate.
Okay.
And you go ahead and you pick the daily fantasy.
All right.
You pick higher or lower.
Higher, lower.
Two or three players.
I know that world.
You know that world.
Sure.
Well, we had to do a promo code.
Okay. So you went with Lindahl, right?
No, nobody can spell it. So I'm not going to get credit for that.
So you went with Andy.
Apparently wasn't available.
Somebody already had Andy?
So I thought I'd go deep pull from the show.
All right.
What do you think I went? What inside joke with all of us do you think I chose as a promo code? Because I also offered a Mammoth because of my work with the Mammoth. They didn't go for that.
They didn't care for Mammoth? Did you go for beef?
Okay, you're on the right path.
Okay.
If you're the nerd, who am I?
Oh, Triple X?
Triple X is the promo code. You got to spell triple, but it's Triple X. I threw it out there. Everyone had a laugh. That's the promo code.
It refers to your shirt size.
It does.
It does.
But random people that are just now joining the show, which we have a lot of every day, are probably wondering, where does this Triple X thing come from?
Andy really likes adult content.
Yeah, Andy really. Whoa. What is going on?
When Andy
maybe
locks
the size of your winnings. I don't know.
When Andy locks the bathroom door, he needs his time.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah.
By the way, speaking of that, one of our listeners sent us a tweet for with a movie trailer on it.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. I didn't know this movie existed. It came out this year. A raccoon ingests a discarded synthetic drug and mutates into a vicious killer. It rampages through a mountain community, threatening campers, tourists, and residents. No one is safe from the monstrous raccoon's violent onslaught. Coming to Prime Video or streaming on Screambox. Crack kills, Andy. Prepare to watch Crackoon.
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 Crackoon
is the name of this,
and it's got a lot of blood
cinematic
spewing
classic
from its vile mouth with sharp teeth. In the movie poster.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a movie poster.
I watched the trailer.
Is that as far as you're going to go? Now, you once did a public service and watched Avalanche Sharks.
I have seen Avalanche Sharks.
Can you do Crackoon?
I would watch it. The problem is it's a rent-buy scenario on Prime Video. I can't justify
no, that's got to be a free view.
Any financial commitment to Crackoon. I did see the trailer, however, and Andy, I'll give you this is why I thought of this, because this was the review of the trailer that I gave you earlier. The quality of the acting is akin to pornography without the sex.
Right.
Yeah.
A lot of dialogue you don't care about.
No.
Only this is a movie that needs the dialogue to get you.
It was very bad. Also, the raccoon, they didn't have any CGI in the budget. It's a straight up, it's a puppet.
It's a puppet raccoon.
It's a puppet.
But is it supposed to be you said it's a mutated big raccoon.
Well, see, what happens is, what I took out of the trailer is the feds are on to the makers of the synthetic drug.
So they just dump it.
So they're on the run, so they throw it off into the woods, and just a kindly sweet raccoon happens upon it, ingests it, and then goes crazy and starts murdering everybody in the town.
Nobody's got a gun in this town.
I mean,
nobody has any way to handle the raccoon.
It's a rural mountain community. I'm going to assume.
There's a few.
They're packing heat.
Yeah.
However, apparently
Yes.
the raccoon just a little too.
He's a little too shifty.
You can't get him. Okay.
He's got a good first move.
Oh, he's tough out in space, man.
You maybe don't even know he's coming.
Next thing you know, he's
silent like Kamaje came in to give us the sheet.
He's ripping,
making
your
no
throat out.
noise.
I also went through the cast. I don't recognize any of these actors.
Nor will you in the future,
no.
judging by what you told me of the acting.
No, they're not.
Do you still have some of the great lines from Avalanche
From
Sharks?
Avalanche
At least
Sharks.
the line that we all like.
The Avalanche Sharks, if anybody doesn't remember this, if you're new to the program, welcome aboard. Avalanche Sharks is a movie that I learned about because a couple of years ago during the show, it was a day in which the Avalanche were scheduled to play the San Jose Sharks. And so in an effort to try and find out, I was like looking up like who's the starting goalie or whatever.
You just wanted a little preview.
So I just typed into Google just Avalanche Sharks.
And thus cinema magic was made.
And it was very much along the lines of Sharknado. Like, clearly, Raccoon is a spin-off of Cocaine Bear. We know what's going on right there. Avalanche Sharks was riding the coattails of the Sharknado franchise. However, no Tara Reid in that movie, okay? Avalanche Sharks was just dreadful. However, we learned that there was a movie called Avalanche Sharks. It was about another mountain community. This time it was a ski hill, and the snow that was covering the resort just so happened to be inhabited by sharks that were swimming around and eating the skiers.
Thanks to the snow, frozen water.
Yes, and there was something with like a Native American burial ground and a
Right.
curse that was put on
You
it
were cursed.
that caused the sharks to be there. I will admit I did watch the movie. I'm forgetting some of the finer plot points.
You only watched it once and only for the sake of the show. We all thank you for
yeah,
that because
yeah.
we haven't.
But I found it streaming for free. Avalanche Sharks, everybody. Spring, do
Oh,
we have?
crap. There it is.
There it is.
There's the line.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's because the guy, he saw a fin sticking out of the snow.
Wasn't he the town cop? Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
crap. I believe so.
Andy Griffith, realizing he's got sharks to deal with on his mountain.
You don't assume you're going to deal with that.
No, you don't sign up for mountain work thinking a shark will show up, but here we are.
Andy-
And now there's a raccoon. You probably would be more ready for a raccoon, i.e. rabies,
Yeah.
than the Avalanche Sharks, though.
What started out as a mammoth vacation is about to go downhill fast.
Oh, crap.
And again, he said, "Oh crap," because of sharks.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Bo Nix was
Bo
the
Nix.
sixth quarterback drafted in the 2024 NFL draft. Do you know who the seventh quarterback drafted was, Andy?
I do.
It was Spencer Rattler.
How many rounds later? 3, 4?
He was taken in the fifth.
Wow.
After
5
Bo
rounds
Nix
later. Okay.
was taken in the first. In fact, the 137 player gap between Nix and Rattler sets the record for the common draft era for the longest gap between sixth and seventh quarterback ever taken.
Interesting.
So there's something for you right there. Sean Payton, he spent some time with Spencer Rattler in the pre-draft process. Let's hear a little bit about that today. What did Sean Payton think about Spencer Rattler when he spoke to him before the draft?
So we spent a lot of time with him. I'd say there was 5. Pro day, and then we had a private workout. We were all in Phoenix, Scottsdale area where he's from. Steak dinner, the whole 9 yards. Test in the morning, throw. He did really well.
Hold on. So there was no lacrosse ball in the backpack.
I was going to say, did you see his backpack?
Yeah, there's no talking ball. This was standard steak dinner.
Yeah.
Here's a couple plays.
Yeah, here's the send him the packet at 5 p.m., test him at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Remember, Bo Nix, he aced that sucker. He got 1,600 on that thing.
Right.
When he did it.
There was no hanging around. There's no getting in the car and pronouncing we have had our quarterback. Claiming.
It doesn't sound like that. No. And again, I don't know what was in his backpack. He could have had something non-football related.
What do you think?
He could
Avalanche Sharks on YouTube?
DVD. A bootleg
There's
copy.
no way anyone put that thing on DVD.
Do you think there's like have you ever like in New York City where you get the bootleg movies where somebody does the camcorder and records?
Yes.
I'd say
The guy-
camcorder. It's off a phone
wasn't
now.
Kramer doing that?
Yeah.
Didn't they put Jerry up to it?
Exactly. Do you think somebody did that for Avalanche Sharks?
No. I don't think it made it to the theater.
They just did it off of TV and then
Nor Raccoon or
sold
any of it. Yeah. Although we did get Cocaine Bear.
Sean, did you ever see Cocaine Bear, by the way?
No.
It was entertaining.
Well, I could probably find it free now, right?
Good time. Sean Payton on why they liked Spencer Rattler. Here we go.
It's not surprising to see there's again, I'm going to use an analogy. There's a calmness when he plays, and he too has been through, the adversity early on, coming out of high school to Oklahoma and then transferring. But there is a confidence when he's on the field, and you see that in preseason and last week. It's not too big for him, and he's got a live arm. We were really impressed, and look, not that it matters, but we had him graded higher, and I'm sure the Saints did as well. And it got to a point where you just had to take the grade, but he was impressive.
Oh, Sean Payton has never overgraded a quarterback in the draft before.
TBD. I do love.
There's probably a bunch of teams that thought Bo Nix was going to be there in the third, weren't there?
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, took him to 12. How about that?
Man, would there have been a world where, fifth round?
Yeah.
Where they would have grabbed him had he gone to the sixth? If he's saying it like that.
The Broncos?
Yeah. Just for value?
Maybe. Shanahan did it one year.
Oh, yeah.
He took
Worked out
RG3
all right
and Cousins.
with him. The other guy ended up being it's still in the league.
Yeah, still in the league. RG3's knee exploded, even though he was good. But yeah, it could have been. Could have happened.
Will says there was a Playboy in the Rattler bag, so that put him down. Son, do you not have the internet?
That's single X, not triple X. It's Greckman and Lindahl.
By the way, everyone wants us to check out Velocipaster. If you've got some time tonight.
Somebody said thanks killing.
I think I actually saw some bad. Oh no, wait! Wasn't there a movie about that last year? There was some actual in-theater movie with the Thanksgiving horror shows.
Oh, I don't think I saw that one.
No, I'm sure you didn't.
I missed out. That's too bad.
Velocipaster.
The whole key is name your bad movie after two hockey teams, and there's a chance that I might have to watch it because of a show bit.
What would be those two? Islander Kraken. Something like that.
Wild Penguin.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yes, you do it that one. Mm-hmm.
Kraken Panthers. The Kraken have got to be involved. It's a natural movie character.
That's true.
Matter of fact, I think it's only a movie character. Oh, it's been in the
Get out now! There's nowhere
I love the lion
They tasted human flesh.
I've actually heard on Shark Week this past year the most terrifying thing about a shark attack, because they interviewed a guy, is there's no sound. They make no sound. Yet in Avalanche Sharks, a lion growl comes out.
I would think the most terrifying part would be the teeth gnawing your flesh.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
But
all
apparently,
happening
but some people are
silently.
bothered by the silence.
Well, the guy that got
Sharks,
attacked
man.
was, I'm sorry you discount his story.
I do. That's a bad take. That's a bad shark
You're gonna
attack
go tell
take.
the guy missing half his leg, you got a bad take on your shark
I
attack,
will.
pal.
I will.
Kraken ducks. Now we're getting them all. Canadian Kraken. I do like Canadian Kraken.
Lightning Maple Leafs.
That could be a lot of things.
It's Greckman and Lindahl. Yankees Guardians just underway, game 2 of that series. Did you see the home run that Stanton hit last night?
I did not. Towering? Does that even describe it?
No, not towering. It took 0.2 of a second to leave the stadium. I mean, just mauled the thing. The problem, too, with him is he's so damn big and so strong. It doesn't even look like he puts any effort into that swing. It's so violent, but it's so compact. It's crazy, too, with that Yankee team right now. And granted, they played the Royals who weren't scoring any runs. Aaron Judge is nowhere to be found. People complained about what Nolan Arenado or Tulo did in the postseason when they were in the Rockies uniforms. Look at Aaron Judge's numbers. He's a net nothing right now for the Yankees in the postseason. It's kind of incredible. Stanton's been good, and Soto's awesome, obviously, but and Rodon was great last night in Game 1, but, man, they are getting nothing out of Aaron Judge in this postseason. Crazy. Yankees-Guardians, Game 2 of that series this evening.
Who do you like? Who's your series? Who's going to be the World Series right now? Is it just going to go? Is baseball going to get what it wants and gets Dodgers Yankees?
Yeah, it probably goes chalk. I'm assuming that's the direction that it goes. Although I was burying Cleveland against Detroit and they came back and won that series. So
what would be the most entertaining in your mind?
It would be Yankees and Dodgers. It's if you could get such a showcase for baseball to have Shohei Ohtani, and Mookie Betts, and Freddie Freeman.
And still Aaron Judge.
And Will Smith. And then on the other side, you get Judge, and you get Stanton, and you get Soto, and you get Cole. Obviously, baseball would be over the moon because, I mean, that's the two best players of this generation, of this era. Quite honestly, it's probably both your MVPs this year. Is Judge and Ohtani. That would be it would be great for baseball. Baseball could really, really use that. That's why it's good that Ohtani's on the Dodgers, that he got the hell out of the Angels, and that there's a postseason showcase happening right now for the best player in the game. So, I mean, it's the best for baseball, Andy. It's also the World Series I want to watch.
Oh, I hope you get it.
Completely. Yeah.
I keep forgetting that it's happening because now have we finally moved to Fox for all the games?
No,
you're right. We got
on TBS tonight.
Right behind us.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
See, they get with some of these funky channels, and even that, I forget it's on FS1. Mm-hmm. So when I'm scanning around, and plus there was an Avs game on last night, it doesn't. I keep forgetting to check in on that.
Oh, interesting. I know. I didn't think the Avs showed up last night. 6-2.
Why? Why you got to do that?
6-2.
Why do they got to do it?
Yeah, why do they got to do that?
Yeah,
they scored right away too.
I know.
Callum Ritchie, nice
Ritchie
goal.
Got his first career goal. Everything's off to a great start. But see, this is what Mikko Rantanen talked about in the locker room afterward, in the dressing room afterward. Mm-hmm. He just simply said, "We don't get a play of the lead ever." Like that. I was talking to one of my buddies today. What's going on with the Avalanche? And matter of fact, it was Jerry Jones, and I said, "Well, the problem is." They were used to a couple years ago, they would have the couple goal lead, and then everybody'd have to change what they were doing, which would lead to the mistakes that the Avs could take advantage of. And now it's the other way around. Even when they get a lead, it doesn't seem to last too long, and then they're constantly trying to press the issue, and they end up just giving up more goals. Why is the defense so bad? I don't get it.
Daves didn't play last night. That didn't help.
Well, that helps. But I mean, even the forecheck, it just feels like they're already bored. I mean, this needs to be a bounce back statement.
Wake up.
Season. They need to make a statement that we're back. We're still a contender.
Yeah, wake
now,
up,
I
fellas.
realize you don't have Lecky. All right, I'm just going to, you know what? This is kind of one of those canned conversations, but I'll just ask you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, is this just more proof? They need Gabe back in the room.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Yeah, they need a leader.
I don't
need
think
a captain.
I ever really appreciated what that guy brought to the room until these last 2 years.
He's one of the best two-way players on the planet. No, by the way, he is your captain, and he does hold guys accountable, and he is a tough and, he's a bad man out there, and this has not been the same team without him.
Okay, can I ask you this, though, as you talk about holding accountable? Because this isn't a guy you need to hold accountable, but the further this goes along, and I've said this to you before, obviously Nathan McKinnon reminds me of Peyton Manning when it just comes to greatness and willing to constantly work to be better every year.
He's good.
Even when you think you couldn't be any better. And I love Nathan McKinnon, so don't hear me wrong. But sometimes athletes as good as Nathan McKinnon, there needs to be some buffer. I don't think it's a coincidence that when DeMarcus Ware entered the room, the Broncos and Manning got to the Super Bowl. Is there a chance we didn't see how much maybe Gabe told Nate, let the other guys do their thing the way they do it?
It's just I don't even know if it's necessarily that so much as it's just providing balance and levity to it all. It's good to have a red ass guy out there, right?
Sure.
You're going to have those guys in the locker room. That's why the Nuggets went to get Westbrook this year, because they needed one of those guys. That is absolutely good to have, but then you balance it out the other way. Okay, and then Landeskog is able to. He's also tough, but he'll put an arm around a guy.
Do you remember when Michael Kadire joined the Rockies? And maybe Cogliano was this, at least in the Cup year. Maybe they need another Cogliano.
Veteran
I don't
that
know.
walks in the room.
But Kadire was always telling stories, and I remember I was doing a lot of Rockies games at the other station there for a while, and they would always talk about how Kadire came in more to Tulowitzki, but a little with Helton too, where he said, guys, this season's too long. Quit being so intense. You got to lighten up a little bit. Not everything has to be.
Got to ebb and flow.
Right?
Yeah.
And I mean, look, it's easier to say that with baseball when there's another game tomorrow. Sometimes these guys don't get another game every other day. I just wonder are they all just gripping too tight? And what do you need to do to get them to maybe not grip so tight? I don't know. And I say this because I saw the first interview of the year with Nate, and Nate always already looks like disgruntled or something. Always looks annoyed.
This is supposed to be a top 3 blue line in the NHL.
I know.
They've been horrendous.
I know. And unfortunately, that's Makar and Taves even when they were healthy.
Yeah, not helping.
Not sure what's going on, but let's wash the mouth out. Get going tomorrow.
Nuggets tonight. They will take on OKC again. No Jokic, no Jamal, no Westbrook. Peyton Watson with a hamstring. He's not going to go. So those are the names that are out. Aaron Gordon, MPJ, Christian Brown, Julian Strother, all your pals. They'll be out there tonight as the Nuggets take on a facsimile of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Again, we'll tip it off at 7 o'clock. Avalanche back at it tomorrow against Boston. We'll be previewing that matchup tomorrow right here on the show. Thanks again to all of you who participated today on the program. You were terrific. Mark Springer on the other side of the glass, crushing it as he always does. My partner is Andy Lindahl. My name is Nate Kreckman. Coming up next, it is The Blitz featuring everybody's best